Chapter 1. Chaos Fortertel Amorous. Thick and fetid, the scent permeated the air, overwhelming my senses. My eyelids felt heavy, as if weighed down by an unseen force, and I struggled to open them. My consciousness swayed in a haze, reminiscent of inebriation, sluggish and dulled. I recalled spending the previous evening imbibing with a client. Had I succumbed to slumber after indulging too much? No, I cannot afford to lose this client. As I parted my lips, a viscous liquid surged in, prompting me to hastily clam my mouth shut. Wait, what is this scent? It is not repulsive, rather, it bears a hint of sweetness. The aroma was foul, yet the liquid that entered my mouth was sweet. A warm current coursed through my body, and in that moment, my feeble form began to regain a semblance of strength. What on earth is happening? The surroundings were eerily silent and still. I attempted to open my eyes, but they remained stubbornly shut, and I could not feel my limbs. Odd images flickered through my mind bindings, restraints, and the liquid-filled tanks often seen in science fiction films. No, I must not panic. I need to remain calm. Fear and haste will not aid me in this predicament. After inadvertently swallowing some of the liquid, I felt a surge of vitality. If consuming this liquid restores my strength, then I shall partake. My thoughts clarified. I opened my mouth again, and the same sweet liquid flowed smoothly inside. Though the circumstances eluded my grasp, one thing was certain. I was submerged in some form of liquid, and there was an abundance of it. I continued to consume until my stomach was filled to capacity. I feel so drowsy. My head is heavy, and I yearn for sleep. No, I must resist. The overwhelming urge to survive could not withstand the relentless drowsiness, and eventually, I succumbed to slumber. A dream unfolded, a long, intricate dream. In this dream, I transformed into a colossal dragon adorned with emerald scales. The dragon stood majestically upon the earth, its head bowed in contemplation. Its robust yet slender form glistened, the scales shimmering like smooth gemstones, its belly ample, covered with thick, elongated white scales that appeared far denser than those elsewhere. This magnificent dragon stood gracefully and regally upon the landscape. Chaos Fortertel Amorous, a voice resonated in my mind, uttering the name with clarity. Before me stood a grand hourglass, crafted entirely of pure gold, silently awaiting my gaze. The hourglass was enormous, far larger than my current form. Lowering my dragon head, I focused on the claw I had raised. My powerful claw was cloaked in emerald scales, slightly smaller in comparison to the rest of my body. The sharp talons curved gently, resembling formidable hooks. As I regarded my raised claw, the unique legacy of the dragon lineage unveiled the truth of my situation. So, I have been reborn as a green dragon? This is utterly magnificent. No longer must I endure the 996 grind, rising before the rooster crows and retiring later than the dog. After a surge of exhilaration, Chaos swiftly regained composure, tempering his emotions. Opening champagne at halftime is considered a grave taboo. It is time to assess the current situation. The reality is that I'm still merely a dragon egg. My true self has already awakened. The true dragon is assuredly secure, and there is no need to worry about being discarded by the dragon mother. Henceforth, all I need to do is rest and develop, awaiting the moment when everything falls into place and I can break free from my shell. As for the pure golden hourglass before me, there is no record of it within the true dragon's legacy. Consequently, I remain ignorant of its nature. Based on years of reading novels, I surmise that it is akin to a special ability, though its function eludes me. I raise my dragon head to gaze at the golden hourglass, observing the continuous cascade of sand that has already descended halfway. Perhaps there will be some transformation when the hourglass is fully drained, I ponder. A strong, ineffable feeling stirs within me. Thus, I shall wait until the sand has run its course before I investigate further. I divert my gaze and scan the surroundings, realizing that I am in a pure white space apart from myself and the colossal golden hourglass. There exists no other substance. What, then, is required of a nascent true dragon like myself? This conundrum quickly finds resolution as a familiar wave of profound fatigue envelopes me. It feels akin to burning the midnight oil, desperately yearning for a pillow and a soft bed. Without resistance, I succumb to the weariness and drift into slumber, my thoughts sinking into oblivion. Within the empty confines of the eggshell, a rotund, emerald-hued hatchling curls up. Its thick eyelids, adorned with delicate green scales, flutter before lifting, revealing a layer of pink membrane and a pair of deep green slitted pupils, within which golden lines begin to coalesce. As I gaze at the wall, faintly aglow with a green luminescence, my thoughts gradually crystallize. A wall? No, this is not a wall, it is my eggshell. Extending my claw to touch the shell, I observe that my paws, rounded and covered in green scales, possess sharp black talons. A smile spreads across my face as I behold my outstretched claw. My dragon maw slightly parts, revealing 2 rows of pearly, pointed teeth. Thank goodness this is not a dream. I have truly transformed from an ordinary corporate worker into a magnificent dragon, one that reigns at the pinnacle of existence. Henceforth, I shall be known as Chaos, an elegant and majestic green dragon, no longer a mere human. As for my past, there is nothing to lament. Unlike those protagonists in novels burdened by unfulfilled attachments, I have always traversed life alone. Raising my dragon head, I behold a semicircular magical ring aglow with a soft green light. The weak point of the dragon egg. To protect the egg, the female dragon infuses it with copious amounts of magical energy during gestation, which coalesces to envelop the hatchling, forming a hard shell. There are no external vulnerabilities, only at the top, internally, does a green magical ring manifest, marking the sole weak point of the dragon egg. This information spontaneously floods my mind, a manifestation of the true dragon's legacy, automatically reflecting the first encounter of the hatchling. This is precisely why dragons possess such formidable strength. An adult dragon meticulously analyzes everything it encounters and inscribes this knowledge into its legacy. After countless ages of accumulation, the true dragon can be said to possess an encyclopedia from the moment of its birth, one that updates automatically with feedback recognition. This is the reason why the dragon species reigns supreme. Indeed, such a powerful dragon is he, standing upright within the confines of its eggshell, its plump claws resting defiantly on its hips. After basking in a moment of self-satisfaction, the claw placed on its side lowered. Raising its gaze toward the fragile point atop the egg, it recognized that it was time to attend to business. The dragon's claw lifted, gathering strength and aiming at the pinnacle of the eggshell. Now is the moment to break free. The emerald vertical pupils narrowed, golden lines faintly coalescing within. Gathering sufficient power, a claw struck out. Ow! How painful! No, it was too hard. The hatchling within the shell began to shake its right claw while spinning in circles. After a considerable time of jumping, feeling the pain in its claw dissipate, Chaos gradually ceased its whirling. The left claw grasped the still trembling right claw, and upon inspection, the distortion in the right claw was no longer as pronounced. Although a slight sting remained, the claw had indeed recovered, accompanied by a burgeoning sense of hunger, as if some nourishment had been expended in the healing process. Is this the essence of dragons? Once again, Chaos felt a profound recognition of its lineage. This exceptional regenerative ability was entirely beyond the reach of other races. No wonder, in those fantastical tales, dragons are consistently portrayed as arrogant beings. With such capital at their disposal, it would be difficult not to be proud. The claw restored, it hesitated, gazing at the fragile point atop the egg. In the legacy, it is customary for the dragon mother to prepare prey outside, awaiting the hatching of her young. Raising its head to observe the weak point in the eggshell, an invisible flame of determination ignited within its emerald vertical pupils. For sustenance, the so-called fragile point atop the egg exhibited a pronounced web-like crack, occupying perhaps a third of its surface. The emerald pupils focused intently, indicating that it would require 2 full-force strikes to complete the hatching process, which would likely result in 2 more fractures of its claws. As a green hatchling, its mother must surely be a green dragoness. Compared to other dragon types, the chromatic dragons are nothing short of reckless brutes, driven by their own desires, greedy, irascible, malevolent, and cold-blooded. Such a chromatic mother dragon would hardly be inclined to assist her hatchling in breaking free. Merely encountering a dragoness willing to raise a youngling through its infancy would be a stroke of fortune, deserving of profound gratitude. Relying on the dragon mother was futile everything hinged on its own strength. Rising, it extended its two front claws, lowering its gaze to observe these plump appendages. Left claw or right claw? Left claw for fairer chance. Gathering power. Striking out. Ow with a cry. The web-like crack at the apex of the eggshell expanded to 2/3. Mean? How painful! The intense sensation of pain surged once more from its claws. There was no need to look, it was certain another fracture had occurred. Anger welled within. Cursed fate! Let me break free! In a fit of anger, the right claw gathered its strength and struck down once more, landing precisely on the fragile apex of the eggshell. With a subtle crack, akin to the shattering of glass, the eggshell above disintegrated, cascading inward. Chaos lifted his dragon head, his twisted and drooping claws not yet recovered, preventing him from immediately emerging from the remnants of the shell. Driven by curiosity about the world beyond, he stretched his neck, peering out at the expanse beyond the eggshell. The exterior was engulfed in darkness. No, it seemed as though the view was gradually clarifying, resembling a camera coming into focus. It was not merely an illusion, it was indeed the case. In the next moment, the darkness shattered. The stalactites at the cave's apex came into sharp relief, their intricate textures distinctly visible. A cave. Indeed, this aligned perfectly with the criteria for the chosen dwelling of the five-color dragon, as per tradition. At that moment, the true dragon heritage relayed another piece of information. There are many enthusiastic neighbors in this realm. They not only provide dragons with treasures, but also warmly offer a palace and a capital for the dragons to reside in. These neighbors are not fixed. They could be elves, humans, or even intelligent beings like gnomes. Young dragons tend to be somewhat shy. Aside from exchanging greetings with passing intelligent beings, they rarely venture out. Their shyness often dissipates over time, and when they reach a sufficient age, they typically learn from their predecessors to borrow a palace from these enthusiastic neighbors for their habitation. Upon absorbing this information, Chaos understood. His dragon mother resided in a cave, indicative of the shy phase. He settled down, remaining in the eggshell for a while, until the pain in his fractured claws seemed to lessen. Raising a pair of claws, he began to tentatively move them. The dragon claws flexed, forming fists and then releasing. There was still some discomfort. He was perhaps 80% recovered, yet it was sufficient. He stood up, gazing toward the exit above, his heart brimming with anticipation. He wondered what this unfamiliar magical world outside might look like. Would it be towering forests reaching for the sky, or boundless grasslands? Or perhaps, with this expectation, he slightly gathered strength in his hind legs, pushing off to claw at the edge of the eggshell. His round, plump head began to squeeze through the opening at the top of the shell. Before he could fully survey the cave's interior, an overwhelming urge surged in his throat, as if something were lodged there. There was no suppression. The dragon's maw opened wide. Chaos Fortibella Moros. The young and indifferent drake's roar echoed clearly throughout the cavern. Chapter 2. Fight. You must fight. After bellowing his true name, he turned his dragon head to survey the interior of the cave. In that moment, Chaos felt an overwhelming sense of dread as darkness enveloped his vision. The cave was adorned with numerous dragon eggs, their hues a vibrant display of colors: red, blue, green, black, and white. The five-colored dragon eggs were all present in their entirety. Yet, this was not the most alarming sight. The gravest concern lay in the 5 young dragons, seemingly hatched before him, encircling his shell, their bodies poised to approach. 1 was red, 2 were blue, 1 black, and 1 green. Unlike the other 4 young dragons, the red hatchling boldly advanced, stepping closer with each stride, clearly dismissing him entirely. The red hatchling halted before his shell, lifting her head high, her crimson slit eyes locking onto Chaos. "Chaos, is it? Come forth," she commanded in a voice that was both youthful and melodious, laced with the inherent indifference of the 5-colored dragon. The tone was authoritative, her head held high, radiating an air of superiority despite her relatively low position. Chaos, observing the red hatchling's body, twice his own size, glanced down at his own smaller frame. Perhaps it was best not to engage with this diminutive dragon, after all. He was an adult. Reluctantly, he crawled out of his shell, his 4 claws making contact with the dry, dusty ground of the cave. Once on the ground, Chaos sat obediently. In front of him, the red hatchling mirrored his position, crouching down as well. In this face-to-face encounter, the disparity in size became even more pronounced. The red hatchling towered over him, her claws resting on the ground, revealing hints of muscular definition. Clearly, she was a prodigious specimen among her kin. Typically, a hatchling of her stage would not exhibit such musculature. "Remember my name, Agatha Tiamat Thor," she declared, momentarily diverting her gaze to the eggshell, which was her true objective. With no dragon mother in the nest, these young dragons were left to fend for themselves. For them, the remnants of a broken egg shell represented a delectable morsel. Cal silently watched as Agatha rose, pondering her audacity to announce her name before attempting to rob him. Nevertheless, he registered the name well. Agatha. Should fate allow their paths to cross again, he would not forget. For now, she wielded the advantage of size. But he vowed that once he matured, the tables would turn. As he scanned the surroundings, he noted that the remaining 4 hatchlings lay submissively on the ground, clearly intimidated by the imposing presence of Agatha. Given the circumstances, even if Agatha were to generously leave a portion of the eggshell for the others, it was unlikely it would find its way to their bellies. The sound of crunching echoed within the cave, a symphony of eggshells being shattered. Yet, the one indulging in this feast was not him. The dragon's saliva began to flow, and his stomach felt achingly empty. Hunger gnawed at him. In an attempt to divert his attention, Chaos shifted his gaze elsewhere, scanning the surroundings. Numerous dragon eggs lay within the cave, all seemingly intact, devoid of any signs of hatching. How he wished for one to break open at that moment. His emerald vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Conscience pricked at him. He did not wish to prey upon a hatchling, but necessity was a relentless master. A sound, akin to something being dragged across the ground, caught his ear. Chaos refocused, his draconic head turning towards the source. A large portion of the eggshell was pushed before him by a crimson claw. Following the claw upwards, he beheld Agatha, who loomed above him with a curious gaze. What was her intention? In this moment, Chaos found himself perplexed. The creature before him had pilfered his eggshell. Yet now she presented the remaining portion back to him. Eat. The command, delivered in a tender yet detached voice, resonated like a single note. Chaos glanced at the eggshell and then at the slightly larger dragoness before him. His saliva surged uncontrollably, a primal signal from his body urging him to consume. Resolute, he opened his maw and bit into the eggshell. Crunch. The sound was crisp, reminiscent of a potato chip. The flavor and texture were delightfully savory and satisfyingly crunchy. One bite led to another, an insatiable craving igniting within him. Regardless of Agatha's motives, his overpowering hunger left him with but one thought: to eat, regardless of the consequences. He needed strength to endure until the other hatchlings emerged. Nearby, for hatchlings, eager for sustenance, observed the green hatchling devouring the eggshell with ravenous speed, their impatience boiling over. What did Agatha mean by this? She had eaten her fill, yet showed no intention of sharing. What is the meaning of this, Agatha? A blue hatchling voiced her dissatisfaction, her tone youthful and melodic. The other 3 hatchlings remained silent, yet their discontent was palpable in their gazes and their crouched postures. Faced with 4 hatchlings poised for confrontation, Agatha rose to her full height. Her form, double the size of the hatchlings, exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. The rules were clear. It was permissible to snatch food, but one could take no more than a third of the eggshell. Challenge me if you dare. With that declaration, Agatha stepped forward, her crimson claws poised. The 4 hatchlings, feeling the weight of her presence, instinctively retreated. However, they halted after merely one step back. The pride of the multicolored dragons would not allow them to withdraw any further. At that moment, the thought of conflict was dismissed, especially considering Agatha's stature. Moreover, Agatha had already claimed a portion of their eggshells, which meant that only a little more would suffice to satiate her hunger. Thus, it was undoubtedly their turn to feast next. Yet, to their astonishment, Agatha audaciously barred them from partaking in the meal. This red hatchling was far too overbearing. Chaos slowed his chewing, his belly cushioned by the remnants of eggshells, alleviating his hunger. He had been quietly listening since the beginning. After absorbing their brief exchange, he turned his gaze towards Agatha, standing before him, and found himself reassessing his views on this young dragoness. However, let the battle commence. You must fight. The fervent cry echoed within him as anticipation surged in his emerald-slit pupils. How could a meal be devoid of entertainment? Yet, a small stool would have made the spectacle even more delightful. Just one of her against the 4 of us. With a fierce roar, the blue hatchling charged fiercely at Agatha, swiftly followed by another blue hatchling. The black and green hatchlings were a moment slower, but soon joined the fray. The blue hatchling was the first to reach Agatha, its dragon head crashing firmly against her abdomen, forcing her to stumble back several steps before barely regaining her balance. A flicker of anger surfaced in her usually indifferent crimson-slit pupils. Agatha raised her claw, directly targeting the blue dragon's head pressed against her belly, delivering a powerful swipe. Bang! The blue hatchling's head was forcefully driven into the parched earth, a testament to the sheer strength behind that blow. Just erupted into the air. Chaos. Straining his neck to see through the haze, soon realized the futility of his efforts. His pupils could pierce the darkness, but not reveal the obscured scene. Roar. Growl. Boom. After a series of furious roars, silence enveloped the dust-laden arena. Noticing the stillness within the cloud, Chaos cautiously lifted his dragon head. Surely, it couldn't be over so soon. He hadn't even finished half of his eggshells. His gaze remained fixed on the swirling dust, while his actions remained unhurried as he continued to devour the remnants of the shell. For within the dust, a clear silhouette stood unmoved. He watched cautiously as the dust began to settle. Although Agatha possessed the advantage of size and the formidable buff of being a red dragon, she was still but one dragon. Thus, Chaos leaned towards the belief that Agatha might falter. Yet, even in defeat, her size would likely allow her to take down 2 or 3 hatchlings, leaving perhaps 1 or 2 remaining, severely weakened. In such a scenario, he would be ready to reap the rewards, his hind legs coiling with latent energy, prepared for a swift charge. From the swirling dust emerged a singular dark silhouette of a dragon. Here it comes. Just one. Chapter 3. The wishing of the hatchling amidst the swirling smoke and dust. A crimson claw emerged. Upon recognizing the figure stepping forth, Chaos silently abandoned his poised stance. This outcome was indeed unexpected. Agatha had triumphed. Even in a 1 versus 4 scenario, she had prevailed. Yet, her current condition appeared far from favorable. Numerous scales across her body were shattered from the recent battle. Her right claw twisted, and 3 of her 5 formidable talons had been severed. Her sturdy hind legs bore a row of bite marks, evidently sustained during the skirmish. His gaze traversed Agatha's form repeatedly. She was gravely injured and likely possessed little combat capability remaining. So, should he take advantage of this moment to strike? This enticing notion was swiftly discarded. After all, while Agatha had pilfered his eggshell, she had simultaneously eliminated for troublesome foes. Otherwise, it was uncertain how much of the eggshell would have made it into his mouth. In a worst-case scenario, it was probable that the 4 hatchlings would have consumed it entirely. Never mind. He would seek an opportunity to snatch some food from her in the future. For now, however, he would prioritize his meal. Withdrawing his gaze from Agatha, he turned and resumed feasting on the remnants of the eggshell. The shell was delightfully crisp and fragrant, reminiscent of potato chips. It was indeed delicious, yet he could feel an increasing thirst in his throat. Overindulgence had left him parched. The current dryness of the cave suggested that water was scarce. If he wished to quench his thirst, he would likely need to venture outside this cavern in search of it. Agatha regarded the green hatchling, which had turned its back to her while gnawing on the eggshell, with a puzzled expression. Just moments ago, this green hatchling had exhibited hostility towards her, yet for reasons unknown, it had relented. Confused, she continued to stride towards an open area within the cave. In any case, it was fortunate that the green hatchling had not pursued conflict. She lacked the strength for further combat. Reaching a vacant spot, she lay down. Her injuries were minor, and with the remnants of the eggshell she had claimed from the 4 hatchlings, she was now satiated and poised to enter her first slumber. It was said among dragonkind that if a hatchling entered its first sleep while full, the likelihood of awakening with useful abilities would increase. This was the legacy imparted by her lineage, though she could not ascertain its validity. Her heavy eyelids slowly descended. With a final crunch, she placed the last piece of eggshell into her maw, savoring its texture. She swallowed, forcing down the dryness in her throat. After a moment of reflection, she gauged that her stomach was approximately 6/10 full. Should she embark on her first slumber now? Just as this thought surfaced, a line of crooked, unfamiliar script materialized before her eyes. It was a language of dragons, familiar yet strange, as it was her first encounter with it. The inaugural slumber of a hatchling dragon should ideally occur when its belly is full, as this may bestow upon it a more advantageous ability, or perhaps multiple beneficial abilities, so remarked a green dragon, reluctant to reveal its true name. This transmission of legacy bore a signature, and once the gaze had absorbed all the draconic script, it began to dissipate automatically. One could argue that the signature would have been better left uncredited. Had it been attributed to a dragon of another hue, there might have been some credence to it. Yet, here it was, a green dragon. As a green hatchling, how could it not be aware of the notorious disposition of its kind? Born deceivers, they delight in ensnaring those wise beings who are blinded by their desires. Hence, every legacy crafted by a green dragon must bear the mark of its identity. Ultimately, the veracity of such claims rests with the dragon in question. While instinctively distrusting this creature, the possibility lingered. What if it were genuine? What if it stemmed from a place of goodwill? Cursed be this wretched ambivalence. Chaos rose to his feet, then squatted down heavily, his claws scratching his round, plump head in agitation. Lost in thought, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the dissipating clouds of dust ahead. Among the wafting remnants, for hatchlings had plunged headfirst into the dry earth, their tails raised in the air, covered in dust that masked their original scale colors, rendering them a uniform hue of yellowish earth. How could he have nearly forgotten these four? Chromatic dragons may engage in combat, yet they typically refrain from inflicting serious harm upon their kin. Agatha was no exception. Though she had indeed buried the four hatchlings in the soil, the inherent resilience of their dragon lineage meant they would suffer no lasting harm, merely a transient state of unconsciousness. With the regenerative prowess characteristic of their kind, they would awaken shortly. Thus, he knew he must take action. Approaching the quartet, he observed the tails they had raised in defiance. Without hesitation, he lifted a hind paw and aimed a kick at the exposed posterior. So, you four wish to snatch my eggshell, do you? The hatchling struck by his kick toppled over, no longer buried in the earth, and its head emerged from the soil. The dust that had settled upon it dispersed, revealing its true scale color. With a sweep of his paw, he cleared away the yellowish dust and turned his attention to the hatchling now sprawled on the ground. It was a blue one. A glance at the remaining three still presenting their hindquarters prompted him to reconsider his intention of delivering a kick to each. He had no desire to inhale another mouthful of dust. The previous kick had been satisfying, yet it had also resulted in a considerable intake of dirt. Grasping the tails of the three unconscious hatchlings, he pulled them together. Their tails were notably elongated. Thus, he gathered all four tails into one collective grasp. Entwined, knotted, tangled, and twisted, they danced. A minute later, the four hatchlings lay in various orientations upon the ground, their long tails firmly bound together. Gazing upon his handiwork, Chaos beamed with satisfaction. Given the intricate complexity of this entanglement, even the masters of line art from a past life would surely shake their heads in disbelief. With claws proudly akimbo, he reveled in his accomplishments. Indeed, it was yet another day of profound advancement in the art of rope. Beyond the joy it brought to his spirit, there lay an additional purpose. Soon, the little WRMS would undoubtedly begin to hatch, and when these four creatures awaken, they would vie for the attention of the newly emerged dragon siblings. No, that simply would not do. Caring for the younglings was a responsibility that must fall to him. The more mature dragon, disregarding the four unconscious beings, he advanced, his claws moving purposefully as he surveyed the array of dragon eggs before him, seeking a worthy target. It wasn't long before his gaze alighted upon an egg that seemed to resonate with him at first glance. It was a red dragon egg, slightly larger than the others, unmistakably a leader among the hatchlings of the chromatic dragons. Despite this, Chaos chose the red egg, for he trusted in the bond that had formed. As for whether he would be outmatched after hatching, that was a moot point. He had already experienced hatching once before, and the resulting weakness was undeniably the most vulnerable phase for any hatchling. Approaching the egg, which stood out for its slightly larger size, he lowered himself before it, lifting his dragon head to gaze upon the egg. You are a red dragon, the paragon among the chromatic dragons. Set aside pride and embrace the challenge. Strive to break free from your shell before the others. In the prayer of the hatchling chapter 4, the one who ties their tails is Agatha. What does Chaos have to do with it? Roya Andriopolyan. After roaring her true name, Roya kicked off with her hind paws and clawed at the eggshell with her still recovering front paws. The dragon's head emerged through the shattered top of the eggshell. As she poked her head out, a round, dark green dragon's head appeared before her. Their gazes met as Chaos observed the newly hatched little green dragon. The dragon's maw split open in a friendly smile. Having exchanged greetings, it was time to eat. With a swift motion, Chaos extended a claw and seized the nape of the little green dragon's neck, who seemed still dazed from her hatching. The moment Roya felt the grip around her neck, her body stiffened, followed by a surge of anger. Struggling, she glared at the one who had lifted her. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Chaos glanced at the furious little dragon, locking eyes with her for a brief moment. The claw holding the little dragon was raised and then thrown. Speaking was a waste of time. Eating was the priority. With the troublesome little dragon out of the way, Chaos inhaled the faint scent of wood emanating from the eggshell, and he felt his mouth begin to salivate. He stretched his neck towards the inside of the eggshell, where a small pool of translucent egg fluid was prominently visible at the bottom. "Oh, how delightful egg fluid!" Chaos exclaimed, his maw widening in joy. This was indeed an unexpected bounty, especially since he was quite parched. His own eggshell had yielded not a drop of liquid, and his throat, after gnawing on the shell, felt as if it were on the verge of igniting. The egg fluid lay at the bottom, requiring him to gnaw downwards to access it. With a wide yawn, he bit into the eggshell. The crisp sound of cracking echoed as he feasted. Meanwhile, the rotund little green dragon, having landed, rolled several times before coming to a stop. Sitting on the ground, Roya shook her dizzy head. Suddenly, the sound of gnawing reached her ears, and upon turning her head, she sprang up from the ground in an instant. That wretched green dragon was already munching on her eggshell. How could she remain calm, without considering her footing? She charged forward on her hind legs. Hearing the commotion behind him, Chaos paused his eating and cast a sidelong glance. To his amusement, the little dragon he had thrown, Roya, was sprinting towards him, upright on her hind legs, seemingly having learned this skill spontaneously. As she lunged at him, Chaos stepped to the side, pressing down firmly on the nape of the little dragon's neck, exerting enough force that he felt almost no resistance, easily pinning her to the ground. Done. With his sturdy hind paw firmly planted on the little dragon's back, he disregarded her fierce glare and opened his mouth wide. Loya attempted to rise, her four limbs pressing against the ground, yet the claws upon her back exerted a strength far superior to her own. She lifted her gaze toward the detestable green hatchling still gnawing on her eggshell. "You shall not eat any more. Cease your consumption of my shell. I command you to stop, you wretched creature. Do you hear me? Halt." Her youthful, tender voice was laced with urgency, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Ignored, disregarded. How could one expect compliance? The hatchling paid no heed, continuing to carve a notch into the shell, finally reaching the precious egg liquid. As she beheld the glimmering substance, the dragon's head gradually lowered. One might consider this akin to Loya's bathwater. The moment this thought surfaced, Chaos, the dragon, froze. Why did it seem as though he were engaging in something rather perverse? At that instant, a familiar, faint sting returned to his throat. Having just consumed another portion of the shell, his throat now felt even drier, nearly on the brink of smoke. Very well, the chromatic dragon requires no moral compass. And I happen to be a green dragon. In a flash, the notion was accepted, and he resumed his focus on the egg liquid. It appeared crystalline, akin to ordinary egg whites. For safety's sake, a taste was in order. The dragon's kiss parted, revealing a petite, rosy tongue that delicately licked a portion. The floral aroma instantly enveloped his senses, a refreshing sweetness mingling within, finally alleviating the dryness in his throat. Such comfort! The emerald-slit pupils expanded in delight. This sensation resembled discovering a water source in a desert, pure indulgence. The dragon's kiss submerged into the egg liquid, and he greedily began to sip, ravenously drawing in the nourishing liquid. "Do not drink. That is mine, all mine." He disregarded the irrelevant clamor echoing in his ears. He continued until the parched sensation in his throat dissipated, at which point Chaos gradually ceased his sucking. By now, the remaining liquid within the shell was scant, nearly at its bottom. He languidly extended his tongue to savor the remnants along the edge of the dragon's kiss. What a delightful moment! The joy within his emerald pupils radiated. A fleeting glance at the ground revealed the green hatchling glaring fiercely at him. Very well, he decided to leave a little for this creature. After all, the experience of merely gnawing on the eggshell was truly unpleasant, and besides, it no longer appeared thirsty. He tilted his head, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze from the egg liquid. Assessing the contents within his belly, he felt comfortably satisfied. Retreating his claws from Loya's back, he stepped away. Phew! Almost instantly, upon his release, the green hatchling leaped forward, pouncing onto her eggshell, its gaze fixed defiantly upon him. Observing this furious green hatchling, Loya swore that she would exact a fierce revenge upon this audacious creature that dared to steal her eggshell. Chaos, however, was unfazed by the hostility directed at him. Such was the nature of the chromatic dragon's survival of the fittest. Yet, gazing at the furious hatchling baring its teeth, an idea suddenly sparked within Chaos. His kiss parted slightly. "Are you not feeling quite defeated? Humph, do not take pride. I shall have my revenge." He awaited those very words. "Remember my name, Agatha Tiamat Tor. If you dare to challenge me, feel free to do so at any time." With that declaration, Chaos turned with a flourish and departed, watching the insufferable green hatchling fade into the distance. "Agatha, you say? I shall remember you, and once I complete my first slumber, I will surely challenge you." With her gaze withdrawn, Roya lowered her head and quietly nibbled on the eggshell. Bounce, 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 she hopped along, her forepaws landing lightly, taking small, cheerful leaps. Chaos felt splendid at that moment, for if he continued at this pace, he would soon have the opportunity to claim another hatchling and fulfill his requirement for a satisfying slumber. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm, and the early dragon finds eggshells to munch on. As he bounced along, Chaos halted abruptly, for he heard the chatter of hatchlings ahead. "That's not how it's done. Where are you going? Can't you understand the dragon tongue? Shout, shout, shout. All you do is shout. Why don't you untie your side first?" "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Blue, black, and green, 4 rotund dragon heads locked gazes, their vertical pupils ablaze with fury. The 5-color dragons were not known for their temperance. Upon awakening, they discovered that Agatha had not merely bested them in battle, but had also bound their tails together while they were unconscious. To make matters worse, the entangled tails were exceedingly difficult to untie. They were utterly incapable of freeing themselves, and they had no idea how Agatha had learned such peculiar binding techniques in her lineage. From behind a white dragon egg, a green dragon head peeked out. Observing the tense atmosphere among the 4, Chaos felt his dragon heart racing with excitement. He understood this sensation. It was the thrill of anticipation. "Let the fight begin. Let it begin," he silently urged. Just then, the green hatchling, clearly facing away from him, suddenly turned its head. Their eyes met. "There's another dragon." Upon hearing the green hatchling's words, the remaining 3 hatchlings swiftly turned their heads to follow its gaze. In an instant, they locked onto him with their 4 pairs of vertical pupils. Hiding was futile. There was no way to conceal himself. No, why should he hide? He boldly stepped out from behind the white dragon egg, and even without looking, he could feel the 4 hatchlings' unwavering gazes upon him. Confronted by the intense scrutiny of the 4 hatchlings, Chaos remained unperturbed. They had just acknowledged that it was Agatha who bound their tails, so what concern was it of his? Moreover, he glanced at the 4 hatchlings, their tails ensnared together, resembling 4 little mischief makers tied up with ropes. A wooden sign would only enhance the scene. "Beware of the 4 ferocious hounds, do not approach." With a grin, he raised a forepaw and waved at the 4 dragons. "You all carry on, I'm merely passing by." After exchanging pleasantries, Chaos continued to bounce along with an air of audacity, striding boldly past the quartet of hatchlings. Gazing at the retreating figure of the green hatchling dragon, the 4 little dragons exchanged glances filled with a shared sentiment. For reasons unbeknownst to me, an urge to confront that earlier fellow surged within. It was the black hatchling dragon who first spoke, and the remaining 3 nodded in harmonious agreement. I too felt the same way. "So, shall we unbind ourselves and pay him a visit together?" Indeed. Thus, with this simple consensus reached, the 4 hatchlings continued to work in unison, using their chubby forepaws to untangle their tails that were bound together. Chapter 5. Do you think I have treated you well? The green hatchling skipped along, humming an unknown melody as it passed by one dragon egg after another, standing upright on the ground. After merrily humming its tune, it returned to the front of the red dragon egg and lay down. Raising its head, it beheld the red dragon egg, which appeared unchanged, showing no signs of cracking. Surrounding it were many other dragon eggs, yet this solitary red egg held its affection. Compared to the others, the scent of the shattered shell of the red egg stirred a deeper anticipation within its heart. "Come on, little brother, show some spirit." With a puff of breath directed at the red dragon egg, Chaos felt a twinge of frustration at its unyielding state. Could it not break its shell any sooner? After all, it was a red one. The green one had already emerged ahead of it. Clearly, expecting a response from the red dragon egg was futile. With a mutter, it lowered its chin back to the ground. The dusty earth within the cave was dry, not hot, but rather pleasantly cool. This temperature was just right for a green dragon like it, creating a comfortable environment for dwelling. Heavy eyelids slowly closed. It prepared to conserve energy and patiently await the next fortunate soul. And Bilates. Barolix. A tender and melodious voice of a young dragonling echoed once more through the expansive cave. Upon hearing the sound, Chaos instantly opened its eyes. Its round head lifted. "It's alive." Pushing itself up with its claws, it cast a disdainful glance at the red dragon egg. "Little brother, you truly are hopeless." With that, Its four small claws swiftly propelled its body towards the direction of the sound. The source was notably close this time. As it dashed past several dragon eggs, Chaos finally spotted its target. Just ahead, one dragon egg had already cracked open, and a round, black little coal-like creature was gnawing at the shell. Why call it a little coal? At first glance, it was undeniably black, paired with a plump little body. In appearance, it bore no difference from a piece of coal. And this black hatchling was even smaller than Chaos, making it appear exquisitely petite compared to an ordinary hatchling. Observing the little coal creature gnawing on the eggshell, Chaos silently quickened its pace, and, upon reaching the shell, extended its claws to grasp the back of the black hatchling's neck. Crack! Crack as it exerted herself to gnaw at her shell. She quickly sensed something was amiss the moment she broke free. Which mother dragon would have a nest with over a dozen eggs, each of different colors? This was abnormal, certainly not normal. There was no need to think about the mother dragon. She had to focus on her meal and complete her first slumber to enhance her strength. The side of the eggshell seemed to drift further away. Why was the shell moving away? Stretching her neck to bite at the shell. It remained just out of reach, always falling short by a fraction. Her open dragon maw snapped at the air. Something was wrong. Why was her body floating? Realizing something was amiss, and turned her dragon head to glance behind her. Upon noticing the adorably foolish creature finally acknowledging the situation, Chaos split her dragon maw into a friendly smile directed at the freshly hatched dragonkin. And this is bad. The concern that had plagued her mind had come to fruition. After confirming her surroundings post-hatching, she sensed that perhaps another dragon had already emerged from its shell. And now that fear had materialized. Gazing at the little coal ball, which was staring back at her with an uncharacteristic honesty, Chaos felt that perhaps this time there would be no need to resort to aggression. The dragon had leaned closer to the small coal ball she held in her claws. Let us negotiate. If you allow me to take a bite of your eggshell, I shall refrain from striking you. What do you say? Am I not being rather generous? Why the silence? Chaos shook her claw. The little coal ball she was holding also trembled slightly. Its dark, vertically slit eyes shifted, and in the next moment, its face reflected fear as she regarded the green hatchling before her. All right, just don't hit me. Excellent. This little coal ball understands the wisdom of appeasement. Observing the creature's round, glistening black eyes, Chaos found it somewhat endearing. A playful spirit ignited within her as she leaned closer, offering another friendly smile to the small coal ball clasped in her claws. Now, would you not agree that I am treating you quite well? Facing this shameless being, and weakly moved her dragon head. Thank you. Satisfied with the response, Chaos withdrew her head. Though a part of her wished to continue playing with the little coal ball, the allure of sustenance took precedence. With a flick of her claw, she hurled the small coal ball high into the air. It soared, yet after a graceful somersault, it managed to right itself and land smoothly. Drawn by the enticing aroma emanating from the eggshell before her, Chaos could distinctly feel her dragon saliva accelerating its secretion. Unable to resist any longer, she stepped forward. Her dragon body pressing against the eggshell, extending her neck to peer down through the broken top. At the bottom of the shell, a crystalline liquid had accumulated. Egg fluid. Splendid, another sip awaited her. Awu. The dragon maw opened wide as she took a hearty bite of the eggshell. The texture was reminiscent of crisp potato chips, though this time, the flavor had shifted from plain to cumin. Crunch, crunch, she continued to gnaw downwards until she reached the egg fluid. Just the right amount. Her hunger fully satiated. Her right claw contentedly rubbed her slightly rounded belly. Having filled her own appetite, there was little point in further foraging. However, her gaze lingered on the shimmering egg fluid. What might the black dragon's egg fluid taste like? Curiosity welled within her. The dragon head leaned in closer. I shan't indulge excessively, just a taste, merely a taste. She reassured herself as her head slipped into the eggshell. Sniff? Sniff. The dragon head hovered over the egg fluid, her two large nostrils inhaling deeply. Devoid of flavor, colorless and tasteless. Akin to the freshly laid egg liquid from Roya. It appears that one must indeed take a taste to discern its essence. The dragon's mouth parted slightly, and a pink tongue delicately licked a portion of the translucent liquid. The emerald vertical pupils instantly focused. Sour, astringent. Retracting its head, the dragon expelled its tongue. Ugh, ugh, ugh. With both claws, it frantically swiped at its protruding tongue, attempting to rid itself of the egg liquid it had just tasted. The flavor was overwhelmingly intoxicating for the dragon. Only when the sourness on its tongue diminished slightly did Chaos feel a measure of relief. A glance was cast towards the side, where the little black coal remained obediently sprawled. How could this fellow's egg liquid taste so unpleasant? Such a waste of its soft and delectable appearance. However, the emerald pupils narrowed. Addressing the prostrate little coal, the dragon parted its mouth again. Remember my name. Agatha Tiamat Tor. If you feel unconvinced, you may challenge me after your first slumber. The green hatchling gently moved its head in response. I want to challenge you. The young, innocent voice carried a soft, endearing quality. What a tender little creature. Yet this demeanor. Chaos cast another rare glance at the black coal on the ground. Surely, this little coal wasn't a color-shifting metallic dragon, devoid of any temperament. But that couldn't be right. With such a profound darkness, it must be a purebred five-colored dragon. Oh, why? I cannot defeat you. The little black dragon shrank its neck, embodying a posture of utmost timidity. Chaos instantly felt a tinge of boredom. This black coal was far too soft and easy to bully, lacking any challenge. Now that he was satiated, it was time to seek a place to embark on his first slumber. Paying no mind to the little coal, he turned and departed. As he watched the green hatchling's figure recede into the distance, the round, glossy black vertical pupils quickly sharpened, transforming into a mere line, with all traces of weakness dissipating, leaving behind an unfathomable depth of darkness. Confirming that the green hatchling had indeed moved away and propped herself up from the ground, bringing her head closer to the eggshell, and opened her mouth to begin feasting. She consumed with remarkable speed, each bite tearing into the shell with fervor, chewing a couple of times before embarking on the swallowing motion. Had she resisted, it would only have piqued the green hatchling's interest. By not resisting, she would render him uninterested. And indeed, this was the case. As for retaliation, the green hatchling's demeanor seemed to be a deliberate display of arrogance. That name was likely not his own, yet it mattered little. She had already memorized the essence of the green hatchling through the remnants left upon the eggshell. Chapter 6. The cave stone walls were composed of hard, black rock. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Chaos came to a halt. This would suffice. Observing the flat stone platform that jutted out before him, he propelled himself upward with a push from his hind legs, effortlessly landing atop the stone surface. Lowering his body, his heavy eyelids gradually closed. He hoped that the green dragon who spoke of the legacy had not deceived him. Clinging to this final thought, his consciousness began to descend into slumber, officially embarking on his first sleep. Not long after Chaos succumbed to sleep, the once silent cave gradually transformed into a lively arena. Agni, Sif, Honora, Frigga. With each resounding roar of their youthful names, the entire cave became a cacophony of sound. The crunching of eggshells echoed continuously within the cavern. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these sounds of nibbling were rather frantic. The cave maintained a brief tranquility until roar. A furious bellow shattered the brief stillness. Soon, more roars followed suit. Had Chaos remained awake, he would have taken great delight in witnessing the vibrant spectacle before him, fully understanding the essence of these growls. You have made a grave mistake. You should not have provoked the great Frigga. Amidst the scuffling hatchlings, a diminutive black dragon, resembling a small coal ball, lay on the ground. Her pupils dilated in a display of utter timidity. Occasionally, some hatchlings would notice her presence, but they merely cast her a disdainful glance before swiftly averting their gaze. Concealed from the sight of the squabbling hatchlings, the little black dragon stealthily inched her way forward. Whenever a dragon's gaze swept over her, she would immediately freeze, obediently lying still. Once more, she quietly pressed down a fragment of red eggshell, casting a furtive glance around to ensure no dragon had taken note of her. With a swift motion, she opened her dragon maw and consumed the piece of shell that lay on the ground. Fighting at such a moment? That would be the folly of a fool. Thus, the skirmishes continued, lasting until half an hour later when the cave once again fell silent. The eggshells on the ground had been completely claimed in the tussles, rendering further conflict unnecessary. The battles were fierce, yet there were no fatalities. None of the hatchlings perished in this fray. Injuries were minor. The hatchlings each found a spot of their liking to lie down, commencing their first slumber in the life of a dragon. The cavern returned to its serene state, interrupted only by the occasional rustling of hatchlings still searching for their preferred sleeping place. Almost all the eggs within the cave had hatched, save for one solitary white dragon egg that stood undisturbed. Surrounding this white egg were numerous hatchlings, gathered in layers. However, as time passed, the hatchlings encircling the white egg began to disperse, having lost their patience in waiting. Gradually, Only 4 hatchlings remained before the white dragon egg, 2 blue hatchlings, 1 green hatchling, and 1 black hatchling. Indeed, they were the 4 little hatchlings with their tails bound together. As soon as their tails were untied, they realized that the struggle had already concluded, leaving them with no fragments of eggshell to claim. Their hopes now rested solely upon the white dragon egg before them. As time gradually passed, the white dragon egg showed no signs of hatching. Eventually, the 2 blue hatchlings chose to succumb to slumber first, followed by the black hatchling. The last, the green hatchling, raised her head to gaze at the white dragon egg, her emerald vertical pupils reflecting a hint of unwillingness. Slowly, she too laid down. The vast cavern fell into a serene silence. A faint cracking sound echoed, piercing through the stillness of the dark cave. At the apex of the white dragon egg, a fissure began to spread, and in the next moment, fragments of the eggshell flew upwards, creating a circular opening at the top. The launched pieces of white eggshell fortuitously landed atop the green hatchling, adorning her with a delicate white cap. Despite the eager eggshell resting on her head, the green hatchling remained unmoving, her heavy eyelids firmly shut, clearly having entered a deep slumber herself. A soft, juvenile roar emerged from within the eggshell, reminiscent of playful chirps. Following this, a pair of plump, white dragon claws clawed at the edge of the shell, and in the next instant, a rotund white dragon head emerged with great effort from the broken opening. There she was, peeking out with only her chubby head visible. The round head began to swivel, her bright white vertical pupils curiously surveying her surroundings. With a heavy blink, she opened her eyes. Before her stood a colossal golden hourglass. Again, this hourglass. Chaos scrutinized it, his gaze fixated on the center where only a final grain of golden sand remained. This indicated that the hourglass was nearing its end. He fixated intensely on the descending grains of sand, waiting until the last one fell. Had it finally run its course? A moment of silence ensued. With a sudden crack, 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 the enormous golden hourglass stirred, flipping over. The lower half filled with golden sand switched places with the now empty upper half. Once again, tranquility enveloped the scene. Chaos. This isn't. The curse that lingered unspoken in his mind was interrupted as everything in his line of sight underwent a subtle transformation. A rushing, turbulent underground river flowed before him. Standing at the riverbank, Chaos directed his gaze towards the stone wall several hundred meters away, lifting his dragon head to look upward. His eyes fell upon the cave's ceiling, adorned with stalactites of varying lengths. Thus, this was an underground river. Thud, thud. Footsteps echoed from behind. Without hesitation, Chaos turned around. Upon recognizing the figure approaching, he was taken aback, for it was none other than himself. As Chaos began to speak, he abruptly halted, stifling the words that yearned to escape his throat. Another version of himself had seamlessly passed through his very being. Indeed, it had occurred just like that. Turning around, Chaos beheld this other self bending down by the river, evidently preparing to drink. Was this, then, an illusion conjured by that hourglass? What, indeed, was the significance of this phantasm? Chaos found himself lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a resounding splash disrupted his thoughts, and he turned his gaze to witness a dark tentacle emerge from the tumultuous waters. The tentacle, like a spear, pierced through the form of the other self that knelt to drink. With a swift motion, the tentacle dragged the lifeless body into the depths of the river. Chaos's slit pupils sharpened in focus. He was dead. Chapter 7. Agatha. Agatha, emerge from your hiding place. I challenge you. Heavy eyelids gradually lifted, revealing a pair of emerald vertical pupils, within which golden slits faintly shimmered. Gazing at the cavern walls before him, Chaos became lost in thought. Was that recent vision merely a dream, or perhaps a glimpse into the future? Strangely, he felt increasingly inclined towards the latter notion. A soft sound echoed through the stillness of the cave, a protest from his belly. Rising from the ground, he extended his right claw to touch his abdomen. Having just awakened from slumber, he found himself quite famished. The emptiness within continually reminded him of the need to nourish himself. Under normal circumstances, the dragon mother would have prepared a second meal for her hatchling by now. Alas, this was no ordinary situation, for a dragon mother was nowhere to be found. Tilting his head, he surveyed the surroundings. Not a single dragon egg remained in the cave. Instead, a multitude of vividly colored hatchlings lay sprawled on the ground, peacefully asleep. The hatching rate was astonishingly perfect. Every egg had successfully cracked, with not a single dead egg or dragon to be found. Such exceptional quality and hatching success rate could not be attributed to abandonment, which could be dismissed outright. What of the possibility that a crystal dragon had pilfered the eggs? That too seemed implausible. Where would one find such a bold crystal dragon capable of extracting an entire clutch of multicolored hatchlings? Moreover, among dragonkind, the crystal dragon ranked low in power. His mind raced onward. One more point stood out. The sheer improbability of an entire brood of perfectly hatched dragons indicated that their lineage was of considerable merit. Thus, it seemed evident that he and these hatchlings had been deliberately placed here by a powerful five-colored dragon. Perhaps even at the behest of the five-colored dragon matron, the dragon goddess. Otherwise, the occurrence of an entire brood with such diverse colors hatching simultaneously to form a miniature dragon clan was as absurd as a commoner suddenly becoming the son of a wealthy tycoon. But why would the five-colored dragon matron orchestrate such an event? A thought sparked within him: fire seeds. They had become the fire seeds, and for now, this was the only explanation that made sense. His belly protested once more, this time accompanied by a twinge of discomfort. His train of thought was interrupted yet again. Casting a glance at his restless stomach, he calmly lowered his head, opening his jaws to scrape a mouthful of earth from the ground with his sharp dragon teeth. The relatively smooth, dry soil yielded to create a small hollow. The taste was far from delightful, gritty, and bitter. He swallowed twice, and with the addition of something to fill his belly, the incessant protests finally subsided. Satisfied with appeasing his hunger, he took his time to rise. Now, he wished to inspect the fruits of his slumber. His gaze shifted to the raised claw. The coloration of the dragon scales upon his claws has noticeably deepened, and the scales themselves appear to have thickened somewhat. Within his consciousness, a small stream has emerged. It represents the totality of his magical power, which is quite substantial. This should be attributed to the advantages of his bloodline, yet it is not the advantage he desires. Continuing to inspect the changes in his draconic physique, he notes that the alterations are not significant. Rather, he has lost some of the roundness characteristic of a newly hatched creature, now exhibiting a sharper angularity. His body has elongated, and his head has become more streamlined. Raising his right claw, he strikes a pose reminiscent of physical prowess. However, to his disappointment, the desired muscular contours do not manifest upon his claw, which remains soft and devoid of definition. A look of dismay crosses Kao's features. He feels that, as a colossal dragon, he ought to engage in physical combat. The raw, visceral thrill of striking flesh is what he finds romantic. Yet, it appears that his innate talents are inclined towards the arcane. He harbors a hope that his abilities might awaken a physical augmentation. With his final hope resting upon his talents, he closes his heavy eyelids and, with careful introspection, unfamiliar symbols suddenly materialize in his mind. Magic Tide. Your magical power will continuously increase over time. Overlord. Your bloodline inheritance designates you as a natural master of magic. Controlling the elements is your essence, and all elements shall yield to you. This is not what he sought. The individual who inscribed this legacy must surely be afflicted with a touch of delusion. His gaze swiftly schemes over the text, ultimately landing on a simplified summary. Absolute elemental affinity. Casting costs are reduced by 20%, increasing with age. Multiplicative synthesis. You innately understand how to combine multiple identical spells, enhancing their potency. Currently, you can achieve a 2-in-1 effect, increasing with age. Elemental mastery. You can command the 9 fundamental elements: wind, thunder, fire, water, earth, light, darkness, space, and life. Suggested to begin your studies with life, as it constitutes the essence of our bloodline's greatest advantage. Elemental corruption. Your bloodline's excessive reliance on the elements renders your physical form inherently frail. Upon reviewing his talents, Kao purses his lips. They are acceptable, possessing strength, yet they do not align with his aspirations, particularly the last aspect. He sighs, deciding to further explore the possibility of awakening some combat-oriented magic. A supportive spell for physical confrontation would be a welcome addition. Magical talent. Toxic thread. Manipulate emerald threads imbued with deadly poison, derived from your magical power. Kao wishes to delve deeper, but finds that he has reached the end. Is that all? A singular toxic magic from the branch of life? Very well. He shall accept it. A wearied thought flits through his mind, and in an instant, a torrent of information floods into his consciousness. It is overwhelming, akin to flipping a page of a book in half a second. Remarkably, he comprehends and retains all the content on both sides of that page. His heavy eyelids slowly lift. Once more, he opens his eyes to gaze upon the familiar cavern before him. Indeed, he has acquired a wealth of knowledge. The right claw was raised, its palm facing upwards, as emerald green specks of light began to materialize upon the dragon's talon. These luminous points coalesced in the air, swiftly forming a delicate green thread. Observing the thread upon his claw, Chaos felt a surge of inspiration. In an instant, the thread transformed into a 5-pointed star. After a brief period of amusement, the novelty of the experience waned, prompting him to flick his claw dismissively. The verdant thread dissipated into the air. The time for play had elapsed. Indulging further would surely provoke his hunger once more. The morsel of earth he had consumed earlier had barely sufficed to quell his appetite. He sensed that his stomach would soon voice its discontent again. Raising his dragon head, he gazed towards the solitary passageway before him, the only exit from the cave. The path led outward, without question. As he surveyed the darkened corridor, memories of a dream, or perhaps an illusion, flickered through his mind. For a fleeting moment, the passage appeared to grow ominous and foreboding. Indeed, it seemed prudent to wait for the other hatchlings. Redirecting his gaze from the tunnel's mouth, he returned his focus to the cavernous interior. It was wise to be cautious, especially for one of his kind, a creature of such formidable lineage. After all, upon reaching maturity, he would be invincible. Agatha, Agatha, come forth. I challenge you. Just then, a youthful roar echoed through the cavern, striking a chord of familiarity. In an instant, the image of the green hatchling, whose dragon egg he had previously claimed, sprang to mind. His dragon maw curled in anticipation. It appeared that the hatchling had awakened a remarkable talent, given the confidence exuded in that roar. Chapter 8. Do you dare challenge me? Within the expansive, flat terrain of the cave, a circle of diminutive dragon hatchlings had formed. At the center, a green hatchling was roaring, its voice high-pitched and innocent. Such is the nature of hatchlings. During their early years, their voices are tender, akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old girl. Peering out from the cave's entrance, the crystalline green slits of its eyes reflected the surrounding hatchlings. Observing this assembly, Cows found himself involuntarily counting. 1, 2, 3, 14. Not one more. Not one less. A total of 14, all having awakened from their first slumber. With himself included, that made 15. Come forth, Agatha. With her claws firmly planted on the ground, Roya roared with abandon. Today, she was determined to repay the humiliation inflicted upon her by Agatha in double measure. As Roya bellowed, the hatchlings parted to create a path. From this opening emerged a red hatchling, towering at 3 meters tall, on the cusp of reaching juvenile status. Unbeknownst to Roya, she remained oblivious to this development. Are you afraid, Agatha? Cowardly wretch. Suddenly, she felt a warmth radiating from behind her. Sensing something amiss, Roya turned her dragon head to glance back. The sight before her rendered her speechless, her emerald slits widening in disbelief. There, squatting behind her, was a red hatchling, having stealthily positioned itself without her notice. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The true revelation lay in its size. It was more than twice her own stature, its crimson claws rippling with muscular definition. Those formidable claws appeared capable of dispatching her with a single strike, without the need for a second blow. Terrifying. Roya instinctively recoiled. Before her, the red hatchling lowered its head, its crimson slits fixated intently upon her. Is it you who dares to challenge me? It inquired slowly. Caught off guard, Roya felt her strength wane, and she plopped down onto the ground. No, I intended to challenge that green dragon. Why does this red hatchling claim to challenge me? Could it be that a hatchling could change color after a phase of slumber? Observing the bewildered expression of the green hatchling, Agatha narrowed her slits slightly. A sense of unease began to wash over her. Something felt amiss. She could not recall having wronged this particular green hatchling. While she had pilfered 2 green eggs, it was certainly not this one. The 2 green hatchlings she had taken from were weak, yet cunning. Glancing back at the green hatchling before her, which appeared rather dull-witted, Agatha pondered its simplicity. Nevertheless, since she had been explicitly named, she found no reason to decline the challenge. With her crimson vertical pupils narrowing, she remained determined to uncover the reason why this green hatchling dared to challenge her. Before the challenge commenced, she expressed a desire for clarity. Why do you challenge me? Upon hearing the word challenge, Roya felt her mind sharpen instantaneously. The round, verdant dragon's head began to shake rapidly from side to side. Challenge? What a jest! How could she possibly contend with the formidable creature before her? She would surely be defeated. Even the blessing of life she possessed would not suffice. No, that's not it. I'm not challenging you. Agatha, perplexed by this revelation, wondered if there was another dragon of the same name lurking within the cave. Observing the little green dragon shaking its head vigorously, it appeared to genuinely fear her. Not me? Yes, yes, yes. Roya nodded emphatically. But I am Agatha. No, no, no. I am challenging the green dragon, also named Agatha. Upon hearing the term green dragon, a sudden understanding dawned on Agatha. With her crimson head raised high, she surveyed the surrounding circle of hatchlings with an authoritative gaze. From her elevated vantage point, she could clearly see each little hatchling before her. As her gaze swept across the assembly, it lingered on one particular green hatchling. Under Agatha's scrutinizing gaze, the green hatchling began to retreat cautiously. She had once contemplated challenging Agatha after awakening, but now, perhaps it would be wise to delay revenge for later. Recognizing the fear reflected in the green hatchling's vertical pupils, Agatha averted her gaze. It likely wasn't her. After a brief pause, her eyes continued to roam. By the time she finished her survey, she had yet to locate the male green hatchling. Her head turned towards the entrance of the passage. The area appeared desolate. At the passage's entrance, Chaos, having withdrawn his head, leaned against the wall, his heart still racing. He lifted a claw to silently stroke the thick scales covering his heart. Agatha possessed an astute perception. Despite not having spotted him, she had somehow directed her attention his way. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. Otherwise, if discovered. Chapter 9. This task was beyond his capabilities. It seemed to have fallen silent. Pressing against the cave wall, he cautiously extended his dragon head once more. In that fleeting moment, a round and vibrant crimson dragon head appeared before him, their eyes meeting. So close. He could distinctly feel the scorching breath emitted from the nostrils of the crimson dragon. When did this creature arrive, moving without a sound? Agatha remained silent, silently observing the green hatchling before her. If her instincts were correct, it was likely this cunning creature who had played a trick on the earlier green hatchling. Chaos, high with a slow lift of his claw, he acknowledged the greeting, and then, he bolted. In an instant, without hesitation, his claws began to dig frantically. However, as he ran, something felt amiss. Despite his frantic efforts, it felt as though he hadn't moved an inch, remaining seemingly stationary. With the cave walls unchanged around him, the frantic movement of his four little claws gradually slowed. Upon glancing back, a chill swept through his heart. It was playtime. His tail was taut, forming a straight line, and at its end, a massive crimson claw firmly pinned it down. Seeing that the green hatchling had finally settled down, Agatha extended her right claw. Observing the approaching claw, Chaos relinquished any resistance. As a dragon of magic, facing a red hatchling of Agatha's stature was an impossible situation. There was no contest. With a release of his claws, he collapsed onto the ground. Let it be. In the next moment, a warm, large claw appeared on the nape of his neck, and then he was lifted into the air. Agatha had thrown him, soaring through the air. He instinctively spread the pair of dragon wings unfurled from his back. His form stabilized immediately, a reflex ingrained in his bloodline. He glided gracefully, landing back on solid ground. Once all four claws touched down steadily, Chaos observed that he had been tossed into the center of a circle surrounded by a group of hatchlings. Agatha clearly had no intention of harming him. Her only purpose was to deposit him here. Otherwise, she would have simply smashed him to the ground. It's you. At that moment, a youthful voice, tinged with a hint of bitterness, echoed nearby. Without needing to guess, he knew it was Roya, the dragon from whom he had snatched the eggshell. You took my eggshell. I challenge you. Roya lowered her stance, her gaze fixated on the green hatchling before her. She had pinpointed her target, the very one she sought to challenge. Seeing the fierce determination reflected in Roya's eyes, Chaos resolved not to back down. Perhaps Agatha was formidable. But why should this green simpleton exhibit such bravado? She was smaller than him. He crouched low, his dragon maw slightly parted, rear claws coiling with energy. Driven by instinct, he prepared for an attack. Similarly, Roya concentrated her vertical pupils in an instant, adopting the same stance in readiness for confrontation. As the two green hatchlings prepared to clash, the surrounding hatchlings grew intrigued, eager to witness this impending skirmish. A towering crimson figure strode confidently between the two hatchling dragons, severing their fierce gaze. Agatha cast a sidelong glance at the green hatchlings flanking her. This was not the time for them to engage in conflict. Such matters could be addressed later. You are larger. Your word is law. Chaos silently withdrew his aggressive stance, rising from his crouched position. In contrast, Rhea seemed reluctant to relent, maintaining her offensive posture as she growled. He stole my eggshell. I must challenge him now. Agatha turned her head, remaining silent as her piercing crimson eyes fixed upon Rhea. Under her steady gaze, the fierce intensity in the green hatchling's eyes gradually softened, returning to clarity. Her lowered form slowly straightened, abandoning her aggressive stance. However, at that moment, a long emerald dragon head emerged from behind Agatha, its maw parting to reveal a pink tongue in a taunting display. The nerve of this creature to provoke her. In an instant, Rhea instinctively lowered her body once more. As she did, a massive crimson claw descended upon her nape, an overwhelming force pinning her to the ground. Watching Rhea being subdued, Chaos could hardly contain his delight, exclaiming, "The little dragon is magnificent." Agatha cast a fleeting glance at the unruly green hatchling beside her. Choosing to ignore him, raising her head, she surveyed the surrounding hatchlings before speaking slowly. "As you have all observed, we are without a dragon mother. In her absence, cooperation is our sole recourse." Crouched on the ground, Chaos unexpectedly regarded the speaking hatchling with newfound respect. This little dragon possessed a remarkable perspective on the larger picture. If we are to cooperate, certain rules must be established. Agatha understood the nature of the chromatic dragons. Their innate instincts precluded them from forming a cohesive group to elect a leader as intelligent species might. Firstly, we shall hunt collaboratively. Secondly, we must alert one another to any dangers we encounter. Thirdly, we shall share any discovered prey. Lastly, fighting is strictly prohibited in times of food scarcity. For now, these 4 rules would suffice. Should anyone choose to disregard them, I am aware that we chromatic dragons have always resolved matters through strength. Defeat me, and you may disregard the aforementioned stipulations. Agatha released Rhea, stepping forward with her crimson claw. As they beheld Agatha's imposing presence, the hatchlings exchanged glances, silently gauging their disparities, and soon returned to a state of tranquility. None dared to voice their thoughts. Chaos lay quietly on the ground, obedient and docile. Everyone understood that at this juncture, the little dragon was the apex. Any challenge would result in a futile beating, and no hatchling desired that fate. Moreover, the terms proposed by the little dragon were quite reasonable, merely aiming to establish foundational cooperation. In his heart, Chaos wholeheartedly agreed. The little dragon commanded respect within the group. His gaze drifted listlessly over the assembled hatchlings. As he observed further, he discerned something amiss. Wait a moment, why do all these creatures possess round heads? In the juvenile stage, dragons can easily be distinguished by gender simply by examining their heads. A rounded head indicates a female dragon, while an elongated one signifies a male. His gaze swept quickly across the scene. Round, round, round. All were round. A total of 14 dragons, all boasting plump, rounded heads. How could they all be females? This seemed rather peculiar, indeed. A nest of dragon eggs in this cave, coupled with his own male dragon. Had he truly been mistaken for a breeding dragon? Surely not. He acknowledged that these adorable little hatchlings appeared quite charming. Yet charm alone could not compel him to perceive them as potential mates of the opposite sex. Apologies, but that was simply beyond him. The dragon species XP is inherently free, and his inclinations leaned more towards the ideals of courtship from his previous life, favoring those with fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs. These rotund little hatchlings could at best be regarded as kin. This was a task he could not undertake. After surveying the area and confirming no dragons had spoken, Agatha continued. "It seems you all have no objections. In that case, I hope you will diligently adhere to these 4 rules moving forward." Agatha then shifted her gaze to the solitary male hatchling, the only one among the nest. "Now, it is time for us to depart this cavern." Chapter 10. What a peculiar sight. A group of colossal crabs sprawled before him. "No, let us not delay any further." The little dragoness gazes at me with intent. After a prolonged moment, it appears she has no intention of diverting her gaze. After a brief hesitation, Chaos resolved to step forward. It was not fear that held him back, but rather the realization that as the sole male dragon, he ought to embody a certain audacity. Thus, the task of scouting this path fell squarely upon his shoulders. With a deliberate movement, he advanced. Rustle, at the sound of his footsteps. He caught a glimpse of a red hatchling dragon, its size nearly double his own, advancing alongside him. This size could only belong to the little dragoness. But what exactly did she intend? Chaos found himself perplexed. He had initially assumed she wished for him to lead the way, yet her actions suggested otherwise. Otherwise, she would not have approached to walk in tandem with him. The most prudent course would have been for him to lead with her following closely behind. Yet here she was, keeping pace beside him. His mind swirled with thoughts, yet he quelled the impulse to inquire directly. The cavernous passage stretched interminably. He could not ascertain how long they had been traversing it. Before him lay what seemed an endless corridor, culminating in yet another bend. This passage was indeed quite lengthy. He grumbled internally, but the journey must continue. He turned the corner with a careful step. Whoosh! An invisible breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a refreshing and humid sensation. His crimson slit-like pupils focused intently, and the fatigue from their prolonged journey dissipated in that moment as the gentle wind swept by. The presence of a breeze implied an exit. His gaze instinctively shifted to the little dragoness, only to find her red slit-like pupils already fixed upon him. Their eyes met. Run! Almost simultaneously. Both the red hatchling and the green hatchling surged forward. They sprinted side by side. The group of hatchlings trailing behind, initially bewildered, soon found their confusion resolved. As the cool, moisture-laden wind brushed against their snouts, they too began to race forward. They ran, and suddenly, a gap appeared ahead in the passage. It was the cave's exit. Upon seeing the exit, Chaos felt a surge of joy. The sound of flowing water grew clearer as they approached the opening. Whoosh! Chaos exhaled heavily, exhilarated. The presence of a river surely indicated the availability of prey. Prey equated to sustenance. Rustle, his claws dug into the earth, gliding to a halt at the cave's entrance. Before him lay a surging subterranean river, and just before it sprawled a vast, concave valley, lush with palm-sized green flora, particularly dense at the valley's center. A horde of black-shelled creatures were voraciously consuming the verdant plants. Their position at the cave's exit was precisely aligned with the center of this semicircular valley wall. At this moment, the legacy of the true dragons also provided its own feedback. The Shilira, a type of magical beast that has long thrived in the underground realm, adorned with thick armor that poses a challenge for weaker races. Yet, before the claws of a true dragon, this formidable armor is as fragile as parchment, rendering them a diminutive and low-tier magical creature, incapable even of basic spells. Chaos perused all the transmitted feedback information. What Shilira? To him, they appeared merely as a multitude of oversized crabs. Their exterior bore an uncanny resemblance to crabs, albeit on a colossal scale. Each creature measured between 2 to 3 meters in width, with the largest reaching an astonishing 4 meters. Notably, their enormous pincers concealed an exquisite tenderness within. Chaos mused. Merely pondering this filled him with delight. Gulp. Instinctively swallowing the excess dragon saliva, he was no fool to drool. The cave's exit was limited, accommodating at most 10 dragons side by side, and particularly Agatha, whose exaggerated form occupied 2 spaces compared to the other hatchlings. The remaining 6 were smaller hatchlings. Upon standing, they endeavored to squeeze forward for a spot. However, not all of them. A plump, white hatchling attempted to inch forward, striving to carve out her own space. The hatchlings, all of the 5-colored variety, were not known for their temper. When jostled, one raised her hind paw and delivered a hefty kick to the smaller white hatchling's head. Onping observed as the rotund white hatchling rolled a few times down the cave passage before springing back up to continue her quest for space. This was the 5th time. Does this creature not tire? The disadvantage of size was unalterable. Since it could not be changed, why bother competing? Their dragon lineage was not solely determined by early appearances. Gazing around the crowded cave entrance, Agatha lifted her right claw and seized the black hatchling pressed against her side by the nape, tossing it into the depths of the cave. Clearing a space, Agatha turned to face the remaining 6 hatchlings. The one she had thrown bore no objections, simply lying quietly on the ground. As for whether it held a grudge, only the black hatchling knew the truth within its heart. Space. Spotting the newly available area, the white hatchling wasted no time and scampered forward with her chubby paws. Noticing the white hatchling about to leap out, Chaos swiftly pinned her down with a claw, pressing onto her cool back with force. The white hatchling found herself firmly on the ground. It was not yet the time for the hunt. There was no need for haste. The pinned white hatchling began to struggle. However, as a white hatchling, her strength was evidently no match for Chaos. Sensing the futility of her efforts, Chaos disregarded her attempts. This creature lacked the power to break free from his grasp. Agatha cast a glance at Chaos and the subdued white hatchling before shifting her gaze to the remaining 4 hatchlings. The remaining hatchlings, like the white hatchling restrained by Chaos, are all relatively small in stature. Beneath the cave's exit lies a valley basin teeming with prey, comprising solely of low-tier magical beasts known as Shilira. This marks our inaugural hunting expedition, so prepare yourselves. Having issued the instructions, Agatha returned to her designated spot. Upon her return, the white hatchling in her right claw continued to struggle. Without hesitation, Chaos raised a claw and struck the white hatchling squarely on its head. Behave yourself. After receiving the blow, the white hatchling ceased its struggles, lying flat on the ground. Its pair of white, slit-like pupils gleamed, exuding a hint of grievance. However, Chaos was not swayed by such displays. The claw once more loomed threateningly before the white hatchling, prompting it to quickly wrap its chubby paws around its round head in fright. Observing this amusing spectacle, Chaos couldn't help but break into a grin, reveling in the playful torment of the little hatchling. Prepare for the dive. The voice of the little dragon resonated nearby, drawing Chaos's attention. He turned to see Agatha, having returned to her position, adopting a diving stance. Her forebody was slightly lowered, her dragon head bowed, her hind claws subtly curved, and her rear raised, while her long, crimson tail stretched taut like an antenna. Chapter 11. The young dragon's fierce spirit. Chaos swiftly released his grip from the back of the white hatchling dragon. With his forepaws firmly planted on the ground, he lowered his center of gravity, his head bowed, hind legs bent, and rear end raised. An instinct rooted in his very lineage informed him that this posture would enable quicker ascension. The precipice at the cave's mouth loomed a considerable distance above, estimated to be around 700 to 800 meters, an impressive height indeed. Should their dive be too sluggish, the feeding Shilira below would likely evade them, turning their inaugural hunt into a probable failure. The pit was not far from the dark river, merely a couple of 100 meters away. If the Shilira managed to plunge into the river before the hatchlings could reach it, their hunting opportunity would vanish. At the cave's entrance, a row of hatchlings poised themselves, ready for the dive. Upon hearing the command from the young dragon, Chaos propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust of his hind legs. Launching his form out of the cave, the wind howled in his ears as he plummeted downward with remarkable speed, devoid of any fear. He refrained from unfurling his wings, as did the other hatchlings, all of whom were descending vertically without spreading their wings. 700 meters, 600 meters. A single Shilira, perched above, spotted the descending hunters. It raised its massive claws, snapping them together with a thunderous sound. The noise startled all the feeding Shilira, causing them to freeze momentarily. In the next instant, they surged into motion, 8 legs propelling them rapidly towards the dark river. 500 meters, 400 meters, 50 meters. With a flourish, Chaos spread his emerald-scaled wings. In that fleeting moment, he felt an innate mastery over the flight instinct etched into his bloodline. His body, previously wavering, swiftly found its balance. He dove towards a Shilira he had already locked onto. 50 meters might seem extensive on the ground, but in the air, it vanished in mere seconds. As he soared above his target, his wings folded in tightly. His body plummeted at an exhilarating speed. With a sharp strike, his claws pierced the dark armored shell of the Shilira, the virulent green venom coursing from his talons into its body. The toxin spread rapidly, enveloping the Shilira entirely. With a resounding thud, the disoriented Shilira collapsed, sliding several meters before finally coming to a halt. Having subdued his quarry, Chaos remained vigilant, his gaze scanning the fleeing Shilira around him. Although his lineage had instilled a notion of superiority over these creatures, they were still formidable beasts. A single strike from their massive claws could spell disaster for a young dragon like him. However, he soon realized his concerns were unfounded. The Shilira were truly timid. They only knew to flee, and even when their kin fell before them, they chose to swiftly circumvent and continue their frantic flight toward the dark river. Never had he contemplated the prospect of retaliation. Standing upon the exoskeleton of his prey, Chaos raised his draconic head, remaining vigilant while casting his gaze upon other dragons. It was then that he realized he was the first among them to achieve a successful hunt. The hunting methods of the other fledglings were not dissimilar to his own. They all commenced their attacks from the vulnerable back of Shilira, a position where its formidable pincers could not reach. As he surveyed the scene, Chaos caught sight of the lowly dragon. This dragon had chosen to descend directly to the ground, turning to face a Shilira that was charging towards her. Unable to change direction in time, in that fleeting moment, she raised her claw, delivering a decisive blow to Shilira's head, shattering its skull and exoskeleton into a spray of flesh. The pincers, poised to retaliate, fell limply to the ground, the creature evidently having met its demise in an instant. Yet, the lowly dragon did not pause. With a swift motion, she seized another passing Shilira. The ensnared Shilira attempted to counterattack, its pincers snapping towards her. However, The lowly dragon raised her claw, smashing the approaching pincers to pieces. Subsequently, she pressed her body against the retaliating Shilira, striking relentlessly until she dismantled its remaining pincer and all 8 legs. Throughout this brutal display, there was no semblance of technique, only a pure and unadulterated aesthetic of violence. Goodness, this lowly dragon is ferocious, Chaos mused inwardly, retracting his gaze to his own quarry. The hunt had concluded with the final Shilira entering the dark river as the signal. Only 6 dragons had succeeded in securing prey. Yet, this mattered little to him. He was simply content to have a meal. With his sharp claws, he sliced through the tough exoskeleton of Shilira, creating an opening. The dark green flesh was soon revealed. Why was it green? Never mind, it appeared appetizing enough. As he opened his jaws to bite, his emerald-slit pupils focused intensely, spitting out the first taste. He frantically scraped his tongue with his claws, attempting to disperse the flavor. It was utterly distasteful, if one were to describe it. It resembled the taste of raw fish entrails, a flavor that was both fishy and bitter, exceedingly so. The taste in his mouth seemed to diminish slightly. Chaos lifted his head to observe the other fledglings indulging in their meals. They appeared to be savoring their food, their slit pupils having expanded into wide circles. How could they enjoy something so unpalatable? Or perhaps, did they have a different experience than his own? Stretching his neck, Chaos finally caught sight of another dragon consuming crab roe, which was indeed yellow, true crab roe, unlike his own dark green morsel. Poisonous threads. In an instant, he found his answer. Given the circumstances, he decided to sample the crab claw instead, as the poisonous threads likely hadn't spread that rapidly. Lifting and grasping the 2 crab claws, I commenced the disassembly. The dragon's maw tore at the joint of the claws, finally severing one. The fracture revealed the tender, white flesh within. Upon seeing the pristine meat, Chaos breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the toxin had not permeated to the joint. He continued his meticulous work. The sound of heavy dragging grew increasingly closer, and as Chaos raised his dragon head, he beheld a petite dragon clutching the lifeless body of a chirilla, slowly advancing towards him. With a resounding thud, the prey was unceremoniously dropped to the ground. Agatha lifted her dragon head, her crimson-slit eyes fixed warily on the green hatchling before her. Eat. The young voice, tinged with icy detachment, uttered a single command. Chaos pondered. What is this little dragon's situation? A domineering CEO? Chapter 12, yet she was foolish. The bright orange crab roe appeared translucent, resembling small pearls. Gulp. Eat. Just eat. Longwin opened wide and took a bite. Observing the green hatchling devouring its meal, Agatha remained silent and turned to her other prey. With absolute individual strength. Even if she discarded her catch on the ground, no hatchling dared to entertain any thoughts. The other hatchlings, however, reacted differently. The Shilira clan was quick to respond. Many hatchlings had failed to secure prey during this hunt. What would the hatchlings do when they failed to catch anything? The answer was evident. They would seize the prey of other hatchlings. Agatha and her companions did not dare to contemplate such actions. It was clear that they were under Agatha's special protection, as was Cow's, whom they also dared not challenge. The answer was unmistakable. The black hatchling stood atop Shilira's corpse, baring its teeth in warning to the 3 approaching hatchlings. Ignoring the warning, the 3 hatchlings pressed on, driven by hunger. With their bodies low, they continued to crawl forward. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow darted past, and one of Shilira's right claws was severed. Roar! Enraged, she directed her fury skyward at the significantly smaller black hatchling, outraged that this wretched thief dared to steal her prey. Just then, the 3 hatchlings sprang into action, converging on Shilira, intent on tearing at her remaining legs. Roar! By the time the black hatchling realized what was happening, it found its prey had diminished yet again. This time, it seemed to have learned its lesson. Rather than roar, it lowered its head to the crab shell and, with a swift claw, smashed the shell, burying its head to feast. Similar circumstances unfolded for every hatchling that had captured prey. In the end, all successful hatchlings learned to keep their heads down, focused solely on their meals, indifferent to the other hatchlings that ventured close, consumed by their own hunger. However, there were exceptions. Burp sated. Cows lay at the edge of the crab shell, letting out a burp. He pawed at the unknown Shilira entrails that had splattered on his face and leisurely rested his forepaws over the side of the shell. He was full. With his belly content, he felt somewhat lethargic, his gaze sweeping over the fray of hatchlings vying for food. Soon enough, he spotted an intriguing target. For hatchlings surrounded a single Shilira, feasting, while the only white hatchling among them seemed eager to join the meal. With a determined gait, it lunged forward. But just as it drew near, a large claw kicked it squarely on its plump white head. The force of the blow sent it tumbling backward, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Once the white hatchling righted itself, it shook its head and charged again. It seemed as if the other hatchlings had conspired, determined to exclude this solitary white hatchling. Even when it shifted focus, the white hatchling was once again met with a swift kick from its peers. This time, the white hatchling dragon seemed rather irked. Its body lowered into an aggressive stance, eyes fixated directly on the blue hatchling that had kicked it. Upon witnessing this, Chaos felt a surge of excitement. Oh, is a confrontation about to unfold? Humph, humph. After a fierce roar, the white hatchling charged at the blue one. Upon hearing that roar, Chaos began to comprehend the situation. It turned out to be a fool, unable even to articulate words. No wonder it faced collective ostracism from the other hatchlings. One must wonder how such a dim-witted creature could emerge from a brood of true dragons. The charging white hatchling appeared quite brave, yet this did not alter the undeniable truth of its lowly position within the food chain among the chromatic dragons. The blue hatchling, engrossed in its meal, barely glanced back. As the white hatchling drew near, it swiftly raised its hind paw and delivered a powerful kick to the white hatchling's head. Perhaps incensed by the repeated assaults, the blue hatchling's kick this time bore greater force. The white hatchling tumbled a considerable distance, showing no signs of halting. One must admit, this creature was indeed rather rotund. As Chaos silently evaluated, the white hatchling continued its rolling journey. A particularly crisp impact resonated through the air, unmistakably a solid hit. The crab shell beneath Chaos shifted slightly. Indeed, the white hatchling had collided with the shell beneath him before coming to a stop. Peering down, Chaos observed the white hatchling sprawled out on the ground, clearly incapacitated, its tongue lolling out in a comically foolish manner, and its plump, conical tail lying flat, reminiscent of a desiccated lizard. Among a brood of true dragons, this one was the sole white hatchling, and it appeared utterly daft, even incapable of speech. Was it possible that this creature was merely an accessory? The thought emerged in Chaos's mind, gaining traction the more he pondered it. This creature might truly just be an adjunct. However, it seemed quite gullible, displaying an air of naivety. His gaze shifted to the white hatchling lying on the ground, which had begun to recover slowly. Its regenerative capabilities were impressive, bouncing back swiftly from such a collision. Perhaps he could deceive this creature to his advantage. The nuances of the hatchling stage were not yet pronounced, but as the hatchlings began their ascension, the frailty inherent in their bloodline would inevitably become apparent. Thus, as a mage, he had a pressing need for a meat shield to stand before him. With this thought, Chaos silently began to deliberate. Given the current circumstances, it was only a matter of time before a small team of dragons collaborated to form a group. Just like his emerald slit pupil shifted to the left, catching sight of a small group of 4 dragons not far away, feasting on a shelled creature, 2 blues, 1 green, and 1 black. They were the very 4 he had ensnared by their tails. Forming a small group under these conditions was inevitable. The white hatchling before him seemed quite suitable. It lacked the blue hatchling's aggressive tendencies, yet it was foolish. Moreover, it did not possess the green hatchling's formidable healing abilities, but still, it was foolish. The juvenile dragon, lacking the physique of a red subdragon model, remained foolish. Ultimately, she did not possess the cunning and slyness characteristic of a black subdragon. Yet her simplicity made her the most suitable ally. Thus, she was a creature worth deceiving. As she emerged from her stupor, shaking her draconic head, she noticed a green subdragon perched on the edge of a heavy shell, staring intently at her. The white vertical pupils narrowed. In the next moment, the white juvenile dragon swiftly rolled over from the ground. How delightful! The scent of food wafted through the air. Her plump white head turned to gaze at the large pincers that had fallen beside her, revealing glistening white flesh within. An enticing aroma filled her nostrils. Danger! An overwhelming sense of peril surged within her heart. Slurp! She had already drawn back several centimeters of crystalline dragon saliva that had dripped from her maw, and the white juvenile dragon cautiously redirected her gaze toward the source of the threat. Observing the white juvenile dragon, who was now tense and slowly retreating, Chaos also lifted his head to follow her line of sight. Not far away, Agatha was crouched before a pile of shattered crab shells, silently fixated on the white juvenile dragon. Chapter 13. From now on, you shall be called Chubby White. Her dragon head remained still, the concentrated crimson vertical pupils fixated intently on the chubby white dragon. It was Agatha, the large lowly dragon. Was this big lowly dragon warning the white hatchling not to covet her food? The sentiment was appreciated, but unnecessary. Redirecting her gaze, she observed the retreating white hatchling. Hey, don't back away. HM. The white hatchling paused, its round, plump head lifting to regard Chaos for a brief 2 seconds before tilting in confusion. Witnessing the hatchling's foolish demeanor, Chaos made a decision. This first companion dragon would undoubtedly be the chubby white one. Indeed, I'm speaking to you, come here. The white hatchling remained stationary. Do you want to eat me? Chaos added. This time, the white hatchling moved, though its gaze shifted toward Agatha. Dragons possess acute hearing, capable of discerning faint sounds from 100 meters away, let alone with Agatha being merely a dozen meters distant. Naturally, Agatha heard Chaos call out to the white dragon and decided not to intervene further, lowering her head to continue nibbling on the crab shell. Crack, crack. The red dragon's maw chewed, the thick shell crunching like crisp potato chips. It was quite palatable, suitable as a post-meal snack. Noticing that the red hatchling no longer focused on her, the white hatchling hesitated momentarily before gingerly extending its chubby little paw, moving slowly toward Chaos. Thud! A large crab claw fell to the ground, rolling until it came to rest beneath the white hatchling's feet. With a determined leap, the white hatchling sprang onto the claw. Looking at the food beneath her, she raised her head to gaze at the dragon who had tossed it over. Her bright, glistening white vertical pupils widened, sparkling with innocence as if silently asking, "Is this truly for me? It's for you, go ahead and eat." Receiving an affirmative response. Without a moment of hesitation, the white hatchling opened her mouth wide. Nom. Her mouth, filled with sharp, full dragon teeth, clamped down on the claw's hard shell. Yet, the shell proved no match for her teeth, shattering easily to reveal the succulent white meat within. Chaos watched quietly as the white hatchling indulged in her meal. He understood the principle that one must be willing to nurture to gain the trust of the chubby dragon. Though she may seem foolish, she could discern who treated her with kindness. Crunch, crunch. Within just 2 minutes, the once whole crab claw was devoured entirely. She cleaned her meal thoroughly, even picking up the remaining fragments of crab shell scattered on the ground and tossing them into her mouth. After finishing her meal, the white hatchling sat on the ground, her gaze eagerly fixed on the green hatchling, who had provided her sustenance. She was still hungry, with the wariness gone from her bright white pupils. Chaos raised a paw and beckoned to the chubby dragon. Come here. Obediently, the white hatchling lifted her body from the ground, her 4 chubby paws moving at a leisurely pace toward Chaos. Upon reaching the crab shell, she came to a halt. What is your name? Humph, humph. I cannot comprehend the infantile language of you white hatchlings. Do you not speak the tongue of dragons? Humph, humph. Gazing at the chubby white creature before her, Chaos found himself in a quandary. Communication was impossible. Yet, this white hatchling seemed to understand her words. Let us test this. Can you comprehend what I say? If so, nod your dragon head. Humph. A nod. Splendid. This rotund creature indeed comprehends. A sigh of relief escaped his heart. Had this chubby one been incapable of understanding speech, he would have had to reconsider his strategy. He required a foolish ally, but not one so utterly dim-witted that basic communication was beyond reach. How could he rely on her if she could not follow his commands? Ah, good. Understanding is a start. Do you still desire the meat from earlier? Humph, a nod. The round, white dragon head moved with noticeably more eagerness than before. Russell, what was that sound? Lowering his gaze, he beheld the chubby, conical white tail of the dragon, sweeping back and forth across the ground. With each swish, the tail disturbed the small pebbles beneath, creating the noise he had heard. Returning his focus to the chubby white creature who gazed up at him with wide eyes. He noted her round head, pure white scales, and a pair of sparkling, crystalline vertical pupils. However, the scales on her forehead were somewhat cracked, with dried dragon blood staining the surface, giving her a slightly disfigured appearance. Nevertheless, at first glance, this creature appeared rather endearing. I can provide you with food, but let us establish one condition first, Chaos continued. My offerings are not without cost. Should you consume my provisions, you must thereafter heed my commands. We shall hunt together, and all spoils of our hunt will be mine to distribute. If you agree, nod your head. If you disagree, shake it. With that, Chaos lapsed into silence, his gaze fixed intently upon the chubby one, awaiting her response. Humph, humph. A nod. Excellent. Raise your right paw. The white hatchling obediently lifted her paw. However, it was not her right paw, but her left, Chaos paid it no mind. Either paw would suffice. Propped against the crab shell, he extended his claw and clasped the hatchling's paw. Perhaps due to her ample girth, her paw felt somewhat soft, the scales cool to the touch. Holding her paw, he gave a gentle tug. This pull drew the white hatchling into the crab shell with him, causing the space to feel a bit cramped as both young dragons settled within. The interior of the shell had been emptied by him, now filled with crab legs and claws. The two sizable crab legs and claws from the shell created quite an abundance of food. Sensing the chill emanating from the side, Chaos cast a sidelong glance at the chubby one nestled closely beside him. The gaze of the chubby little dragon was entirely fixated on the food before it, utterly still. A closer look revealed that the glistening essence was already beginning to spill from its pristine snout. Go ahead, indulge yourself, don't be shy. With a hearty roar, the plump creature rushed towards a pile of crab legs, its chubby claws seizing one and gnawing on it voraciously, devouring it whole, shell and all. The only sound remaining was that of the crab shell being ravaged by the little dragon. Observing the little dragon with its rear end in the air, engrossed in its meal, Chaos settled down nearby. His spirits soared, for he had secured his first companion, an unintelligent ally, perhaps, but one who would prove to be reliable. Unlike the other multicolored hatchlings, this one was devoid of complex thoughts. The little dragon paused mid-bite, then turned its round head, its crystalline white vertical pupils reflecting confusion as it looked towards Chaos, its snout smeared with fragments of crab shell and glistening morsels of flesh. Chaos smiled broadly, declaring, "From now on, you shall be known as Chubby, at least until you learn to speak the dragon tongue." Chapter 14. Indeed, the chubby little dragon takes the initiative. Does she? Humph. The rotund, white dragon gently tapped the dragon's head. With sustenance at hand, the once shattered scales atop her plump, round head had nearly regrown, now covered by a delicate layer of translucent white scales, thin enough to reveal the tender pink flesh beneath. This new layer of scales was gradually replacing the broken ones. All right, you may continue to eat. I shall take a brief slumber. Ever since she had her fill, Chaos had begun to feel drowsy. An instinct inherent to hatchlings. After a hearty meal, weariness sets in. This primal instinct, etched into her very bloodline, meant that in slumber, a hatchling's abilities would flourish. At the very least, her claws would sharpen, her strength would augment, the defenses of her scales would thicken, or she might even learn new magic in her dreams. Humph. Humph. Turning her head, the rotund one resumed her feast on the crab legs. With her plump rear end raised, her stout tail swayed gently, neither hurried nor languid, exuding a delightful tranquility. Nestled within the crab shell, Chaos slowly lowered her heavy eyelids. Crack. Crack. The only sound remaining in the shell was that of crushed shell fragments. After half an hour, the now swollen belly of the chubby dragon ceased its consumption. She was satiated. Her eyelids grew heavy. So sleepy her gaze drifted to the green hatchling sprawled before her. The green one was a good dragon, a generous provider of food. With chubby paws moving, she waddled over to the green hatchling's side, her round, plump white form gracefully turning to settle beside her. Nestled closely against the green hatchling, her rotund head gently nudged the sleeping green dragons, before she too lowered herself onto the crab shell, her heavy eyelids gradually closing. Why is it so cramped? And what is this cool sensation against my side? Opening her eyes, she lifted her head to peer beside her. The rotund white dragon was nestled closely against her, still asleep, albeit in an exceedingly awkward position, her mouth ajar, half her tongue dangling outside, and glistening dragon saliva pooling beneath her. This creature, with so much space available in the crab shell, why must she choose to sleep right next to me? Pushing her body up, she took a couple of steps forward. Shoo, shoo. The moment she moved, a rustling sound emerged behind her. Without her support, the chubby dragon tumbled to the ground in a most ungraceful manner, yet remained blissfully asleep, her belly upturned to the sky. Glancing at the creature sprawled out, Chaos decided not to intervene. Having only just drifted into her dreams, she felt a pang of hunger. Approaching the remaining crab legs within the shell, she seated herself upright, grasping one with her claw and stuffing it into her mouth. As she chewed, she reflected on her recent slumberous bounty. Perception vines summoned several vines using magical energy, allowing the caster to use them as a means of sight. Acquiring a spell from a single nap, her lineage was indeed remarkable, though merely an auxiliary magic. It was precisely what she needed at this moment. As the command was issued, that familiar sensation washed over me, and a plethora of unfamiliar arcane knowledge emerged within my mind. The perception vine was merely a minor auxiliary spell, thus this influx of knowledge was fleeting, lasting no more than half a minute. A brief encounter, indeed. With a decisive crunch, I savored the last segment of crab leg. My 4 claws touched the ground, and with a powerful thrust from my hind legs, I leapt 3 to 4 meters high, landing gracefully on the bank of the river. Before me lay a tumultuous dark river. I paused, coming to a halt approximately 15 meters from its edge, lowering my dragon head. The ground beneath was a rich, dark soil, exuding fertility. It was time to experiment with my newfound magic. My emerald vertical pupils narrowed slightly. No intricate incantations were necessary. Such complexities were reserved for lesser beings. I was a dragon, a natural spellcaster, with dominion over the 9 elements. The air around me began to coalesce into emerald motes, gradually forming a circular ring the size of a basin. Intricate green runes emerged upon the ring, not at a slow pace, but rather instantaneously. The circle becoming adorned with vibrant magical symbols. A radiant glow enveloped the ring, reflecting upon my emerald visage, signaling that the spell was ready to be unleashed. Gazing at the casting ring, I leaned in closer. The runes upon the circle twisted and turned in a chaotic fashion, yet I could decipher them effortlessly. Despite this being my first encounter with such an entity, esteemed master of the elements, I am the life element, Vineal, and it is my honor to serve you. Life is the origin of all. We bring forth sound to this world. An extensive arrangement of runes followed. Lastly, may I become your elemental familiar? The sentiment was earnest and fervent. The elemental energy within the emerald casting ring pulsed gently. A life element had proactively sought a pact with me. For any spellcaster, such an opportunity was a prestigious honor. To forge a contract with an element would significantly enhance one's prowess in that type of elemental magic, amplifying comprehension, power, and all other facets. I raised my lowered head slightly, a glint of disdain flickering in my emerald eyes as I regarded the casting ring. How audacious for a mere life element to seek my pact. Perhaps I might consider it if the elemental queen were to grace me with her presence. Elements were one matter, but what was this? A youthful yet indifferent voice chimed in from the side, and in the next moment, a massive crimson dragon head loomed before my casting ring. For me, this head appeared colossal, twice my size, in fact. It was a grand dragoness. Upon recognizing her, my previously tense claws relaxed. It was merely a contract with a life element, after all. The crimson dragon had approached the casting ring, and feeling the intense warmth radiating from her, I slightly shifted my head to the left. Agatha quickly scanned the runes upon the casting ring. As they were written in the dragon tongue, she could easily comprehend them. Is this your first spell casting? Yes. Chaos gently tapped the dragon's head. Indeed, this was his inaugural attempt at casting a spell. The venomous thread scarcely qualified as formal magic, at best resembling a mere cantrip devoid of rank. Quite impressive. How do you intend to respond to this contract? Refusal. I have no intention of forming a pact with an ordinary elemental being. After a brief pause without a reply, Chaos tilted his head and found the young girl staring intently at him with her crimson-slitted eyes. It was peculiar, yet he could not quite articulate what was odd about it. However, he discerned a flicker of contentment in those red eyes. Surely not. What could this young girl possibly find gratifying? Upon closer inspection, he noted that the eyes were merely a vast expanse of unfathomable depth and indifference. It appeared he had misjudged. Why do you gaze at me so? Chaos murmured. All right, you wish to take the lead, don't you? It was a statement he ought to have made, yet it had been uttered by her instead. Nothing at all. Chapter 15. Unable to overcome retracting my gaze from the large young girl, I turned my attention back to the spellcasting ring before me. With a mere thought, the emerald glow emanating from the ring intensified dramatically, scattering tiny green motes akin to fireflies in the night, which gently descended upon the dark soil. A faint yet discernible sound of growth resonated from beneath the surface, barely perceptible, but not escaping the keen ears of the 2 fledgling dragons. As the sound of growth became increasingly pronounced, tender shoots broke through the earth, rapidly ascending until they transformed into a verdant vine. At the forefront of this vine, a small bulge began to form, swelling until it reached the size of a chicken egg. Within this egg-sized bulge, a slender filament gradually unfurled, revealing an emerald eyeball. Simultaneously, Chaos's perspective shifted. In this new viewpoint, he and Agatha stood side by side before the vine. It was peculiar and fascinating. This was a third perspective. Likely the function of the sensing vine. Was this a form of perception magic? Indeed, having learned it upon waking, it was perfect for exploring the hidden currents below. After exchanging a glance with Agatha, he began to channel his magical energy. The emerald spellcasting ring, suspended before the dragon's head, shone even brighter. The familiar sound of growth echoed once more, this time with the vine's pace accelerating. 1 meter, 2 meters. Once the vine reached 2 meters, it could no longer remain upright and instead cascaded to the ground. Yet, the fallen vine continued its swift growth, resembling a green serpent as it extended towards the riverbank. Upon reaching the edge of the subterranean river, the vine plunged without hesitation into the abyss of darkness, an endless void. This was the imagery of the third perspective. As the vine delved deeper, the surrounding darkness began to dissipate. An ordinary spellcaster would have ceased their efforts by now. However, Chaos was different. His bond with the elements resembled that of a deity and a devoted follower. He merely needed to cast the spell, allowing the life elements to address the minor concerns autonomously, such as granting the sensing vine the ability to adapt to the darkness. The tumultuous waters above contrasted sharply with the tranquility below. As the sensing vine descended further, this calm became increasingly pronounced. 50 meters, 60 meters, 100 meters. By the time it reached 100 meters, the water beneath had settled into a profound stillness. It was at this depth that schools of fish began to appear. These fish were substantial, the smallest measuring around 1 meter in length, while the largest appeared to stretch 5 or 6 meters, covered in scales. They boasted 2 pairs of crimson fins, one set behind the gills and another at the base of the tail, along with elongated, sharp teeth protruding from their mouths, unmistakably indicating they were not herbivores. In the depths of a subterranean river, the cache, a water-type magical beast, thrives in cold environments, typically residing in underground streams or frigid waters. This creature, characterized by its sharp fangs and succulent flesh, can grow up to 10 meters in length. Yet it remains a pitifully weak low-tier beast. Remarkably swift in its movements, the cache possesses the ability to enhance its physical form using magical energy, rendering its flesh even more delectable, truly a personal favorite. Suddenly, a 2-meter-long cache sensed something amiss beneath the water's surface. With a powerful flick of its tail, it executed a rapid turn, closing the distance with astonishing speed. In an instant, it lunged forward, its gaping maw snapping down and severing the eye of a sensing vine. The vine, now bereft of its eye, began to wither, its once vibrant green roots fading into a desolate hue. On the riverbank, Agatha observed the now lifeless vine, her gaze drifting toward Chaos beside her. "What transpired?" she inquired. "We've encountered a school of cache." "The vine was devoured," Chaos replied, a grin spreading across his face. This revelation hinted at the abundance of food available in the subterranean river, as such a school could not survive without ample sustenance. This abundance was certainly a boon for their group of fledgling dragons, yet capturing these cache would require some strategy. A direct dive into the water would be futile. Although dragonkind does not require breath and can navigate the depths with ease, surpassing the native inhabitants in speed proved to be a daunting task. "Are you in good spirits?" Agatha asked. "Indeed, we have discovered a source of food. We shall not go hungry," Chaos replied. "However, those cache are not easily caught." He casually dismissed Agatha's concerns when his gaze fell upon the basin behind them. The more he observed, the more it resembled a fishing pit, a trap for capturing fish. All that was needed was to carve out a waterway to fill the basin. As for bait, the lush vegetation in the valley would suffice. While cache do not consume plant life, other fish certainly would. A subterranean river could not solely be populated by carnivores. If that were the case, the cache would have perished long ago, leaving no opportunity for them to devise a plan. In the dark waters, the fledgling dragons had little hope of capturing the cache. But by restricting the area, the tides could turn, transforming the cache into mere prey at their mercy. With a plan in mind, all that remained was to enlist someone to carry out the task. Chaos turned his gaze toward Agatha, noting her robust muscles, formidable claws, and towering dragon form. She was clearly suited for labor. His gaze was unabashed, which, to the proud chromatic dragon, could be deemed an affront. Yet Agatha was not angered, for she understood that Chaos had intentions. "Do you have a plan?" she asked. Her tone conveyed a sense of certainty. Indeed, a notion had taken shape. "What do you think about excavating this pit to create a reservoir?" Upon hearing this, Agatha instantly grasped Chaos's intention. "You wish to attract those creatures from cache by means of the water storage." "Precisely." Chaos tilted his dragon head, his mouth parting in a display of pride. Observing the smug little dragon before her, Agatha, almost instinctively, extended her claw, which then descended directly onto the verdant forehead of the dragon. She herself was uncertain why she felt compelled to do so. It was simply an impulse that drove her. Chaos's body stiffened, his heart embroiled in turmoil. What did this large lowly intend? He longed to break free, but found himself unable to overpower her. He wished to voice his inquiries, yet he remained powerless. Chapter 16. There are troublesome folk. And this large claw, how comforting. Suddenly, the warmth above my head vanished. It was Agatha retracting her claw. Placing her claw on the ground, Agatha spoke. What shall we do? It's quite simple. We need to dig a channel to store water. When the small fish and shrimp come to forage, we shall catch them, and their scent will naturally attract those cash. Very well, I will summon them to dig. In unspoken agreement, the two young dragons chose to overlook the recent awkwardness. Agatha approached the gathering of hatchlings in small clusters not far away. Observing Agatha walk away, Chaos lifted his claw to touch the top of his head. In a frigid winter environment, being close to Agatha might indeed be a wise choice. He shook his head. No. How could he entertain such strange thoughts? Had he developed feelings for Agatha? That shouldn't be the case. The larger red hatchling stepped forward into the center of the dragon group, surveying her surroundings. All hatchlings that caught her gaze instinctively averted their eyes. The five-colored dragon's strength was paramount, and it was evident that no hatchling at this stage could challenge Agatha. 1, 2, 3, 12. Not one less. All accounted for. After counting, Agatha opened her mouth with a dragon smile. Chaos conceived a hunting strategy that, if successful, should provide them all with a hearty meal. Those who wish to participate, follow me. With that, Agatha turned and departed. The hatchlings exchanged glances. A small but plump black hatchling mustered her strength to follow. Seeing this, a green hatchling promptly lifted herself and joined. Roya approached in. The round, verdant head of the dragon pressed against Anne's. Hey, and do you really trust that one? And glanced at Roya, who was following closely behind. Aesthetically, this ally was indeed striking. Her scales shimmered with a vibrant green hue, her form elongated. Her emerald vertical pupils appeared particularly clear. This was precisely why Anne had chosen Roya as her ally. Believing her holds little risk. After all, we have nothing to lose. Upon hearing Anne's words, Roya felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. How could you forget that vile creature stole our eggshells? I haven't forgotten. Then why do you still heed her words? This isn't about obedience, Roya, it's merely cooperation. But I do not wish to cooperate with her. Roya's words were petulant, her voice lowering to a near murmur. And naturally heard her, but chose to ignore the complaint. She understood that Roya was merely venting. Given their current predicament, food was undeniably the most crucial factor, and only sustenance could expedite their growth. Crackle, more dragons rose to their feet, and ultimately, all 12 dragons, without exception, followed Agatha. Agatha led the group back to Chaos. You shall command them. Very well. Agatha subtly nodded towards the dragon head, which served as her acknowledgement. Chaos turned his gaze towards a group of hatchlings and soon recognized two familiar dragons. It was indeed the duo of Anne and Roya, who had formed a close-knit bond. In response to Chaos's scrutinizing gaze, Anne remained unperturbed, while Roya, positioned beside her, exhibited a hint of unease, her dragon body beginning to lower slightly. Just as the scales on her abdomen were about to touch the ground, Anne extended her claw and gently lifted Roya's belly. Gradually, Anne's claw elevated Roya's lowered form. It was only then that Agatha shifted her focus away from Roya. The playful antics of the hatchlings had reached their limit. It was time for action. Chaos surveyed the hatchlings before speaking. Follow me. The group of hatchlings obediently trailed behind him. Upon reaching approximately 1/3 up the slope of the pit, Chaos came to a halt. This will suffice, he declared, raising his head to look upward. The pit was about 10 meters away, a distance deemed adequate. With his right claw digging into the muddy slope, Chaos drew a line measuring roughly 20 meters in length under the watchful eyes of the hatchlings. Once the line was complete, he pointed his dirt-covered claw at the ground before him, addressing the eager hatchlings. Now, you shall dig along this line until you break through. With a rustle, Agatha was the first to take the initiative, digging forward. The soft earth at the riverbank yielded easily to her sharp claws, and in no time, she had excavated a small pit measuring a meter in length. With Agatha, the strongest among them, leading the effort, the remaining hatchlings gradually joined the excavation. The collective endeavor of the hatchlings proved to be swift, and within a short span, the water channel began to take shape. Observing the industrious hatchlings at work, Chaos reclined comfortably on the ground. As a sorcerer, his strength lay in intellect, not in physical labor, and given his inherently frail nature, Such exertion was beyond him. As he settled down, the familiar wave of drowsiness washed over him. The hatchlings continued their vigorous digging, pushing the excavated soil towards the pit. About half an hour later, Agatha's voice rang out, "All right, stop." The hatchlings obediently ceased their toil. The water channel was now mere meters away from completion. Gazing at the nearly finished channel and the hatchlings covered in mud, Agatha spoke again. "You may rest now." The hatchlings were no longer needed for the task ahead. With that, Agatha turned and approached Cows, who lay dozing nearby. Before opening the water channel, she felt compelled to rouse this lazy creature. The green hatchling nudged its head closer to the black hatchling. "Look at that fellow, truly adept at slacking off." "Indeed," and replied. Casting a glance at the green hatchling lounging a short distance away, her tail subtly rising behind her. The dark tail tip gently tapped the earth behind her. A stream of water erupted from the earth, causing the surrounding soil to swell and tremble, as if it were on the brink of being violently breached. The water was about to burst forth. It was unclear which of the hatchlings shouted in alarm. But it unfurled her dragon wings and seized her bewildered ally by the tail, lifting him skyward. The remaining hatchlings reacted swiftly, with those still dazed, like Roya, being pulled upwards by their companions. With a thunderous crash, as the hatchlings ascended, the earthen walls crumbled, and a torrent of water gushed forth. Agatha, who had already traversed halfway, heard the sound of rushing water behind her. Casting a glance at the slumbering chaos nearby, her mind swiftly calculated the outcome. There was no time. Even if she sprinted with all her might now, she would not reach chaos before the water arrived. With a powerful flap of her crimson-scaled wings, she soared into the air with determination. She understood that being swept by the water would only cause Chaos mild discomfort, if not leave him entirely unharmed. What a racket! Alas, why must it be so noisy all at once? Could these little hatchlings not take their task seriously? Chaos, roused from his slumber, slowly opened his heavy eyelids and propped himself up on his claws. Before him loomed the advancing torrent of water, so near, it was almost upon him. There are troublesome citizens. Chapter 17, Caught. Indeed, this matter is undoubtedly related to these two individuals. With a surge of power in its hind legs, it leaps. Just as it leaves the ground, the dragon's wings have yet to unfold, and the rushing waves of water instantly envelop it. Gurgle, gurgle. On the riverbank, a number of hatchling dragons slowly lower their claws, stretching their necks to gaze at the verdant figure being swept into the deep pit by the turbulent current. All the hatchlings observe in silence. The swift water spins the green hatchling in a whirlpool, and as the water accumulates, the green hatchling gradually succumbs to its depths. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the water level of the pit rises to its zenith. Splash! A verdant claw emerges from the river, climbing onto the riverbank. Agatha breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing the claw reach out from the water, although she knows that a mere wash from the water would not harm Chaos. A twinge of worry lingers in her heart. Fortunately, it seems all is well now. Clutching a fish over a meter long in its mouth, Chaos ascends the riverbank. He surveys the surroundings. Numerous hatchlings lie on the bank, many of them watching him. "I hope you're unscathed." A tall, crimson figure appears before him. It is the large girl. Chaos shakes his head, and the fish in his mouth begins to wriggle restlessly. He has gradually grown accustomed to this inexplicable concern from the large girl. "Why didn't you call me?" "We did, but the earth collapsed too swiftly." He believes her words, yet the situation is undoubtedly more complicated. There must be an untrustworthy individual at play. A glance around reveals that these hatchlings have now banded together, as evidenced by their clustered positions. Blue, blue, black, green, green, black, red, black, green, blue, blue, black. This roughly encapsulates the situation. Chaos's gaze settles on the two green and black hatchlings huddled together. Two familiar dragons, Green Dullard and Black Coal. He even remembers their names, Roya and En. His gaze focuses on the two hatchlings. Black Coal, En, remains unresponsive, her expression devoid of emotion as she meets his gaze. However, Green Dullard beside her exhibits a different reaction. Roya shrinks her neck slightly. This mischievous creature possesses a rather keen perception. Surely, this rascal is not contemplating revenge. With a slow turn, he positions his rear toward the green hatchling. Caught. Indeed, this matter is undeniably connected to these two. Very well, I shall remember this. You two wait for me. He silently notes this down in his mind. However, now is not the time for vengeance. With a stride, he carries the still wriggling fish to the mouth of the riverbank pit and pauses. The water in the pit has nearly reached its limit. and the current is beginning to calm. With a thought, a verdant spell unfolds before the dragon's head. Emerald light cascades onto the ground. Crack, crack, crack. 3 emerald vines burst forth from the soil, each vine's tip adorned with a verdant eye. With a mental command, the 3 vines extend toward the mouth of the water channel. 3 underwater vistas emerged in the mind as 3 tendrils were deftly maneuvered to conceal themselves at the left, center, and right positions at the bottom of the waterway. With the task complete, all that remained was to await the arrival of small fish and shrimp venturing into the pool for sustenance. As for bait, the green vegetation nestled within the pit served as the most enticing lure. Was there anything more to be done? No, it was best to wait for a while. After responding to the little girl, Chaos padded forward toward the nearby crab shell. The plump creature was still in slumber. It was time to rouse it for the impending hunt, for it was the moment for the round one to exert its efforts. As Chaos took a few steps, the sound of footsteps echoed behind, and a glance revealed Agatha trailing along. Never mind, he thought, and continued onward to the crab shell. With a bend of his hind legs, he leaped effortlessly over 2 meters to perch atop the shell. The slumbering creature within lay blissfully unaware, sprawled out with its rotund belly exposed, its pink tongue lolling, appearing utterly oblivious to the world. The fish clutched in his mouth began to thrash once more. It was not yet finished. Suddenly, an idea struck Chaos as he gazed at the deeply sleeping creature. Releasing his grip, the fish fell onto the shell, barely having time to flail before a verdant claw pinned its head down. The sharp tip of the claw pierced effortlessly into the fish's skull. Perhaps sensing the agony, the fish's tail began to whip about frantically, as if possessed by a motor. Observing the fish in his grasp, Chaos widened his maw and cast a sidelong glance at the still slumbering creature. Bringing his claw closer to its head, he began to tap it insistently. The fish's tail thrashed wildly against the round head, imparting a forceful sway. Still, there was no sign of awakening. Watching the creature remain in a deep slumber despite the commotion, Chaos silently exerted more pressure, driving his claw deeper into the fish's head. The pain intensified the tail's frantic movements. With an indignant roar, the creature's white maw opened wide, and in one swift motion, it bit off nearly 1/3 of the fish, tail included. Its eyes widened in shock as it beheld the dismembered fish before it, and then it turned to gaze blankly at Chaos with its glistening white vertical pupils. Chaos thought to himself, what a loss. With a fierce glint in his emerald eyes, he struck with his claw, delivering a firm slap to the round creature's forehead. The impact jolted the slumbering one awake. As the creature, now prone on the ground, caught a whiff of the savory fish, it instinctively gulped, completing the swallowing motion in an instant. So delicious, so delightful. Rising to its feet, the round creature leaned in closer to Chaos. Nuzzling against him, Chaos disdainfully pushed the shameless one away with his claw. If given another chance, he would certainly choose to rouse the creature with a single claw swipe. As he observed the round one gazing eagerly at him, it was evident that it still desired more to eat. Nothing left. If you wish to eat, then rise and follow me. Humph. The plump white creature extended its head to nudge forward, but this time it met with empty air, causing its dragon form to lose balance and tumble to the ground. Casting a sidelong glance at the plump white creature sprawled upon the crab shell, I continued to stride towards the edge and leaped out of the shell. The plump creature, having fallen onto the crab shell, propped itself up and hurried to catch up. Agatha, lying beneath the vacant crab shell, lifted her dragon head to observe Chaos descending without uttering a word. However, another white figure soon appeared in her line of sight. It was the white hatchling. The hatchling slid out from the edge of the crab shell, evidently attempting to break, but failing to do so, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Such clumsiness. I could not fathom why Chaos had chosen this white hatchling as an ally. It was evident to me that the hatchlings were banding together, yet this was unnecessary for her. On one hand, it pertained to strength, and on the other. Chapter 18. Magical Transformation. Disregarding the plump white creature that had rolled away, Chaos approached Agatha and lay down beside her. He grasped a fish head with his claws and exerted a slight pressure. The fish flesh was effortlessly torn in two, revealing its tender, enticing meat. Struggling against temptation, he offered half of the fish to Agatha. Though he could not fathom Agatha's true intentions, one thing was certain. She would defend herself without question, without hesitation. Agatha accepted the fish, her dragon maw opening wide to seize a segment of the meat. Chaos released his grip, and for Agatha, half of the fish was merely a single bite. He brought the remaining fish flesh to his own maw, drawing it in as though slurping noodles. savoring its exquisite and succulent flavor. Chaos, she inquired, how much longer must we wait to commence the hunt? Lying prone, he gazed towards the pit that had filled with water. With a shift in thought, vivid underwater images flooded his mind. Beneath the surface, numerous small fish and shrimp, each exceeding a meter in length, had begun to nibble at the green vegetation. The numbers were insufficient, however, patience was required. By the way, Agatha, he continued, when we begin hunting Makashi, we will need some physically strong juvenile dragons to guard the waterway. You can handle the arrangements. I understand, Agatha replied, raising her claws. I will make the necessary preparations. With that, she moved forward. To ensure that more Kashi entered the waterway, the excavation needed to be substantial, and she could not manage it alone. Chaos remained still, observing as Agatha approached the clustered juvenile dragons resting on the ground. In terms of strength, Agatha, the robust young dragon, was undoubtedly the most suitable ally. Yet, he harbored a feeling that an invitation from him would be met with refusal. It seemed she had no intention of forming alliances. Swish, hearing a sound, Chaos turned his head and found a round, white dragon head positioned before him. The plump creature was fixated on the remaining piece of fish flesh in his maw, its crystal-clear vertical pupils filled with longing. With a swift motion, he devoured the last of the fish, ignoring the disappointed gaze of the round dragon. It was impossible for him to share. Chaos had already been generous by not confronting the plump creature for having consumed a third of his fish. Stop staring. You can catch your own in the pit later. He scoffed. The round white head rested on the ground, and while Chaos could not comprehend the young dragon's language, he understood the tone of disappointment. He was unconcerned with the creature's feelings. Closing his eyes, he shifted his vision entirely to 3 sensing vines, and 3 perspectives emerged in his mind. At the bottom of the water pit, translucent shrimp and fish measuring approximately 1 meter in length voraciously devoured the verdant flora, relishing this bountiful feast bestowed upon them by fortune. 1, 2, 3, merely a handful, far too few. It seems patience is required for a while longer. Splash, under the watchful gaze of emerald-hued eyes, a school of fish exceeding a meter in length glided through the flowing waters above. Time passed in a series of moments, though the exact duration remained elusive. A congregation of fish and shrimp had already formed within the waterhole, visible even to the juvenile dragons on the riverbank. Many of the fledgling dragons, unable to suppress their hunting instincts, began to restlessly dig at the soil with their claws. The largest among them, a red fledgling dragon significantly larger than its peers, rose to its full stature. Agatha approached the group of juvenile dragons and settled down, her head directly facing them. In that instant, the agitated throng of dragons fell silent, with heavy eyelids adorned with delicate scales lifting and pink membranes unfurling. Chaos opened his eyes. He cast a fleeting glance at Agatha nearby, silently commending her with a thought of "Well done, my dear." Rising gracefully, he made his way toward the water channel. The plump white dragon, bored and digging in the soil, raised its round head, now coated in fresh earth, to gaze at Chaos. After a moment's pause, it quickly lifted its body and scampered to follow the figure ahead. Coming to a halt before the water channel, it gazed into the tranquil, crystalline waters. With a mere thought, a verdant magical ring unfurled before its head. This was the spell ring for sensing vines. The ring was adorned with a myriad of twisted magical runes. A mere glance at these runes allowed an instinctive understanding of their meanings, alongside a clear comprehension of their intended arrangement. Everything felt as if guided by instinct. This time, he did not seek to summon sensing vines, but aimed to transform the spell, repurposing it for a different application. Lifting his right claw, the sharp tip pressed against one of the runes upon the spell ring. Gently applying pressure, the rune dissipated into a point of emerald light, vanishing into the air. This one is unnecessary. This one too, and this one as well. As each rune was dismissed, numerous vacant positions emerged on the spell ring. Around, White Dragon's head nudged closer, its bright, curious, white vertical pupils fixated on the spell ring. Stay put, Chaos instructed, gently pushing the inquisitive head away. With a soft grunt, the white dragon complied, sitting obediently beside him, no longer interrupting Chaos. As he focused on the spell ring before him, an array of magical runes swiftly materialized in his mind. With each rune aligning perfectly, Chaos gradually raised his right claw. The claw, adorned with glimmering green scales, moved gracefully through the air, exuding an elegant, unhurried composure. Each delicate glide of the sharp tip emitted a faint, luminous green radiance. Suddenly halting, A verdant magical rune began to coalesce in the air. The tip of his claw lightly tapped the rune. The magical patterns seamlessly merged into the casting ring, aligning perfectly in their designated positions. The tips of the claws continued to glide gracefully. One after another, vibrant emerald patterns materialized in the air, each being intricately integrated into the casting ring. Finally, the last emerald pattern nestled into the ring. The once dim and unremarkable casting ring now radiated a dazzling emerald brilliance. One ring gave birth to another, resulting in a double casting ring that overlapped magnificently. Gazing at the casting ring before him, Chaos couldn't contain his joy, his dragon-like grin widening. The transformation was complete. The enhancement of the casting was a success. Had it failed, he would have been met not with the illumination of the casting ring, but with the catastrophic explosion of it. Raising his right claw, the sharp tip gently tapped the glowing emerald surface. The verdant radiance cascaded down onto the earth. A pronounced sound of vigorous growth resonated from beneath. As the soil began to rise subtly, dark tendrils erupted from the ground, each vine approximately as thick as an adult's wrist, adorned with perilous black thorns that signified danger. Chapter 19. Regardless, their dragonkind possesses ample experience points for freedom. The tendrils extended along the waterway, plunging beneath the surface, intertwining and weaving. They soon formed an elaborate net entirely composed of vines, blocking the outlet. It was time to hunt. Chubby, follow me. With a playful huff, Chubby promptly trailed after Chaos, halting before Agatha. Are we ready? Yes, it's all set. You may proceed. With confirmation, Agatha turned her gaze toward the eager hatchlings who could hardly contain their excitement. Line up, everyone. Upon realizing they could finally hunt, the hatchlings obediently formed a line along the riverbank, their round, vertical pupils fixated on the waterhole. The water of the dark river was crystal clear. Even from the shore, one could observe the white shrimp and fish darting beneath the surface. Chaos positioned herself with Chubby at the right edge. Raising her crimson dragon head, she scanned the surroundings, ensuring all hatchlings were prepared before lowering her dragon body. Watching the white shrimp dance in the water stirred her own hunger. Since her slumber, she had yet to consume any substantial food. The meager portion of fish meat provided by Chaos had merely whetted her appetite, offering no true sustenance. Remember, no fighting during the hunt. Any disputes must be resolved after we finish. That is all I wish to convey. Prepare yourselves. With a resounding roar, Agatha was the first to plunge headlong into the water. At the sound of the roar, Chaos propelled herself with her hind claws. The water was somewhat cool, yet tolerable. Utilizing the perception offered by the tendrils, she flicked her tail, leveraging the force to swim toward a large shrimp nearby, perhaps sensing the impending danger. The fish and shrimp that had been peacefully feeding suddenly scattered in a panic, including the one Chaos had targeted. The shrimp propelled itself, releasing a flurry of bubbles as it darted several meters away. Chaos did not pursue. Instead, she opened her dragon jaws and snapped to the left, capturing a fleeing fish in her grasp. The delectable taste of fish flesh enveloped her mouth. With full force, Chaos bit down, not intending to hold back, nor to savor her meal. Her dragon claws tore through the fish, causing the clear water to bloom with a crimson hue. Her tail flicked behind her, anchoring her in place as she began to feast beneath the surface. Before she had finished, her perception through the tendrils revealed a transparent shrimp swimming toward her. Raising her left claw, she perfectly seized the shrimp's head. Her sharp claws pierced through, and with a swift squeeze, the shrimp's head was instantly reduced to pulp. There was no pain, no struggle. The prey was dead in an instant. What a delight! Another meal presented to her. Observing the hatchlings chasing after their quarry, her emerald vertical pupils widened slightly. These hatchlings seemed to possess rather limited intelligence. Yet, not all are fools. A small fraction of the astute have begun to adopt a strategy akin to waiting for a hare by the tree stump, allowing other fledgling dragons to drive their prey away while they themselves lie in ambush. With a swift motion, his right claw tore a piece of fish flesh and stuffed it into his dragon maw. Chaos, chewing, oh, by the way, I wonder if the plump, white one has managed to catch anything. Let me take a look. His emerald vertical pupil shifted, and with the enhancement of 3 additional fields of vision, Chaos quickly located the rotund dragon. At that moment, the plump one was opening its dragon maw, chasing after a fish to bite. Excellent. At this pace, even if it fails to catch a fish, the plump one will surely quench its thirst. Just as the dragon maw slightly parted, a miraculous scene unfolded. A fleeing shrimp, perhaps in a frantic bid for survival, collided directly with the fish's head. And quite forcefully at that. Both fish and shrimp were in a frantic escape, and the impact was considerable. One of the fish's eyes was dislodged, leaving both fish and shrimp belly up. This fortunate turn of events benefited the plump one, who managed to seize both prey in one swift motion. The blue fledgling dragon, pursuing the white shrimp, cast a glance at the white fledgling dragon before flicking its tail and turning to chase another target. The plump one certainly had some luck on its side. Seeing that the plump one had managed to feast, Chaos paid it no further mind. His gaze resumed its search, and soon he found the target he was seeking. Splash, the water churned, and with a speed surpassing that of the fish, the red fledgling dragon lunged, opening its dragon maw to take a bite, severing half of the fish's body. It then scooped up the remaining piece with its claws and stuffed it into its mouth. Simple, brutal, and purely a creature of raw statistics. Although he had anticipated this, witnessing Agatha's unreasonable statistical outburst still stirred a twinge of envy within Chaos. This was the kind of prowess that a normal dragon aspired to, unlike him, who was burdened with an innate negative buff of frailty that he could not shake off. Just then, while engaged in the hunt, Agatha suddenly turned her dragon body around. Wait, why is she swimming this way? Arriving before Chaos, Agatha said nothing. She simply deposited a freshly hunted 2-meter-long white shrimp into his embrace before flicking her tail and returning to the hunt. Chaos, lowering his gaze to the large white shrimp in his grasp, he opened his dragon maw and bit off the entire head of the shrimp, the delectable aroma instantly permeating his senses. As he chewed, he couldn't shake the feeling of being treated like a kept man. Could it be that the little dragoness has taken a liking to me? Although he had fully transformed into a green dragon, his taste remained unchanged. He still favored fair skin, beauty, and long legs. After all, among the dragon kin, the freedom of experience points was ample. Being kept was out of the question. At most, he would remember this favor and repay the little dragoness when the opportunity arose. Yes, that seemed just right. Having come to this realization, he finished off the 2-meter-long shrimp. Looking at his empty claws, Chaos knew he must continue the hunt. With the enhancement of 3 additional fields of vision, underwater hunting posed little difficulty for him. The digestive capacity of the dragon species is remarkably potent, allowing them to consume and digest food simultaneously, enabling them to ingest amounts several times their own volume. As for the fate of the digested food, it undoubtedly transforms into nourishment to foster the growth of their majestic forms. Upon careful reflection, I find my current level of satiety hovers around 30%. With the hatchling's hunting endeavors, the once clear waterhole gradually became murky, now infused with a distinct scent of blood. As I stepped onto the riverbank, a contented burp escaped my dragon maw. Casting a glance around, I noticed the riverbank was devoid of other dragons. I was the first to emerge. However, I was not the first to conclude my hunt. Merely 10 minutes prior, Agatha had ceased her foraging beneath the water's surface and turned her gaze towards a group of hatchlings engaged in their own hunting, a clear display of oversight. Having feasted sufficiently, I desired a moment of repose. Finding a suitable stone, I settled down and quietly observed the water's surface. Before long, the second hatchling emerged from the depths, a second red dragon, marking the arrival of the second low-level creature. Chapter 20. So he wants it all. The crimson hatchling, having crawled ashore, evidently harbored no intentions of conversation. After casting a cold glance in his direction, it turned away to find a spot to settle down. Judging by its already bulging belly, it was apparent that it had feasted quite well. Chaos averted his gaze, realizing that lingering too long would be impolite. He had no intention of provoking the red hatchling. Currently, they were all confined within a cave, and given the darkness of the river, it seemed unlikely they could escape to the outside world. For now, they could only band together, seeking a way out, once they discovered an exit. With the plump white creature as a shield, the vast skies and open fields would allow them to soar wherever they pleased. Retracting his gaze, he let his heavy eyelids close. His attention shifted to the 3 perceptive vines. The water below had turned murky, a mixture of mud and blood. The prey had dwindled from an initial abundance to a scarce few. It was not uncommon to see several hatchlings pursuing a single fish. Whoever caught it claimed it as their own, for no hatchling dared to fight, as the imposing figure of the large lady watched over them. A sound like splashing water seemed to emanate from behind. The perceptive vines slowly adjusted their direction. Behind the woven thicket of thorny vines, a 3-meter-long cache appeared. Unbeknownst to him, a congregation of cache had gathered behind the thorny net. One particularly small cache, measuring merely 3 meters, pressed its fish head against the thorny web. Observing the waterhole, however, it seemed disinterested in the fish within, its gaze fixated on the eye of the perceptive vine. Were these creatures intrigued by the perceptive vines? A thought sparked in his mind. He decided to test it. The perceptive vine reached out toward the thorny net. Just as it approached, the cache in front of the thorny web sprang into action. With a flick of its tail, its mouth, lined with sharp teeth, tore through the thorny vines in a single bite, and it lunged toward the eye of the perceptive vine. In that moment, a larger cache suddenly darted in front of the one attempting to bite the perceptive vine. With a splash, the water erupted as the headless cache was thrown into the air. The red hatchling raised its head, bewildered, staring at the splash erupting from the river's mouth. Upon seeing the prey, it instinctively lifted its body. Yet, the very next second, the headless cache floating on the water's surface was swiftly dragged beneath. The larger cache took a bite, severing 3 of the perceptive vine's eyes. With 3 perspectives lost, Chaos reopened his eyes. Directing his gaze toward the blood-red surface of the water at the river's mouth, his dragon maw slightly parting. It seemed he had found bait far more suitable than live fish or shrimp. Yet, why were these wretched cache so fond of the perceptive vine's eyes? What did the perceptive vine possess? Vitality. The perceptive vine concentrated all its life force within its eyes. With the answer illuminating his mind, his dragon maw widened once more, revealing his sharp, snow-white teeth. A perfect little scheme began to take shape in his thoughts. Rising, he moved toward the water's edge. Agatha, emerging from the water. Agatha raised her dragon head upon hearing the call. She cast her gaze towards Chaos on the riverbank. I have discovered bait far more enticing than mere fish or shrimp. Summon all the dragons to the surface. Agatha nodded gently before disappearing beneath the water once more. Soon, the hatchlings began to ascend the shore one by one. Before long, 15 hatchlings, including Agatha and Chaos, stood upon the riverbank. Most of the hatchlings had yet to satisfy their hunger, and upon reaching the shore, they fixed their eyes upon Chaos. Although it was Agatha who called them forth, they had all heard the green hatchling beckoning them from below. With a soft nudge, the plump hatchling approached Chaos. Feeling the chill emanating from its scales, Chaos glanced at the round belly of the hatchling sitting beside him. It appeared quite full. Given a little more time, this rotund creature would likely be satiated. This outcome surprised him somewhat, for many of the hatchlings had not fared well in this gathering, their bellies showing little sign of fullness, clearly indicating they were still hungry. The plump hatchling waddled up to Chaos and extended its chubby dragon head. Chaos gently pushed aside the inquisitive head of the plump hatchling with his claw. He stepped forward, meeting the gazes of the assemblage of hatchlings. Perhaps disturbed by their interrupted feeding, some of those gazes bore traces of discontent. Nevertheless, let them be displeased. After all, these hatchlings could do little to him. The hunt for small fish and shrimp had concluded. It was time to shift our focus. Cache, this shall be our new quarry. Upon hearing the name Cache, all the hatchlings promptly turned their round heads towards the dark river. Do you possess a method to lure Cache into the waterhole? This query did not come from Agatha, but rather from an unfamiliar green hatchling. Chaos regarded the speaking green hatchling, a creature he did not recognize by name. I will use the sensory vines to entice it. Being a green dragon, you should comprehend the structure of this magic. The sensory vines will concentrate vitality within the eyes, which is precisely what those cache beneath the water require. The 3 green hatchlings in the group exchanged glances of inquiry with their allies, evidently seeking confirmation of Chaos's words. Each of the 5 colored dragons possesses unique elemental affinities. Red dragons excel in fire, blue in thunder, black in curses, white in ice, and green in life magic. 2 of the green hatchlings nodded gently. Under Anne's observant gaze, Roya reluctantly followed suit, not wishing to assist that mischievous Chaos in proving his point. Having received their affirmation, the hatchlings once again turned their attention to Chaos. Can you summon a sufficient number of sensory vines to entice Cache? Chaos surveyed the inquiring black hatchling before nodding his head slightly. Yes, I can summon an ample quantity of vines. Indeed, he possessed the ability to conjure them. But he had no intention of exerting himself without a corresponding exchange. He required something from these hatchlings in return. As the dragon's kiss split open, a vivid emerald gaze revealed an unmasked greed. However, I have a condition. The flesh of the hunted Cache meat may serve as your reward, but all the magic cores must belong to me. The magic cores are a shortcut to enhancing one's magical capacity, and for a dragon like him, who relies on his bloodline for spellcasting, it is undoubtedly the optimal means to bolster his strength in the early stages. Thus, he desires them all. Upon hearing this, the pupils of the hatchlings instantly narrowed into fine lines. Their gazes towards the green hatchling grew markedly colder in that fleeting moment. At that juncture, the second red hatchling turned its head to regard Agatha. Agatha, do you concur with his terms? In an instant, all the hatchlings' eyes were fixed upon Agatha. They were not blind and could discern that Agatha had been deliberately favoring this male green hatchling from the very beginning. Agatha surveyed the dragon group, finally resting her gaze on the red hatchling that had posed the inquiry. She recalled the name of every hatchling in the group, including this one before her. Hela, I have no objections. If Chaos truly possesses such strength, then he may proceed accordingly. Among the 5-colored dragons, strength reigns supreme. Agatha's implication was unmistakable. If there were any grievances, they could resolve them in the manner of the 5-colored dragons. They could challenge Chaos. Chapter 21. I shall avenge myself. Turning away, Hela cast her gaze upon Chaos. Her crimson-slit pupils narrowed slightly. She did not believe that this green dragon could possibly be her adversary. Among the dragonkin, only Agatha instilled any real trepidation within her. Let us resolve this in the manner of the 5-colored dragons. Very well. There was no reason to falter, and Chaos gently nodded his dragon head. In the hatchling stage, the red dragon was undoubtedly a formidable entity, yet he was not an ordinary dragon. As he savored the magical energy coursing through him like a flowing stream, Chaos allowed a slight smile to part his dragon maw. The hatchlings gradually dispersed, clearing the arena for the impending clash between the two dragons. Hela, being a red hatchling, was only slightly smaller than Agatha in both stature and strength, and the hatchlings unanimously acknowledged her challenge against Chaos. However, there was an exception. The plump, white 4-clawed dragon lowered its body, baring its teeth at the red hatchling. Its emerald scales glinted as its claws rested upon the rounded white head. The concentrated white slit pupils relaxed slightly, as if attempting to catch a glimpse of the claws above. All right, chubby one, go wait for me over there. Humph. With a playful bounce, the plump dragon scurried to the side, fully clearing the area. Chaos regarded his opponent, standing 5 meters away, with earnestness. Hela, measuring 4 meters in length, had a physique only slightly smaller than Agatha's. The subtle bulge of her muscles was discernible in her dragon claws, not as pronounced as Agatha's, yet undeniably present. She was essentially a miniature version of a formidable entity. Yet, Chaos was not weak. A thrill of excitement coursed through him. After all, this was his first battle as a dragon. How shall we commence? Do you see this stone? He extended a claw to lift the stone, presenting it to Hela. Yes, I see it, Hela nodded. I shall toss this stone into the air. When it lands, that will signal the beginning. I have no objections, but Hela's dragon maw slightly parted, as she had likely surmised the source of the green dragon's confidence. This green dragon possessed remarkable magical aptitude. However, even with such prowess, at the hatchling stage, he could only wield low-level magic at best. Do I need to step back a bit? No need. Prepare yourself. Humph. I hope you do not come to regret this. Observing Hela's unwavering confidence, Chaos felt this was as it should be, self-assured and proud, the essence of a true red hatchling. Prepare yourself. With a swift motion of his claw, he flung the stone high into the air, soaring several meters upwards. It was but a fleeting moment of 1 or 2 seconds. Thud, with the sharp sound of the stone striking the ground, Hela's form sprang into action. Her powerful hind legs propelled her forward, creating a small crater where she had once stood. Crash! Dark, thorny vines erupted from the earth like a swarm of serpents, instantly ensnaring the rushing crimson figure. Intertwined and entangled, a black orb composed entirely of thorny vines swiftly took form. Chaos did not regard the bound Hera. His emerald vertical pupils focused intensely. The dual emerald rings before the dragon's head split, instantly expanding. As the rings began to overlap, the 2 circles transformed into 4. A surge of crimson flames erupted from the black thorny vine sphere. Sharp dragon claws, covered in scarlet scales, broke through the thorny orb with brute force, creating a gash in the entangled mass. A series of deeper-colored thorny vines erupted from the earth, forming a circular wall that enclosed Hera. The ground continued to heave as thorny vines emerged, each one lashing out at Hera like a serpent on the hunt. With a swift motion, the crimson dragon claw shattered the advancing vines. However, this time, a sharp pain radiated from the claw. Hera glanced at her own paw, where numerous black thorns had embedded themselves into her scarlet scales, not deeply, but painfully. A roar filled with fury resonated from within the thorny enclosure, yet Chaos remained impassive. He urged the magic within him to surge forth. channeling power through his dragon claws into the earth. Bolstered by his magic, the dark vines proliferated relentlessly. The thorny wall was rent asunder, and Hera burst forth through the gaping maw, disregarding the thorns that ensnared her as she charged towards Chaos. Each of her claws left a bloodied mark upon the ground as she rushed toward him. Chaos could not help but admire her ferocity. Truly formidable, worthy of being a statistical anomaly. The distance between them was a mere 3 meters, yet for Hera, this span felt insurmountable. As the thorny vines tightened around her, her speed diminished, ultimately rendering her immobile. Her claw, ensnared by the thorns, halted mere centimeters from the emerald dragon's head. At this moment, Hera had once more become a thorny sphere, revealing only one claw and her defiant crimson vertical pupils. She gazed at the green hatchling, who remained motionless throughout. Unwilling to accept defeat, she was a red dragon. How could she be outmatched by a mere green hatchling? The disparity was insufferable. The loss of blood had drained her strength. The green hatchling before her began to blur and overlap. Was her vision failing? With a thud, the thorny orb that was once Hera collapsed to the ground. Chaos lowered his dragon head to regard the fallen Hera. It was over. He was the victor. Raising his head high, he cast his gaze around at the hatchlings observing the scene. Who else dared? All those who met Chaos's gaze promptly averted their eyes. If Hera was no match for him, they stood no chance. Yet, there were exceptions. The plump white hatchling and Agatha did not flinch at all, prompting Chaos to choose to overlook them entirely. One was unafraid, and the other was equally fearless. A sweeping glance confirmed that no fledgling dragon dared to confront him. And a burgeoning sensation of discomfort arose in his throat, an urge to release it. The dragon's maw opened wide. Roar. With the echo of his roar, the constricting sensation in his throat vanished, leaving him exhilarated. With a single thought, the thorny vines began to retract into the earth, including those that coiled around Hela. As the thorny tendrils withdrew, Hela's bloody dragon form emerged, revealing that only a few scales remained intact. Numerous puncture wounds, inflicted by the thorns, marred her body, though no blood flowed from them now. Defeated, just as Hela's claws prepared to push herself up, she noticed the green fledgling dragon suddenly bowing its head. As the vanquished, Hela silently quelled her urge to rise. She possessed no voice as a loser. Time trickled by, each second stretching into eternity, as she watched the green fledgling dragon in silence, her anger boiling within her. How infuriating! Is this green fledgling dragon mocking me? I shall have my revenge one day. Chapter 22. He must mature into adulthood quickly. Chaos. Ugh, my head is spinning. Indeed, exerting mid-level magical power at the juvenile dragon stage is rather taxing. How is this red dragon recovering so swiftly? Is it already up again? Oh, it's down once more. Has it frightened itself? All right, I've managed to control it. As time passed, the rigidity within his body began to dissipate slightly. It seemed he could move again. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Hela on the ground, her expression a mix of humiliation and fury. This red hatchling seemed to harbor a grudge against him. Oddly enough, Hela's simultaneous humiliation and anger was quite amusing. A hint of enjoyment flickered in his emerald vertical pupils. As for Hela's resentment, it mattered little. She was no match for him now, nor would she ever be. With a flick of his claws, he turned to approach the rotund figure. Agatha met him halfway. When shall we commence the hunt for those cash? Let me rest first. I'm utterly devoid of magical energy. He nonchalantly brushed off the question as he continued his stride towards the crab shell, having just emerged from a skirmish. His magical power was completely drained from activating his bloodline talent. Not a drop remained. How could he summon the sensing tendrils now, even if he were to exert himself? He needed the energy to do so. Fine, then you should get some good rest. Chaos cast a glance at the approaching Agatha and suddenly recalled that dream, the one where he perished by the riverbank. Speaking of which, since their arrival, they had yet to properly explore their surroundings. Agatha, what is it? Do you wish to slumber? No, I'm not yet in the sleeping phase. Have you entered it? Agatha looked at Chaos in surprise as they walked side by side. They had just concluded a period of rest, and logically, the sleep phase should not come so soon. Not yet. However, it will take several hours for my magical energy to fully replenish. During this time, why not take a few hatchlings out to explore the surrounding terrain? Since emerging from the cave, they had remained at this pit, naturally due to the presence of food and safety. The hatchlings were more than willing to stay here, and Chaos wholeheartedly agreed. Yet, the dream brought by the hourglass lingered in his mind, troubling him greatly. Very well, I will take a few hatchlings to explore. It would be prudent to familiarize ourselves with the terrain. I appreciate your efforts. With a slight sense of pride, Chaos recalled the underwater entity. By the way, Agatha, if you discover the end of an undercurrent and encounter a circular body of water, do not approach or land. Simply turn back and fly away. Agatha fell silent, her gaze fixed intently on Chaos. She sensed that he possessed knowledge of something she did not. Under her steady scrutiny, Chaos felt a wave of unease wash over him, shifting his claws restlessly on the ground. Enough. There is no need for you to gaze at me in silence. I have spoken my piece. Chaos, unable to endure the moment any longer, was perplexed by the inexplicable aura of authority radiating from Agatha, this enchanting young lady. It was not fear or trepidation that gripped him. Rather, it was a sense of trust that compelled him to heed her words instinctively. It was a dream, a vision in which I perceived danger lurking at the terminus of this subterranean river, precisely as I had just articulated. Agatha, her slit pupils narrowing in concentration, became earnest. Dragons of her kind typically do not dream. If they do, it is invariably connected to prophetic revelations. Could you elucidate the environment you witnessed in your dream? She inquired. Certainly, Chaos replied, embarking upon a detailed description of the dreamscape, leaving no detail unspoken. That is all. Yes. Very well, you may rest. I shall take the dragons to explore. Agatha, as always, was a woman of action. Observing her stride into the throng of dragons and select a few to take flight, Chaos settled down on the ground. Whispering sounds, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a stout, white creature, which promptly ceased its activity upon noticing him. He averted his gaze. Whispering sounds, the noise resurfaced. As the rotund creature approached, Chaos raised his head. Crush. Ah, a plump, white pillow has been acquired for slumber. Chaos closed his eyes. The subdued creature, after several bewildered turns of its round, slitted eyes, surrendered to sleep, evidently relinquishing its thoughts. Whoosh. Ascending with 4 young dragons, Agatha paused over the riverbank, surveying the turbulent waters below. There were only 2 directions, upstream and downstream. If Chaos's dream indeed bore significance regarding time, the answer lay downstream. They would descend first. Agatha's tone was commanding. Upon finishing her directive, she unfurled her wings and glided downward along the shadowy river. The 4 young dragons followed without objection. For Agatha's strength was absolute, and in the hierarchy of the 5 colored dragons, the weaker must obey the stronger. The sound of flowing water, as they journeyed downward for over an hour, Agatha remained at the forefront. A fleeting glance at the river revealed its waters growing increasingly tranquil. It was no mere illusion. Whoosh! Observing Agatha accelerate once more, the 4 young dragons exchanged glances filled with profound resignation. They were nearing their limits, yet Agatha appeared unfazed, even increasing her pace. Rest here for a moment. I shall return shortly, came her voice from ahead, eliciting joy in the eyes of the young dragons. They were utterly fatigued and yearned for a break. Though no sandy banks were available for rest, they were undeterred. Finding a rocky wall, they dug a hollow with their claws and nestled within, layering over one another. Having flown alone for a while, Agatha extended her wings and came to a halt over a stretch of water. The expanse of water mirrors the description provided by Chaos, a vast, circular domain, embraced by towering cliffs, with a sandy beach at its entrance. The dragon's head hangs low, gazing into the abyssal depths of the crystalline waters, which appear unfathomably dark. Its crimson vertical pupils narrow, sensing a presence beneath the surface. Something lurks within these depths. Suddenly, a colossal, obsidian tentacle bursts forth from the water. Its emergence almost silent due to the swiftness of its ascent. With a powerful flap of its wings, the dragon propels itself backward, jaws agape, seizing the tentacle that is nearly equal in size to its own body. In a swift movement, the dragon's head jerks, severing the captured appendage in an instant. Without pause, it beats its wings again, veering back into the air. A multitude of tentacles erupt from the water, striving to pierce the surface and ensnare the crimson figure soaring above. The figure exhibits extraordinary agility, skillfully evading each black appendage that strikes from below. Clutching the severed tentacle at a distance, Agatha decelerates, turning to observe the retreating black limbs that sink slowly beneath the surface. A fervent flame ignites within her crimson pupils. Her heart races, not from fear, but from the thrill of survival. The dragon's jaws part, revealing fangs stained with dark green ichor, adding a menacing edge to its appearance. Chaos's prophetic dream proves true, exactly as foretold, down to the minutest detail. Such visions are typically reserved for dragons imbued with the power of time within their bloodline. From this day forth, I must pay closer attention to Chaos. I must ensure his swift maturation into adulthood. Chapter 23. Silence equals consent. Upon opening his eyes, Chaos beheld the towering, crimson figure squatting before him. It was Agatha. Has she returned? Remarkably swift. This petite giantess displays extraordinary efficiency. Have you completed your reconnaissance? Indeed. Agatha nodded, her draconic head tilting slightly as she regarded Chaos, who was gradually raising his dragon form to sit upright. I have located the site you mentioned. Take a look at this. With that, her claw reached to the side and pulled towards her a tentacle, measuring over a meter in diameter. Only then did Chaos realize that Agatha had returned with a trophy. The tentacle tapered from thick to slender, extending 5 to 6 meters in length. Its surface was rough and black, and the severed end revealed a raw, uneven flesh, indicating it had been violently torn. Dark green fluid oozed from the tender flesh. Likely the creature's blood. I just flew downstream, and at the end, I discovered the waterhole you described. There is indeed something beneath it. I did not see its entirety, but from this tentacle it is evidently a formidable entity. Agatha's crimson slit pupils narrowed slightly, revealing a profound desire for the hunt. Chaos noticed the glimmer of predatory instinct in Agatha's gaze. Yet at that moment, he was no longer pondering this matter. His thoughts drifted to the pure hourglass. Time. The hourglass is related to time. The thoughts intertwined. The dreams induced by the hourglass were not ordinary. It seemed to grant a glimpse of events yet to unfold. A premonition of death? Is it akin to possessing foresight of one's demise? Returning to the present, he looked at Agatha, who appeared to be awaiting his words. What about upstream? Did you investigate? Yes, Agatha nodded. I did, but there was nothing up there, only the extension of the dark river. So I only flew a short distance before turning back. What do you think we should do now? After asking, Agatha quietly observed Chaos. Since he could peer into the future through time, it would surely be prudent to heed his counsel. Noticing Agatha's gaze, Chaos felt as though this petite giantess had misconstrued something. The previous incarnation of this giantess would never have uttered such words, though she did not speak for the dragons. The entire clan had tacitly acknowledged her leadership. She had performed admirably, striving to maintain order among the dragon kin from hunting Shirilla to Cash. Yet, did his blood truly hold the power of time? Setting aside the hourglass as a potential bloodline ability, even the foresight of death only pertained to his own fate. Agatha's thoughts were easily surmised. She merely sought to utilize him to predict the most advantageous course for the dragon clan at this juncture. The giantess squatted before him. Her foreclaws gathered, imposing and dignified. Well, if this giantess believes I possess the power of time, perhaps I do. I feel there is no immediate need to hasten our search for the cave's exit. The subterranean river is abundant in sustenance. If conditions permit, we might even endure the vulnerable hatchling phase here. Agreed. Agatha readily agreed, the dragon's kiss slightly parting. A large claw hooked a tentacle and presented it to Chaos. Eat. It's not poisonous. Strange, indeed very strange. Although it was not the first time, the obvious special treatment from the large girl made him feel rather odd. He lowered his gaze towards the tentacle placed before him. Its exterior was a bit rough, yet the flesh inside appeared tender enough to ooze juice. So pink and luscious. The dragon's head lifted, swallowing the excess dragon saliva secreted from the dragoness kiss. Never mind, it didn't matter. He extended his claw, grasped the tentacle, and took a hearty bite. Fresh, exceedingly fresh. Observing Chaos as he feasted, Agatha's concentrated vertical pupils slightly dilated, revealing a hint of softness. When Chaos estimated he was about 80% full, he paused. Only about a meter of the tentacle remained in his claw. The magical content of this tentacle was extraordinarily high. In simpler terms, it was quite filling. To have consumed it so rapidly, Chaos felt a tad embarrassed and glanced up at the large girl before him. Eating someone else's prey, taking 4/5 of it in one go, was somewhat excessive. The large girl remained crouched, resembling a silent giantess, though for some reason, Chaos felt she appeared more pleasing to the eye. You eat, he said, nudging the remaining tentacle meat toward the large girl. Agatha lowered her dragon head, after merely glancing at the tentacle meat on the ground. She lifted her claw to hook the flesh, opening her dragon kiss to devour it. Unlike Chaos, who had meticulously eaten without the skin, she consumed both skin and flesh together. Shifting his gaze from the still chewing large girl, Chaos looked to the side. The plump, white dragon lay on the ground, its chubby claws overlapping beneath its chin, sleeping soundly. He hooked a piece of the freshly torn tentacle skin and presented it before the pudgy creature. Sniff, sniff, the two large nostrils on the round, white dragon twitched. Ah! Chaos lifted his claw, enticing the white dragon to take a bite, but miss entirely. The mist continued to wriggle forward like a caterpillar, determinedly inching towards the tentacle skin in his paw, yet its eyes stubbornly remained shut. Is this what they call the nose starting up first? What an experience, indeed. Left and right, up and down. After a bit of teasing, Chaos grew weary of the game. He tossed the tentacle skin directly. The slumbering white dragon opened its dragon kiss and expertly caught it. It seemed that with something substantial in its mouth, the once sleeping dragon finally began to awaken, its heavy eyelids slowly lifting. Upon opening its eyes, the white dragon saw the green, plump creature gazing at it. What is that in its mouth? So fragrant. Munch. Noticing the remaining skin on the ground, the chubby claws tentatively picked up a piece, glancing towards the green creature. Confirming that the green creature would not intervene, it began to stuff the tentacle skin into its mouth. Once all the tentacle skin was consumed, the white dragon turned its gaze towards the green one. Humph. Are you full? Humph. Shaking her head. Then come with me. We shall hunt the cache. Having spoken, Chaos cast a sidelong glance at Agatha, who gently nodded her dragon head, signaling her readiness. Receiving her response, Chaos rose from the ground, his dragon form imposing. He called back to the plump white one, beckoning it to follow as he moved toward the waterhole. As the young dragons observed Chaos preparing to approach the waterhole, they awakened their ally without the need for further invitation, instinctively making their way to the water's edge. Soon, a row of young dragons stood before the waterhole, showcasing a spectrum of 5 vibrant colors. Standing there, Chaos surveyed the surroundings. The round, curious gazes of 14 dragon heads were fixed upon him, not one more, not one less. He grinned widely, for these were all dragons who would assist him in hunting the magic core. Without further ado, Chaos addressed them, explaining that this hunt would involve ambush. When we enter the water, all of you must conceal yourselves. Dig a hole beneath the surface to hide. When the moment is right, I will lead the charge, and you shall follow. The young dragons remained silent, their eyes intently fixed on Chaos. For them, hunting was typically a joyous endeavor. However, the thought that the magic cores they would capture must be surrendered to Chaos dampened their spirits. Why were they all regarding him in such a manner? Never mind. Silence implies consent. Chapter 24. This won't do. I have become foolish. With a flick of its tail, Chaos turned its head to glance at Agatha beside it. The towering young lady must have engaged in combat with the ominous entity that foretold her demise, and she managed to retreat unscathed after tearing apart one of its tentacles. Impressive. This young lady possesses remarkable strength. Naturally, such formidable prowess warrants her placement at the waterway's entrance. Casting a sidelong glance, Agatha shifted her gaze from the surface of the water to Chaos. What is it? I cannot summon those thorny vines to obstruct Cassius' bites. Can you alone guard the waterway? Indeed, the stature of the young lady is considerable compared to them, but in relation to the waterway's entrance, perhaps it would be prudent to station 2 additional dragons alongside Agatha for defense. Shall we assign 2 more dragons to assist you? Chaos proposed. Unnecessary. Agatha promptly declined, her voice youthful yet imbued with unwavering confidence. Very well. I shall defer to your judgment, esteemed young lady. Observing her resolute demeanor, Chaos opted not to press further. Gazing around at the cluster of hatchlings eagerly watching, he declared, "Let us commence." With that, Chaos plunged headfirst into the water. Upon entry, after several hours of sedimentation, the water in the pit had regained its clarity. However, this clarity was fleeting. As the hatchlings entered the water, it quickly became murky once more. Each hatchling sought out a preferred ambush spot, diligently digging into the mud. Once the holes were prepared, they nestled within, allowing the murky sediment to settle over them gradually. With a flick of its tail, Chaos positioned itself at the center of the underwater expanse. Focusing its vertical pupils, it summoned its thoughts. And a vibrant green spell-casting circle coalesced before its draconic visage. As the verdant light cascaded, tender green shoots erupted from the muddy depths, growing into clusters of vines. At the apex of each vine, a small orb formed, unfurling into a vivid green eye. Chaos chose not to connect all the sensory vines. There were far too many. The entire bottom of the water pit was now densely populated with sensory vines, resembling aquatic flora. Summoning several hundred sensory vines at once depleted its recently restored magical energy to a mere 10%. The underwater realm fell into tranquility. The hatchlings had concealed themselves well. A glance toward the waterway's entrance revealed a hole on the left side. within which glowed a pair of crimson vertical pupils. Preparations were complete. In that moment, a plump white paw emerged from one of the pits below, beckoning to Kaos. Observing the vacant space beside the rotund figure, Kaos's draconic mouth curved into a smile. This chubby one had even saved a spot for it. Impressive. With a flick of its tail, Kaos swam over to the chubby figure's pit and lay down. As it flicked its tail, the surrounding water was instantly stirred into a murky swirl. Watching the water grow increasingly turbid, Kaos gradually closed its eyes. The rising murky yellow water began to settle, obscuring the original hue of its scales. Shifting its focus to the two sensory vines, Kaos settled in for the tedious wait ahead. A congregation of colossal fish, each measuring no less than 3 meters in length, lingered before the mouth of a water channel, seemingly grappling with a profound dilemma. This internal conflict persisted until a slightly smaller cache appeared. Observing their kin gathered in this spot, other cache began to draw near. However, as they approached, an instinctual yearning surged within them. Something within the opening beckoned irresistibly. Without hesitation, a powerful flick of its tail propelled the cache directly towards the waterway. Witnessing a cache, smaller than themselves, charge forth, the remaining cache disregarded all caution. With a vigorous swish of their tails, they followed suit, entering the expansive channel. The thorny vines that obstructed their path were swiftly torn apart, floating to the surface of the waterway. Beneath the surface, aided by the vision granted by the sensing vines, Kaos immediately spotted the cache entering the waterhole. 1, 2, 3. Thud, thud. The heart of the dragon quickened its pace. Kaos struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to hunt that surged within. At that moment, the creatures gliding above were no longer mere cache. They were akin to diminutive dragons, evoking a heightened secretion of dragon saliva. Resisting the temptation, he silently repeated the words endure and restrain to himself, though tears of emotion could not help but cascade from his draconic lips. More cache continued to enter the waterway. Those that had entered the waterhole were resolute in their purpose, beginning to bite down on the sensing vines. The feeding frenzy of the cache was swift. In his line of sight, one cache opened its gaping maw, lined with sharp teeth, and devoured the last of the sensing vine. Now was the moment. With a powerful thrust of his claws against the bottom, Kaos opened his jaws to seize the cache before him. His bite clamped down upon the cache's head. Before the cache could react, Kaos exerted his strength. Crunch. With the sound of splintering bones, the cache lost half of its head, succumbing before it could fully comprehend its fate. Almost simultaneously, all the concealed juvenile dragons lurking beneath the water launched their attacks. Blood began to spread through the depths. Sensing the metallic tang of blood in the water, Kaos focused his slit pupils. Thud, thud. The dragon's heart raced with fervor, its hunting instinct fully awakened. Yearning for more prey, locking onto the nearest target, he flicked his tail. The chosen quarry was a 5-meter-long cache, which did not flee. Instead, it swung its tail defiantly towards Kaos, a typical reaction among its kind. In this domain, the cache had always been the rulers. When had they become the hunted? Thus, the battle commenced. Blood flowed increasingly in the water, transforming the entire pool into a crimson expanse, with the lifeless bodies of the cache rising to the surface. The intellect of the cache was limited, akin to that of a low-tier magical beast, possessing only a modicum of instinctual awareness beyond that of mere animals. The remaining cache slowly began to realize the peril and sought to escape. Yet, waiting for them at the waterway's entrance was naught but death. The cache opened its fearsome maw, lunging to bite at the obstructing Agasha. Agatha remained still, and at the moment she approached Kashgar, she swiftly struck a powerful blow upon its fish head. In an instant, the entire head of the fish exploded, blood cascading outward. With a splash, the headless Kashgar rolled over, its white belly surfacing. Thus, the hunt came to an end. Not a single Kashgar that entered the waterhole escaped. With a splash, the dragon's head emerged from the water, gazing at the floating corpses of the Kashgar. Kaos's slit pupils dilated slightly. It had indeed been a gratifying hunt. The dragon's maw opened, grasping one of the Kashgar corpses, while its claws lifted another on either side. Without any command from the dragon, the younglings instinctively began to move, each carrying their spoils to the riverbank. Before long, a mound of Kashgar corpses, towering like a small hill, had accumulated along the bank. The dragon clan surrounded this heap of spoils. Now it was time for the distribution. But who would allocate the shares? The young dragons turned their heads in unison, glancing at the green hatchling, who was already gleefully clutching a pile of white magic cores. This one wouldn't do. It was clearly in a daze. Their gaze shifted to the largest among them, The Red Hatchling, Agatha. Chapter 25. Why does this meat taste of chili? This particular hunt was undoubtedly an abundant success. Observing that the hatchlings had all turned their gazes towards her, Agatha stepped forward. Let us feast together. This hunt is a collective effort, and all dragons should share in the spoils. She envisioned future group hunts unfolding in the same manner. Agatha surveyed the gathering, and the hatchlings under her gaze instinctively retracted their necks. No one voiced dissent. Very well, let the feasting commence. Agatha turned, seizing a choice morsel from the pile of cash and pulling it free. As she began to eat, the hatchlings, encouraged by her example, advanced to join in. The bounty was ample, enough for all the hatchlings to indulge heartily. The only sounds that filled the air were those of crunching and the gentle flow of the underground river. Chaos lifted his head to glance at the feasting hatchlings, then scooped up a cash magic core, a white crystal the size of a tennis ball, and popped it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. It was slightly sweet and pleasantly crisp. A refreshing sensation coursed through his body, signifying an increase in his magical energy. Delighting in this enhancement, Chaos opened his dragon maw wide, driven by a vigorous appetite. With both claws, he stuffed more crystal cores into his mouth. Crack! The last core was consumed. He rolled over onto the muddy ground, unable to eat another bite. His belly was round and full, resembling that of a woman in her 8th month of pregnancy. Raising a claw, he gently stroked the thick scales on his swollen abdomen. A wave of profound drowsiness washed over him. His eyelids grew heavy and without resistance. He slowly closed his eyes, content. The boost from the magic cores exceeded his expectations. Now, he simply wished to enjoy a deep slumber. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The hatchling snores were rhythmic and orderly. Observing the slumbering Chaos, Agatha propped herself up and, with a graceful motion, approached him, gently nudging his verdant head with her claw. The nudged head swayed slightly but elicited no response. He was indeed fast asleep, with her crimson slit-like eyes narrowing. Agatha turned to the group of hatchlings, who were watching them with a curious gaze. "Follow me," she commanded, and without hesitation, she made her way towards the left, heading to the end of the small riverbank. Just moments ago, she had contemplated whether to enlighten these hatchlings about the true circumstances, and now she seemed to have made her decision. The hatchlings exchanged glances before rising, their bellies round and full from their recent feast, embodying a state of laziness. Yet, overcoming their lethargy was Agatha's commanding presence. Being dragons, they instinctively understood the value of following her lead. Thus, the group of hatchlings trailed behind Agatha to the riverbank's terminus. They squatted on the ground, eyes scanning their surroundings, while Agatha began to count silently in her mind. 1, 2, 3, 13. The white dragon was absent. Raising her head, she glanced towards Chaos, where the white hatchling lay nestled beside him. Never mind. That one is foolish, she mused. Abandoning her intention to call upon the white hatchling dragon, Agatha's gaze shifted towards the cluster of hatchlings before her, all of whom regarded her with eager anticipation. You must be bewildered as to why I extend such care towards Chaos. Allow me to elucidate. Chaos is the sole male dragon, the only one of his kind in this realm. Agatha, do you not find this amusing? Abruptly, Agatha turned her head, her eyes locking onto the speaking green hatchling. Why would I find it amusing? Under the scrutiny of Agatha's intense gaze, the green hatchling's slit pupils narrowed into fine lines, entering a state of heightened vigilance. Agatha's prowess demanded such caution. Do not be alarmed. I do not resort to violence without cause. Pray, enlighten me as to why you believe I should find humor in this. A falsehood. You think my words are deceitful? Indeed. Whether or not these words are falsehoods, I cannot presently prove to you. However, once we exit this cavern, I trust you will discern the truth of my statements. I believe our departure from this cave is imminent. When that moment arrives, should you come to understand, I hope you will begin to follow my guidance. I shall lead you in reclaiming the glory of the dragonkind, and will strive to safeguard each hatchling's safety. Naturally, my foremost priority will be the security of Chaos. That is all I wish to convey. With her draconic form held high, Agatha strode towards the center of the riverbank. A group of hatchlings exchanged glances and convened in quiet deliberation. Do you believe Agatha's words hold truth? I remain skeptical. Perhaps there is some veracity to her claims? Do you genuinely believe what you just said, Green Dragon? Certainly, she is a red dragon. Red dragons epitomize arrogance, disdainful of any falsehoods, acting as they please, wielding absolute power over all. What is she doing? All the hatchlings raised their heads, directing their gaze towards the riverbank. They beheld Agatha crouched before a cache, her right claw elevated, poised above the wound she had inflicted. Droplets of crimson liquid cascaded from her raised claw, falling into the gash upon Cache's flesh. Dragon blood sustenance. As a creature of elevated stature, a dragon's body is a treasure trove, including its blood. A dragon can nourish individuals with its own blood, thereby accelerating their growth. Such sustenance is effective only when willingly offered by the dragon. Otherwise, what Agatha would shed would not be mere blood, but molten, searing blood. Typically, no dragon would undertake such an act. Despite the lack of significant loss, the pride of dragons often prevents them from doing so. This form of blood sustenance requires a fortnight before it can be administered again. Yet here is Agatha doing just that. The final drop of dragon blood fell from her claw into the wound. Agatha retracted her claw, and the laceration she had inflicted had already begun to heal completely, with new, translucent scales emerging beneath the shattered old ones. In just a few hours, they would fully replace the old scales. She then dragged Cache before Chaos and gently set him down. With a fleeting glance at the peacefully slumbering Chaos, she reclined on the ground and gradually closed her eyes. The fragrant aroma wafted through the air. How delightful! Upon opening her eyes, Chaos beheld a 3-meter-long cache laid out before her. Was this a feast prepared for her? Propelling herself upright, she surveyed her surroundings. The hatchlings were all in deep slumber, with only she having awakened. A glance toward the nearby large lowly revealed that she seemed to have grown taller once again. Just before falling asleep, she distinctly remembered the lowly not being this tall. Yet now, when she propped herself up, she matched the height of the lowly in her prone position. Retracting her gaze from the slumbering lowly, Dragon's Kiss sank its teeth into the cache, tearing away a succulent piece of meat. Oh, how delectable! This meat must have been set aside for her by the lowly. Chew, chew, chew. However, as she savored the morsel, a peculiar sensation washed over her. The meat had an unexpected hint of spiciness. With each bite, the heat intensified on her tongue. It was no mere illusion. The meat truly possessed a flavor reminiscent of chili. Chapter 26. Barmocanla, the dragon's maw opened wide once more, taking a decisive bite. Chew, chew. Indeed, there was a hint of spiciness. His palate had not misjudged. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. His gaze shifted toward the riverbank, where numerous stones of various sizes lay scattered. After a brief survey, Cows found the stone he sought. Propping himself up with his claws, he was determined to create a spicy fish hot pot. Although fresh meat was delectable, its flavor was rather singular. He approached the stone that had caught his eye. It was approximately a meter wide and square-shaped, which was precisely why it had attracted Cows's attention. He nudged it with his claw, and the stone shifted slightly forward. Just the one. Standing upright, he sat down before the stone and began his work. His sharp claws were the finest tools, sinking into the stone as if it were soft clay, extracting large chunks with ease. Thus, he hollowed out the center of the stone, gradually shaping a stone pot. Using 2 smaller stones as a base, he placed the pot atop them, creating a makeshift stove. Standing before the stone pot, he had the vessel and the water. All that remained was fire. As he had yet to master the fire element, his gaze wandered to the throng of hatchling dragons sprawled on the riverbank, landing on a pair of red hatchlings, one large and one small. After a moment's hesitation, his gaze settled on the larger one. He was not familiar with the smaller hatchling, having recently clashed with it. Approaching the larger hatchling, he nudged its head gently. The heavy eyelids, adorned with fine, circular crimson scales, slowly lifted to reveal Agatha's eyes. The large nostrils of her red dragon head twitched as she took in the surrounding scents. There was no hint of danger, only the presence of her fellow hatchlings. She turned her gaze toward Cows, who had awakened her. What is it? Seeing that Agatha was now awake, Cows pointed toward the makeshift stove. Could you lend me some fire? Agatha cast a glance at the rudimentary stove, realizing that such a contraption was typically used by weaker creatures for cooking. So, Cows had roused her merely for this. She remained silent, a hint of annoyance flickering within her. Nevertheless, she decided to humor him with a playful grin. The dragon's maw parted, revealing a mouth full of pristine white teeth. A trace of exasperation glimmered in her crimson-slit pupils. Was he truly so desperate as to awaken her for such a trivial matter? With a deep breath, she unleashed a stream of crimson dragon flame from her open maw, which precisely struck the reserved opening beneath the stove. The flames gathered and continued to burn steadily, not dissipating immediately. After expelling the fire, Agatha lowered her head once more, her heavy eyelids gradually closing. Not wishing to disturb her again, Cows moved to Cash, his claw sinking into the fish's head, dragging it toward the stone pot. Gulula the dragon's breath of the large lowly is quite formidable. The water in the stone pot has begun to bubble gently. It is time to add the meat. A claw extends, seizing a piece of fish and plunging it into the water. The moment the fish enters the water, it begins to turn pale. 1, 2, 3. Let the feast commence. Amo. The dragon's kiss opens wide to devour the fish. The tender flesh melds with a fiery flavor. This is the essence of spicy fish hot pot. Half an hour later, both bones and flesh of a Kashgar fish are consumed. I am satiated. Lying on my back on the riverbank, satisfaction gleams in my verdant vertical pupils. I feel lethargic, unwilling to move. It seems sleep is the only remedy. My eyelids slowly descend. A colossal golden hourglass stands before me. Squatting in front of the hourglass, Chaos gazes upward at the immense, pure golden structure. Only a tiny bit of sand remains at the top. Soon, the last grains of sand flow away completely. Crack, crack, crack. The enormous golden hourglass begins to reverse its motion. Everything around starts to transform. Water inundates everything. I find myself at the cave's entrance, now completely submerged in flowing water. Bang! The entire cave trembles from the impact. A dark, profound vertical pupil blocks the cave's exit. Its gaze is fixed upon a group of hatchling dragons hiding within the cave. The plump white hatchling bares its teeth, attempting to pounce forward, but its foreclaws struggle against the water, unable to advance even a step, for its pudgy, conical tail is currently grasped by Agatha. Chaos observes all of this with calm composure. Familiarity breeds comfort. This is a prophetic dream gifted by the hourglass, and there is naught to fear. Perhaps realizing it cannot enter the cave, the colossal beast swims away from the entrance, allowing Chaos to behold its full form. The creature is covered in a multitude of tentacles, its body shrouded in darkness, and it possesses 6 pairs of eyes, resembling a gigantic deep-sea octopus, albeit on a much grander scale. The flailing tentacles appear to be anything but soft. They are remarkably rigid, their rough skin adding to their formidable presence. It seems capable of precisely controlling each tentacle simultaneously, capturing prey in its vicinity with astonishing efficiency. Each tentacle moves in perfect harmony, never colliding with one another. This precise coordination allows for a remarkably swift hunting speed. Tentacles continuously deliver fish, shrimp, or underwater beasts to its mouth, concealed beneath a myriad of delicate tentacles. Ba-Emo Kinla, a high-level magical beast. This species is colossal from a young age, with its brain constituting its body. Hence, it boasts a massive head capable of precise control over each tentacle. This magical beast race is not adept in magic, but possesses immense physical strength. The cooperating tentacles can easily form a lethal cage, although their abundance slows their growth significantly. Phase, adolescence rank. 4th ring weakness. They are unable to detach from water, which renders them feeble. The sound of rushing water from the dark river echoed in my ears. I opened my eyes to the familiar banks of the subterranean river. Humph. The green chubby one is awake. I pushed aside the approaching rotund figure, and, propping myself up, Chaos made its way toward the riverbank. The water lapped at my claws. Reaching halfway up, compared to the shoreline etched in my memory, it had risen. The water level was noticeably higher. This meant that everything would unfold as foretold. The shoreline would continue to swell until it submerged all. The beast, the Ba-Emo Kanla, would then be free from its territorial constraints, commencing its feeding and hunting, effectively trapping our brood of fledgling dragons within the confines of the dragon's lair. This was unacceptable. This was our domain, and I intended to endure my vulnerable fledgling phase here. If all the prey were consumed by that Ba-Emo Kanla, what would I eat? Therefore, the solution was clear. I must eliminate that Ba-Emo Kanla. The thoughts surged through my mind in an instant, amplifying with relentless intensity. Chapter 27. Slay it. Let us vanquish that creature. But how shall we proceed? This requires careful contemplation. Lying on the ground, the cool sensation of the dark river water enveloping my abdomen quickened my thoughts. A direct confrontation is undoubtedly unwise. The 4-ring Ba-Emo Kanla could easily crush our band of fledgling dragons. The newly hatched fledglings are all first-ring entities. Under the augmentation of spells, I could muster combat prowess equivalent to that of a second-ring adversary. Hela, with her modest stats, can be considered a second ring, while Agatha possesses the strength to sever a tentacle of Ba-Emo Kanla without sustaining harm, thus qualifying as a third ring combatant. Nevertheless, the disparity in strength remains substantial. Thus, I must resort to cunning stratagems. Closing my eyes, my consciousness ascended to a pristine expanse of cloud, where a magnificent sea of interconnected bookshelves unfolded before me. This is the realm of the true dragon's legacy. Any true dragon can traverse this space with their mind to peruse the knowledge they seek. The chromatic dragons seldom enter this domain, primarily due to the overwhelming vastness of the bookshelf sea. It is simply too immense. They lack the patience for it. Crouched before the shelves, Chaos raised his draconic head to survey the ocean of bookshelves, a thought igniting within him. Four-ring water magic array. Crack, crack. The bookshelves, floating amidst the cloud sea, roared to life like trains, vanishing into the ether. The bookshelf sea diminished significantly, yet still retained a considerable presence. Sever. Crack, crack, crack. The shells spun again. High magic consumption. Crack, crack, crack. Basic array materials can be constructed using fish bones. Crack, crack, crack. Array magical nodes can utilize water elemental cores. Crack, crack, crack. Severing properties. Crack, crack, crack. The shelves diminished once more, until only a single shelf remained, upon which lay merely 2 tomes of magical treatises. Gazing upon the shelf, Chaos summoned the 2 tomes, which gracefully floated before him. Each bore its distinct title, Water Serpent Magic Array and High-Speed Waterblade Magic Array. Extending his claw, he opened the first tome. The magical glyphs upon the pages both familiar and foreign. Yet, with a mere glance, he comprehended all. He swiftly turned the pages, finishing the entire volume before proceeding to the second. By the time he concluded the second tome, a synthesis formed in his mind. The first tome, the Water Serpent Magic Array, enables the summoning of serpents composed of water through the array, possessing magical attributes of shared vision, enhanced biting, severing, physical immunity, and agility. The second tome manipulates water currents to unleash blades of water with magical attributes of advanced cutting enhancement and advanced severing. Each magic array possesses its unique merits. Observing the 2 floating tomes, Chaos hesitated not a moment, his claw reaching directly for the Water Serpent Magic Array. Although the High-Speed Waterblade Magic Array boasted 2 advanced attributes, in terms of practicality, it was evident that the Water Serpent Magic Array offered a broader range, and all he required was the severing property. Fortuitously, the Water Serpent Magic Array possessed exactly that. Placing his claw upon the thick cover of the Water Serpent Magic Array, he opened the first page. He opened his eyes. Agatha's imposing figure came into view, a pair of 2-meter-long prawns clasped delicately in her mouth. As she released her grip, the prawns tumbled onto the shore. The young giant did not hesitate to seize the opportunity. Chaos reached out with his claws to collect the large prawns but paused, casting a glance at Agatha instead. Under Chaos's gaze, Agatha remained, sensing that he had something of significance to discuss. Agatha, we need to talk. All right. Agatha settled beside Chaos, her dragon head tilted to regard him, who stood a head shorter. It seemed Agatha had grown a bit more, nearing 5 meters in height. After appraising her, Chaos began to address the matter at hand. I had another dream. Foreknowledge. Close enough. Agatha, have you noticed? The water levels of the dark river are rising. Agatha lowered her gaze to the river beneath her. The clear waters now lapped over her claws, whereas just yesterday, this place was dry. She lifted her head to meet Chaos's eyes, giving a slight nod of understanding. Is this connected to your foresight? Chaos was not surprised by the young giant's perceptiveness. She possessed nearly all the qualities of a leader, including sharp intuition. Indeed, this premonition revealed to me the nature of what lies beneath the water. It is a Baramokara, a high-level magical beast. Chaos paused intentionally, eager to observe whether Agatha would exhibit any shift in expression. Yet, disappointment lingered as the young giant merely regarded him with her crimson-slit pupils, devoid of any emotional response. Very well, you've bested me, Chaos continued. In my vision, the water level rises completely, submerging everything, and the Baramokara will begin its hunt. It will consume all, leaving us trapped within the cave. This is all I dreamt. What are your thoughts? Chaos fell silent, tilting his dragon head upward, awaiting Agatha's response. Under his watchful gaze, Agatha remained pensive, her deep red eyes narrowing until they resembled mere slits of black. Finally, she spoke. I have faced the Baramokara once before. It seems to be in a juvenile stage, its tentacles not exhibiting their full speed, indicating a phase of weakness. You are correct, Chaos interjected. The Baramokara is indeed only in its youthful phase. Locking eyes, The two young dragons fell into silence. After a moment, they simultaneously parted their jaws, revealing serrated, gleaming white dragon teeth. "Let us slay it," they declared in unison, their youthful voices ringing out. "It appears we share the same intention. You seem to have a plan to deal with the bear Mokara?" Agatha questioned, her tone suggesting certainty rather than inquiry. Chaos felt a flicker of surprise at her astuteness. Yet it quickly faded. Under the unwavering gaze of the great Lowly, he gently tapped the dragon's head. "The four-ring water serpent magic circle is what I intend to employ to eliminate that Ba-Emokan law. However, I still require certain materials to construct the array, which can be supplied by either Cash or Shilaris." Agatha's vertical pupils narrowed. The materials mentioned by Chaos were not an issue. But the real question was whether Chaos could truly manipulate the four-ring array. After all, Chaos was merely a newly hatched WIRM. Controlling a four-ring magic circle with the capabilities of a first ring is not something that can simply be achieved through talent alone. Collecting materials is not a problem. But can you genuinely oversee the four-ring magic circle? With a claw patting his thick-scaled chest, Chaos confidently revealed his gleaming white teeth to Agatha. Absolutely. He would not undertake anything he was uncertain about. "Very well, you summon the sensing vines as bait, and I shall gather them." Chapter 28. A flame borrowed. The young girl beckoned the dragon over. Snap, snap, snap. Pausing momentarily, she continued to stuff her mouth with shrimp sticks, clutching the remaining shrimp head as she strode towards the crab shell and leaped onto it. Inside the shell, the plump creature was still sound asleep. Stopping before the slumbering figure, she extended her claw to present the shrimp head directly to the drowsy being. Soon, the familiar sounds of movement could be heard. The creature's nose was the first to awaken. After a few sniffs, seemingly confirming its target, the white dragon's mouth opened wide, ready to take a bite. Oh! With precision, it seized the shrimp head. Chaos relinquished his grip, allowing the entire shrimp head to be claimed by the plump creature. Snap, snap, snap. Observing the creature savoring the shrimp head, Chaos fell into contemplation. Had he been too indulgent towards this plump being? Why? Affection? It was hard to articulate. With its chubby claws, rotund body, and uniquely stout tail, he felt as though he had taken this creature under his wing as a cherished pet. Nevertheless, it truly was rather delightful. He extended his claw to rest upon the round head of the creature. The cool, smooth texture of its scales was exquisite. With a gentle huff, the creature opened its eyes, awakening. Puffing softly, the round head nuzzled against Chaos's neck, allowing the creature to cuddle for a moment. Chaos then gently pushed it away. "All right, we are off to hunt again. Follow me." Puff. The plump creature sprang up, its forepaws hitting the ground, its bright, white vertical pupils sparkling with enthusiasm, embodying a spirited demeanor. Puff. Puff. This time, Chaos felt he understood its sentiments. The creature was expressing eagerness. Indeed, it was brimming with zeal. Puff. Noticing the creature's spirited disposition, Chaos suddenly felt a mischievous urge to tease it. "By the way, any magic cores you hunt will belong to me." What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Puff. The round white head shook side to side. "Good, you're quite obedient." Chaos grinned, aware that regardless of the creature's willingness, all magic cores acquired during this hunt would ultimately return to him, a fact long since established. With a flick of his claws, he turned around and glanced back at the plump creature. "Come on, let us go hunting." Puff. Leading the plump creature to the waterhole. They found several hatchlings gathered around. They halted at the water's edge, where the water had regained its clarity. With a thought, a verdant magical ring materialized before him. Light cascaded down as a cluster of vibrant sensing vines emerged from the soil, reaching into the depths of the water. The perspective shifted to two of the sensing vines. Underwater, the water was pristine, yet the bottom was carpeted with a layer of sediment, stained red with blood, a clear indication of the remnants left by the hatchlings' hunts. Numerous small fish and shrimp congregated at the bottom, their size too diminutive to even fill a gap between teeth. This waterhole had undeniably become their feeding paradise. The familiar formula. Control a multitude of sensing vines to penetrate the depths of the water pit, with two additional vines extending towards the mouth of the waterway. The sensing vines gracefully navigated to the waterway's entrance, leaving one behind as Chaos directed another to delve deeper into the submerged realm. Below the surface, there was nothing extraordinary, only the gentle flow of water. At a depth of 20 meters, small fish and shrimp began to appear. As the descent continued, the fish grew larger. And at 50 meters, 2-meter-long fish were commonplace. As anticipated, the food resources of this hidden river were exceedingly abundant. Observing the majestic fish swimming, the desire to eliminate the Barmocanla intensified within. The aquatic resources of this clandestine river were entirely adequate for the fledgling dragon brood to navigate their juvenile stage with ease. The sensing vines continued their descent, 70 meters, 80 meters, 150 meters, until they reached the bottom. The underwater section of the subterranean river revealed nothing remarkable, merely silt. Soon, Chaos spotted an old acquaintance. The area was densely populated with Shilira, with the diminutive 1-meter Shilira occupying a significant majority. Breeding season? These Shilira were reproducing. Given their parental endeavors, I shall spare you for now. Do remember to raise your offspring swiftly. With a thought, the sensing vines began their ascent towards the water's surface. Just as they reached approximately halfway up, the vision darkened. Within the final sight of the sensing vines, a group of cache was observed collectively hunting schools of fish. On the riverbank, Chaos opened his dragon maw, having found his target. With a mental command, a sensing vine extended from the water pit to the mouth of the waterway. The eye on the sensing vine rotated, aiming directly at a thorny spike embedded in the waterway's wall, and collided with it. The thorn pierced the eye of the sensing vine with little resistance, causing a gentle green liquid to flow from the ruptured emerald orb. The damage I lost at sight. But with the aid of another sensing vine's vision, Chaos guided the already punctured sensing vine to the mouth of the waterway. The verdant liquid continuously seeped from the lacerated eye, diluting into the water. Soon, several cache appeared within the side of the sensing vine at the waterway's entrance. The sensing vine at the waterway's mouth began to retract towards the water pit, resembling a retreat. The emerging school of cache evidently consisted of newcomers. Upon noticing the fleeing sensing vine, without a moment's hesitation, the fish surged towards the mouth of the waterway. The water at the entrance erupted in a tumultuous splash. Above the waterway, Agatha crouched at the waterline, her crimson slit pupils coldly scrutinizing the cache as they entered the water pit. The same formula, the same flavor. Yet this time, the catch was somewhat meager, with only 20 cache. Without waiting for the cache to consume the sensing vine, the waterway had ceased to yield more fish, if not now, then when? Upon opening his eyes, Chaos beheld the water within the pit, now exceedingly murky, having been thoroughly disturbed by the cache. Surrounded by a circle of hatchling dragons, each with their round, eager heads tilted upwards in anticipation, the atmosphere was filled with expectancy. All right, let's proceed, Chaos declared. With a splash, Agatha was the first to leap into the water, assuming her role as the sentinel of death. One by one, the hatchlings followed suit, diving into the depths. As Hera prepared to join them, she felt a sudden tug on her tail. Turning back, she discovered Chaos clutching her tail with his claws. His crimson-slitted eyes narrowed slightly, revealing the temperament befitting a red dragon. Meeting Hera's questioning gaze, Chaos calmly parted his draconic maw, displaying his formidable teeth. While his right claw remained firmly grasping Hera's tail, his left claw gestured towards a nearby stone stove. "May I borrow a flame?" Hera, unwilling to squander time with this creature, felt the fury within her surge. With a flick of her jaws, she unleashed a torrent of crimson dragon fire. With a resounding crash, the breath of fire struck the stove with precision, sending the stone pot soaring into the air. Chapter 29. Chaos is so responsible. After expelling a breath of dragon fire, Hera propelled herself forcefully and leaped directly into the pool. My goodness! As the stone pot teetered on the brink of tumbling into the dark river, Chaos disregarded any reckoning with Hera. With a mighty kick of his dragon claw, he hastened after the stone pot. Just as it was about to plunge into the dark waters, he managed to catch up. He grasped the pot and inspected it thoroughly. Fortunately, it only bore a few minor scratches on the surface, with no significant damage. The food was still intact. Could Hera not exhibit a bit more caution? The waters of the dark river flowed tumultuously. At last, he grasped the stone pot with both claws and immersed it in the water for a thorough cleaning. He filled it to the brim with water and returned to the stove. The flames in the stove surged high, burning fiercely. He placed the pot back onto the stove. Splash! At the water channel's opening, a 5-meter-long carcass of a cache, its head shattered, arced through the air as it broke the surface. Thud! It landed precisely beside the stone pot. Glancing at the cache corpse beside him, Chaos's dragon maw slightly parted. Indeed, the large lowly was preferable. Now it was time to attend to the guests. Indeed, attending to the guests. Although the selected 4-ring water serpent formation was comprehensive, it possessed drawbacks. Its offensive capabilities were too feeble. The abilities of severing and biting were merely ordinary traits. However, he had devised a solution. Much like the magic of sensing vines, he merely needed a tool to optimize the flow of magical energy. His demands were modest. He only required the severing trait to be elevated to a higher level. He delicately tapped the surface of the water in the stone pot with his raised claw. The water swirled around his claw, rising into the air and gradually coalescing into a transparent ring. The dragon claw glided gracefully, inscribing blue magical runes into the spellcasting ring with each stroke. It was all instinctive. As he inscribed one rune, the next would already materialize in his mind. Soon, the entire spellcasting ring was filled with magical runes. The ring began to emanate a soft blue glow, which spread until the entire ring was aglow. One spell, the Waterblade/imprint, was complete. Chaos observed the spellcasting ring quietly, and soon the desired transformation began to manifest. Additional magical runes gradually appeared on the spellcasting ring. Hello there, mighty dragon. Would you like to contract a water element fairy? Feeny is an exceptionally talented water element fairy, quite capable. Just by reading the words, Chaos could sense that the entity responding to him was undoubtedly a vivacious fairy. He gently pressed his claw against the spellcasting ring and tapped it lightly. A ripple of pale blue waves spread from the center of the ring. A small head slowly emerged from the ring. Chaos was taken aback. He had merely intended to send a message, yet the fairy had gone all in. Before long, a complete water element fairy was transported from the spellcasting ring. She was delicate, appearing only slightly larger than an adult's thumb, with flowing light blue hair, a finely sculpted face, and 2 pairs of translucent blue wings. One pair oriented upwards and the other downwards. The enchanting fairy, standing upon the magic circle with her delicate paws placed on her hips, beamed at the dragon before her. Her small fist raised in a spirited gesture. You have a discerning eye. Choosing Feeny is synonymous with success. Yet, this delightful demeanor lasted scarcely 3 seconds. Cradling her scalded tiny feet, the little fairy began to hop about on the magic circle. Ah, what kind of water is this? It's so hot. She lamented while bouncing around. Chaos, the dragon, innocently raised a claw towards the cauldron of water beneath the magic circle. Ah, you foolish oaf. How could you use the water from the pot to summon Feeny? It's burning, with her feet now a bright crimson. The fairy seemed to finally grasp the situation after a few more hops. Her wings began to flutter, allowing her to ascend from the magic circle. Chaos pondered, perhaps. I have inadvertently summoned a fool? The little fairy placed her hands on her hips, her cheeks puffed in indignation, her pure blue eyes wide with astonishment. Fairies are truly exquisite beings. Even their displays of anger possess no lethality, only enhancing their cuteness. Observing the irate fairy before him, Chaos extended his claw, from which gentle emerald light began to emanate, coalescing into a pool of verdant liquid within his grasp. Sensing the potent life magic, the little fairy Feeny fluttered down to the center of the dragoness claw. Her scalded feet dipped into the emerald liquid, the red fading away, replaced by a lustrous sheen akin to jade. A look of bliss spread across her face. Seizing the moment, Chaos quickly interjected, "My apologies. This is my first time as well." "Humph, I shall forgive you then." Feeny gazed up at the dragon, her cute face now adorned with a charming smile, seemingly having completely forgotten her earlier displeasure. "What is your name, dragon?" "Chaos. You may call me Chaos from now on." "What a magnificent name. I am Feeny, henceforth. You shall call me Feeny." "Very well, Feeny." Feeny lifted her exquisitely delicate face to meet Chaos's gaze. "Now, Chaos, let us establish a contract." Her azure eyes shimmered with a gentle eagerness, imbued with a sincerity and purity untainted by any impurity. Though fairies are born as children of the elements, achieving further advancement requires enduring prolonged and tedious periods. However, there exists a shortcut. By forging a contract with a sufficiently powerful spellcaster, they can share the caster's knowledge of corresponding elemental attributes, which serves as nourishment to aid them in their ascent towards the elemental throne. Nevertheless, it remains unspoken that her ultimate aspiration must be to contract with an elemental king. For now, however, this thought could wait. "Feeny, have you eaten?" "Eaten?" Feeny was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry, her large eyes blinking in surprise. Since her inception, she had never partaken in food. As a fairy, sustenance was unnecessary, for they thrived by absorbing elemental energies. Elements, in their myriad forms, are omnipresent. Indeed, let us contemplate the act of dining, rather than indulging in a meal. Shall we forge a pact? Her exquisite eyes remained beautifully pure, though now tinged with a hint of unease, rendering them even more luminous. Noticing the impending tears in her gaze, Chaos swiftly approached Phineas. The emerald vertical pupils widened, revealing a sincere glimmer within. Phineas, I sense we have yet to truly understand one another. You are an immortal, are you not? Indeed, Phineas nodded. So am I, as fellow immortals. Our bond may very well last a lifetime. I believe this may not be in your best interest, for you hardly know me. I propose we share a meal to foster mutual understanding, and then we may begin our friendship. Observing chaos before her, Phineas felt a resonance with this notion. She too had yet to comprehend chaos. So, was chaos acting solely for her sake? Her heart felt a warm glow, an unfamiliar sensation she had never experienced before. How responsible chaos was. Then, I shall heed your advice. Chapter 30 then. Let us finish this next time. With a swift motion, Chaos extended his claw towards the nearby ingredients, tearing off a piece of fish and dropping it into the stone pot. The water within was already boiling, bubbling incessantly. And as the delicate pink flesh of the fish made contact with the scalding water, it instantly transformed to a pristine white. A touch of color was missing, however. Based on the previous experience, even in its lack of hue, the taste should still prove satisfactory. He placed the blanched fish into his dragon maw, chewing thoughtfully. The flavor was somewhat mild, devoid of the spiciness from last time, yet still acceptable. How is it? Is it delicious? Chaos cast a glance at the little fairy, Feeny, who was perched in his claws, gazing up at him with an eager expression. Then, he grinned widely, revealing his dragon maw. Of course, it tastes wonderful. Would you like to try? Yes. Feeny's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Noticing her enthusiasm, Chaos called out, "Wait a moment." He then reached for the ingredients again, slicing off another piece of fish and placing it into the stone pot. The fish quickly turned white in the boiling water. Do you prefer it a bit raw or well-cooked? I've never eaten anything. Can you tell me the difference? Feeny, seated at the edge of Chaos's claw, looked curiously at the bubbling pot. Lacking any prior experience with food, she was eager to learn. Raw has a fresher taste, while cooked is softer and more tender. Chaos glanced at Feeny's little legs, which were swinging leisurely, the burns from before now completely healed. Then I'll have it well cooked. Very well. This time, Chaos waited until the fish was entirely white before withdrawing his claw from the pot, presenting the steaming morsel before Feeny. As she gazed at the warm, fragrant dish, Feeny hesitated briefly before extending her small hand to gently tear off a piece of fish. With her cherry-red lips, she slowly brought it to her mouth and began to chew. After a couple of bites, she swallowed, her expression reflecting her thoughts. It seems rather bland, Feeny remarked. Looking back at Chaos, concerned that her honesty might upset him, she remembered that the legendary five-colored dragons preferred praise. Observing Feeny's cautious demeanor, Chaos smiled warmly. I can't help it. I currently lack seasonings. Once we leave this cave and acquire some, I shall treat you to a proper meal. Yes, yes. Feeny nodded eagerly, relieved that Chaos was not upset. Aware that the dish might not cater to Feeny's palate, Chaos opted not to press further, consuming the remaining pieces of fish from his claw. As he continued to eat, Chaos too realized the dish lacked flavor, entirely devoid of any seasoning. Consequently, he decided to abandon the pretense and simply gnawed on a piece of sashimi. Noticing Chaos indulging in his meal, Feeny flapped her little wings and flew to perch atop his head. With his claws now free, Chaos seized the ingredients with both claws and began to devour them. As Chaos paused his meal when he felt about 80% full, he knew that even with this modest satisfaction, he had had enough to eat, reserving the remaining portion for the tasks ahead. Overindulgence would render him lethargic. Observing Chaos's cessation of eating, Phineas eagerly inquired, "Chaos, are you full?" Hiccup. Chaos replied with a satisfied burp. "Yes, I'm full. Does this mean we have dined together?" Flapping her delicate wings, Phineas hovered before him, her large eyes alight with anticipation. An ominous feeling stirred within him. Not really. Not really? Indeed, definitely not, Chaos affirmed with a rapid nod, his gaze sincere as it met Phineas's. Why not? Phineas's urgency grew. If this did not count, would it mean she could not forge a contract with Chaos? Phineas, how do you feel about me? Chaos leaned in slightly, his earnest eyes locking onto hers. With a sudden halt, he interrupted his spellcasting, gazing at Chaos. Phineas's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. He was gentle, unlike the legendary five-colored dragons, and he even considered her feelings. So, I like you, she stammered. Chaos. Wait, Aren't fairies supposed to be a blank slate? I haven't even begun anything, yet here you are, ready to give away everything. His emotions were tangled. Indeed, attaining something too easily lacked fulfillment. Noticing Chaos's silence, Phineas spoke up. What's wrong, Chaos? Nothing at all. Do you trust me, Phineas? Yes, she answered without hesitation. Chaos. Looking at Phineas's innocent and naive expression, Chaos felt a pang of conscience strike him once more. I believe our first meal should count only if both parties are satisfied. You see, Phineas, you didn't particularly enjoy the food we had. Is that so? As she gazed into Chaos's earnest eyes, regret washed over her. Had she known, she would have declared the meal enjoyable. This is my oversight. Therefore, to make amends, I hope that our dining experience can extend to the next occasion. I will strive to prepare something you will love. Then, let it be the next time. Phineas lowered her small head, feeling a bit disheartened. Chaos had stated they needed to share a meal before forming a contract. If this time didn't count, they would have to wait for the next. Yes, I will definitely prepare something you will like next time. With that, the dragon's lips parted. Splash. Sounds emanated from the water's edge. A group of hatchling dragons dragged a dead Cash. Their jaws clamped around its body as they ascended the riverbank. Soon, a small mountain of prey accumulated on the shore, the pungent scent of blood saturating the air around them. Agatha, reeking of blood, approached with a fleeting glance at the fairy perched atop Chaos. Swiftly losing interest and redirecting her gaze toward him. The hunt had concluded. Was this sufficient? Chaos scanned the imposing figure of the large girl, his eyes sweeping over her. Despite the strong scent of blood surrounding her, it lacked the distinct aroma of dragon's blood. Indeed, this formidable girl possessed considerable strength. He refrained from responding immediately, instead casting his gaze toward the heap of Cash corpses not far away, silently calculating. The quantity of Cash was ample, leading him to a rough conclusion. There should be enough. And should it fall short, they could always hunt more. Very well, I shall partake as well, Agatha declared, stepping forward to join the fledgling dragons in their feast. The accumulated Cash was plentiful, yet the fledgling dragons had substantial appetites. Under the voracious consumption of the young dragons, the remains of the Cash quickly dwindled to mere fish bones and scattered magic cores. 23 white magic cores lay piled together. After their meal, the fledgling dragons, their bellies distended, reclined upon the ground, reluctant to stir. This was a common ailment among the young dragons. They nestled beside the crab shell, recuperating their energy in preparation for the impending battle. Chapter 31. Do you wish to duel with Lady Finny? As I opened my eyes, a magnificent fish landed before me. Instinctively, my claws pressed down. I was awake. With a firm grip on the fish's head, the once thrashing creature succumbed to silence. I began to feast upon its head. Agatha, standing nearby, observed my consumption without haste, only speaking once I had reduced the fish to its tail. The water level has risen again. How prepared are you? Do you feel confident? Upon hearing Agatha's inquiry, I glanced at the waterline. Yesterday's rocks were now half submerged, confirming the rise. Yet, there was still time. I do not engage in uncertain endeavors. You should gather the hatchlings first. Understood. As always, Agatha was succinct and efficient as she turned to approach the dragon brood. After consuming the last bit of the fishtail, I noticed a commotion above. A small figure, nestled upon the emerald scales, rubbed its eyes and sat up. What is it, Chaos? I have a task to attend to. Could you assist me, Finny? The mention of assistance sparked excitement in Finny's eyes. Of course. I am quite capable. Thank you. With a cheerful grin, Finny beamed at me. I then directed my gaze toward the distant figure of the rotund one, engaged in some excavation. Chubby, I called out. The digging figure halted momentarily before turning around, its bright, sparkling eyes locking onto mine. In the next instant, it bounded toward me, gaining speed. Is Chubby not slowing down? As the portly creature hurtled towards me like a plush projectile, I quietly shifted to the left. Chubby overshot me, its luminous eyes filled with confusion as it glanced back, then sped past me. Realizing the predicament, Chubby attempted to halt, but its balance was evidently lacking. Its clumsy paws tangled, sending it sprawling in a rather ungraceful manner. Finny, perched atop my head, raised a finger and erupted into laughter at the sight of the sliding Chubby. Ha ha, how clumsy she is, Chaos. Seemingly hearing her words, Chubby sprang to its feet, turned, and lowered its dragon form, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, its narrowed pupils now fixated on the small creature above me. No one can challenge the majesty of a dragon. The glimmering white pupils were now consumed by the instinct to hunt. Sensing the threat emanating from Chubby, Finny stood with a hint of indignation, hands on her hips. "Do you wish to duel with Lady Finny?" "Humph." Chubby responded with a toothy grin. While this scene was indeed amusing, it was not the time for a skirmish between these two, especially with Finny. I needed her assistance shortly. "All right, Chubby. Finny is a friend, neither food nor foe." "Humph." The plump white creature maintained its fierce demeanor. Observing this scene, Chaos's emerald vertical pupils narrowed. "Are you choosing not to heed my words?" The gathered white vertical pupils suddenly expanded, the ferocity within dissipating and giving way to clarity. "Humph." This time, the call carried a hint of grievance as the plump creature retreated, turning its back. "Chaos, you need not intervene. I fear not this fellow. It is a perfect opportunity for you to witness my prowess. Now, quiet down, Phineas. I have important matters to attend to shortly." Sensing the sternness in Chaos's tone, Phineas obediently settled down. "Oh." My claws approached the plump creature, and Chaos gently nudged the dragon's head. He understood that the plump creature was experiencing a bit of emotional turmoil. "Very well. Shortly I shall take you to hunt a formidable prey." "Humph." The voice regained its vitality as the rotund white dragon head affectionately rubbed against Chaos's dragon head. Hey. You can nuzzle, but could you not squish me?" "Humph. Humph. Ah, I am angry now." In contrast to the lively atmosphere surrounding Chaos, Agatha's vicinity bore an air of tension. A circle of hatchlings surrounded a red hatchling, which was noticeably twice their size, quietly crouched in the center. Agatha surveyed the hatchlings. "So, you wish to defy me?" "This is not defiance, Agatha. While you and Chaos are indeed strong, the chromatic dragons are free and will never be subjugated." The speaker was a green hatchling, its voice youthful. Essentially, it conveyed that while the hatchlings could be punished, one could not expect them to learn obedience. Agatha scanned the hatchlings, who remained silent. Yet their gathered vertical pupils expressed sentiments akin to those of the green hatchling. An itch had arisen, their claws itched. The stone beneath Agatha's claws groaned under the pressure. The crimson dragon claws sank deeply into the stone, as if it were but tofu. Should I punish these creatures? Yet, this would disrupt Chaos's plans. Given the rising water levels, time was running short for them. Chaos intended to employ a magical array to confront the Abankara, which necessitated a piece of land as the array's foundation, alongside the hatchlings to withstand the Abankara's tentacles. Alone, she could not hope to hold back the onslaught. The Abankara had many tentacles. Time was of the essence. If the riverbank at the end of the dark river were submerged, the hatchlings might have no choice but to confront the Abankara head-on. Such a confrontation was the worst-case scenario, likely resulting in the loss of some hatchlings and devoid of the home field advantage, should the Abankara choose not to surface. Even she would possess only a 50% chance of victory. However, if Chaos could indeed summon the water serpent array, the situation would alter dramatically. They would not need to enter the water and could continually harass the submerged Abankara, should the foe dare to approach the shore. Her chances of success would soar to 80%. The temperature emanating from Agatha intensified, causing the 13 hatchling dragons to hunch low, their bodies slightly retreating. This was not an act of fear, but rather a strategic maneuver to prepare for a righteous onslaught. Typically, in battles involving dragons, a wave of dragon breath would precede the confrontation. The hatchlings, having long harbored resentment towards Agatha, were dissatisfied with the previous encounter. The first instance could be excused. But why should Chaos claim all the magical cores during the second, especially when he had merely stood by the riverbank throughout the hunt? As for Agatha's assertion that only Chaos remained as the sole male dragon, it was simply implausible. They belonged to a lineage of powerful dragons, a race so formidable that it could not possibly be reduced to a single male. Just as the hatchlings braced themselves for the impending conflict, Agatha's rising heat gradually subsided. Her crimson, slit-like eyes coldly surveyed the assembly of hatchlings. She would bide her time to deal with this group, but that moment was not yet upon her. Ba-mo can law Chapter 32. Do these round-headed creatures truly comprehend the significance of the term? Under the perplexed gazes of the young dragons, Agatha continued to speak. At the end of this shadowy river lies a juvenile Bamenkanla, and the water level has been steadily rising, a fact that is easily observable with a modicum of attention. Once the water level surges, that Bamenkanla will hunt all the prey within this dark river. She emphasized each word with conviction. The young dragons fell silent for a moment, exchanging glances. Agatha's assertion was indeed accurate. The water level of the shadowy river had been rising recently. Noticing this, a few of the young dragons nodded towards their companions. However, they found it difficult to place their trust in Agatha based solely on this observation. "Why should we believe you?" spoke a black hatchling, her jet-black vertical pupils filled with skepticism as she regarded Agatha. Agatha turned her head towards the speaking black hatchling, her formidable and fiery aura causing the hatchling to instinctively lower her body. Instinctual caution prompted her to adopt a defensive stance. Agatha silently noted the appearance of the black hatchling for future consideration. "I do not intend to prove anything to you. Whether you choose to follow me to the depths of the underground river will clarify everything for you. You may opt not to accompany me, but I will be taking Chaos with me." Upon hearing that Chaos would be taken, all the young dragon's pupils momentarily contracted. They were not fond of Chaos, the one who pilfered their spoils, yet they recognized the harsh reality. Without Chaos summoning the sensing vines to tempt the cache, they would be left to subsist on the minuscule fish and shrimp in the puddles. It was evidently impossible for a group of young dragons to rely solely on such meager fare to satiate their hunger. While they may struggle in various aspects at their current stage, their ability to hunt for food remained unequivocal. Without Chaos's summons, they would have to venture into the dark river to hunt. However, that was far from an easy task. In the puddles, they could easily hunt the cache due to the terrain's constraints, as the narrow confines diminished the cache's speed advantage. In the expansive waters of the shadowy river, the circumstances would be entirely different. They would be fortunate to merely consume the bubbles left by the cache's movements, let alone catch any fish. There was even the possibility of being hunted in turn by the cache. Thus, it was imperative that Agatha not be allowed to take Chaos away. The young dragons exchanged glances, their understanding of the pros and cons solidifying in their minds. Their gazes fell upon the proud and confident crimson hatchling ahead of them. As time progressed, instead of successfully narrowing the size disparity with Agatha, their differences had only grown more pronounced. Agatha's physique was evidently larger than it had been before. They observed her muscles rippling beneath her scarlet scales. If a confrontation were to ensue, it was likely that they, as a group of young dragons, would struggle against Agatha alone. Furthermore, given Agatha's amicable relationship with Chaos, it was highly probable that Chaos would join the fray if a conflict were to arise. With the troublesome spellcasting ability of Chaos added into the mix, the outcomes for them could only worsen. And retracted her aggressive posture, lifting herself and advancing on her claws. "I will accompany you." Agatha nodded gently at the petite black hatchling that stood before her, remaining silent as her gaze shifted to the other hatchlings. The chromatic dragons were not to be underestimated, save for the immature white dragon. Though reluctant, seeing her ally step forward compelled Roya to follow suit, her eyes cautiously fixating on the massive red hatchling ahead. "Then, I shall go as well." Agatha's response was a subtle nod of her dragon head. In reply, the timid Roya swiftly bounded to Anne's side. Paying little heed to them, Agatha continued to observe the remaining hatchlings. It was a simple truth, yielding to the prevailing tide. The moment the black hatchling had made her choice, their temporary unity had already begun to unravel. Indeed, one by one, the hatchlings soon expressed their intentions. All 12 chose to follow. Without niceties, Agatha promptly assigned the hatchlings the task of transporting the complete fish bones piled upon the riverbank. This was the material Chaos required for her preparations. The previous day's meal had consisted solely of fish meat, leaving the bones intact. Rustling sounds reached Chaos's ears as she lifted her dragon head to glance. It was Agatha, appearing well prepared, followed by a group of hatchlings clutching whole cache fish bones in their mouths. "Are we ready to depart?" Agatha's words were as straightforward and efficient as ever, getting straight to the point. Indeed, rising from the ground, Chaos cast a glance at the plump, white figure still resting nearby. "Get up, we are off to hunt." "Humph." The round, white hatchling sprang to its feet, its slitted eyes narrowing in a fierce expression. Unable to resist, Chaos reached out a claw to pat the rotund white dragon's head, then turned her attention back to Agatha. "Let us proceed." "Very well." Without further ado, Agatha stepped forward, extending her claws to lift a stone pot filled with white magical course. With a powerful flap of her broad dragon wings, she soared into the sky. As the young dragon ascended, Chaos unfurled her own pair of wings, adorned with emerald green scales. Whoosh! 10 minutes passed effortlessly. 20 minutes in, her wings began to ache. 30 minutes later, she gasped, "Is the stamina of this little one limitless?" 40 minutes went by, panting heavily. 50 minutes in, her vision blurred. "I can't go on. I truly cannot. If we continue, I might perish." It was imperative to take a break. approaching the wall. Her claws easily sank into the soft rock, and Chaos clung to the cliffside. She gazed towards the young dragon ahead. Agatha. Upon hearing her name called by Chaos, Agatha spread her wings wide, her body halting mid-flight. As she paused, Agatha turned her dragon head back and beheld Chaos, who was clinging to the rock wall, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. Is he out of stamina? Her crimson-slit pupils narrowed slightly. Agatha was taken aback by the fragility of Chaos's endurance. This is rather concerning. All the hatchlings halted in mid-air above the dark river, casting their gazes upon Agatha. Noticing her silence, they redirected their attention towards the hanging figure of Chaos. Disdain, astonishment, contempt, excitement. An array of expressions flickered in the myriad of colored slit pupils. Sensing the implications behind these hatchlings' gazes, Chaos felt a twinge of irritation. What do these round-headed creatures mean? Isn't it quite normal for a mage to have a slightly fragile physique? Do they understand the significance of a fragile mage's area of effect? Do they grasp the true value of the term mage? Let us take a rest. At that moment, Agatha spoke. The hatchlings finally shifted their gazes, flapping their wings as they sought out suitable rock walls to perch upon, beginning to rest and recover their strength. Agatha flapped her wings and flew directly to a position beside Chaos. Chapter 33. Let it go. Let it go. Agatha turned her dragon head to glance at Chaos. Are you restored? With a gentle flap of her wings behind her, Chaos subtly nodded his dragon head. The soreness in his wings had subsided. Then let us set forth. With that, the large girl released her claws from the rocky wall, her body plummeting a few meters before her crimson wings spread wide, executing a flawless adjustment for flight. Watching the distant silhouette of the large girl fade away, the remaining young dragons began to loosen their grips on the rock face, transitioning from descent to flight. Humph. Chaos glanced at the chubby white dragon beside him. It's fine. Let us catch up. Humph. The chubby dragon obediently released its claws and joined the flight. Chaos also let go, unfurling his wings in the air and adjusting his body to follow at the rear of the dragon flock. He did not wish to lag behind. But that damned innate buff was something he had to contend with. Do not feel disheartened. Your bloodline talent in spell casting is exceptional. I believe you will surpass these round-headed dragons in time, came the clear voice of Finny from atop his head. Chaos recognized Finny's attempt to comfort him, and he felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you, Finny. Hee, we are friends, no need for thanks. After nearly an hour of continuous flying, their vision began to blur, as if the dragon wings had lost all sensation. Huff huff. The two large nostrils on the emerald dragon head continuously exhaled mist. Shall we take a break? Hearing Chaos's increasingly labored breaths, Finny grew concerned, flapping her small wings and rising into the air. The dragon flock ahead had already covered a considerable distance. At that moment, Chaos felt as though he had been abandoned, unnoticed by any dragon. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the dragon flock's speed had significantly diminished from their initial pace. Feeling dizzy and hazy, he thought, I wish I could sleep. Just then, a gentle coolness enveloped his abdomen, dispelling the drowsiness that clouded his mind. Lowering his head, he saw a round white dragon head, maintaining an upward gaze, watching him intently. Humph. Ah, it's you, chubby one. Thank you. At that moment, he found himself completely supported by the chubby dragon, his claws wrapped around its neck. Humph. With a powerful roar, the hefty white dragon flapped its wings, instantly accelerating. The newfound speed quickly caught up with the dragon flock. As they recognized the approaching white hatchling, all the young dragons cast furtive glances at the figure resting atop its back. The leading dragon, Agatha, glanced briefly but said nothing, continuing to guide the flock onward. Chaos chose to disregard the glances from the others. Let it go, let it go. Being weak was simply a part of his nature. As for the disdain from the hatchlings, it mattered little. After all, aside from Agatha, none of these dragons could best him. The chubby dragon supported him, and he would protect the chubby one in return. It was that simple. The flight speed of the dragon horde gradually increased, returning to its normal pace before the onset of their journey. With Chaos perched on his back, the plump white dragon found himself trailing at the end of the group. However, based on Chaos's observations, it seemed that the rotund creature was in a state of effortless ease, a conclusion supported by the steady and tranquil rhythm of his breathing. It appeared that the plump dragon had awakened some latent physical abilities, explaining his impressive appetite and his pudgy physique. Reflexively, his claws pinched the soft flesh at the nape of the white dragon's neck. The rotund white dragon, with its distinctive U-shaped head, cast a curious glance at Chaos. Humph, came the soft sound. Nothing, Chaos replied, meeting the gaze of the plump dragon, having instinctively pinched the soft flesh on its neck. At that moment, Feeny, flapping her small wings, flew ahead, hands on her hips. I didn't expect you to be quite remarkable, plump one. This praise evidently delighted the rotund dragon, whose vertical pupils dilated with pleasure. Hemfit responded with an unmistakable tone of pride in its youthful voice. You, the plump one, are quite lacking in humility. With a slight lift of its round head, it turned back to face the front. Humph, since you helped Chaos this time, I shall overlook your arrogance. After resting for about 10 minutes and regaining some stamina, Chaos resumed his own flight. Thus, after approximately another half-hour of soaring, they arrived at the end of the dark river. The tranquil underground lake mirrored the surroundings, encircled by towering and smooth rock walls, with a broad riverbank opposite providing solid ground. They had arrived. This place was entirely reminiscent of the dream revealed by the hourglass. Folding his wings, he descended to the center of the riverbank, casting his gaze forward. A warm breath wafted from beside him. Sensing the heat emanating from Agatha, who had approached his side, Chaos shifted his attention from the riverbank. Shall we take a break? No need. Let us begin directly. Chaos declined Agatha's suggestion, feeling he was not yet overly fatigued. Moreover, who said he intended to personally construct the water serpent formation? He was merely there to direct, without any intention of exerting himself. As for the laborers, his peripheral vision swept over a group of hatchlings resting on the riverbank. The sensitivity of the dragon species was acute. The hatchlings quickly sensed Chaos's blatant scrutiny. Many expressed disdain at the attention of the diminutive green hatchling, with some even baring their sharp dragon teeth as a warning. Chaos paid no heed to the provocations of the few hatchlings. They clearly misunderstood the situation. While his frail attributes were indeed apparent, his magical prowess. To put it succinctly, the once meager trickle had transformed into a 4-meter-long stream. If a unit of measure were required, he was now capable of unleashing 5 instances of the thorn magic he once used against Hera. To ensure that this group of hatchlings obeys, a touch of finesse is evidently required. Retracting his gaze, he turned to Agatha. Although Agatha had once severed the tentacle of the Bamo Canla, she had not witnessed the event firsthand. Thus, for the sake of caution, are you confident in intercepting its attack? Upon hearing Chaos's inquiry, Agatha subtly inclined her dragon head. Absolutely. With her affirmative response, Chaos raised his claw, gesturing towards the riverbank. That creature should be lurking beneath the water, watching us. You should approach the bank and feign drinking. It will undoubtedly strike at you. In an instant, Agatha grasped Chaos's intent. This was precisely the opportunity she needed to impart the lesson of strength to the hatchlings, teaching them the essence of obedience. Very well. With a decisive nod, she turned without hesitation and made her way towards the riverbank. Noticing Agatha's approach, all the hatchlings fell silent, their eyes fixed upon her retreating figure. Chapter 34. It seems increasingly difficult to confront this towering lowly. Although Agatha had mentioned the presence of a Baramokala lurking beneath the water, skepticism lingered among them. A juvenile Baramokala, at the very least, possessed a 4-ringed tier of power. With their group of fledgling dragons, they were no different from mere fodder. Even Agatha was not an exception. After all, they were but fledglings. As the red-headed figure approached the riverbank, the chubby white dragon took a cautious step forward. However, the moment she advanced, she found herself unable to move, glancing back at the green chubby dragon that had ensnared her tail. Humph. Behave yourself, from now on. You will remain by my side. The round, plump dragon nodded obediently, her bright, shining vertical pupils fixated on Chaos. Understanding the green dragon's words meant the promise of food. Chaos reached out a claw to stroke the round, white dragon's head, then turned her gaze back to the crimson figure steadily making its way to the riverbank. Agatha's pace was slow, inching closer to the shore, her draconic form gradually lowering. Her crimson vertical pupils had already entered a heightened state of vigilance, narrowing to a mere line. Upon reaching the river's edge, Agatha crouched low, her head inching toward the water's surface. Suddenly, without warning, a massive black tentacle erupted from the tranquil waters. Anticipating the assault, Agatha deftly tilted her head aside, allowing the tentacle to narrowly miss her crimson snout. With the attack evaded, Agatha swiftly mounted a counteroffensive. Her dragon maw opened wide, and her sharp, white fangs easily pierced the rough surface of the tentacle. Emerald green ichor gushing forth in an instant. Seizing the tentacle, a fierce glint ignited in her crimson eyes, and with a powerful jerk, she tore it free. revealing a delicate pink flesh beneath the rough exterior. The severed tentacle retreated beneath the surface, and moments later, bubbles began to rise from the now turbulent lake. With a successful strike, Agatha took several steps back, although she did not retreat entirely, only to about 5 or 6 meters away, her crimson pupils defiantly fixed on the roiling water. She understood that the Baramokala lurking beneath could undoubtedly sense her presence. Thus, 10 tentacles shot forth from the water, lightning fast, encircling her in an instant, blocking all avenues of escape. Yet, retreat was never her intention. With a fierce roar, Agatha unleashed her draconic breath, engulfing 2 of the tentacles in flames. The tentacles, now coated in fire, fell limp, their fiery tendrils spreading relentlessly. Though the 2 tentacles retracted into the depths, the flames remained unextinguished. Soon, the burning remnants floated to the surface. The ground beneath Agatha's claws cracked, the subtle muscles in her crimson limbs bulging with power. She did not retreat. Rather, she advanced. With a powerful thrust of its hind claws, the dragon's talons swiftly tore asunder 2 of the tentacles. The dragon's maw opened wide and clamped down on one tentacle, exerting force to rip it away. In a mere exchange, Bamakanla had lost 3 of its appendages. As Agatha severed the 3 tentacles, she leapt backward, and in the next moment, 5 tentacles plunged into the rocky ground where she had just stood, like stakes being driven into the earth. Before the tentacles could withdraw, Agatha raised her claw and swept it, causing the severed tentacles to tumble to the ground. All the severed appendages retreated back into the water, and the surface, once bubbling with activity, gradually returned to a state of tranquility. Clearly, the Bamakanla beneath the surface had chosen to remain subdued. After standing at the riverbank for about a minute and confirming that the Bamakanla would not launch a counterattack, Agatha, still clutching a 5-meter-long tentacle in her jaws, turned her dragon form around. With an explosive burst of energy, her claws became razor-sharp, bolstered by strength and agility, and she unleashed her devastating dragon breath. Evidently, she possessed at least 4 discernible talents. What a formidable assassin she had become, equipped with the full might and nimbleness of a grand sword. This young dragoness was becoming increasingly fierce. Observing the entire scene, Chaos felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. The good news was that the young dragoness was indeed powerful, capable of confronting the Bamakanla head-on on solid ground. When the time came to deploy the water serpent formation, she would not fear any desperate maneuvers from the Bamakanla, providing a greater sense of security. The bad news, however, was that the young dragoness's strength made Chaos's own goal of overcoming her seem ever more distant. It was not only Chaos who felt this way. All 12 of the hatchlings shared a similar sentiment. Is Agatha truly this formidable? They wondered. What then was the meaning of their earlier provocations? A severed tentacle, violently torn apart, landed heavily before Chaos. Eat. The young dragoness's crimson-slit pupils still bore the remnants of her recent battle's ferocity. With a gentle motion of her dragon head, Chaos began to gnaw at the offering, not forgetting to beckon for Chubby to join him. Chubby, hesitant and cautious, remained on the ground, eyes warily fixed on Agatha. Agatha glanced at the white hatchling but said nothing, instead turning her gaze to the remaining hatchlings. Confirming Agatha's demeanor, Chubby slowly approached Chaos's side, and the moment she bit into the succulent tentacle meat, her bright, white pupils dilated with delight. Agatha paid no mind to the 2 feasting dragons and surveyed the group of hatchlings. Those who met her gaze promptly lowered their heads in submission, lying down in a display of acquiescence typical among the chromatic dragons. Go fetch the remaining food, Agatha commanded. No hatchling dared to defy her at that moment. The 12 hatchlings surged forward, quickly gathering the 7 remaining tentacles on the beach to the center of the riverbank. While food was now abundant, none of the dragons dared to partake. Eat, Agatha urged, and with that, she unfurled her wings and soared toward the 2 segments of tentacle meat floating on the water's surface, still ablaze with crimson flames. Ignoring the flames, she extended her claws to seize 2 pieces of tentacle flesh. The blazing crimson flames did not spread towards Agatha. As she neared the center of the riverbank, Agatha released her grip on the tentacle meat. With a thud, the 2 pieces of tentacle flesh fell heavily to the ground, sliding a short distance. As she gnawed, Chaos kept a watchful eye on the descending little girl beside her. To her astonishment, the little girl's claws brushed against the tentacle flesh, and the crimson flames enveloping it seemed to respond to some unseen summons, vanishing entirely as they followed the red dragon claws. Her emerald vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Indeed, the little girl wielded a power beyond that of ordinary destructive dragon breath. Typically, once such breath is expelled, it no longer remains within the dragon's control, continuing to burn until it consumes the life force of its target. It was utterly impossible for one to reclaim it, as the little girl had done. A sudden sense of helplessness welled up within her. It seemed that defeating this little girl would prove exceedingly difficult in the future. Chapter 35. Fortunately, Phineas encountered this benevolent green dragon. Upon this realization, the once delectable tentacle meat seemed to lose its allure. Defeating the grand little girl had been his foremost aspiration since his dragonhood, yet it now appeared increasingly unattainable. Like him, the grand little girl possessed a lineage of her own, and it seemed she bore even more of it than he did. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. Chomp, chomp. Wait, there's nothing left. Extending a claw and feeling only emptiness, Chaos turned to his companion, the chubby white one. The rotund creature, who had been stuffing tentacle skin into its mouth, paused and gazed eagerly at Chaos with its sparkling white slit pupils. Was the green plump one also yearning for skin? After a brief moment of hesitation, the chubby white paw reached for the remaining piece of tentacle skin still protruding from the dragon's maw and tugged it. With a retching sound, nearly a meter of damp tentacle skin was pulled free. The wrinkled, dark skin, glistening with exquisite dragon saliva, was presented before Chaos. Here you go, green plump one. Though the chubby white one said nothing, Chaos perceived that its gaze conveyed this very sentiment. No, no, no. He repeatedly waved his claws in refusal. This chubby creature truly had a knack for degrading dragons. He had no desire to consume the drool of a fool. Furthermore, the tentacle skin was exceedingly coarse, akin to chewing on leather, with a flavor only marginally superior to that of dirt, certainly not to his taste. I do not want it. You may eat it alone. Humph. The shiny white slit pupils brightened, and the paw clutching the tentacle skin was once again thrust toward the dragon's maw. The recently expelled tentacle skin re-entered as swiftly as it had exited. Did this chubby one truly not find it repulsive? Never mind, it was just a fool. Turning his gaze away, he realized that the earlier tentacle meat had barely satisfied his hunger, although it had significantly replenished his magical energy. Yet it was still insufficient. He raised a paw to stroke his belly. Perhaps he could seize a bit more. Sitting on the ground, he turned his dragon head to observe a group of young hatchlings. Alas, these hatchlings were all reincarnated hungry dragons. There was no tentacle meat to be found among them. Not even the skin remained around the 12 hatchlings. Truly a pack of famished dragons. Currently, only Agatha still had tentacle meat nearby. Directing his gaze towards Agatha, he saw her still gnawing on a steaming piece of tentacle, though she had but one left. At that moment, Agatha tossed a section of steaming tentacle meat toward him, which landed gracefully in front of Chaos. Gazing at the warm, enticing tentacle meat before him, Chaos beamed. The grand little girl was indeed wonderful. Thank you, he exclaimed, before seizing the steaming meat and devouring it. This time, he had no intention of sharing with the chubby one. It was far too gluttonous. As he consumed the meat, the chubby one watched him longingly from the side. Ignoring its gaze, Chaos continued to feast. Soon, he had polished off half of the tentacle. Burping contentedly and patting his rounded belly, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. How delightful it was, so much so that he wished to lie down. Just as I was about to recline, a dark shadow enveloped me. Looking up, I discovered it was the young girl standing before me. What is it, Agatha? Let us get started, she declared with her customary bluntness. Chaos understood her intent. She was eager to confront the troublesome Ba-Mocanra directly. Indeed, this was the most pressing course of action at present. Very well. Suppressing my fatigue, Chaos propped up his dragon form and directed his gaze towards the fledgling dragons scattered on the ground. Before he could utter a word, the young girl spoke. Everyone, rise. Her youthful yet indifferent voice lacked authority, yet having just witnessed Agatha's ferocity in battle, a single fledgling dragon overpowering a four-ring Ba-Mocanra, there was an unspoken command in her presence. Almost instantly, all 12 fledgling dragons rose in unison. The Ba-Mocanra had yet to be fully dealt with. If we wish to continue our tranquil existence during this period of growth, eliminating the Ba-Mocanra was imperative. From this moment onward, you are all to heed Chaos's every command. Let us decisively eliminate that Ba-Mocanra, Agatha instructed, her gaze fixed on the most unruly of the little black dragon. Under her scrutiny, the small black dragon gradually lowered its rounded head until it touched the ground, its dark, slitted eyes now as clear as the waters of a shadowy river. Obedient yet timid, it understood the necessity of contributing after recently receiving Agatha's favor. There were no objections from the fledglings. After all, they had just benefited from Agatha's generosity. Engaging in some work in return seemed fair. There was no loss of dignity in this exchange. Since it seems you have no objections, let us commence, Agatha remarked, glancing towards Chaos. He realized it was now his moment to shine. His gaze swept over the fledgling dragons, ultimately settling on the little black ball of coal among them. His mouth parted slightly. He had not forgotten the incident with the water channel. Someone must have meddled to cause that mishap. And the only ones he held a grudge against were the green one and the little black dragon. The green one likely lacked the cunning, leaving only the little black dragon. An unease stirred within the small black dragon as Chaos's gaze fixed upon it. All right, let us get to work, everyone. First, remove the fish bones from the fish skeleton, and then we shall proceed to the next step. With that command, Chaos approached the stone pot. Having just demonstrated her strength, there was no way any fledgling dragon would dare defy the young girl at this moment. Upon reaching the stone pot, he paused and extended his claw to retrieve a cash magic core. The core was roughly the size of an egg, its surface gleaming white. Sitting down on the ground, he understood that constructing a magical array required not only basic materials but also a core that served as the source of magical power. The core could be any object imbued with magical energy, be it a gemstone or an oddly shaped item, as long as it contained a high concentration of magical essence. The cash magic cores were precisely the cores Chaos had chosen, as they possessed a high concentration of water attribute magic, perfectly suited for the construction of the water serpent array. With a graceful lift, the right claw traced delicate lines through the air, the movement of the claw leaving a trail of azure luminescence that wove intricate threads of blue. These ethereal strands coalesced into a singular blue magical rune. A gentle tap of the claw upon the now-formed rune caused it to seamlessly merge with the cash magic core. Completed at last, it was time to move on to the next task. How impressive! Chaos is truly remarkable, capable of delineating the magical array in one fluid motion. Upon hearing the praise from Fine, who perched above, Chaos beamed with pride, revealing a wide dragon's grin, showing no inclination towards modesty. Of course. By the way, Fine, could you do me a favor shortly? Absolutely, Chaos. You can count on me. I am quite capable. Fine responded with unyielding confidence, which filled Chaos with delight. When I command the magical array, I need you to sit atop one of the cores. You need only to infuse your magical energy into it. Not a problem. Leave it to me. Her straightforward and self-assured reply was heartening. It was fortunate that Fine encountered such a benevolent green dragon. Had she met another of the chromatic dragons, she might have ended up exploited while naively counting coins for someone else. Chapter 36. The dragon sees nothing in total. There were 25 water elemental cores, each meticulously inscribed with magical runes, a task that consumed a considerable amount of time. After etching the final core, Chaos lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. A pile of fish bones, sharp and pointed, was neatly stacked on the ground, indicating that the task had been completed long ago. It was time to proceed to the next step, setting up the foundational framework for the magical array. Everyone, rise and prepare for work. With a rustling sound, all the young dragons resting on the riverbank raised their claws, their round heads turning in unison towards Chaos. Each of you, take 2 fish spines. Listen to my instructions and insert them into the designated positions. This was a simple task, and Chaos was confident that the young dragons would comprehend it. With a powerful flap of his emerald-scaled wings, he soared to a height of 10 meters above the riverbank, granting him a full view of the entire area. The riverbank was not particularly vast, measuring only about 100 meters in length. It was quite level, with smooth pebbles piled along the edge, while the rear portion was composed of a mixture of soil and scattered stones. With his verdant vertical pupils narrowing slightly, Chaos assessed the terrain. In his mind, a structure resembling a water serpent array rapidly materialized, a double circular ring encircling a coiled water serpent. Chaos pointed a claw at a green hatchling. Step forward 5 paces and drive the fish spine into the soil. The green hatchling, indicated by Chaos, nodded slightly, its somewhat plump claws beginning to move. Observing the hatchling following his instructions, Chaos then directed his claw towards a black dragon. The foundational framework of the array does not require intricate precision. Approximate positioning will suffice. You, take 5 steps to the left, then 10 steps forward, and insert the fish spine into the ground. as chaos continued to guide each hatchling. They each found their respective positions. Eventually, only the black hatchling, remained stationary, lifting its round head to gaze at chaos in the sky. Observing the black hatchling, chaos broke into a friendly smile. Ah, the little coal ball seems rather composed. However, Black Coal Ball set down the fish spine. There is a more important task for you. Do you see that stone wall over there? Chaos pointed towards the stone wall at the back of the riverbank. After glancing at the wall, and gently nodded its head. Go, and with your claws, throw a square stone, measuring 3 meters by 3 meters. Is this also necessary for the array? And pondered asking the green hatchling. But upon noticing the teasing glint in its eyes, he thought better of it. Even if he did inquire, he would likely receive nothing but a dismissive response. With a slight nod, and set down the fish spine and approached the stone wall. Watching the black hatchling's retreating figure, Chaos thoughtfully stroked his chin. How curious. It's strange that the black coal ball doesn't question me. It seems he has already concocted a perfunctory excuse. TSK, this black coal ball seems capable of making unexpected choices every time. A glance at the hatchling now scraping at the stone wall made Chaos feel considerably more at ease. After all, wasn't he fond of digging? This time, let the dark coal ball indulge to its heart's content. Chaos. Oh. The claws of the hatchling dragon are exceedingly sharp, yet they are not impervious to fatigue. Prolonged scraping against stone will undoubtedly lead to soreness. Retracting his gaze, he noticed a group of hatchling dragons below, all eagerly awaiting his command. You. Take 3 steps to the left, then insert. With each directive from Chaos, the skeletal framework of the magic array, constructed from fish bones, gradually took shape. While it may appear inconspicuous from below, from Chaos's vantage point, a distinct double-ringed array and a sinuous serpent within the rings were clearly visible. Observing the completed foundational framework, Chaos gestured towards the hatchling dragons below, who were eagerly watching him. All right, you may withdraw for now. Upon hearing this, all the hatchlings began to step back from the framework of the magic array. With the foundational structure completed, he folded his dragon wings slightly and descended slowly to the center of the array, standing upright and bending down to retrieve a handful of magic cores from the stone cauldron, cradling them in his embrace. It was now time to place the core. Chaos approached a fishbone embedded in the soil. The fishbone was quite long, each measuring over half a meter, translucent in hue, with one sharpened end thrust into the earth for stability. Not this one, nor this. His claws rummaged through the pile of magic cores in his grasp. Found it. This is the one. He placed the chosen magic core atop the fishbone's flat end. All right, this one is suitable. 10 for the double rings, 9 for the serpent's body, and 1 for the serpent's head. He positioned the final magic core atop the serpent's head. Phineas. Yes, I am here. What do you require of me, Chaos? Flapping her small wings, Phineas flew from above Chaos's head to hover before him, her azure eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Excellent. Such a strong desire to perform. Chaos pointed to the magic core situated on the serpent's head. You simply need to sit atop this magic core and connect your magical essence to it. Absolutely. Leave it to me, Chaos. With a flutter of her tiny wings, Phineas settled upon the magic core, which instantly radiated a dreamlike blue glow. Sitting in a duck-like posture, Phineas tilted her head upwards to gaze at Chaos. Is this sufficient? Indeed, Chaos nodded. This will do. Phineas, you are remarkable. Upon receiving this praise, Phineas broke into a delighted, silly grin. Splendid, everything is in order. Watching Phineas still grinning foolishly, Chaos turned and strode toward the central position of the magic array. All was prepared. He could activate the water serpent magic array at any moment. Outside the magic array, Agatha glanced at the completed water serpent formation. With fish bones scattered across the ground and some magic cores arranged. Was the construction of a magic array truly this simple? Contemplating this, she directed her gaze toward Chaos, who had now reached the center of the magic array. As their eyes met, Agatha spoke first. Is it finished? Yes, it is complete, Chaos affirmed with a nod. Next, I shall command the magical array to strike the aquatic Bamakangla, and if it becomes desperate, it will undoubtedly retaliate. At that moment, you must ensure to intercept all the tentacles that rise to the surface. This should not pose any difficulty, correct? Agatha nodded in agreement, asserting that it was indeed a manageable task. The underwater Bamakangla is weakened. Even an ordinary hatchling, when not caught off guard, could thwart a single tentacle. The crimson vertical pupils scanned the group of hatchlings. Those who caught Agatha's gaze subtly inclined their heads, for hunting the Bamakangla was a shared aspiration among them. If the water continues to rise unchecked, the Bamakangla's range of activity will inevitably expand, and none of them would fare well in such a scenario. Confirming that no dragon would voice dissent, Agatha's attention shifted to the black hatchling still digging into the stone wall behind her, her probing gaze landing on Chaos. Noticing the inquisitive look directed at him, Chaos immediately turned his head toward the water's surface. However, he saw nothing. The dragon perceived nothing at all. Chapter 37, Turn-Based Game. It's my turn. Since there are no objections, let us commence. With that, magical energy coalesced into a sphere of blue luminescence, descending into the central core of the summoning circle before it. As the magical force infused, the transparent magic core illuminated with a blue glow, levitating directly before Chaos's dragon head. From the core, delicate blue threads extended, connecting to various magic cores positioned on fish spines as their nuclei. As these threads intertwined, the water serpent formation was fully activated. Observing that Chaos had successfully activated the magic array, Agatha reluctantly turned her gaze toward the riverbank. As for the black hatchling, never mind. Given her size, she would hardly be of assistance. Setting aside her distractions, Agatha focused her crimson slit-like eyes on the riverbank, entering a state of concentration. All the hatchlings aligned themselves before the magic array. Watching the line of hatchlings from behind, Chaos peacefully closed his eyes, immersing his spirit within the magic formation. With a splash, a colossal transparent serpent emerged from the magic array. Its head reared high, in tandem with its thick, sinuous body. Chaos glanced at his own form, standing within the magic array. Well, this is rather peculiar. My perspective has elevated significantly. Behind him, the stout little black dragon had ceased its tasks, squatting on the ground, gazing intently at the transparent serpent extending from the magic array. The little kobold dares to shirk its duties. I shall take a bite. The serpent's jaws opened wide. With a swift motion, it expelled a sphere of water, resembling a casual spit. However, Chaos evidently overlooked the enormity of his current form. The water sphere crashed against the black hatchling like a tidal wave, instantly slamming it against the stone wall, leaving a spiderweb crack in its wake. Is its power truly that formidable? Chaos was momentarily dumbfounded, a tinge of regret creeping into his mind. Perhaps that was a tad excessive. The little black dragon, now slowly rising, did not roar or vent frustration, but silently turned away to resume scratching at the stones with its tiny claws. It appeared to be in scathed awe. How vexing. Why must I dwell upon this? This is, after all, retribution. Yes, indeed, this is vengeance. Now, I am even with this little coal ball. The serpent's head turned toward the tranquil water surface. Its body surged forward, plunging directly into the water. Splash. As the transparent giant serpent dove in, the still water erupted in a tremendous splash. It submerged completely. The underwater realm was far more expansive than it appeared above. Silence enveloped the surroundings, an extraordinary stillness. This elemental body is not my true form. It lacks the vision of a genuine dragon, allowing visibility only to a depth of several meters. Scanning the surroundings yielded no sight of Bamakangla. The gaze continued downward. It was an abyss of darkness, unfathomably deep. The serpent's body writhed as Chaos chose to delve deeper. After several minutes of descending, he encountered not a single fish or even a small aquatic creature. How thoroughly they have been consumed. Continuing to plunge deeper. Splash. A pitch-black tentacle, as swift as lightning, shot forth from the adjacent rock wall, too rapidly for Chaos to react. Although the tentacle pierced the serpent's head in an instant, no blood flowed forth. Raising his gaze towards the stone wall, he beheld a creature of formidable size, akin to a small mountain, its body enveloped in writhing tentacles. For pairs of dark, vertical eyes fixed upon him, unblinking. I found you, Chaos exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him as he opened his serpentine maw. With a swift snap, the tentacle that had pierced his head was severed. A low rumble erupted from the creature, Baromancola, as its mouth's tendrils writhed, producing a flurry of bubbles in response to pain-fueled fury. An onslaught of tentacles surged forth, encircling Chaos from all directions, forming a confining net. Remaining motionless, Chaos allowed the tentacles to penetrate his serpentine form. Foolish creature, I am invulnerable, he mused. Baromancola relied solely on brute strength, possessing only a smattering of magical prowess, merely capable of conjuring small water arrows. What a hospitable beast to deliver itself directly to me. With that, Chaos felt no hesitation as he lunged forward, his maw snapping shut on two of the tentacles, severing them in an instant. Another series of bubbles erupted from Baromancula, now missing two of its appendages. Seemingly understanding the situation, the tendrils before its mouth rose, aiming directly at the water serpent. A deluge of water arrows rained down, striking the massive serpent and puncturing small holes in its scales. Yet, these minuscule wounds began to mend at a visible pace. Casting a fleeting glance at the rapidly healing injuries, Chaos felt a profound sense of tranquility wash over him. It's my turn now, he thought. As the giant serpent lifted its head to regard him once again, Baromancula, with no hint of hesitation, propelled itself deeper into the depths, its tentacles flailing in retreat. How dare you break the turn-based rules? Are you truly unable to play fair? With a swift flick of his serpentine tail, Chaos pursued. Baromancula's speed was not particularly swift, allowing Chaos to quickly close the distance, coiling his form around the creature, revealing his serrated, transparent fangs within his gaping maw. He lunged towards Baromancula's head. Yet, instead of sinking his teeth into flesh, a tentacle thrust itself into his mouth. This time, the tentacle did not merely pass through but ensnared his open maw. You offer yourself willingly? Then I shall feast. Chaos bit down, only to discover an unexpected resistance. The tentacle was surprisingly resilient. While he could bite through it, it felt akin to chewing a tough piece of taffy. Glancing at the tentacle within his mouth, he discerned an invisible stream of water enveloping its surface. Has it been enchanted? He pondered. Nonetheless, he resolved to endure, determined to wear it down. With a strategy akin to softening hard tofu, he commenced a slow and steady gnawing. After nearly 3 minutes of relentless effort, he finally severed the tentacle within his maw. Throughout this time, Baromancula's remaining tentacles had continued to assault him, rendering the encounter decidedly inequitable. The promised turn-based engagement has been disregarded by this rogue, who plays unfairly. With a disdainful exhale, he spat out the severed tentacle. The serpentine maw lunged once more, aiming for the head of Baromancula, yet it failed to strike its target. A clearly enchanted tentacle was thrust into the serpent's mouth again. Very well. Today I shall observe how many tentacles you can manage to stuff in. With relentless persistence, the serpentine creature exerted its strength, gradually grinding down the tentacle. Its entire body coiled tightly around Baromancula. Stability was achieved. Now, it merely required patience to wear this foe down. Time ticked away, moment by moment. Below the surface, the two colossal beasts continued their struggle, while the water above churned violently, boiling and roiling. Occasionally, a pitch-black tentacle would breach the surface, splashing a deluge of water. Underwater. Each time the great serpent severed a tentacle, Baromancula would swiftly produce another to thwart the serpent's attempt to bite. Chapter 38 today, the hot pot. The serrated fangs of the snake-like creature began to gradually tear at the flesh of the tentacle. At this moment, Chaos's heart was as tranquil as still water. Steady and spicy, exceedingly so. He just needed to take his time, and he would eventually wear down the weakened Baromancula, which had long been deprived of sustenance. Should he consider a tentacle hot pot later? Feasible. In stark contrast to Chaos's relaxed demeanor, all the hatchlings on the water's surface were poised, attentively watching the tumultuous waters. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a massive, jet-black form erupted from the depths, entwined with a colossal, transparent serpent composed of water. Emerging from the depths, Baromancula ceased its attack on the water serpent and fixed its gaze upon the magical array on the riverbank. Tentacles flailed wildly, striking towards the shore like bolts of lightning. Witnessing this scene, Chaos's heart momentarily raced. However, there was no choice left but to trust the towering girl and silently pray. Please, do your best. With a roar, all the hatchlings fearlessly charged at the oncoming tentacles. The largest among them, Agatha, was the first to confront a tentacle. Her muscular claws raised, delivering a powerful strike. Blood and flesh splattered as the struck tentacle was instantly reduced to a pulp. In comparison to Agatha's efficient clearing of the tentacles, the other hatchlings displayed comparatively lesser prowess. Yet they too managed to claw and bite, gradually severing the appendages. Seeing the situation at the riverbank, Chaos felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yes, steady and spicy, he could simply await his tentacle hot pot. Ay. A piercing roar suddenly erupted from Baromancula, causing all the hatchlings to momentarily pause. Seizing the opportunity, the creature swiftly descended beneath the surface. Taken aback by Baromancula's roar, Chaos froze. A variant species. This Baromancula was indeed a variant. The typical Baromancula lacked such a fearsome roar. Nevertheless, this revelation would not alter his plans. He was still destined to indulge in his tentacle hot pot. As Bamakangla submerged once more, Chaos remained remarkably composed, continuing his work of grinding away. Descending approximately 50 meters, Bamakangla's body halted. In the next moment, countless bubbles erupted from beneath it, and the massive form shot upwards like a cannonball towards the surface. Wait, something was amiss. Chaos's instincts kicked in. This creature was not attempting to flee. It was preparing for a desperate assault. And indeed, that was the case. With a tremendous splash, Bamakangla's mountainous body burst forth from the water, crashing towards the riverbank. Its vast form resembled a colossal mound of flesh, filling half of the underground river passage. Witnessing this sight, all the hatchlings were momentarily paralyzed. Escape? It was too late. Bamakangla's body barreled towards the riverbank with the speed of a projectile, everything transpiring in the blink of an eye. Observing the dazed hatchlings, Chaos felt a chill run through him. Alas, these creatures were unreliable. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of thoughts flooded his mind, and it seemed too late to revert to his original form. Just then, a crimson flame surged upward. The searing fire enveloped the ground, instantly blackening it. Chaos hurriedly followed the trail of the flames. It was the young dragon. The young dragon was engulfed in a layer of red fire, her draconic form visibly expanding at an astonishing rate, surpassing her initial 5-meter stature and reaching a staggering 9 meters, her muscles solid and robust. At that moment, the young dragon bore an uncanny resemblance to a youthful red dragon. Witnessing this scene, Chaos felt a flicker of hope rekindle within his seemingly lifeless heart. Go, young dragon. Rise and vanquish it. As if responding to Chaos's fervent thoughts, the ground beneath Agatha shattered as her claw struck with tremendous force. The muscular crimson dragon body charged forward like a blazing fireball, colliding with the formidable Ba-Mo-Kin-La. With the impact, the crimson flames erupted, transforming into a protective barrier. The 4 crimson claws sank deep into the earth, pushing back with relentless force. The previously dazed hatchlings seemed to regain their senses, each one launching themselves against the mountainous form of Ba-Mo-Kin-La. With the hatchlings joining the fray, Ba-Mo-Kin-La's momentum began to wane. Chaos let out a sigh of relief. Today, this fiery battle. A piercing roar echoed once more, halting all the hatchlings in their tracks. The remaining tentacles of Ba-Mo-Kin-La shot forth in an instant, targeting the green figure at the center of the magic circle, Chaos's true draconic form. Agatha quickly grasped the situation, unaffected by Ba-Mo-Kin-La's roar this time. Chaos was in peril. She opened her dragon maw wide. The crimson dragon flames instantly incinerated several tentacles, yet it was far from sufficient. Just then, another jet of crimson flame erupted from the side. It was Hera, the second formidable foe. She swiftly broke free from the intimidation of Ba-Mo-Kin-La's roar and, without hesitation, opened her dragon maw to roast the tentacles as well. However, the sheer number of tentacles was overwhelming. Even with their combined efforts, the 2 dragons could not intercept all 40 tentacles simultaneously. 2 tentacles advanced towards Chaos's true form. With a resounding crash, the massive serpent entwined around Ba-Mo-Kin-La dissipated like a flowing stream. Chaos opened his eyes. So close, too close. The 2 tentacles were now less than 3 meters from his head. The rough black skin of the tentacles, with spear-like tips glinting ominously, appeared startlingly clear. Was death imminent? No, I refused to die. A profound sense of unwillingness surged within him. What sound was that? A soft ticking, like the movement of clock hands. The actions of the tentacles seemed to slow. No, they had indeed slowed to a pace akin to that of a snail. I can evade. I can survive. Hope surged once again. He wished to dodge, but at that moment, his draconic body felt foreign, immobile, utterly unresponsive. Not only have its tentacles transformed into those of a snail, but it seems he has also metamorphosed into one. What does this signify? The twilight of existence? Must one succumb to death? Yet, I refuse to embrace demise. A fierce glint flickered in his emerald vertical pupils, fixating on the sprawled form of the Bamakangla along the riverbank. Then let it be slain. Even if I must perish, I shall take one down with me. As this thought surged, a torrent of magical energy erupted from within him. The power surged into the magic circle, which had nearly extinguished, reigniting it with a brilliant azure glow. 2 ethereal serpents erupted from the array. How swift! Chaos's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. They moved with such rapidity that the 2 colossal serpents reached the head of the Bamakangla in an instant, as if propelled by an unseen force. despite the astonishment. His resolve remained unwavering. First, he must vanquish this Bamenkamla. The two water serpents flanked either side, their jaws agape, lined with serrated teeth, striking down upon the Bamenkamla's head in perfect synchrony. In that fleeting moment of the Bamenkamla's assault, time resumed its natural flow. Chapter 39. She believed that chaos would be no exception. The inky tendrils regained their original speed. When they were less than half a meter away from the vibrant green dragon scales, the tendrils suddenly stiffened and then flopped weakly to the ground. Watching the tendrils fall, Chaos's claws softened, and he collapsed helplessly onto the ground. So weary, so fatigued. The magical stream within him had been completely drained. Not a single drop remained. Splash! The two uncontrollable giant serpents dissolved into clear water, cascading directly onto the lifeless body of Bamenkamla, occupying half of the riverbank. Bamenkamla's enormous head was missing a third on either side, clearly beyond the point of death. However, at that moment, no dragon cared about this. All the hatchlings' gazes were fixed on the green hatchling lying on the ground with its eyes closed. If they had not misjudged, the left eye of the green hatchling had just transformed into a golden hue, with the hands of time spinning wildly, resembling a golden pocket watch. The two giant serpents appeared peculiarly, as if conjured from thin air, instantaneously manifesting before Bamenkamla's head. The creature had no time to react before a serpent on either side bit off 2/3 of its head. It was as if a portion of time had been omitted. Did almost all the hatchlings contemplate this? Yet, there were exceptions. The plump white hatchling darted quickly to the side of the green hatchling. Huda huda. Its round little head nuzzled against the green hatchling, seemingly seeking a response. Oh dear, stop nuzzling. Let me check on Chaos first. Huda huda. The white plump one let out a couple of aggrieved sounds after being reprimanded by Feeny, but obediently ceased its nuzzling. Seeing this silly creature finally quiet down, Feeny hastily landed atop Chaos, placing her small hands on a patch of emerald scales that glowed with a blue radiance. Infusing her magic, she quickly discerned the issue. Chaos was not injured. He had merely fallen into slumber due to magical exhaustion. Such slumber caused by magical depletion posed no grave concern. A brief rest would suffice for a dragon of Chaos's lineage. She sighed in relief, and she needed to inform the silly one. The moment she lifted her head, Feeny instinctively recoiled in fright. Dozens of round dragon heads were now before her, all eyes fixed intently upon her. Noticing that this water sprite appeared somewhat intimidated, Agatha immediately spoke to comfort her. Fear not. We merely wish to learn about Chaos's condition. Magical exhaustion. Rest. He will be fine after some rest. She stammered through her response. Thank you. Feeny widened her eyes. She actually thanked me. Has the red dragon become so polite? Agatha turned to the group of hatchlings. All right, let us not crowd around. Let him rest. All the hatchlings obediently dispersed, though they occasionally stole glances at the green hatchling slumbering on the ground. What could they do? After all, that was time, the essence of time. It represented the pinnacle of power, a force that even the Dragon Mother and Dragon God had never mastered. However, how did such power manifest within the young dragon? Chaos? Very well, let us gather the food, Agatha commanded. Not a single hatchling dared to voice dissent. Agatha had just demonstrated her might, capable of unleashing the strength of a juvenile dragon, effectively skipping 2 growth stages. Moreover, it appeared that the side effects were minimal, as evidenced by Agatha's current condition. The hatchlings commenced their tasks. Some retrieved items from the water, while others began to dismember the carcass of the Barankara on the shore. Agatha refrained from joining their efforts, choosing instead to observe the hatchlings at work. It was not out of a desire to shirk her responsibilities. Rather, the earlier surge of power had left her in a less than optimal state. She extended her claws to pull a tentacle closer, opening her dragon maw to feast upon it. Upon hearing footsteps, Agatha paused her feeding, glancing at the crimson figure that approached her. Among the dragon kin, only she and Hela were red dragons. Hela approached Agatha, her gaze fixed on Agatha's scarlet-slit eyes, and she slowly articulated the confusion that lingered in her mind. Rather than speculate in silence, Hela, as a red dragon, preferred to inquire directly. What you said that day, is it true? Is there truly only one young dragon, Chaos, in this realm? Why would you think I would waste time deceiving you? Agatha replied. Hela hesitated, reflecting that this indeed seemed to be the case. As the strongest among them, Agatha possessed absolute power and had no need to deceive them for any ulterior motives. The 2 red hatchlings locked eyes intently. Then what is your purpose in all of this? Continuation, I wish to ensure the survival of the dragon kind. It is as simple as that. After answering, Agatha noted Hela parting her dragon maw. Subsequently, she slightly turned her head, casting a sidelong glance at the resting figure of Chaos nearby. So, you are doing this for the sake of all dragonkind. Indeed. Very well. I believe you and am willing to assist you. However, Agatha remained silent, patiently awaiting the remainder of Hela's thoughts. Retracting her gaze, Hela once again met Agatha's eyes. Within Agatha's crimson-slit pupils, there was none of the typical volatility expected of red dragons, which was a distinctive trait of Agatha. I desire the right to mate with Chaos. I cannot decide that. If you wish to obtain the right to mate with Chaos, you should approach him, not me. So you will not obstruct me, correct? Hela scrutinized Agatha's calm crimson eyes. I will not. Not just you, but any hatchling willing may seek out Chaos. Agatha paused. Of course, I cannot speak for Chaos. Whether he consents or not depends on you. With a crunch, Agatha resumed her meal. Initially, her thoughts had not aligned with this course of action. For the current dragonkin, the optimal strategy should have been to nurture Chaos until he matured, allowing him to mate with all the hatchlings to ensure the continuation of the entire dragon lineage. This is the most optimal and convenient option. However, that is no longer feasible. Chaos's mastery over the power of time is astonishingly rapid, even in his draconic infancy. The temporal energies within him have already awakened to a level of usability. He is remarkably attuned to the time power inherent in his bloodline. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to grasp the fundamental applications so swiftly. At this rate, by the time he reaches maturity, she is certain that she will no longer stand a chance against Chaos. Given that suppression is futile, she must pursue an alternative path. It is best to allow the fledglings to vie for their own successes. No matter, this is sufficient. Her objective has been accomplished, and Hera turned to stride towards the colossal remains of Bamankin. As for dragons, once they reach adulthood, they tend to operate more with their primal instincts. She is confident that Chaos will be no exception. Chapter 40. Did you truly believe that I, the dragon, could not see through you? As Chaos opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a round, plump dragon head resting before him, appearing to be in a deep slumber. The dragon's head was tilted, and its mouth was slightly ajar, revealing a small tongue peeking out. This was indeed a familiar sight, such a wretched sleeping posture. O plump one. Chaos's gaze lingered on the small tongue dangling outside, and after a moment's hesitation, he reached out with his claw to grasp it, gently tucking it back into the dragon's mouth. Much improved, indeed. Just as satisfaction began to swell within him, the rosy little tongue emerged once more from the other side. Chaos sighed, forget it. Raising his dragon body, he noticed the little fairy, Feeny, who had been resting atop his head, stirring awake. Why do you always fidget? Ah, Chaos, you're awake. With a flutter of her tiny wings, Feeny hovered before Chaos, her expression filled with genuine concern. A peculiar feeling washed over Chaos. Why was this little fairy so invested in his well-being? Was it due to her long-standing solitude, cherishing the rare opportunity to converse with someone? This posed a dilemma. How could he dismiss her so casually? In terms of practicality, the threat of Bamakangla had been neutralized, rendering this fairy somewhat superfluous. Yet, perhaps it was wiser to keep her around for potential future use. A contract was out of the question, but this simple-minded creature could be easily managed. With a friendly grin, Chaos said, Thank you for your concern, Feeny. Hee, we are friends, right? Yes, we are indeed friends. At the very moment those words left his mouth, he noticed Feeny's eyes sparkle with excitement, her small frame inching closer. So, Chaos, does that mean we are? Oh no, this little fairy was about to stir up trouble again. With a swift motion, Chaos directed his claw toward his belly. Ah, I'm so hungry. Ah, Chaos. Are you hungry? Yes, I am quite famished. Let us eat first, Feeny. Chaos bestowed an earnest look upon her, not solely to interrupt her eagerness, but because he genuinely felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at him. Fortunately, upon awakening, he discovered a mountain of meat laid out by the riverside, remnants of Bamakangla. Now dismembered. The meat was lightly frosted, a clear indication that a young dragon had employed ice magic to preserve it from spoilage. Ah, Chaos, are you hungry? We must eat quickly. Dragons need to eat to grow strong. Feeny's face radiated with exuberance. A flicker of guilt stirred within Chaos, but it was fleeting. Suddenly, turning around, he spotted a crimson hatchling approaching, its body nearly 4 meters long, far surpassing the other hatchlings sprawled along the riverbank. Clutched in the hatchling's maw was a heart the size of a bathtub, also adorned with a delicate layer of frost. The physique before me is clearly not that of Agatha, but rather that of Hera. However, one must wonder, what business does this individual have with me? Not long ago, I had just dealt a rather harsh blow to this creature. Our relationship cannot be described as merely poor. It is, in fact, exceedingly fraught with tension. Suppressing my inner confusion, Chaos observed as Hera approached with purposeful strides. Indeed, she was coming directly to me. Upon halting before me, Hera released the heart of the bimocanla that she had been clutching in her jaws, allowing it to fall to the ground. Hera's gaze appraised the green hatchling before her, and the longer she looked, the more appealing he appeared to her. Setting aside other considerations, aside from his slightly smaller stature, Chaos possessed a remarkably perfect dragon form, with glistening emerald scales that sparkled brilliantly. Such attributes aligned seamlessly with the aesthetic preferences of our dragon kind, particularly the golden hue of his left eye, akin to a gilded pocket watch. This was, in her eyes, the epitome of beauty, strength manifested. Indeed, he would make a commendable mate. Hera's dragon maw curled into a friendly smile. Yet, she failed to recognize that her blood-splattered visage, grinning widely, could be quite terrifying. As she observed the gaping maw of Hera before him, Chaos began to understand. So, this creature has come to intimidate me? How juvenile. This heart is infused with potent magic. I have deliberately left it for you. Hera's voice pierced the silence. Deliberately? Surely, this was a mere attempt at intimidation. Did she truly believe I could not see through her facade? Ah, thank you, Chaos replied, reaching out with a claw to touch the heart that lay upon the ground. A rich, metallic scent of blood wafted from it. Yet, perhaps due to a shift in perception, Chaos found it not repulsive, but rather sweetly enticing. The secretion of dragon saliva quickened, and an insatiable hunger surged within him. Hera continued to observe the green hatchling before her, considering herself rather distinguished among this brood of hatchlings. Having extended an olive branch, she pondered whether Chaos might reciprocate in some manner, perhaps by inviting her to share in a meal. Among dragons, such an act signifies a bond of intimacy. However, her hopes were dashed. Chaos merely flipped the heart over and, without hesitation, picked it up in his maw, even avoiding the part he had bitten. He then made his way to the riverbank, dipping the heart into the shallow waters to cleanse it. It needed a thorough washing. After all, it had just been in Hera's mouth and was likely rife with her saliva, quite unsanitary. He constructed a small pool of smooth pebbles in the shallows to soak the heart. The flavor profile of the heart was spicy, reminiscent of chili, perfect for a hot pot. Yet, before any culinary endeavors could commence, he needed to locate the large loli. The meat was all too small. The magic core, given the bimocanla's considerable size, would surely not be insignificant. For him, consuming the magic core was the most effective means of enhancing his magical prowess. Since he had vanquished this bimocanla, the magic core rightfully belonged to him. As he stepped onto the riverbank, a voice rang out from above. Huh, is Chaos not eating? Feeney's surprised inquiry broke the moment. No, I have matters to attend to first. Ah, the essence of the great loli is unmistakably discernible, particularly in the vicinity where the fire element is most concentrated. Following the trail of this potent fire essence, Cow swiftly located the great loli. At this moment, she lay upon the sandy shore, seemingly in slumber. With her body sprawled on the ground, it was evident that the great loli had grown once more, now towering at a remarkable height of 5 meters. Shifting my gaze from her, I noticed a pale blue orb resting beside her. Indeed, this orb appeared to be over 1 meter tall, perfectly spherical, filled with liquefied azure magic, bestowing upon it an enchanting azure glow. A magic core, without a doubt. This is the magic core of Bamankara. Its size prompts one to ponder the immense power one would gain from consuming it. The dragon's kiss split open. My dear little treasure, I have arrived. Treading softly, I approached the magic core. My excitement became overwhelming, and I lunged forward, enveloping the core that was larger than my entire dragon form with all 4 of my claws. Chapter 41. The icy sensation trickled from the magic core down through the abdomen. Oh hee hee hee. Rustling, what sound is that? Turning my head, a magnificent, fiery red dragon had appeared before me. The emerald vertical pupils momentarily focused. Agatha, you're awake. The Ba-Imokan-La was slain by me. I believe this magic core is meant for you. It should be, huh? For me? Chaos. After a brief pause, Chaos gradually relaxed his tense body, casting a dubious glance at the towering girl before him. Although she had always treated him kindly, This time she was offering him a magic core of a 4-ring variant. Did she truly intend to bestow it upon him? Yes, once again reassured. Not a trace of greed could be found in her crimson vertical pupils. Could it genuinely be for me? This was quite unexpected. Do you not feel it? Feel what? Chaos was perplexed by the girl's inexplicable words. Today, she was acting strangely, constantly uttering odd phrases. Your eyes, your left pupil has completely transformed. My eyes? Chaos blinked. His pink eyelids fluttering. What sensation? I feel nothing. His vision remained crystal clear. Even the textures on the opposing dark river stone wall were distinctly visible. Chaos shook his head. Agatha pointed her claw towards the magic core beneath Chaos. Upon noticing her gesture, Chaos instinctively lowered his head to gaze at the magic core. The core's surface, smooth as a mirror, reflected his dragon visage. His emerald dragon head appeared as majestic as ever. Wait, the eye. How had his left pupil transformed into a golden pocket watch? Leaning closer, the reflection on the core's polished surface became even clearer. Within the pupil, 2 golden hands perpetually rotated, resembling a genuine timekeeping watch. At that moment, a golden pocket watch materialized within his left vertical pupil. This was not merely a reflection. It manifested directly within his line of sight. The golden hands ticked away second by second. Could this be a new ability? Let us give it a try. With a thought, he infused magic into it. Tick-tock. The familiar sound of the ticking hands echoed in his ears. Silence enveloped the world at that moment. He quickly sensed that this situation felt oddly familiar. It was reminiscent of when he had slain Ba-Mo Kinlaw. The same ticking sound had reverberated around him then. The sensation was familiar. His body was immobilized, yet he could feel the flow of magic. Everything around him came to a standstill. A faint sting arose, startling him. Within his body, the magic had dwindled to less than 20% without him realizing it. How alarming. Stop. Stop immediately. Chaos abruptly cut off the flow of magic directed towards his left pupil. The ticking sound in his ears ceased. Instead, a familiar sound of the dark river surged forth. Fortunately, the reaction was swift. Otherwise, just as I had risen, I would have had to lie down again. A sigh of relief escaped my heart. Have you just slowed down time again? I looked up to see the towering girl, her crimson-slit pupils gazing steadily at me. For some reason, being scrutinized by her instilled a sense of unease within me. I attempted to gauge the situation. Is there a cost? The power of time is not something to be wielded lightly. There is indeed a price. The crimson-slit pupils focused intently. The consumption of magical energy is rather swift. I held no illusions about the towering girl. She was trustworthy, and if possible, I wished to cultivate her as an ally once I emerged. Her strength was apparent, making her an optimal choice for partnership. As I quietly observed the figure resting atop the magical core, Agatha suddenly felt an itch in her claws. Next time, make sure to convey everything in one go. Oh, I casually responded. Ignoring her, Agatha lay down, her heavy eyelids slowly closing. With the greatest threat now eliminated, our group of fledgling dragons could finally spend this period of development in the subterranean river without concern. Additionally, I realized that my lineage concerning time was more formidable than I had anticipated. The use of temporal power merely expedited the depletion of magical energy. Listening to the steady rhythm of the towering girl's breathing, I discerned that she had fallen asleep. I lowered my gaze to the magical core beneath me. Time to dig in. The dragon's maw opened wide and bit down. Crunch. The sound of chewing echoed continuously. Perched atop my head, Finny observed my enthusiastic consumption with curiosity. Is it delicious, Chaos? Upon hearing Finny's inquiry, I did not respond but instead scooped up a fragment of the magical core and offered it to her. The intent was clear, give it a taste. Faced with the blue shard, Finny hesitated briefly before extending her small hand to accept it. After all, it was a gift from me. She simply had to try it. Her mouth opened wide. Ah, Finny, oh so hard. Spit, spit, spit. Finny tossed the shard away. So tough, so bitter. Not tasty at all. Watching the magical core fragment fall from above, I swiftly caught it in my claw and consumed it. What a waste. I shall not share my magical core with that foolish sprite again. After approximately 2.5 hours of gnawing, I finally consumed the last tiny fragment of the magical core. Burp. I lay flat on the ground, letting out a satisfied belch, feeling too lethargic to move. It seems that sleep is my only recourse. Sigh, must I sleep again? I replied lazily to Finny, not even bothering to open my eyes. Very well then. As the rhythmic sound of breathing rose and fell, Finny flapped her tiny wings and settled on my gently undulating belly. lifting her little head to gaze eagerly at the already slumbering chaos before her. Chaos has once again succumbed to slumber. At this rate, when shall I be able to forge a pact with chaos? All right. Chaos mentioned that sharing a meal is essential to solidify our friendship. It is settled then. Next time, regardless of what chaos does, I shall praise the food. It was I who first took a liking to this tentacle. You merely stated it was an infatuation. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. I simply desire this one tentacle for myself. You are courting danger. Ah, how irritating. I reluctantly lifted my heavy eyelids amidst the cacophonous clamor. What noise is so disruptive? Raising my dragon head to discern the situation, Chaos's spirit surged instantly. Not far ahead, a black dragon, a green dragon, and two juvenile dragons stood in confrontation. Are they preparing to fight? Let the battle commence, quickly. Chaos, you are awake. A voice from above, belonging to Feeny, called out. Feeny, do you have any insight into this? They both have set their sights on the same morsel, which has ignited the conflict. Oh, Chaos's response was imbued with newfound enthusiasm. At last, something intriguing has occurred in this monotonous underground river. In that moment, the two juvenile dragons commenced their first bout, engaging in a clash of physicality, relying solely on their bodies to determine the victor without the use of claws. Chapter 42. The Resurgence of a Deceased Conscience. How the two fledgling dragons collide. Engaging in a contest of strength. Chaos soon found this spectacle rather tedious. What difference was there between this and a child's quarrel? Indeed, they seemed to embody the very essence of childhood. Boredom settled in. She decided to divert her attention elsewhere. Perhaps it was time to check on the ingredients soaking by the riverbank. Rising her draconic form, she made her way toward the shore. Are we not watching anymore, Chaos? Inquired Feiny. It has lost its appeal, she replied dismissively. In a small depression encircled by pebbles, the heart of the Ba-mo-Kanla, as large as a basin, lay submerged. With a casual swipe of her claw, she turned the heart over. Having soaked for 4 hours, it appeared quite pristine. Thus, it was time to prepare a hot pot. Suddenly, Chaos recalled an important detail. The pot is gone, she mused. The Ba-mo-Kanla had crushed it, and now she would need to find another. Curse that wretched Ba-mo-Kanla. Let it perish, but not before destroying my cooking pot. How infuriating. Lifting her gaze toward the stone wall, she pondered the possibility of acquiring another vessel. What is that? She mused, noticing a small, round, black fledgling dragon nestled upon a flat stone, soundly asleep. Little Cole? Her emerald vertical pupils narrowed in contemplation. She had a change of heart. She approached the slumbering creature. The black fledgling remained deeply ensconced in slumber, showing no signs of waking. This was unacceptable. Such lethargy was utterly intolerable. Today, Chaos would take it upon herself to educate this ignorant little dragon. Rising to her full height, she grinned and lifted her colossal claw. With a light kick, she sent the sleeping form tumbling from the stone. The black fledgling rolled a few times before abruptly leaping to its feet, crouching low, wings unfurled, and its fierce gaze locking onto Chaos's upright figure. Oh, it bares its teeth, quite fierce indeed. Chaos felt a surge of excitement. It was her first encounter with the fledgling's temper. Previously, it had always appeared soft and easily intimidated. Leaning closer, she proposed, "Shall we share a meal?" The black fledgling hesitated, its fierce demeanor faltering as confusion flickered within its dark, vertical pupils. It could not fathom why Chaos would suddenly extend an invitation to dine together. Noticing the fledgling's guarded expression, Chaos bared her teeth in a reassuring smile. Do not misunderstand. My invitation is merely an expression of apology. With a pointed claw, she gestured toward the fledgling's right wing. Upon its outstretched appendage, a conspicuous fracture marred the otherwise perfect surface, immediately drawing her attention. The fledgling instinctively folded its wings, and the tension in its taut form dissipated. Was this creature genuinely here to apologize? It seemed unlikely. As the black fledgling relaxed, Chaos seized the opportunity. I had not anticipated the water serpent's power to be so formidable. A mere water sphere was sufficient to injure you. The fledgling's dark pupils refocused. Realization dawning. This creature had come here to provoke her. Cows gazed sincerely at the dark, coal-like sphere before him. However, this sincerity went unanswered. What was this dark sphere thinking? I have shown such earnestness, yet it remained silent, like a mute. After a brief pause, the sphere continued to stare at him unblinkingly. Never mind. Cows relinquished his efforts. He had already expressed his stance, and if the sphere was unwilling to respond, so be it. I remained by the riverbank. The previous invitation still stands. Those who wish to come may do so. Cows hoisted the stone platform effortlessly, as if it were made of foam, and turned to leave. And observed his retreating emerald silhouette with intrigue. Has he truly departed? Could it be that he genuinely came to apologize? Should I follow? An answer soon formed in his heart, and his paws moved forward. Cows's invitation to dine was undoubtedly directed towards the heart located by the riverbank. A heart imbued with a magical potency nearly equivalent to the second magic core of the Kangla. From the moment it was unearthed, it had been the object of desire for all the fledglings, but eventually Agatha intervened, forcing them all to abandon their pursuit. Now that the opportunity to taste it had arisen, why not seize it? Rustle, Our footsteps approaching from behind. He glanced back with his peripheral vision. His pudgy black paw froze mid-air as he halted, quietly observing cows, who had turned to acknowledge him. Ah, he is caught up. A dragon's grin spread across his face, and he redirected his gaze, continuing onward. Upon reaching the riverbank, he set down the stone and looked at the approaching dark sphere, a smile breaking across his visage as he gestured towards the platform. You shall carve this into a stone pot while I prepare the ingredients. Since you wish to partake in the meal, it is only fair that you contribute in some way. And hesitated, observing cows who had already entered the river's waters. After a moment of uncertainty, she lowered her gaze to the stone platform before her. A hint of conflict flickered in her black vertical pupils. After a brief pause, she extended her paw. Crack, crack. Hearing the sounds from behind, cows felt a wave of satisfaction. This dark sphere is quite perceptive. Now, it is time to prepare the ingredients. He directed his gaze towards the heart. Should I cut it into chunks? No, perhaps slices would be better. His sharp claws glided across the heart with ease, slicing it open as if it were tofu. First, he halved it, then proceeded to slice it into pieces, which he then submerged in the water. Cows, is there anything I can do? Came Fine's voice from above. No need. Just wait. Fine. And eat to your heart's content later. All right then. After we finish, will we be able to form a contract? With anticipation, Cows paused mid-cutting, pondering why this little fairy was always so fixated on that contract, as if she were plotting an ambush. Yes. Dismissively. Really? That is wonderful. She exclaimed joyfully, flapping her tiny wings and twirling in the air. This is fantastic. Cows has finally agreed to sign a contract with me. Wait, I never explicitly agreed. So why is this little fairy so elated? It is imperative that I devise a solution swiftly. Otherwise, to sign a mere ordinary little sprite would be a considerable loss. My mind raced with thoughts. A powerful sage once proclaimed that balance is the foundation of all existence. At this moment, it is evident that Feeny is in dire need of a counterpart to achieve such equilibrium. I cast my gaze towards the diminutive figure joyfully twirling in the air before me. Feeny, might you assist me in this endeavor? The little figure paused its aerial dance, flapping its tiny wings as it fluttered to stand before Chaos, its expression brimming with anticipation. Yes, whatever you require of me, just say the word. After all, we are friends. It patted its chest with a small hand, gazing earnestly at Chaos, its sapphire eyes sparkling with innocence and clarity. Chaos. It seems my long-lost conscience has stirred once more. Well, you see, Feeny, as you are aware, to prepare a hot pot requires fire, and we currently lack such a flame. Would you be so kind as to seek out Agatha? Chapter 43. I believe it is essential for us to understand each other first. A palpable hesitation flickered within her azure eyes. Should she venture forth to confront the fearsome crimson dragon? Reluctance gripped her, yet this was a task bestowed upon her by Chaos. In an instant, the uncertainty in her azure gaze dissipated, replaced by unwavering resolve. Very well, I shall proceed at once. With a determined nod, Feeny turned and flapped her delicate wings, soaring towards the riverbank. After flying for a brief moment, Feeny paused, surveying the scene before her. The riverbank was teeming with hatchlings of various hues, a vibrant spectrum of draconic colors. Fear not. You can do this, Feeny. Remembering the pact made with Chaos, her trepidation began to wane. Charge forth. With renewed vigor, she propelled herself into the air. Observing the little fairy's departure, Chaos relinquished his grasp on the heart's fleshy remnants. With a thud, the remaining third of the heart fell back into the pebble-strewn pool. Undeterred, Chaos summoned his inner magic, conjuring a verdant ring that gradually coalesced in the air. This was a spell to summon the sensing vines, yet this incantation bore subtle differences from those past. At the moment the emerald ring formed, a universal magical script materialized at its center. Are you summoning me, esteemed elemental lord? Indeed, it is I, Chaos replied, the script responding almost instantaneously. It is an immense honor to be summoned by you once more, Vinyar. How may I serve you on this occasion? Chaos contemplated, sensing a hint of aristocratic demeanor in this elemental sprite. Would her disposition be capable of keeping Feeny in check? No matter, this was not the time for deliberation. First, let us summon her. I wonder, does Miss Vinyar have any thoughts of seeking a contractor? This is... The magical script on the ring began to distort. What was happening? Was something amiss? Just then, the ring erupted in a dazzling emerald glow. As the brilliance faded, a petite figure akin to Feeny appeared within the spell. Clad in an opulent emerald Lolita gown, her features were exquisitely refined, characteristic of the Fae. Her emerald eyes sparkled like gems, and a cascade of luxurious, naturally curled green hair gave her the appearance of a noble princess. The diminutive figure lifted the hem of her gown, inclining slightly as she bowed her head. Forgive my impertinence, esteemed elemental lord. Are you truly willing to contract with Vinyar? Upon completing her courtesy, Vinyar raised her gaze to the emerald dragon before her and beheld it. Around this sovereign, the 10 elements seemed to celebrate and crown her. What a noble lineage! Only an entity of such highborn status would be worthy of contracting with her, Vinyar. Anticipation filled her heart, reflected in the verdant depths of her emerald eyes. This sensation feels somewhat familiar to Chaos. It seems reminiscent of when Finny first emerged. Could it be that all fairies possess such a skill? A universal ability, perhaps? I believe we should first engage in mutual understanding. What do you think, Lady Vinyar? Chaos parted his dragon maw and offered a friendly smile to the life element fairy before him. I apologize for my rudeness. As she unfurled her fan to partially conceal her face, the fervor in her gaze directed at Chaos remained undiminished. Chaos had grown accustomed to such intensity. After all, Finny always regarded him with that same look. Being noticed by a fairy is not a novel experience. One more or less does not make a significant difference. This must be the essence of the feeling. Chaos spoke with calm composure. My name is Chaos. You may simply call me Chaos from now on. While completing his self-introduction, his gaze flickered towards the riverbank. Why hasn't Finny returned yet? This pace seems a bit slow. My name is Vinyar. You may address me as Vinyar, Lord Chaos. Very well, Vinyar. By the way, as a life fairy, you must possess considerable knowledge about life-related plants, correct? To some extent, Vinyar replied, her face adorned with a confident smile and an air of poised elegance. It appeared she was being modest, and Chaos instantaneously understood. Just in time. He required a little spice. Could you perhaps conjure some herbaceous plants? The delicate fan concealed half her face. Herbs? Are you referring to the plants used by the lower-tier beings for cooking, Lord Chaos? Yes, indeed, Chaos affirmed. With a snap, she closed her fan, revealing a smile on her petite face. I understand now. Please wait a moment, Lord Chaos. With a flutter of her tiny wings, Vinyar ascended to the riverbank, twirling left and right before finally settling upon a patch of land above. She raised her small hand, and emerald particles cascaded from her fingers onto the soil. Soon, tender sprouts began to emerge from the earth. The seedlings grew at a visibly rapid pace. A total of 10 sprouts appeared. Some developed into small trees, while others only reached half a meter in height. The half-meter-tall plants bore elongated green fruits. Chaos dashed onto the shore, extending his claws to pluck one of the green fruits and promptly placed it into his dragon maw. Spicy. A fiery sensation ignited on his tongue. Indeed, it is chilly. Out of the 10 small trees, 7 had matured into tree-like forms, each adorned with an array of peculiar fruits. Scanning the surroundings, Chaos recognized only one type of fruit hanging from a small tree. Leaning closer, he inhaled, detecting the unmistakable aroma of Sichuan pepper. This scent is undoubtedly Sichuan pepper. Among the 10 green plants, Chaos could identify only 2. The others remained unknown to him. However, sampling them would reveal their flavors. Chaos turned to Vinyar beside him, his dragon maw parting. Vinyar, you are truly remarkable. These are exactly what I require. It is an honor to assist you, Lord Chaos, Vinyar replied, her face radiating an elegant smile. Upon our first encounter, it seems I have not disappointed Lord Chaos. If I continue on this path, it is only a matter of time before Lord Chaos realizes that Vinyal is the fairy most suited to him. Who are you? A sharp voice pierced the air. In an instant, a small figure darted to Vinyal's side. It was Fine returning. Fine glared fiercely at the unfamiliar fairy before her, having noticed this interloper from a distance. Sensing the hostility emanating from the new fairy, Vignole's smile swiftly faded, her gaze briefly catching the glimmer of the small fairy's wings, which bore hints of blue. A water element fairy, with a delicate fan, half concealing her face, she declared, "I am Vignole, a friend of Lord Chaos." "You lie? The only friend of Chaos is Fine." Fine, discerning the deceit in the newcomer's words, immediately recognized that this fairy must be attempting to forge a contract with Chaos. Hence her presence here. She is a wicked fairy, a malicious being intent on stealing Chaos away. Chapter 44. The Black Coal Ball and the little pest. Vinny suddenly realized that this was a fairy who also aspired to contract with Lord Chaos, a wild girl of water attribute. Her emerald eyes narrowed slightly. What kind of gaze is that? For some reason, Feeny felt quite displeased with the unexpected change in the expression of this mischievous fairy before her. "It's nothing. I just didn't expect that we fairies could have someone like you." "Someone like what?" "I arrived first. You mustn't steal Lord Chaos from me." It seems that this decision is not yours to make. Ultimately, it is Lord Chaos who should choose." Vinny held absolute confidence in this matter, believing that a wild girl, ignorant of etiquette, would surely sway Lord Chaos in her favor. You, I. Feeny stamped her little foot, her tiny wings flapping fiercely, and in an instant, she dashed to Vinny's side, tugging at the folding fan that concealed her face, revealing a mischievous grin. Indeed, this wicked fairy was smiling. She was furious. Ouch! Vinny's emerald hair was yanked. "Chaos is mine, leave. You uncouth wild girl, let go." "I won't. Go away. I'm angry." Vinny's voice had slightly warped as she reached out, grabbing a handful of azure hair. "Ah, that hurts." Feeny cried out in pain as her hair was pulled. "Let go." "I won't." Lord Chaos silently returned to the water's edge, resuming his slicing of the heart meat while intently observing the two little figures tugging at each other's hair in the air. Stop fighting. You're making my heart ache." "Chaos, don't worry. I'll drive this wicked fairy away right now." "Lord Chaos, you need not intervene. I will teach this wild girl a lesson." Vinny, meanwhile, was taken aback by the thought of heartache. If only these two foolish fairies glanced at Chaos in this moment, they would not hold such sentiments. The emerald dragon's maw split wide, grinning like a fool, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the two little fairies, as though he were eagerly anticipating their brawl. Indeed, Chaos was a trifling creature, just as the legends foretold. The green dragons were a group of trifles. Why do I feel two gazes upon me? Chaos followed the source of the stairs, one belonging to Un and the other to Agatha. His eyes swiftly scanned the two figures. How dare this mere black coal ball regard me with such disdain? How audacious! A punishment is warranted, a severe one at that. What reason shall I concoct? His mind raced, sensing the ill intentions in the gaze of the trifling dragon, and quietly lowered her dragon head, avoiding eye contact with Chaos. The stone pot had been excavated halfway. She would soon complete her task. "Forget it. I can't think of anything for now." As he scraped his claw, this time he met only emptiness, discovering that the heart meat slices had all been used up. A pool encircled by smooth pebbles is filled with delicate slices of heart-like flesh. The ingredients for the hot pot are ready, with crimson vertical pupils slightly dilating. Casting a glance at the two little sprites, it appears they are still engaged in their playful scuffle. Whether pinching faces or tugging hair, they exude an undeniable charm. With deliberate steps, I approached the riverbank. Should I intervene? It was Agatha who spoke up. "It's nothing. A bit of roughhousing can foster bonds. They must learn to adapt." Agatha cast a sidelong glance at Chaos, but chose not to elaborate. Indeed, this fellow was a green dragon, and his demeanor was increasingly reflective of that lineage. Noticing Agatha's silence, Chaos continued his approach to the riverbank, rising to his full dragon stature and extending his claws to pluck from a row of verdant plants. He began with the familiar, selecting a small green fruit and placing it in his mouth. It was numbing and a touch astringent. Indeed, a Sichuan pepper. This one is star anise. This resembles bay leaves. Cinnamon. He plucked a black fruit and crushed it between his dragon jaws, releasing a savory aroma reminiscent of soy sauce. Remarkably intriguing. On to the next. After sampling a variety of flavors, Chaos began his harvest in earnest. "This is soy sauce. I shall take some. This fruit tastes like onion, while this one resembles scallion." Soon, his claws were brimming with an assortment of colorful fruits, both small and large, accompanied by some leaves. Cradling a collection of ingredients, Chaos turned his gaze toward the black coal. At that moment, the black coal had already carved out 2/3 of the stone pot. All right, black coal is sufficient. Black coal? She mused, lifting her dragon head and realizing that Chaos was indeed regarding her. There were only 3 dragons present, and she happened to be the black one. I have a name. I am it. Her voice was soft and melodic, lending an air of vulnerability. Chaos cracked a grin, having previously thought this black coal was mute. It turned out she could speak. Ah, I see now, black coal, understood. And retorted, this is clearly intentional. Absolutely. All right, black coal. No need to dig further. The pot is ready for use. Let us rinse it out, fill it with clean water, and set it up. We can commence the hot pot. Though her dragon form was petite, she was undeniably a true dragon, effortlessly lifting a stone, with a glare at the larger dragon, and extended her claws to embrace the stone pot, moving to the riverbank shallows. Following the larger dragoness instructions, she rinsed it thoroughly before filling it with water and standing upright to position the pot properly. Having completed her tasks, and turned her attention to the larger dragon. She had discerned that this larger dragon intended to prepare a meal, as cooking would enhance the flavors of the food. Typically, when the 5-colored dragons reached maturity, they would gather a stockpile of provisions to create culinary delights. When hunger struck, they would indulge in their culinary creations, and if those were unavailable, they would resort to their reserves. The stone pot was set, with a third remaining as a platform while the other 2/3 had been hollowed out. Chaos placed his bounty of ingredients atop the stone pot platform. Perfectly positioned for ingredient arrangement, he mused, glancing at Agatha, almost as if on cue. As Chaos directed his gaze toward her, Agatha lifted her dragon head and opened her jaws wide. The crimson dragon's breath descended with scorching precision upon the stone pot. Fire ignited, and now it was merely a matter of awaiting the boil. Agatha's dragon breath was exceedingly hot, and within mere moments, bubbling hot vapors began to rise from the pot. The water had reached a rolling boil, signaling the time to add the ingredients. With a swift motion of her claw, all the seasonings from the stone platform were tossed into the pot. As the water simmered, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted through the air. How delightful! The 2 little fairies exchanged glances, and in the next instant, they instinctively released their grip. After all, neither could truly best the other. So they decided not to engage with the mischievous fairy, the wild girl, for the time being. Chaos. Chaos. This dish exuded an irresistible fragrance. Chaos cast a sidelong glance at Phineas, who had flitted before her. Was the contest over? At that moment, Phineas, whose once sleek blue tresses had transformed into a disheveled mess, bore a flushed face. Yet, amid all this, Chaos was far more concerned with another question. Who had emerged victorious? Chapter 45. This is Equilibrium. He had been so engrossed in his culinary endeavors that he had scarcely noticed where the 2 had ended up. It appeared that their altercation had reached a conclusion. Casting a sidelong glance, he observed Vinny meticulously arranging her appearance. In comparison to Finny, she seemed little better off. The air of a noble lady that once graced her was absent, her once lustrous curls now transformed into a chaotic frizz, reminiscent of a refugee. Upon catching Lord Chaos's gaze, Vinny felt a rush of delight, and a demure smile graced her rosy, delicate face, her heart swelling with pride. Indeed, it seemed that Lord Chaos held her in higher regard than the wild girl. As the dragon's maw parted in polite acknowledgement, Lord Chaos soon diverted his attention. Excellent. The objective had been accomplished. It appeared he had underestimated Vinny. She was now fully capable of rivaling Finny. This, indeed, was Equilibrium. Gurgle. The ingredients had only just been added to the pot and required some time to simmer. Leaning closer to the stone pot, he inhaled the fragrant aroma, a hint of spice tickling his nostrils. It was delightful, exquisitely delightful. Anticipation blossomed within him. The meat would surely be delectable once cooked. Standing upright, he approached the riverbank where the ingredients were gathered, retrieving a handful of meat slices while also collecting a few smooth pebbles. Returning to the stone pot, he seated himself and placed the meat on the prep surface, then grasped a pebble and began to carve. After all, idleness was a waste. He might as well craft a small stool and utensils for the 2 little sprites. They would undoubtedly be grateful, making future interactions all the more convenient. As he focused on the pebble in his claws, he noted that his sharp dragon talons served as the finest of carving tools. The pebble yielded effortlessly, akin to soft tofu beneath his skilled grip. What are you doing, Lord Chaos? Vinny inquired, inching closer. This, you shall see shortly, he replied. You mustn't be so close to Lord Chaos. Finny swooped in, her small face puffed up in indignation, ready to instigate yet another confrontation. Vinny, undeterred, met Finny's gaze defiantly. Listen to this, wild girl. Impossible. I am the one best suited to be Lord Chaos's contracted sprite. As a green dragon, he is innately more adept with the life element than any other. That wild girl should have the sense to step aside. Their eyes locked in a fierce standoff. Would another brawl ensue? The emerald vertical pupils narrowed slightly, a fine fissure appearing in the dragon's maw. Intervening? Not in the least. The dragon relished the spectacle. Agatha, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly lifted her head, her gaze fixed upon Lord Chaos. The moment she did, he instinctively tensed, feeling an inexplicable weight of authority emanating from the large girl. It was unsettling to be scrutinized so intently by her. Raising a claw, he interrupted the two little sprites' glaring contest. All right, it's almost time to eat. Let us all calm down. We're friends here. With a snap, Vinny's delicate fan unfurled, partially concealing her face. Her once regal aura had dissipated, replaced by a wild mane of hair. For the sake of Lord Chaos, I shall spare you this time, you unruly girl. Humph. Were it not for Chaos's intervention, I would have surely torn that loathsome mouth of yours to shreds. Humph. With a fierce glare exchanged, the two little sprites averted their gazes, their tiny wings fluttering. Each settled upon a shoulder of Chaos. The scene tranquil save for the bubbling sound of the hot pot ingredients simmering by the riverbank. Chaos cast a glance at the large girl, who had resumed her slumber on the ground, her mysterious air of authority oddly compelling. Surely, I would not fear this giantess. One day, I would undoubtedly triumph over her. After all, I am a dragon wielding the power of time. Confidence shimmered in my emerald-slit pupils. Returning my focus, I resumed carving the pebbles. With the aid of my dragon claws, I swiftly fashioned two small chairs. These chairs lacked legs, possessing only flat bases for simplicity. Next came the utensils. Once again, with the assistance of my claws, the task was completed in no time, and I dipped them into the river to rinse them off. Finey, Veeny, did you call for me, Lord Chaos? The two little sprites flew before me. As I spread my claws, two modestly crafted stools rested within, accompanied by stone bowls and chopsticks. I have nothing of great value, but I crafted these myself. I hope you will appreciate them. Surely, this gesture will bolster their fondness for me by a considerable margin. I want this, Finey exclaimed, flapping her wings and diving towards the white pebble stool. In contrast to Finey's impulsiveness, Veeny maintained a more composed demeanor. Thank you, Lord Chaos. Veeny shall cherish this gift forever. With that, she gracefully lifted her skirt and curtsied. It's no trouble. I'm glad you like them. Chaos's dragon lips curled into a smile. Clearly, the excitement on the faces of the little sprites indicated a significant increase in my standing with them. Let me set these up for you. Thank you, Lord Chaos. I would like to place them there. Finey pointed to a larger pebble on the riverbank. With a glance at Finey's indicated direction, Chaos gently nodded, positioning the stool accordingly before turning to Veeny. Veeny fluttered down onto a smooth and flat pebble. This will do, Lord Chaos. With a nod, Chaos placed the stool beside Veeny. Thank you, Lord Chaos. It's nothing, really. With a flick of my claws, I turned my attention to the hot pot, where the broth was bubbling vigorously, its aroma intensifying. All right, it's time to add the ingredients. I lifted a handful of heart meat slices and dropped them into the pot. Slices of meat rolled and tumbled in the bubbling broth. After a few minutes, feeling that the time was right, Cows reached his claw into the stone pot to fish around. He lifted a piece of meat and brought it to his mouth. The delightful combination of savory, spicy, and aromatic flavors unfurled in his dragon's kiss. Delicious. His emerald vertical pupils gleamed with delight. Alas, it was slightly lacking in salt. If only there were some. At that moment, a plump, jet-black claw reached toward the pot of soup. Before it could even brush the surface of the broth, it was swiftly pushed aside by a claw adorned with vibrant green dragon scales. With his claw dismissed, and raised his head to gaze at the large figure seated across from him, his dark vertical pupils narrowing with intensity. What did this large creature mean? Was the invitation to dine merely a ploy for amusement? Cows regarded the black ball of coal before him with disdain. It seemed this fellow had only this trick up his sleeve, lacking any originality. Perhaps he should wash his claws in the river before attempting to partake in the meal. Cows had observed that this coal-like creature had all fours on the ground, meaning his claws were likely caked with dirt. Such a lack of hygiene was truly astonishing. Chapter 46. Both tempted and urgent, Agatha, who had been lying on the ground, propped herself up and made her way to the riverbank. Upon noticing Agatha's approach, and cast a fleeting glance at the large chunk of meat but said nothing as she too rose to join her. The two young dragons, having washed their claws, returned upright and settled down. The hot pot was officially ready for the feast. Chaos served each of the little sprites a small piece of meat into their stone bowls and began to indulge himself. Clearly, a single heart was insufficient for the three young dragons. His claws rummaged through the broth but yielded nothing, prompting Chaos to direct his gaze towards the black coal ball. Seemingly aware of his attention, the black coal ball suddenly looked back. Their eyes met, and Chaos broke into a dragon's grin. "Black coal ball, could you fetch some more meat? Let us continue our feast," and glanced at Chaos but remained silent. Directly standing up and heading towards the pile of meat by the riverbank, Chaos observed as the black coal ball ambled along on its hind legs, its little tail swaying adorably with each step. It truly was quite charming, embodying the essence of a silent little girl. Shifting his gaze away from the black coal ball, Chaos glanced at the large young girl seated on the ground. "Forget it," she's unresponsive. Rising to his full dragon stature, he leaned forward on his sturdy hind legs and strode towards a mound of seasonings. Not only the meat, but also the ingredients in the stone pot had been devoured. Thus, it was necessary to procure some new seasonings. Skillfully, he gathered a bunch of spices and returned, his eyes fixed upon the river. "Never mind. I could chew on stones at this point. Washing is unnecessary. Moreover, these plants were directly conjured by Vinny, so they bore no pollution." With a dismissive flick, he dropped a heap of seasonings directly into the stone pot. His gaze drifted to the stone bench resting on the pebbles. The two little sprites were already stuffed, lounging lazily against the chairs with their full bellies. "Finny, please add some water to the stone pot." Her voice was languorous, and after acknowledging Chaos, she raised her tiny hand in a gesture. A clear stream of dark river water rose and flowed into the stone pot. Chaos watched as the water level steadily increased. Just as it was about to brim, he spoke. "That's enough, Finny." With a splash, the stream abruptly ceased, cascading back into the river. The water was replenished, and he turned his gaze towards the large young girl. Before Chaos could utter a word, he observed the girl open her dragon maw. Crimson flames surging forth and cascading into the bottom of the stone pot. At that moment, the black coal ball returned, clutching a piece of meat that was at least twice the size of Agatha, its small wings flapping energetically. With a splash, the meat landed in the water at the riverbank, sending droplets flying. Setting down the meat, the black coal ball stood atop it, gazing at Chaos. This black coal ball was quite the glutton. After a cursory glance at the black coal ball, Chaos remained silent, extending his claw to grasp the meat and begin his preparations. He sat in a position where water could easily flow over half of his claw, making it convenient for him to manage. Upon noticing a large morsel, he said nothing and unfurled a pair of dragon wings to ascend directly from the meat. However, midway through his flight, he seemed to recollect something, turned around, and descended into the shallow waters to diligently wash his claws. Thus commenced the second round of hot pot. As the second round of hot pot reached a boil, Cows was about to lower his claw when he noticed a figure stealthily approaching. Upon seeing Cows raise his head, the green hatchling dragon that had crept up the riverbank immediately lay down submissively, yet her gaze remained fixated on the bubbling hot pot. Her crystalline green pupils sparkled with desire, and in less than a moment, drool glistened and dripped from her green snout, forming a silver thread. "Luoya. This dish smells delightful. I wish to partake." The faint aroma of flowers wafted through the air, with the familiar scent enveloping him. Cows was reminded of the gluttonous green hatchling, undoubtedly Luoya. Observing her eager demeanor, Cows beckoned with his claw. "Come, let us dine together." After all, there was an abundance of food, and the presence of this green simpleton was of no consequence. The rotund green head lifted. "Is he calling me?" Indeed, it was directed at her. He was beckoning her. Realizing this, Luoya wasted no time and strode forward, her claws outstretched towards the stone pot. However, just as her pudgy green claw was about to touch the broth, it was swatted away by another green claw. Angered by the rejection, Luoya protested, for it was this creature who had summoned her. "Go wash your claws before retrieving anything to eat," Cows stated bluntly, locking eyes with the green hatchling. All these little hatchlings were the same, lacking any sense of hygiene. As Luoya experienced the moment Cows had just endured, and calmly extended his claw and retrieved a piece of meat from the pot, placing it into his snout. The fragrant, steaming morsel wafted through the air. Delicious. His dark vertical pupils dilated slightly. Upon witnessing that it had not been reprimanded, a flicker of hesitation appeared in her emerald vertical eyes, and she obediently raised her clawed head towards the riverbank. The sound of splashing water echoed as she washed her claws. After cleaning, Luoya stepped ashore but realized she had sullied her claws again and would need to wash them once more. Before she could approach the stone pot, Kao spoke again. Lowering her dragon head, she glanced at her foreclaws resting on the ground, confirming they were indeed dirty again. He must have done this on purpose. He certainly could have warned me sooner. Casting an irritated glance at the figure turned away from her, she turned back and re-entered the water. Just as she finished cleaning, she heard the sound of splashing nearby. Turning her head, she discovered In, her ally, and was somewhat exasperated, observing Luoya gazing at him with anticipation. Initially, she had chosen Luoya as an ally precisely because of her seemingly Na'vi demeanor. In truth, Luoya was not particularly bright. This creature had even dared to bare her teeth at Kao's moments ago. At this current stage, Chaos and Agatha undoubtedly stand as the most formidable among their cohort of fledglings. Both possess the prowess to confront their group single-handedly. One has the ability to leap directly into adolescence, while the other wields the power of time itself. In light of this, it is utterly foolish for Rhea to provoke chaos. Such an act is merely an invitation to conflict. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that both Chaos and Agatha can be considered anomalies. They possess dominion, yet choose not to exercise it over their fellow fledglings, opting instead to share the spoils of their hunts rather than hoarding them. Should Chaos and Agatha maintain this benevolent approach, following them during their growth would undoubtedly prove to be a wise choice. Rhea gazed longingly at it, a droplet of glistening saliva trailing from her emerald dragon lips, infusing the air with a delicate floral fragrance. In times past, whenever she displayed such eagerness, and would invariably conjure a brilliant idea for her. However, observing this eager and ravenous creature before him, and felt a twinge of exasperation. If you simply wash your claws and then stand upright to take a seat like they do, you will be able to eat. I will not interfere with you. Chapter 47. How strange indeed. Upon hearing In's words, Roya hesitated. Ever since the incident when Chaos seized the eggshell, she had developed an aversion to the act of standing upright. Yet now, was she to endure the humiliation of standing once more because of Chaos? Observing Roya lost in thought, and decided to disregard her, extending her claw to tear off a substantial piece of tender white meat and swiftly returning. Sometimes, standing upright proved quite convenient. Delicious, truly delightful. The plump green claws continuously fished for meat from the stone pot. As she watched the green hatchling nearly topple into the pot, preparing to indulge in its hunger, Chaos exchanged a glance with the petite girl, and then, in unison, they ceased their feasting. Let the child be. Look at its pitiful state. Rustling sounds prompted Chaos to lift his head. The moment he did, he was taken aback. 1, 2, 3, 10. 10 hatchlings had surrounded him unbeknownst to him, all gazing at him, and Agatha with wide, eager eyes. Faced with such scrutiny, Agatha averted her gaze, reaching for the meat placed on the stone platform. She seized a piece of meat and began dropping meatballs into the pot. She was merely a freeloader. How to proceed was up to Chaos. Seeing that the petite girl was unwilling to intervene, Chaos felt a twinge of anxiety. With so many dragons, even if his small pot were to boil over, it could not possibly satisfy them all. The seasonings were abundant, yet there was no pot. If they wished to eat, they would have to craft their own. Upon hearing this, the hatchlings wasted no time, bundling together and heading towards the stone wall, evidently preparing to dig for a pot. With a thunderous sound, a sudden collapse erupted from the right bank of the river. At the instant he heard the noise, Chaos turned his head in that direction. Above the riverbank, plumes of dust billowed. From the haze emerged a plump white hatchling. As it landed on all fours, it swiftly charged towards Chaos. The chubby creature moved with surprising speed. Just a few meters from Chaos, it executed a fierce leap, landing squarely in his embrace and nuzzling against him. What was wrong with this chubby creature? Why was it acting so oddly? And what were the white particles covering its body? Before Chaos could inquire about the chubby creature's peculiar state, another resounding crash echoed from the stone wall above the riverbank. From the still swirling dust, a colossal being surged forth, measuring over 6 meters in length. Its serpentine body was primarily cloaked in rough, thick armor, boasting a triangular head with a bug-like mouth adorned with fangs, and a pair of scythe-like arms dripping with purple viscous liquid. The viscous substance splattered onto the ground, revealing its potent corrosive properties. Sali, an intermediate beast typically dwelling within rock strata, possesses remarkable endurance. It usually feeds once and subsequently falls into a deep slumber for several years before awakening to hunt once more, continuing this cycle. In terms of power, the purple viscous substance on its scythe exhibits significant corrosive properties. Beyond that, it possesses no particularly formidable abilities. Even at its pinnacle, it only harbors a potential equivalent to the second tier. The information from the dragon's legacy indicated that this particular Sali appears to exhibit merely the strength of a second-tier creature. As Sali surged forth, it seemed momentarily bewildered. For at that moment, 14 hatchling dragons on the beach had silently fixed their gazes upon it. Would it attempt to flee? Just as Chaos pondered this, Sali abruptly undulated its body, moving towards him with a serpent-like grace. More accurately, it was charging towards the plump figure beside him. Chaos cast a surprised glance at the rotund creature. What had it done to incur such animosity from Sali? Regardless of the circumstances, it was prudent to deal with Sali first. With emerald vertical pupils narrowing slightly, Chaos prepared to summon his internal magical energy when a crimson silhouette darted forward even more swiftly. The red hatchling, nearly 4 meters in length, spread its wings and pounced directly onto Sali's head, unleashing an overwhelming and furious force that slammed Sali to the ground. Before Sali could retaliate, the hatchling opened its maw, releasing a torrent of dragon breath upon Sali's head. With a fierce bite, its serrated fangs sunk into Sali's hard, shell-like cranium, and with a powerful jerk, the skull was torn away. A splatter of dark green liquid erupted as the triangular, thick bone of Sali's skull was forcibly removed. Deprived of its cranium, Sali's struggling form gradually fell still. The dragon shook its head, discarding the skull from its jaws. Hera then buried her claws into Sali's opened head, searching within. Soon, her paws, now coated with a viscous, transparent liquid, grasped a basketball-sized emerald core. This was a poison-type magic core, filled with a gaseous green mist. Cradling the core, Hera approached Chaos. Under his watchful gaze, she reared up, extending her claws that held the magic core forward. Chaos examined the core, then glanced at Hera, who was eagerly looking at him. He hesitated to reach out for the core, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. Odd, truly odd. This feeling seemed so familiar. Oh, yes. It was reminiscent of the time the little girl had begun to offer him food in a similar manner. Yet, it was perplexing. Whether it was the little girl or Hera before him, what did their unsolicited offers intend? Were they seeking to curry favor with him? Hera, this magic core is for you. Noticing that Chaos had not taken the core and was merely gazing at her, Hera felt compelled to speak. As she did, the strange feeling within Chaos intensified. What was this? A collective offering? No, he needed to clarify matters. Hera, may I ask you a question before I accept this magic core? Ask away, Hera nodded. A pair of crimson vertical pupils gazed at the dragon, exuding an air of candor, as if one could never deceive. I inquired, why do you wish to bestow this magic core upon me? Chaos fixed his gaze upon Hera's striking red eyes, awaiting her reply. Well, of course, it is to foster our friendship. Hera's words were abruptly interrupted by an interjecting voice. To befriend you, that is my intention. Chaos turned to the large girl who had intruded upon Hera's speech, her crimson vertical pupils maintaining an unwavering calmness. A sense of peculiar disquiet lingered within him, yet he could not discern its source, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. This is all my suggestion, Agatha continued. We are all fledgling dragons. If we can unite through our vulnerable early years, we shall certainly enhance our safety and increase our survival rates. She paused, then added, indeed, the primary reason is your ability to wield temporal powers. However, we can ensure that all magic cores we hunt in the future belong solely to you. After her statement, Agatha fell silent, her gaze fixed intently on Chaos, awaiting his response. Chapter 48. Affection level -100. Under the gaze of the large young girl, Chaos felt an unsettling dissonance, as if her intent was to deliberately interrupt Hera. Shifting his head, his attention strayed from the young girl to Hera. Is that so, Hera? Hera, taken aback by Chaos's inquiry, found herself momentarily at a loss. Was this truly what she intended to convey? Her purpose had been to foster a connection with Chaos. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Agatha, who had interrupted her speech. The muscular limbs of the robust dragon appeared to be in constant motion at that moment. Well, it was true that she sought friendship with Chaos. Hera focused intently on Chaos, who who was looking at her while casting glances at Agatha. How peculiar that he would divert his attention in such a manner. Suddenly, Chaos's dragon head jerked sharply, his gaze fixed on the young girl again. She remained unchanged, squatting in a way that exuded a sense of composure and reliability. It seemed there was nothing amiss. Returning her gaze to Hera, she affirmed, "Yes. I wish to befriend you. You possess the ability to foresee the future, Chaos. If I could accompany you through the vulnerable stages of my youth, I believe it would be an advantageous choice. Is that so?" The crimson vertical pupils reflected a candid sincerity, yet an underlying discomfort lingered within. His gaze fell upon the magical core Hera had presented. It was a decent second-tier magical core imbued with poison attributes. A gift presented before him should not be overlooked. He extended his claw to accept the core from Hera. "Thank you. I will consider the idea of forming a bond." Hera nodded, her peripheral vision catching Agatha, who was now preoccupied with placing meat into the stone pot. A wave of relief washed over her. As a fellow red dragon, she felt a deeper understanding of Agatha's formidable presence than that of other fledgling dragons. Chaos remained acutely aware of Hera's gaze. Was he looking at the young girl again? The feeling that she was concealing something from him intensified. "Then I shall take my leave," Hera called out as she turned towards the stone wall, clearly intent on collaborating with her allies to excavate the stone pot. Strange, indeed. Yet the magical core in his grasp was undeniably substantial. Chaos weighed the core in his claw, contemplating its weight. Perhaps it was best to dismiss such thoughts. He trusted that the young girl harbored no intentions of harm towards him, a conviction stemming from his intuition. Moreover, the hourglass would not remain idle. If genuine peril were to arise, he would undoubtedly receive prophetic dreams as warnings. Having experienced one such dream, he recalled that the golden sand within the hourglass had entirely drained without reversing an indication, he surmised, that no imminent threats loomed. He glanced at the magical core in his claw, deciding to set it aside for now. He would refrain from consuming it, reserving it for potential emergencies. His gaze shifted to the rotund creature nestled against his belly, which bore a conspicuous corrosive wound, a significant injury, indicated by the transparent scales that had recently regrown. It must have been that Sali who was beaten. With its dual claws cradling its round, plump head, the dragon lifted its visage, revealing its closed eyes, which now sparkled with crystalline, white vertical pupils gazing eagerly at Chaos. Humph! The rotund dragon head yearned to nuzzle into Chaos's embrace, but Chaos firmly resisted. "Now, my dear, do enlighten me. What have you done to incur such hatred from Sali?" Chaos cast a sidelong glance at the lifeless form of Sali sprawled on the ground, ignored by the dragons around. For with the presence of the formidable Ba-Emo-Kin La, the hatchlings showed little interest in Sali's remains. Sali's previous charge had clearly been directed at the plump one. With so many dragons on the beach, it was evident that something significant was afoot regarding the rotund creature. "Humph, humph. I cannot comprehend your draconic dialect, and you need not fear any longer. That Sali who pursued you has been dispatched by Hera." Upon hearing that Sali had met its end, the plump one raised its round head to glance at Sali's carcass on the ground. Instantly, its sparkling white vertical pupils widened, and it sprang upright. Its chubby claws pointed toward the cave. "Humph, humph, 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 humph." While speaking, its pudgy white paw animatedly gestured. Yet, without exception, Chaos, Agatha, and even an Enroya were left utterly baffled by the performance of the white hatchling. What on earth is it saying? Observing that the green one did not comprehend its words, the plump one grew anxious. Its chubby paw delved into its maw. Gag! With a distinct retching sound, a slimy white worm was pulled from its mouth. The larva was pure white, strikingly reminiscent of Sali, albeit much smaller, with parts of its body appearing partially digested. Humph! The plump one clutched the worm and presented it to the green one. The green one always offered her food, so she was willing to share her bounty. "Oh no! Plump one, do not bring that here. I have no desire for such a thing." Chaos recoiled and edged away, narrowly avoiding the slimy residue from the larva that the plump one had proffered. Now he understood why Sali harbored such animosity toward the plump one. It had evidently consumed its offspring. Seeing the green one decline, the plump one glanced at the morsel in its claws, and in the next moment, its maw opened wide, unceremoniously shoving the slimy larva back inside. Chaos. This plump one is truly something else. How utterly revolting. Chaos suddenly found himself disinclined to witness the antics of the plump one any longer, yet his gaze fell upon the minuscule white particles adorning its form. He had been acutely aware of these since earlier. What could this be? It seems so familiar. Could it be salt? A flicker of hope ignited within him. If that were indeed the case, it would elevate his hot pot to perfection. Plump one, come here for a moment. Humph. Having just swallowed the larva once more, the plump one sauntered over to him. As it approached, Chaos regarded the plump one with newfound interest. The round and plump dragon head, coupled with a chubby body and a pair of remarkably pure, sparkling white vertical pupils, exuded an undeniable charm. Yet, the earlier scene of it snatching food lingered unshakably in the mind, diminishing its cuteness to a mere -100. Humph. The chubby white dragon gazed in confusion at the green chubby one, who beckoned it over yet remained silent. Chaos sighed. Never mind, it's for the sake of salt. Extending a claw, he scraped off some remaining white particles from the white dragon's head and brought them to his mouth. The taste was salty and a touch bitter. In that moment, Chaos felt a spark of revelation, his claws cradling the round, hefty head of the white dragon, their eyes locking. Quickly, tell me where those white particles on you came from. Held by the green dragon, unable to turn away, the sparkling white vertical pupils blinked once, and the chubby white claw raised to point towards the very hole from which it had just escaped. Chapter 49. Your concern for the safety of those hatchlings is truly remarkable. Following the chubby white paw, Chaos observed a newly formed opening in the stone wall above the riverbank. The swirling dust had settled, revealing an entrance approximately 5 meters high and rather broad. Was it brought out from within? Humph, humph. The chubby creature nodded in affirmation, with a confirmed answer. Chaos was about to release his grip on the plump companion when he felt a cool sensation in his claws. Lowering his gaze, he noticed drool from the chubby creature dripping onto his paw. It bore no foul odor. Instead, it exuded a subtle yet rich fragrance reminiscent of osmanthus. The chubby creature's gaze had been fixated on the stone pot from the very beginning, and now its bright, vertical pupils were etched with a desire to indulge. Just like the green one, it was a little gourmand. As the dragon's maw slightly parted, Chaos released his hold on the plump dragon's head. Once his claws were cleansed, they could feast. Humph. Splash. The chubby creature joyfully leapt into the shallow waters, frolicking with delight. After rinsing his paw, Chaos reached for the meat atop the stone pot and began placing it inside. The chubby creature returned, settling beside him, its round head gently nudging Chaos's neck. Humph. Watch closely, chubby one. This is how we partake in hot pot. Chaos dipped his claw into the stone pot, retrieving a generous portion of meat. As he opened his maw, he caught a glimpse of the chubby creature's eager gaze. Chaos. The open maw snapped shut once more, opening his mouth. The chubby creature obediently complied. Chaos delivered a pawful of meat into its mouth. The bright, white vertical pupils expanded at a visible pace. Splash, splash. Hearing the sound, Chaos turned to look, noticing the chubby creature's tail, resembling a stout cone, thrashing in the shallow waters like a small motor, producing the noise. The dragon's maw parted slightly, as if there was no need to inquire whether the food was to the chubby creature's liking. Agatha quietly observed the interaction between Chaos and the white dragon. Indeed, Chaos held a deep concern for this white dragon, a trait that starkly contrasted with the green dragon, yet it was a positive quality. Perhaps this white dragon would swiftly become his mate. All right, chubby one, if you wish to eat, you must place the meat into the stone pot yourself. Remember to maintain hygiene. It's best to rinse the meat in the water before adding it. Humph, humph. Gently patting the chubby creature's head, Chaos lowered his 4 paws to the ground, directing his gaze toward the newly formed opening in the riverbank. As he took a few steps, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby. A glance revealed the striking figure of a tall crimson dragon. It was Agatha. The 2 hatchlings exchanged glances, but no words were spoken. In the next moment, they instinctively extended their paws and proceeded toward the opening, entering the cave alongside the tall girl. Chaos discovered that the soil at the exit bore fresh marks, while the digging within appeared quite old, indicating it had not been recently excavated. The Sally appears to be a long-time resident here. Unfortunately, it seems to have encountered the plump, white creature. Sympathy? Not at all. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. The cave entrance widens progressively, with no branching paths in sight. It seems that no other Sallys remain within. Agatha, how do you know? Chaos inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Agatha, who was advancing alongside him. The scent, she replied. I haven't detected any other Sallys. Chaos, perplexed, realized that she was indeed an anomaly, effortlessly accomplishing what he could not. Until now, he had only caught a faint whiff of earthy mud. Did you enter here for those white particles? What purpose do they serve? Agatha voiced her curiosity. She had observed the white particles clinging to the head of the white dragon. They appeared ordinary, devoid of magical essence, evidently just a common mineral. Yet, when Chaos had consumed those particles, he exhibited great excitement. They enhanced the flavor of hot pot. He refrained from mentioning the word salt to avoid any confusion. How do you know? Agatha's gaze turned toward Chaos, for such information was not recorded in their inheritance. He hesitated momentarily, realizing his oversight. Well, I naturally perceived it through time. Agatha, unfamiliar with the concept of time's power, chose to trust Chaos. Is that so? Then your objective should be attainable. Not far ahead lie those white particles. How do you know? Chaos queried. The scent, Agatha responded. Chaos flared his nostrils, inhaling deeply. The pungent odor of mud assaulted his senses, repugnant. Could this large girl be deceiving herself? After plodding forward for nearly 10 minutes, a faint briny aroma wafted through the air. In truth, he no longer needed to rely on scent. His eyes had already beheld the truth. Ahead, a small open cavity had emerged, filled with an accumulation of bones. This was undoubtedly the lair of that Sally. Surrounding them were not rocks or soil, but rather layers of white, granular salt. It appeared to be a salt mine. Chaos felt a surge of excitement. He scampered toward the white stone wall, using his claws to pry a chunk from the hard rock and bringing it to his dragon lips. Yuck! So salty. His mouth widened in a grin. For now he could finally indulge in a proper hot pot. The plump white creature had not disappointed. It had gifted him with this delightful surprise. Initially intending to sample the flavor herself, Agatha quickly abandoned the notion upon witnessing Chaos's reaction. It did not seem appetizing at all. Could this substance truly render the hot pot more delectable, as Chaos claimed? Doubt lingered in her mind. Ignoring Agatha's presence, Chaos began to excavate the salt layer with fervor. In no time, he unearthed a block of salt, over 2 meters long and perfectly rectangular. While he had successfully dug it out, the question remained, how would he transport it? Should he summon vines to bind it and drag it out? At that moment, a crimson claw extended and landed upon the salt mine. Seizing it and effortlessly tossing it onto its broad back. With a resounding whoosh, the heavy wings, adorned with glistening red dragon scales, unfurled and secured the salt mine, allowing it to rest upon the expansive surface of its back. Before me stood a dragon of such magnitude that it rivaled my own size, resembling 2 of my own stature. Common hatchling 2, 5, Agatha 5, Hella 4 and 2, 0. Truly, why had I pondered so much? The grand hatchling was indeed present. I shall take charge. Very well. Shall we return now, Agatha? Yes. Then let us proceed. Agatha advanced, her claws gracefully leading the way, while Chaos followed closely behind. By the way, Agatha, what compelled you to accompany me here? I came to see if there were any remaining solace. And if there are, then I shall eliminate them all. You certainly exhibit a keen concern for the safety of those hatchlings. Agatha offered no response, seemingly acquiescing to Chaos's observation. Chapter 50. The answer, an inevitable matter. You hardly resemble a mere red dragon. What compels you to undertake so much? Agatha, leading the way, halted, her dragon head turning as her crimson slit pupils fixed their gaze upon Chaos. A wave of searing breath surged forth as her raised claw momentarily stilled. Could it be that this grand lady was growing impatient with the inquiry and preparing to retaliate against the dragon? Chaos felt that this possibility loomed large. You shall inevitably discover the answer to this question. I assure you that from this moment forth, I shall not engage in any actions that might jeopardize your well-being. The emerald-slit pupils swiftly converged, and Chaos discerned a blind spot. The grand lady had mentioned from now on, implying that she had previously harbored less than virtuous thoughts. The claw retreated slightly, almost imperceptibly. Are you referring to the present? There is no need for trepidation. Indeed, I once entertained another notion, but the circumstances have since changed. Your lineage is far too noble. I shall not interfere with you now. May I audaciously inquire as to what your previous thoughts entailed? Agatha ceased to speak, her gaze silently fixed upon Chaos. Very well, this grand lady chooses to feign ignorance, does she? Yet, for reasons unknown, Chaos felt an inexplicable trust in her. This was not a mere instinct, but rather a conclusion drawn from analysis. Since her emergence, the most formidable of grand ladies had not succumbed to the innate chaos of a red dragon. On the contrary, she had established the most fundamental order for her kin. Very well then, let the grand lady feign ignorance. Once I have fully mastered the power of time, I shall undoubtedly utilize this strength to thoroughly unveil every aspect of you. grand lady, from the inside out. With that thought, a joyful smile spread across the dragon's visage. An answer, an inevitable matter. Very well, I shall refrain from further inquiries. Let us continue our journey. Agreed. Agatha nodded and resumed her strides ahead. Throughout their journey, the two dragons exchanged no further words. Upon exiting the cave, Chaos beheld 3 stone pots by the riverbank, with hatchlings gathered around them, their claws tirelessly foraging within. Yet, the scene was far from harmonious. I placed that piece of meat there. What of it? You actually consumed it. I challenge you. If it comes to blows, then so be it. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Thus unfolded the situation as 2 hatchlings, quarreling over the unequal distribution of spoils, ventured to the center of the riverbank for a physical contest. It was inconceivable that any dragon would intervene. Such a splendid spectacle was far too entertaining to miss. Chaos calmly cast a glance at the 2 irate blue hatchlings approaching the riverbank for their duel. Retreating to his own stone pot, he settled beside the rotund hatchling. The chubby, grease-stained claw extended the meat towards Chaos. The plump hatchling gazed eagerly at him. Chaos glanced at the rotund one, feeling unwell. The recent sight of it devouring the larva had yet to fully settle. I'm not hungry. You may eat, rotund one. The sparkling white slit pupils blinked. As the claw, laden with meat, gradually made its way toward the open dragon maw. Uncertain if it is merely an illusion, Chaos perceives that the rotund white chubby seems somewhat disheartened. This should not be the case. Observing it leaning on the edge of the stone pot to fish for meat, the chubby creature's tail sways rhythmically. Indeed, it must be an illusion. How could white chubby possibly be unhappy in the presence of food? Russell, Agatha has returned to her place, claiming one side for herself. Settled, Chaos glances around. On a smooth, polished pebble, Finny lies in a deep slumber. Her sleeping posture is rather poor, sprawled out, much like white chubby, also prone to drooling. But where is the other one? Scanning the vicinity, he finds no trace of Viney. Could she have left? That seems unlikely, especially after they had just shared a surge of fondness. His gaze shifts to the green dullard and black coal, who are also vying for food at the stone pot. His attention drifts from the dullard to black coal, who pauses momentarily and then lifts his head towards Chaos. Where is Viney? He inquires, pointing with his greasy paw towards a fruit-bearing sapling on the riverbank. Following black coal's gesture, he sees a small house woven from verdant vines atop the tree. The little abode is exquisitely crafted, complete with doors and windows. A faint, familiar essence of life emanates from within, Viney's essence. Observing the vine-crafted dwelling, Chaos beams with delight. It was evident that his presence, akin to the coveted flesh of a Tang's song, could hardly result in her departure. All is secure, henceforth. He hopes for Viney's continued favor and a harmonious relationship with Finny. Redirecting his gaze, he notices the 3 dragons at the stone pot, who appear to be rather hungry. Thus, he decides to continue the feast. Stretching out a claw, he retrieves a handful of salt from the large girl's cache and sprinkles it into the pot. This will surely enhance the flavor of the hot pot. The keen hearing of dragonkind is remarkable, and Chaos makes no effort to lower his voice. The young dragons along the riverbank have all caught wind of this. Enhance the flavor of the hot pot? In an instant, all the young dragons turn their heads towards Chaos. Even the 2 blue hatchlings locked in a playful tussle pause, exchanging glances before synchronously ceasing their contest to gaze at Chaos. Feeling the weight of their collective attention, Chaos surveys the young dragons. In essence, they are all little gluttons. If they wish to partake, they may serve themselves. However, a word of caution, while a moderate addition will elevate the dish's taste, excessive amounts will render it utterly unpalatable. Understanding the greedy nature of the 5-colored dragons, Chaos preemptively issues a warning. He has offered his advice. How they choose to proceed is entirely their own affair. He chuckles, anticipating the ensuing amusement. So, Chaos, how much do you think should be added? Inquires Hera. Contemplating Hera's offerings of both the magic core and the heart, Chaos found her increasingly appealing, even somewhat endearing. This addition, albeit modest, would suffice. With a delicate motion, Chaos placed a small piece of mineral salt into Hera's claw. I shall endeavor to test this, he stated. Hera's draconic visage cracked into a smile as she turned to join her allies at the hot pot. Inspired by Chaos's demonstration, the remaining cohort understood the appropriate quantity to add. Though there were exceptions, the quartet of blue, black, and green dragons exchanged glances. Do you think we can trust that fellow? One inquired. I have my doubts, another replied. He must be deliberately misleading us to prevent us from consuming too much of that white sand. I share your sentiments. Very well, I shall take a bit more, declared the blue dragon, rising to approach the mineral salt. Chapter 51. The Bloodline of Chaos' Green Dragon Pure Indeed. Yu Guangzhong observed as a blue whelp emerged from the four-dragon group, making its way towards him, quickly averting his gaze to avoid detection. Chaos extended his claw into the pot and rummaged through the abundant ingredients at the bottom. After selecting a tender, cubed piece of meat, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Perfectly sized, he grasped the meat with his left claw and deftly made an incision with his sharp right claw. He then reached towards the salt mine, scooping a handful of salt and stuffing it into the opening of the meat until it was brimming. Agatha, somewhat perplexed, observed Chaos' sudden actions with rapt attention. Meanwhile, the rotund Bai Pang Pang and Luo Yu were preoccupied, diligently retrieving ingredients from the pot to feed into the dragon's maw. With a swift opening of his jaws, Chaos devoured the meat. Chaos thought it wanted to. It must appear more convincing. Imagining the reactions of the four-dragon group when they were deceived brought a smirk to his face. He swallowed with a satisfying gulp, his emerald vertical pupils widening in delight, embodying the essence of tasting a divine delicacy. The blue whelp, Abona, paused, captivated by the glint in Chaos' eyes. It was evident that this white sand was indeed a rare delicacy. Chaos, unwilling to share, had deprived them of their fair share. After all, he was consuming the meat encased in the flesh. Fortunately, they were astute enough to see through his ruse. The old adage held true. One could never trust a green dragon's words. As his dilated pupils refocused, he noticed the large whelp and the black coal-like creature watching him intently. In response to their scrutiny, Chaos straightened his body. It seems I need to fetch more meat. Neither the large whelp nor the black coal said a word. Chaos strode towards the riverbank. What an opportunity! With his blue vertical pupils narrowing, Abona quickened her pace, swiftly reaching the salt mine. As she charged forward, a realization dawned upon Agatha. With heavy eyelids slowly closing, she felt satiated and decided to take a brief respite. Chaos' bloodline as a green dragon was undeniably pure. Noticing the blue whelp rushing forward, and felt a moment of clarity. Should she warn this blue dragon? Observing Agatha's closed eyes, Abona felt emboldened. However, what was this black whelp staring at? Did it intend to alert Chaos? That simply would not do. With her blue vertical pupils narrowing slightly, Abona unveiled her sharp dragon teeth towards the diminutive black whelp. Seeing the warning from the blue whelp, unlowered her dragon head and turned her gaze towards the stone pot. Perhaps it was best to disregard it. Abona, somewhat pleased, withdrew her gaze, relieved that the black whelp had shown discernment. Given its small stature, it ought to learn to be obedient. She extended her claws toward the salt mine, preparing to slice off a third of it. While cutting, Abona remained vigilant, frequently casting her gaze towards Agatha and Chaos. Agatha appeared to have succumbed to slumber, while Chaos sat with his back turned, poised before a massive chunk of flesh submerged in the water, seemingly selecting his meal. In truth, seated in the cool shallows, Chaos had his dragon head bowed, his maw agape, and his lengthy, crimson tongue dangled halfway into the water. Salty, unbearably salty. A glistening layer coated his vertical pupils as his claws busily pawed at his tongue. The morsel he had just rejected lay floating in the water. Yet a considerable amount of salt still clung to his tongue. Redirecting her focus to the azure dragon, Abona noted with satisfaction that neither Chaos nor Agatha had taken notice. With a swift motion, she completed her task of cutting the white sand, grasped the rocky fragment with her claws, and hurried back to her companions. Is that so much? Rhea, another blue dragon, gazed in astonishment at the white sand Abona had brought back. Well, one ought to consider who I am, Abona replied. Her dragon head held high with pride as she regarded her three allies, unabashedly accepting their admiring glances. You are truly remarkable, Lusika, the black dragon, offered her praise without hesitation. After all, compliments came at no cost, and a simple acknowledgement of Abona's prowess could secure them a delightful portion of white sand. They had all witnessed how Chaos had relished the chunk of white sand wrapped in meat, revealing an expression of pure enjoyment. Thus, he was indeed rather stingy. Fortunately, they were clever enough to recognize this. All right, the meat is cooked. Let us feast, urged Noki, the green dragon. Agreed, Abona replied, setting down the white sand she had cradled. With her four claws, in three distinct colors, she retrieved a piece of meat from the large, round pot, imitating Chaos's method to carve an opening, and then stuffed it with white sand, ensuring the meat was thoroughly coated. On the riverbank, Chaos observed, feeling that the saltiness had diminished. Turning his head toward the shore, he beheld 4 fledgling dragons eagerly feasting, their dragon maws wide open. An immediate surge of joy filled his emerald vertical pupils, brimming with anticipation. "Hurry, eat quickly!" At Chaos's urging gaze, the 4 fledglings simultaneously devoured the meat in their claws. The instant the morsel touched their tongues, their vertical pupils converged into a singular line. Ugh! So bitter, so salty, so unpalatable. How infuriating! They roared, their claws propelling them towards the riverbank. Watching the 4 fledglings rush towards him, Chaos erupted in laughter, his emerald pupils gleaming with delight as he could no longer contain himself. "Ha ha! You 4 fools truly believed I wouldn't notice your little antics." He pointed at the 4 dim-witted dragons, nearly doubling over with laughter. Overjoyed, the 4 fledglings plunged into the shallows, oblivious to Chaos's mockery, aligning themselves in a row, their round dragon heads completely submerged in the water. Glug, glug. Bubbles continuously emerged from the ground where 4 rotund dragon heads were embedded. Agatha, lying on the ground, gradually lifted her heavy eyelids, her crimson-slit pupils gazing at Chaos, who sat in the riverbank with one claw pointed at the 4 hatchlings, exuding an air of arrogance. A hint of resignation flickered in her red eyes. The dragon's body rose, and it stepped toward the shallows. The 4 hatchlings sensed that the flavor on their tongues had diminished considerably. They raised their round heads, glaring furiously at Chaos, who was mockingly taunting them. Indeed, the initial feeling had not been an illusion. Their desire to give this fellow a good thrashing had only intensified. However, Chaos remained utterly unconcerned in the face of their furious glares. He was confident that if these 4 dared to strike, he would simply invoke a time freeze and summon thorny vines to suspend them and administer a sound spanking. At that moment, a towering crimson dragon body suddenly obscured the line of sight between the 2 parties. Upon meeting the gaze of the towering figure, Chaos's split dragon maw gradually closed. Chapter 52. Truly a great little dragon in the absence of a magical array. Engaging in combat with the great little dragon would result in a precarious balance. Perhaps a 3 to 7 chance. He bypassed all preliminary steps and arrived at the crux of the matter. Given his current magical prowess, he could at most slow time for 5 seconds. Once those seconds elapsed, he would be utterly defenseless, akin to fish on a chopping block. Thus, Chaos possessed the wisdom to recognize this reality. The green hatchling's claws descended, its elongated pupils slightly narrowing as its draconic form crouched down. How obedient it appeared. Observing this creature, Agatha felt a twinge of helplessness within her heart. If only Chaos could coexist harmoniously with those female dragons rather than in the current state of affairs. The crimson slits of her gaze swept over the 4 hatchlings. Upon meeting Agatha's fiery gaze, the 4 hatchlings instinctively recoiled, as if they had felt the scorching heat searing their very being. How obedient they became. Noticing the hatchlings had settled down, Agatha withdrew her gaze, moving forward with her claws until her snout opened to gently grasp Chaos by the nape of his neck, much like a mother cat carrying her kitten towards the riverbank. Being held by the great little dragon, and feeling the warmth exhale from her draconic kiss, Chaos became even more compliant. His claws hung motionless, allowing the little dragon to carry him to the hot pot's edge before gently setting him down. What was originally destined to culminate in a duel was thus quelled by the great little dragon. On the riverbank, the hatchlings could only return their gazes in disappointment. Seated before the hot pot, Chaos glanced at the great little dragon, who had reclined and closed her eyes, seemingly entering a state of slumber. His head turned, casting a glance at the 4 foolish beings who had approached the riverbank. Sigh. The great little dragon had many admirable qualities, though she could be a tad too orderly. In any case, boredom was a constant companion. What harm was there in a dragon seeking a bit of amusement? With a soft grunt, the chubby one presented a piece of meat. Indifferently, Chaos opened his maw and consumed the offering. The meat, cooked in a salted hot pot, was delectable. While it was indeed tasty, he was already satiated. With another soft grunt, the chubby one offered another piece of meat. Chaos accepted it, chewing thoughtfully while regarding the chubby one. "All right, I am full now. I shall take my rest," though he spoke in a language she could not comprehend. The chubby one nodded, seemingly understanding. He lay down, his gaze drifting to the plump, conical tail that swayed before him. Reaching out, he embraced it. Ah! How wonderfully soft and pleasantly cool it was. The chubby one's tail was perfect for cuddling as he drifted into slumber. The chubby one turned to glance at Chaos, who had already closed his eyes while clutching her tail, before returning her focus to the stone pot to continue fishing for pieces of meat. She had yet to satiate her appetite. On the sandy riverbank, the only sound that remained was that of feasting. Once sated, the chubby one approached Chaos, lying down beside him and wrapping her claws around his long, emerald tail, gently brushing against the elongated, emerald-green scales of the dragon's tail. The plump white creature slowly closed its heavy eyelids. At that moment, a multitude of young dragons lay sprawled across the sandy riverbank. This stage of their lives was simple, eat until satiated, then succumb to slumber. A rustling sound stirred the air. What was that? It felt damp. Opening its eyes, a wave splashed directly onto its face. No, was the water rising again? Cows lifted its head and observed that the water had already submerged half of the stone pot beside it. Remarkably, in less than a day, the water had risen so much. Ever since its left eye transformed into a clock, even a brief nap would allow cows to sense the passage of time. A gift perhaps bestowed by time itself. The water was rising rather swiftly. It seemed relocation was in order. But where to? The image of the cave from which it had emerged flashed in its mind. Geographically, that cave was quite advantageous. Hunting would be more convenient, as it allowed direct access to the water for hunting, and the interior space was sufficiently expansive. It was settled, they would move back. With a slight narrowing of its verdant vertical pupils, Cows made its decision. Its gaze shifted to the mountain of meat by the riverbank. Initially, this mound stood over 50 meters tall, but now it appeared to have dwindled to a mere 13 meters. The young dragons consumed their meals with the efficiency of perpetual motion, practically digesting as they ate. Had they not succumbed to drowsiness after feasting, the formidable Ba-Mo-Kin-La would likely have been devoured entirely by now. There was little meat remaining, making transport manageable. A rustling sound caught Cow's attention, prompting it to glance aside. The large little girl had awakened, opening her eyes and propping her dragon form up. Agatha glanced down at the water that had risen beneath her, then lifted her gaze to Cow's. Meeting the large girl's eyes, Cow split its jaw in a dragon-like grin. The water has risen. We must relocate. What do you propose? Agatha inquired. We shall move back to the cave we emerged from, Cows elaborated. That location is significantly more advantageous for hunting. Despite the vastness and depth of this deep pool, there is nothing left to eat. Whatever was consumable has likely been thoroughly devoured by that Ba-Mo-Kin-La. Agatha nodded her head slightly in agreement, placing her trust in Cows. From their first encounter with that Ba-Mo-Kin-La, she had noticed its weakness, even while submerged. Its tentacles had failed to exhibit the strength characteristic of a young Ba-Mo-Kin-La. It seemed that Cow's assessment was indeed correct. It was weakened by hunger. Very well. We shall move back. Shall we depart immediately? Cows nodded its head. Agatha's agreement was anticipated. All right, I will awaken them now. Propping herself up with her claws, Agatha surveyed the scattered young dragons on the riverbank, her crimson vertical pupils narrowing slightly as she recalled how this group had surrounded her before their departure. Cows lowered its head to observe the plump, white creature lying beside it, gnawing on its own tail. This one was as restless in sleep as ever. Grasping the tail with its claw, it effortlessly extracted it from the creature's mouth. The plump creature did not bite down firmly. Rather, it was more akin to a gentle grasp. Chaos effortlessly withdrew its tail with a swift motion. A rich fragrance of blooming osmanthus wafted from the tail. With a disdainful glance at the drool adorning it, it released its grip, allowing the tail to plunge into the water, swaying left and right as it commenced its cleansing. Speaking of which, how would the young lady rouse all the hatchlings? Intrigued, Chaos turned its gaze to her, observing as the young lady approached the scattered hatchlings. With a swift opening of her dragon maw, a crimson breath surged forth, sweeping dramatically over the heads of all the hatchlings in an instant. The fan-shaped flames were dazzling and searing. Although the flames extinguished the moment they passed, the intense heat lingered palpably. Howl. Hot, hot, hot. In an instant, all the hatchlings sprang to their feet. Indeed, the young lady was remarkable, simple, swift, and efficient. Chapter 53. Cute. Just cute? Indeed. Who dares to offend the greatness of? The prancing blue hatchling's words were abruptly silenced as three allies seized her and forced her jaws open. Ria Lusika and Noji firmly restrained Apona's dragon kiss. If they allowed her to continue shouting, it would truly lead to chaos. The sweeping dragon breath, though scorching, inflicted no harm upon them. It merely roused them from their slumber. Should Apona persist in her cries, calamity would surely follow, perhaps even resulting in a thorough thrashing from Agatha. While chaos might still be a challenge, Agatha was a different matter altogether. Her ability to leap across 2 stages was exceedingly peculiar. A second confrontation would likely yield the same outcome as the last. With the 4 of them buried in the earth, caught in the grip of her 3 allies, Apana was bewildered. What was happening? Were they betraying their pact? Apana. Winky face. Her fury swiftly morphed into a daze. Agatha cast a glance at the quartet of dragons, recalling that they were the very hatchlings who once sought to claim Chaos's eggshell for themselves. Under Agatha's gaze, Apana quieted, her blue vertical pupils widening to indicate her harmlessness. Observing their docile demeanor, Agatha shifted her gaze elsewhere. A quick survey confirmed that all the hatchlings had awakened, squatting in place and gazing up at her. The waters are about to rise. We must all migrate back to the cave where we first hatched, Agatha announced. What do you all wish to say? The hatchlings fixed their eyes on Agatha, yet none dared to speak. Excellent. Since there are no objections, let us commence. Each dragon should take some food. We will begin our return journey. In truth, the hatchlings had a third option, to sever ties with the dragon group. However, no dragon was foolish. Given the current circumstances, following Agatha and Chaos was the wisest choice. Where else could they go if they abandoned them? They would merely have to survive along this dark river, and at their stage, they were not particularly formidable. With the presence of high-level magical beasts like Bamacanra in this dark river, who could guarantee that other regions did not harbor equally powerful creatures? Whether in terms of risk, danger, or hunting, separating from the dragon group was an unwise trade. Agatha moved purposefully towards a mound of flesh, selecting a piece of meat larger than her entire dragon form. Her claws sank into the meat as her wings unfurled with a powerful beat. Whoosh! As Agatha took to the skies, the hatchlings followed suit, none opting for laziness. After all, this meat would ultimately end up in their own bellies. 12 dragons swiftly cleared the meat mountain, clutching it in their claws and biting into it with their jaws. Observing the round-headed hatchlings as they began to stir, Chaos also initiated the task of calling the dragons to action. He approached a smooth stone and halted, whereupon a small fairy named Finny lay sprawled on the stone, blissfully sleeping. This little creature truly possesses the gift of slumber. Observing the peacefully sleeping Finny, Chaos gingerly picked up a smooth pebble, using both claws to press it gently against Finny's plump little face. The soft, rounded cheeks yielded to the pebble's pressure, momentarily reshaping to reveal a glimpse of her pearly white teeth. Hee, Chaos thought. I can't eat anymore. Please stop. Oh no. Please don't. I'm truly unable to eat anymore. Chaos remarked. What an insatiable little glutton, yet rather endearing. Finny remained deeply asleep, her tiny hands flailing in the air. Greetings, esteemed Chaos, a familiar voice chimed in. Looking up, Chaos beheld Vinerial, fluttering before him with her delicate wings. Vinerial had regained her noble demeanor, dressed in a refined emerald Lolita ensemble. The wild, explosive curls that Finny had caused were now restored to their smooth, natural waves. She resembled a petite noble princess, albeit a size smaller than one might expect. Observing Vinerial, he noted a subtle hint of fatigue lingering in the corners of her verdant eyes. It appeared that she had only just awakened. Chaos offered a friendly greeting, good morning. Vinerial gasped, covering her small mouth in surprise. How does esteemed Chaos know that I have just awakened? Your eyes still carry a trace of weariness, he replied. Is that so? Vinerial queried, retrieving a small mirror from her Lolita attire to examine herself. How rude of me. How could I be so ungracious in front of esteemed Chaos? Noticing Vinerial's nervousness, Chaos's emerald-slit pupils sharpened slightly. Her demeanor was reminiscent of a girl smitten before her crush, clearly conscious of her every action. Perhaps this presented an opportunity to enhance their rapport. Realizing this, Chaos's dragon-like grin widened in delight. If he could cultivate enough goodwill, he need not fear the 2 little fairies absconding, until an appropriate elemental queen was found. The fairies' abilities remained quite advantageous. They could both amplify specific magical traits and bestow additional properties upon spells. Leaning closer to Vinerial, he asked, Are you concerned, Vinerial? As she gazed into the proximity of his dragon visage, inhaling the botanical fragrance emanating from his dragon kiss, Vinerial found herself momentarily entranced, feeling as if she had returned to a vibrant forest. The essence of Chaos was simply delightful. A dreamy glimmer surfaced in her emerald eyes. Noticing her silence, Chaos spoke again. I find that even with a hint of weariness, Vinerial appears exceptionally charming. Upon hearing Chaos's voice, Vinerial quickly regained her composure, a blush spreading rapidly across her small face. Ah, is that so? What is happening? Why has my temperature suddenly risen? Observing the adorably dazed Venereal before him, Chaos felt a sense of accomplishment as his slit pupils glimmered. Indeed, success. This wave of goodwill had been effectively cultivated. It seemed Venereal's affection was effortlessly garnered. At this moment, it seems that a final push might yield another wave of progress. A flicker of hesitation crossed the emerald vertical pupils, and after some contemplation, the decision to withdraw was made. Perhaps it is best to know when to stop. An excess of affection could prove detrimental. The current level of connection seems adequate. The dragon's head retracted. After all, how could one overlook the fact that Veneer is so endearingly charming? But, is she merely charming? A sense of disappointment washed over Veneer. Does this mean that Lord Chaos regards her as cute, but not as someone he truly cherishes? Upon hearing the little fairy's murmurs, Chaos feigned ignorance. He turned his gaze to the peacefully slumbering Fine, then returned his confused glance to Veneer. What was it that you just said, Venio? Gazing into the pure emerald vertical pupils of Lord Chaos, Venio lost her courage to voice the contract. A wave of trepidation washed over her. What if she were to propose the contract and Lord Chaos were to decline? If rejected, she would have no reason to remain by his side. Chapter 54. The True Dragon's Legacy. The dragon's head shifted slightly, and Cows gazed at the still sleeping Finny. This little glutton truly had the ability to slumber deeply, remaining oblivious to the world around her. Perhaps a splash of water would rouse her? Was Lord Cows intending to awaken her? At that moment, Vinny suddenly fluttered into view. Observing the scene, Cows subtly moved his dragon head, his expression revealing a hint of distress. Indeed, it seemed Finny was sleeping rather soundly. My lord, you are exceedingly gentle with this wild girl. Allow me to handle this matter, she declared, not pausing for Cows's response before flapping her delicate wings and landing squarely on Finny's belly. Perhaps sensing the added weight, the slumbering Finny furrowed her brow, appearing slightly uncomfortable. Hee. Lord Cows, please don't press down on my belly. It feels so heavy, came her dreamy murmurs from her exquisite, rosy lips. How rude. This wild girl was truly impudent. Fire seemed to ignite in Vinny's eyes as she reached out, seizing Finny's soft cheek and giving it a sharp tug. That hurts. What are you doing? Finny exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she woke to find the little imp on top of her. This annoying creature. Not letting go. Vinny was resolute, having long harbored displeasure towards this wild girl. Let go, please. Finny glared at the figure perched upon her. Of course. I am teaching you the ways of etiquette, you uncultured wildling. Vinny retorted. Let go, I said. Finny protested, grabbing Vinny's cheek in retaliation. Ouch, that hurts. Vinny cried out. Observing the two little sprites engaging in their playful scuffle, Cows felt a wave of delight wash over him, his emerald-slit pupils widening in amusement. Though they were diminutive, the antics of the two little fae were undeniably entertaining and utterly adorable. The dragon reveled in their playful spirit. After a brief tussle, the two little fae began to show signs of fatigue, their breaths becoming slightly labored. That's enough. Cow stepped forward. All right, my dears, cease your frolic. Both little fae turned their heads towards Cows, their rosy cheeks accentuating their delicate features. They were indeed charming. Lord Cows, it was this wicked sprite who instigated the conflict. Finny said, her eyes filled with indignation. My lord, I was simply imparting a lesson to this uncouth wildling. Vinny chimed in, voicing her premeditated justification. Now, let us all take a step back and release each other, Cows urged. The two little fae exchanged glances, each detecting the simmering ire in the other's gaze. What? Are you unwilling to heed my words? Cows's voice lowered ominously. Upon hearing the sudden seriousness in Cows's tone, Vinny felt a flutter of apprehension and promptly released her grasp on Finny's cheek. Likewise, Finny quickly withdrew her hand, unsure why she was averse to displeasing Cows. Pleased with the compliance of the two little fae, Cows silently celebrated their acquiescence. Excellent, these two little sprites were indeed manageable. Seizing the moment, he resolved to take action. The dragon's head leaned towards the two little fairies, inhaling the faint, alluring fragrance that emanated from them. Chaos's emerald-slit pupils expanded, casting a sorrowful gaze upon the two fairies. I understand. Both of you wish to form a pact with me. Upon hearing the word pact, the two fairies looked eagerly at Chaos. For them, a pact represented the finest testament to their relationship, as well as the most promising path for growth. The bait was set, and Chaos continued. Yet, there is but one slot for a pact, and both of you are of utmost importance to me. Losing either Finny or Vini would cause me profound pain, making my decision all the more difficult. Chaos regarded the two fairies with a heart filled with sorrow. A surge of magical energy coursed through him, slightly irritating his eyes, causing his emerald pupils to glisten with crystalline tears, as if he were on the verge of weeping. Lord Chaos. Vini felt a sudden tightness in her chest, unable to bear the sight of Chaos in such distress. His sorrow stemmed from the discord between her and Fini. She turned her gaze towards Fini. Lord Chaos, I vow to foster a good relationship with Fini from now on. With determination, Vini reached out her small hand towards Fini. Upon seeing the outstretched hand, Fini glanced at Chaos, whose sorrowful expression hinted at impending tears. She did not wish to witness Chaos's pain. After a brief moment of hesitation, Fini extended her hand to clasp the one of the fairy she found irritating. I too will strive to get along with this. Vini, so can you please stop being unhappy, Chaos? Fini implored, her eyes pleading. Chaos's dragon-like lips parted to reveal a childlike, innocent smile. The true legacy of dragons does not deceive. Indeed, fairies are rather gullible. No, no. Your harmonious relationship brings me joy. Rest assured, even without a pact, both Fini and Vini will remain my lifelong friends. It is an honor to be a friend of Lord Chaos. Vini and Chaos turned their gazes towards Fini. I will also be a lifelong friend to Chaos, and will strive to get along with Vini. The reluctance in her voice was unmistakable. Very well, prepare yourselves. I shall summon the Rotund One. Understood, Lord Chaos. Chaos turned and walked towards a row of ingredient trees, plucking a sauce fruit before heading towards the portly figure. It is time to awaken the Rotund One. Watching Chaos's retreating silhouette as he approached the riverbank. The two little fairies exchanged glances before quickly retracting their clasped hands as if shocked. Don't think for a moment that I will genuinely get along with you. That was merely for Chaos's sake. Fini glared at the irritating fairy before her. Her cheeks now burned with discomfort, and upon lifting her delicate hand to touch them, she felt as though they had indeed plumped up considerably. With a swift motion, a finely crafted emerald fan unfurled, effectively concealing her similarly swollen visage. Casting a disdainful glance at the wild girl before her, Vini remarked, "Did you think I wished to coexist harmoniously with you? I despise you. If you possessed any sense of propriety, you would willingly remove yourself from Lord Chaos's side. Why should I depart? I was here first," Fini retorted vehemently, glaring at the wicked fairy before her. Huh? Vini scoffed, her gaze fixed on the untamed girl. You were here first? Do you not know that when Lord Chaos first cast his spell, he connected with me? So if we are to discuss timelines, I was indeed ahead of you. Chapter 55, The Joyous Freebie. You are lying. You must be lying. Chaos found me first. The impudent wild girl protested. This is the truth. And your mere words cannot negate it. I don't care. I don't care. Fini raised her small hand, poised to strike the loathsome figure before her, but paused mid-motion. The image of Chaos's sorrowful expression lingered in her mind. As a friend, she wished to shield him from further heartache. Noticing the wild girl's sudden halt, Vini raised her folding fan, ready to deliver a reprimand. Are you two prepared? We must be on our way. At the sound of Chaos's commanding voice, the fan's descent transformed into a gentle gesture as she instead smoothed the disheveled strands of the wild girl's hair. Fini, too, quickly adjusted her posture, tidying the collar of the mischievous creature before her. The two affectionate little sprites looked up at Chaos, who stood on the riverbank, his gaze directed toward them. Almost done. Lord Chaos, we're nearly ready. Good, then do hurry. With that, Chaos withdrew his gaze contentedly, having interrupted the two sprites' ministrations. He resolved to weave a web of emotions, ensuring that these two endearing sprites would remain by his side, allowing him to enjoy the company of two elemental fairies for a lifetime. A delightful prospect indeed. Imagining this brought a sense of joy, his emerald-slit pupils gleaming with delight as they fell upon the plump, slumbering creature. He offered a fruit, a creamy delicacy, drawing closer to the white dragon's snout, which promptly opened wide to seize the offering, even taking a portion of his claw within its grasp. After a couple of chews, perhaps sensing an unusual texture, the plump creature slowly opened its eyes. Release me at once. Chaos gazed calmly at the creature. The green-eyed being appeared formidable, causing the plump creature to retract its neck, momentarily forgetting that Chaos's claw remained ensnared. This retraction inadvertently pulled Chaos slightly backward. The plump creature hastily released its hold. It cleaned its paw, glistening with dragon's saliva, in the water, while Chaos continued to observe. All right, plump one, we are moving. A clear confusion flickered in its bright, white pupils. In short, You shall accompany me. Chaos was disinclined to elaborate further on the matter. The plump creature sprang to its feet, nodding its round head vigorously toward Chaos. Witnessing such compliance filled Chaos with satisfaction, dissipating any lingering irritation from being bitten. Wait for me a moment, plump one. Its slit pupils narrowed slightly, a verdant ring unfolding before its draconic visage. With a series of clicks, dark tendrils emerged from the muddy riverbank, pushing aside the stones that pressed upon the remaining substantial chunk of mineral salt. Even halved, the mineral salt loomed at a height of nearly a meter. The tendrils entwined around the salt, ceasing their movement only once they had encased it in a spherical form. Plump one, give it a try, see if you can lift it. Chaos gazed at the plump white creature, its paw pointing towards the encased mineral salt. This block of salt was undoubtedly destined for transport. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would reside in this subterranean river for an extended period, and daily hot pot feasts would become a necessity. Thus, this block of salt suddenly assumed great significance. As a free little dragonling without any particular mission, his primary objective was to grow safely. The underground river offered sustenance and amusement, and the greatest threat had been resolved. It was, indeed, a perfect abode. Upon hearing Chaos's words, the rotund creature eagerly propelled itself towards the vine ball, utilizing its hind legs to leap onto it. Grasping the vines with its chubby claws, it unfurled its wings and ascended gracefully into the air. Observing the plump one gradually take flight, Chaos inquired, "How is it?" Nod for easy, shake for heavy. With a series of affirmative nods, the round white dragon had responded. To be honest, Chaos felt a twinge of surprise. The plump one could now effortlessly lift this block of salt. He pondered whether to call for another dragonling to assist, but it seemed unnecessary now. Plump one, you fly ahead with the others. I shall follow shortly. The plump creature, heedless of the specifics of Chaos's command, took to the skies as he redirected his gaze to the two small fairies perched on the cobblestones. Are you ready? He inquired. Yes, Lord Chaos. I have little to pack. Just take this chair for me, replied Viner. I am ready as well, added Fine. Very well, then come aboard. We must pursue the plump one. With a flutter of their tiny wings, the two fairies alighted atop Chaos's head, feeling the added weight upon his crown. Chaos unfurled his wings and extended his right paw to grasp the chair he had fashioned for the fairies. With a powerful beat of his wings, the emerald dragon ascended into the sky. The dark river was a straight path, and after a brief ascent, Chaos soon spotted the plump one flying ahead. The plump creature's speed was modest. With a vigorous flap of his wings, Chaos surged forward and positioned himself alongside the plump one. Let us race to see who can fly faster, Chaos proposed. With an enthusiastic roar, the plump one increased its speed significantly. How dare you ambush me, plump one? Chaos exclaimed, responding with a surge of speed of his own. He relished the sensation of free flight, though he lamented the confines of the underground space. If only it were the vast expanse of the open sky, but there would surely be opportunities in the future. Disregarding his regrets, Chaos closed the distance to the plump one. As they flew side by side, the plump creature summoned more strength, accelerating further. Chaos, unwilling to fall behind, continued to pursue the chubby white figure. Soon, he once again surpassed the laden white creature. Observing the disgruntled expression on the white figure's face, Chaos could not help but beam with pride. Such a trivial opponent, easily dispatched. Half an hour later, with claws embedded in the rocky wall, Chaos hung there, panting heavily. My Lord Chaos, are you all right? Would you like some water? Beanie and Finny looked at him with concern in their eyes. I am fine, merely exhausted. A brief rest will suffice. His gaze drifted towards the white figure nearby, feeling a twinge of helplessness as he noted that the white creature, despite its burden, appeared to possess greater stamina than himself. I can't go on. I need to rest for a moment, White One. You should fly ahead with them. I will catch up shortly. With a huff, the rotund white dragon clawed at the stone wall beside him, and then extended its plump head to nuzzle against Chaos's neck gently. Chapter 56. Handsome indeed, yet my claws are somewhat sore. Is White Chubby wishing to accompany me? Humph. Humph. The rotund dragon head bobbed. Very well, let us take a brief respite. Humph. Humph. After approximately 10 minutes of rest, Chaos and White Chubby set off once more. Their journey was marked by intermittent flights, devoid of any extraordinary events. 5 hours later, Chaos and White Chubby arrived at their destination, the initial bank of the pit. The verdant dragon claws touched the ground as Chaos surveyed the shoreline, spotting 13 hatchlings, neither more nor less. evidently indicating that he and White Chubby were the last to arrive. Splash! Several hatchlings leaped into the water. Hearing the commotion, Chaos glanced at the pit. The water had regained its crystalline clarity, teeming with shrimp and small fish. The hatchlings, diving into the water, flailed their dragon snouts in pursuit of the aquatic creatures. Chaos, however, held little interest in them. The excessive exertion had rendered him weary, his head heavy, longing for slumber. White Chubby, let us ascend to higher ground. Humph. With a flourish, Chaos unfurled his dragon wings and took to the skies. White Chubby, ever obedient to Chaos, had formed a habitual readiness to comply. Soaring towards the cliffs above, they reached the cave's mouth, where Chaos landed firmly. White Chubby followed suit. Thud! The mineral salt, ensnared by vines, fell heavily to the ground. Humph! Resting atop the vine-laden ball, White Chubby lifted his dragon head, appearing eager to express praise. Well done, White Chubby. Seemingly gratified by the commendation, his crystalline white vertical pupils widened noticeably. Chaos, aware of the fatigue in his own voice, reclined his dragon body. White Chubby, I feel rather drowsy. I shall rest for a while. During this time, do not wander off, simply remain here. If you encounter trouble, seek Agatha. Humph. White Chubby nodded. After issuing his instructions to White Chubby, Chaos gradually lowered his head, resting his chin upon the toxic magical core he had brought, along with 2 small chairs for the fairies. He placed the small chairs upon the ground. Veenie, I am weary. I shall rest now. Very well, Lord Chaos. Please take your rest. Sleep well. I will behave. The latter words were lost on Chaos as his heavy eyelids, akin to mountains, closed, and his consciousness swiftly descended into slumber. Upon opening his eyes, the familiar entrance of the cave greeted him. Propelled by his claws, he realized he had enjoyed a refreshing sleep. Stretching forward, his dragon body straightened. Just as he indulged in a satisfying stretch, his stomach protested loudly. It had been nearly 5 days since he had last eaten. Such a protest was indeed warranted. For ignoring the persistent complaints from his stomach, he scanned the cave entrance, where 5 hatchlings were resting, none of whom he recognized. At the right entrance of the cave, a cluster of verdant vines clings to the rocky wall, from which hangs a delicately woven abode crafted from tendrils. Approaching with cautious steps, the dragon's head draws near the window of the quaint dwelling. Though modest in size, the small house possesses all the essentials. However, the spacious bed within is notably devoid of Veenie's presence. Retracting his gaze, he strides to the cave's mouth and leaps down directly. As he nears the ground, his wings unfurl. With a sharp thud, his claws pierce the earth, gliding forward for several meters until all momentum is finally subdued. The ground bears the marks of deep furrows left in his wake. Hiss, he appears quite dashing. Albeit his claws sting, such antics shall not be repeated in the future. Facing the curious gazes of the hatchlings on the riverbank, he realizes he cannot cradle his claws in self-pity. Having just exhibited his prowess, he must not indulge in any self-deprecation. The riverbank has evidently narrowed considerably. Rows of lush greenery adorn the shore, while the hatchlings eagerly gather around a hot pot, reveling in their shared joy. Miss Veenie, please add some water. Coming right up. A little fairy waves her hand, and immediately a stream of water surges from the dark river, cascading into the nearly parched pot. Lady Veenie, could you conjure some of those spicy fruits? Of course, Miss Hella, Veenie responds with eagerness. Raising her tiny hand, a radiant green light descends, causing tender sprouts to emerge from the ground at a visible pace. In mere seconds, the young shoots transform into a plant laden with verdant, small fruits. Chaos observes in bewilderment. Wait, why do I feel like I've awakened to a completely different atmosphere? How have these 2 little beings become so harmoniously integrated? Wasn't it said that fairies fear the multicolored dragons? Suddenly, a 3-meter-long fish lands before him. Watching as the fish flops about on the ground, Chaos swiftly places his claw upon it to calm its writhing. Turning his head, he sees the large little girl approaching him. Clearly, this fish is a gift from her. Awake now? Yes, I am. Where's the chubby one? Agatha points toward a waterhole. Fishing down there. Don't get the wrong idea. No dragon is bullying her. She simply ventured down to indulge her hunting instincts. Agatha continues to explain. With the rising waters, the river teems with fish, shrimp, and magical beasts. We are not lacking in sustenance. Chaos nods, trusting the large little girl. She has no reason to deceive him. With his sharp claws slicing through the fish's skin, he reveals the tender, white flesh, and with a swift motion, he devours it whole. The hot pot enhances the flavor, and the fresh meat's texture is certainly delightful. In no time, he finishes the fish, finally alleviating his hunger. Patting his belly, he feels comfortably satiated, at least for now. He glances at the large little girl, who has been patiently waiting beside him, evidently with something on her mind. What is it that you wish to do? Agatha smiles, revealing her dragon-like grin, clearly appreciating Chaos's intelligence. Although the rivers are now abundant with food, my desire for prey lies with the magical beasts. The underwater Kashi move with such swiftness, and the depths where the Zealira reside are too profound for them to reach. Therefore, Chaos, could you entice those Kashi into the fishing pit? Compared to the flesh of ordinary fish and shrimp, the meat of magical beasts carries an essence of power, which greatly benefits the growth of our entire dragon clan. Chaos gazed at the young lady before him, clearly aware that she had already submerged and reached the depths, where even the Zealira had been noticed. His emotions were somewhat complex. One could only acknowledge the peculiarities of numerical entities. In truth, hunting the Kashi has become less complicated for me now. Agatha remained silent, patiently awaiting Chaos's response. Meeting the gaze of the young lady, Chaos chose not to elaborate further, opting instead to demonstrate through action. He raised his head, directing his gaze towards Venier, who was engaging in friendly interactions with the hatchlings. Venier, Chaos called out. At the sound of his voice, Venier lifted her head towards the source, spotting the familiar emerald figure standing firmly at the riverbank. With a flutter of her small wings, the two little sprites almost simultaneously soared to Chaos's side. Chaos, Lord Chaos. Chapter 57. This will allow his conscience to rest peacefully gazing at the two little ones. Chaos Dragon's smile spread wide. Good afternoon, ladies. It seems you are getting along splendidly. Kiki, they are all delightful little dragons who will prepare us a feast, replied Finny. They are indeed quite courteous, remarked Vinny, her eyes subtly indicating Finny. Fortunately, Finny remained oblivious to this implication, her attention solely fixated on Chaos. Chaos, Chaos. Let us cook hot pot together, Finny exclaimed, fluttering her small wings and landing gracefully atop the Chaos Dragon's head. I'm afraid that we'll have to wait, Finny. I have some matters to attend to. Oh, very well, her voice tinged with disappointment. Having dismissed Finny, Chaos turned his gaze towards Vinny, who hovered before him, her tiny wings flapping gently. In order to hunt the Kashi, he required Vinny to specialize in the thorny vine trait. Vinny, I have a splendid spell. Would you be interested? Chaos directly requested Vinny's assistance, realizing that being proactive would yield more favorable results. If it is Lord Chaos's magic, I would be delighted to learn, Vinny replied, floating gracefully in the air, her hand slightly lifting the hem of her skirt in a gesture reminiscent of a refined noblewoman. I've hooked her. So easily deceived. Come with me, Vinny. Of course, Lord Chaos. Chaos gestured to the tall lady, who immediately understood his silent cue and followed. Together, they approached the riverbank, halting at the shore. The waters of the dark river flowed less violently than before, perhaps due to the rising water levels. Observing the serene stream, Chaos's emerald eyes narrowed slightly. Green light particles coalesced in the air, rapidly forming a spell-casting circle. Vinny's gaze remained fixed on the emerging circle, for it was a spell of Lord Chaos. If possible, she wished to master this magic. Elemental fairies inherently wield the ability to manipulate their corresponding elements. Yet they do not possess the mastery over all spells of their own attributes. Rather, upon their inception, they inherit only basic ancestral knowledge and nothing more. Thus, they too must learn, accumulating understanding of magical characteristics through the mastery of a finite number of spells. Once this accumulation reaches a certain threshold, they naturally grasp the path toward ascendance. The emerald spellcasting circle took shape in the air. Chaos glanced at Vinny, who was wholly absorbed in the circle. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to ask. We are friends, so do not hesitate. Lifting her head, Vinny looked gratefully at Lord Chaos, aware that there were several magical runes she could not comprehend. With a gentle flap of her wings, she landed on one of the emerald runes within the spell circle. Lord Chaos, what is this magical rune? This is a growth rune. Its purpose is to nurture plant life. With a gentle step, Vinier approached another rune within the spell circle, tilting her face upward to gaze at Lord Chaos's emerald dragon head. And what about this one? That rune accelerates the previous growth, allowing for a hastened development of the plants. This one, it is the thorn rune, which enables the nurtured plants to grow thorns. Despite Vinier's inquiries being as straightforward as the question of 1 + 1, Chaos chose to respond patiently to each. Firstly, The little creature was undeniably adorable. Secondly, it allowed him to find some solace within his withering conscience. The little sprite danced around the spell circle, engaging in a delightful exchange with the green dragon. All right, Lord Cows, I have memorized all these runes. Is that so? Cows's dragon maw split into a grin. He had business to attend to. May I test your knowledge, Vinier? Yes, Lord Cows, please proceed. Vinier lifted her chin, her gaze confident, for she held great faith in her memory. She could recall these runes with a mere glance. And soon she would only need to dedicate a little time to construct the spell model, thus mastering Lord Cows's magic completely. My magic possesses several features: hardening, piercing, accelerated growth, and enhancement, for in total. Which rune corresponds to the piercing feature? Vinier lowered her head, her eyes scanning the spell circle beneath her tiny feet. Quickly, her gaze fixed upon a triangular rune approximately 6 steps away. With nimble steps, she approached the triangular rune and looked up. Lord Cows, the piercing rune is this one. Excellent, Vinier. Now, try to connect your magic to it. Yes, Lord Cows. Vinier summoned her internal magic, and as it connected with the spell circle, her emerald locks shimmered with a radiant green glow. As the operator of the spell circle, Cows immediately sensed that the ordinary piercing feature had transformed into a high-level piercing ability. Good, maintain that energy. I will demonstrate the effects of this magic for you. With a thought, he infused his magic into the spell circle. Crack, crack, green lights scattered upon the earth, accompanied by the sound of growth. Dark thorny vines erupted from the soil, resembling serpents adorned with thorns as they slithered into the water. Raising his claw, the emerald spell circle glowed, condensing into a small, radiant sphere upon the elevated dragon talon. The light fell upon the earth, and 5 sensing vines sprouted, each adorned with large, green eyes peering into the water's surface. Multiple casting. Lord Cows, you are truly remarkable. At this compliment from Vinier, Cows remained silent, opting for humility. However, his dragon maw could not help but reveal a slight grin. The sensing vines had been enhanced by him. He had directly integrated the dark vision feature, allowing him to see underwater even without Vinier's assistance. 5 tendrils of perception. 5 perspectives. The tendrils of perception began to descend into the depths alongside the thorny vines. As they submerged, the 5 perspectives unveiled a bustling array of fish and shrimp actively swimming about. Just a short distance below, a massive congregation of azure-hued creatures gathered, each measuring approximately 1 meter in length. Not large, yet overwhelming in number. Today, fortune favors you. We shall not capture you. The tendrils of perception shifted, withdrawing their gaze from the school of fish. After descending roughly 50 meters, the tendrils of perception and the thorny vines came to a simultaneous halt. This depth was precisely where the Kashin thrived. The thorny vine extended forward, its sharp spines piercing the vibrant green orb, releasing a life-filled emerald liquid. With a splash, in less than half a minute, a group of grotesque fish, armed with sharp teeth, approached. Chapter 58. Oh, little lowly, could you please not rush over here? His quarry has arrived. Time, grant me a reprieve. Magical energy surged into his left eye. That overwhelming sensation of being drawn in, akin to a flood, surged once more. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The crisp sound of the hour hand echoed directly in his mind. Fortunately, the Ba'imokan law he had consumed had been digested into magical energy after 5 days of slumber. Otherwise, he might have truly struggled to withstand it. Silently calculating the flow rate of his magical energy, an answer swiftly emerged in his mind. 10 seconds. With his current magical reserves, he could sustain a time dilation for 10 seconds. That would suffice. Underwater, a school of more than 20 cash fish came to an abrupt standstill. Splash. However, not everything was frozen in time. The thorny vines extended wildly, their sharp tips piercing the heads of the cash fish. A total of 23 fish, each with a thorny vine pressed against its head. Squelch. The vines penetrated the fish's heads, and the water turned crimson in an instant. Gurgle. Blood-red bubbles surfaced, and the pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. Sensing this odor, the young dragons on the riverbank lifted their plump heads, directing their gaze towards the river. With a splash, the thorny vines dragged the cash fish to the surface. Some were evidently not yet fully dead, their tails still thrashing. Yet it was all in vain. Their fates had been sealed. One by one, they were pulled onto the riverbank by the thorny vines. 23 in total, neither more nor less. They lay neatly on the shore. With 3 seconds of time suspended, considering the consumption of the thorny vines, he had expended only 40% of his magical energy. This was a considerable gain. The dragon's mouth parted, and Cows raised his head to gaze at the little lowly. Little lowly, you are a numerical anomaly. While I am no weakling, we are both formidable in our own right. Agatha's eyes remained calm as she observed the obviously pleased Cows before her. The sensation of stasis returned. It seemed Cows had once again employed that ability to pause time. Utilizing one's inherent abilities is not inherently negative. Yet this power appeared to possess certain flaws. Cows, shall we engage in a friendly spar? Huh. Cows was momentarily perplexed. This was merely a display of bravado. The little lowly. No, surely she wouldn't begrudge him over such a trivial matter. His gaze met the little lowly's crimson-slit pupils, which held not only tranquility, but also a gentle warmth. Excellent. Her gaze remained unchanged. Thus, it must mean the little lowly had discerned something amiss. Very well. Upon hearing Cows's agreement, Agatha stepped towards a clear space on the riverbank. Vinny and Finny, you may go over there. Understood, Cows. We shall support you, Lord Cows. The two little fairies obediently fluttered their tiny wings and departed. Following the little lowly to the vacant area, Cows halted 10 meters away, raising his head to confront her directly. Treat this as a mere practice session. By the way, Agatha, you may utilize your ability to slow time. Chaos gave a serious nod to the dragon's head. The emerald vertical pupils momentarily sharpened, sensing that he was still no match for the petite girl. Yet his heart yearned to comprehend the extent of this disparity. When would he reach the day when he could brazenly seize a morsel from her with sheer strength? Prepare yourself. The moment this stone touches the ground marks the beginning. The petite girl seized a pebble and tossed it upward. With a resounding clap, the pebble struck the ground. Without hesitation, magic surged into her left eye. Almost simultaneously, flames erupted, engulfing Agatha's entire dragon form in crimson fire. The flames solidified, and everything came to a halt. Observing the inferno enveloping the petite girl, Chaos narrowed his pupils. How does one combat this? Crackling sounds echoed as a thorny vine spread across the ground. The moment the vine brushed against the flames on the petite girl, it disintegrated into ashes, the flames relentlessly spreading along the vine. Chaos severed the magical connection to the vine. It was beyond saving. It was impossible to strike. Perhaps surrendering would be wise. Time resumed. Just as he contemplated speaking, he noticed the petite girl charging at him. The crimson flames extinguished in an instant as she sprinted forward. It seemed there was no time to speak. Stop time. Almost simultaneously, the fiery red flames enveloped the petite girl once more. There was no way to strike. As time resumed, the flames on her body extinguished again. In that moment, Chaos grasped her intention. She was illustrating the merits and demerits of slowing time. However, while I understand your demonstration, could you refrain from rushing towards me? His gaze swept over the robust muscles subtly bulging on her powerful dragon claw. If that mighty claw were to land upon him. No, it was not the time to concede. Even the petite girl should not be able to control every strike with precision. Narrowing his vertical pupils, he declared, "Stop." The crimson flames surged once more. Despair washed over him. The magic within him dwindled to a mere tenth. If he employed any more, he would be rendered powerless. It was time to concede. Was it merely a blow? I shall repay it in kind in the future, you vexing petite girl. Time resumed. As the gentle, warm breeze caressed his dragon head, the towering crimson figure loomed before him. The muscular claw, elevated and poised, was raised. The anticipated pain did not manifest. A gentle warmth radiated from above, lifting his eyelids. He peered upwards with his vertical pupils, discovering the petite girl's massive claw resting upon his head. She was now squatting before him. She did not strike him? How fortunate! Though he had mentally prepared for a blow, it was always a relief to avoid it. Humph! A plump white figure suddenly collided with Agatha. The 3-meter-long chubby creature crashing into the robust 5-meter-long dragoness. Agatha remained utterly still, squatting on the ground. The dragon's head turned slightly, casting a glance down at the white hatchling, whose 4 chubby paws flailed aimlessly on the ground, and chose to ignore it, redirecting her gaze towards Chaos before her. Upon noticing the large girl's attention, Chaos instantly comprehended the situation. All right, chubby one, Agatha and I are not engaged in a quarrel. Huh. The chubby hatchling looked at Chaos with a puzzled expression. Agatha withdrew her paw from Chaos's dragon head and shifted her form slightly to the side. She found the chilly presence of the white hatchling unappealing. Without Agatha's support, the plump creature tumbled to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. However, After a brief roll, she managed to rise again, her small paws scuttling towards chaos. Chapter 59. They are the gears of time. The rhythmic sound of humda resonated, accompanied by a glimmering, white vertical pupil filled with evident curiosity and inquiry. It's nothing. Agatha and I were merely engaging in some light training. It's all right, really. I reached out a claw to gently pinch the soft, plump chin, feeling its coolness and delightful softness. A truly exquisite sensation. The fact that the chubby creature unconditionally positioned itself before me in such circumstances, claiming to feel nothing, was undoubtedly a falsehood. While it may appear a tad foolish, its adorableness was undeniably genuine. Sensing the gentle caress from the green creature, the chubby one couldn't resist nuzzling against it. She relished the moments spent in the green one's company. All right, there's plenty of cash meat nearby. Go indulge a bit. Humda. It's fine, off you go. Humda. Having sent the chubby one away, Chaos turned his gaze toward the towering girl before him. The instant his eyes fell upon her, she spoke. The power of time is formidable, but Chaos, your attacks lack sufficient strength. Even if you slow time, you cannot breach an opponent who is well prepared. As was demonstrated just now, Chaos nodded his dragon head in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. He indeed lacked potent offensive capabilities, just like before. When the girl merely enveloped herself with the breath of destruction, his existing methods were insufficient to penetrate her defenses. However, another question lingered in his mind. How did you manage to activate the breath of destruction with such precision each time? You see, the golden clock within your left pupil illuminates with every activation, radiating a golden glow. It is quite evident and easily linked to the power of time. Eyes, you say? I understand now. Chaos lowered his dragon head, reflecting deeply. Since awakening to the power of time, he realized he had indeed become somewhat complacent. The girl's insight had awakened him. The power of time was indeed potent, yet he clearly had not yet harnessed its full potential. At that moment, a warm sensation enveloped him from above. He raised his vertical pupil slightly. The girl's robust paw rested upon his head once more. Upon noticing Chaos lift his head, Agatha cracked a gentle smile. Do not feel disheartened with your talent. It is only a matter of time before you surpass me. Was the girl comforting him? The emerald pupils of Chaos widened slightly, feeling a twinge of emotion. It would have been even more touching had Agatha's gaze been devoid of that hint of consolation. He shifted his hind paw back, evading the weight of the girl's paw resting atop his head. Humda, the chubby one's voice chimed in. Hearing the sound, Chaos turned to see the chubby creature standing before a large stone pot, beckoning him to join her for a meal. He redirected his gaze back to the towering girl. Shall we join? He politely invited. The girl nodded in agreement, and thus, she joined him at the hot pot, settling in together. 5 hours later, having indulged in a satisfying feast, Chaos reclined on the riverbank, contentedly embracing the plump tail of the chubby cone. Vinier and Finny lay atop his rotund belly, while the chubby companion sprawled on the ground, already drifting into slumber. Such was the nature of the hatchling dragon, feasting until sleep beckoned. However, this time, Chaos was determined not to squander any precious moments. He aspired to grow stronger. With heavy eyelids closed, his consciousness began to descend. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld an infinite expanse of pure white space, where a colossal golden hourglass stood silently, accompanied by a golden pocket watch hovering gracefully in the air. This golden watch had existed since the moment it transformed into a clock within his left eye. The dragon's form floated towards the watch, and as he gazed upon it, a sensation washed over him, an instinct that he could delve deeper into the mysteries of this timepiece. This feeling was absent with the hourglass. Both objects originated from his very bloodline, intrinsically linked to him, devoid of any concerns about potential complications in his explorations. Extending his claw, the sharp tip made contact with the clock in an instant. Before his eyes, the entire clock disassembled into intricate components. No, not components. Leaning closer, his emerald vertical pupils narrowed, revealing that these disassembled fragments were not mere parts, but a series of interconnected golden symbols. The reconfiguration of these symbols formed the clock's components. Hundreds of clock parts, varying in size, lay before him, his gaze sweeping across them. This one eludes comprehension, that one as well. His attention settled on a golden gear. This one, it seemed, I can comprehend. Fueled by excitement, he raised his claw and gently touched the golden gear. In an instant, the gear disassembled. A multitude of golden runes unfurled in the air. His emerald vertical pupils focused intently. Click, click, The hopeful sound of the gear turning echoed in his ears. Suddenly, the scenery transformed, and Chaos found himself amidst a desolate desert, with golden gears suspended in the air, revolving in unison. As time flowed with the rotation of the gears, the sun rose and set. The dragon raised his head, fixated on the gears, as a torrent of familiar yet foreign knowledge flooded his mind. Simple, raw, and efficient. Accompanying this influx was a sharp pang of pain. As the alien knowledge integrated within him, Chaos began to understand the significance of the golden runes inscribed upon the gears in the sky. This was no mere illusion. He truly grasped their meaning. They were the bearings that governed the passage of time. Each rotation propelled the flow of time. They were the gears of existence. Hungry. So very hungry. Upon opening his eyes, an overwhelming wave of hunger surged forth. His stomach growled uncontrollably, scanning the riverbank. He noted the absence of the previous feast, yet a pile of fish lay strewn upon the shore. Mustering his strength, a wave of dizziness washed over him. He was on the brink of fainting from hunger. Ignoring everything else, he staggered towards the heap of fish and shrimp, opening his dragon maw wide, and seized a fish in a single, decisive bite. With no time to savor the flavors, he merely chewed a few times before swallowing hastily. After devouring 5 or 6 fish and shrimp, the insatiable hunger that had gripped his belly finally subsided, and the protests from his stomach ceased. Lying on the ground, Chaos silently began to perceive the passage of time. It had been a total of 7 days since he had succumbed to slumber. This bout of sleep had been more exhausting than usual, nearly leaving him faint from hunger before he awakened. He sensed that this was linked to the gears of time he had been deciphering. Having fully unraveled one of these time gears, he had acquired a new ability, the capacity to accelerate the aging process of a specified creature within a designated time frame. This was indeed a remarkable ability, and now he sought a subject for experimentation. His gaze swept over the scattered hatchlings lying on the beach. Chapter 60. The Time Elixir of Chaos. Chubby? Never mind. Next. Black coal? Not easily fooled. Hera? Also not a good option. She has already offered tribute twice. The serpentine head of Chaos paused its movement, its maw parting slightly as it found its target, a suitable candidate for the experimental spell. Before a stone pot, 4 young dragons lounged lazily, their hues of blue, green, and black mingling together. Having eaten their fill, they had no desire to move. Russell, hearing the approaching footsteps, Apollina lifted her round, blue dragon head. Chaos, what do you intend to do? Her vertical pupils shimmered with wariness. At the moment she spoke, the 3 young dragons resting near the pot simultaneously raised their heads, their gazes locking onto Chaos. Caught in the act, Chaos felt no embarrassment. He had no intention of launching a surprise attack. He, Chaos, was a dragon of integrity. Good morning. He raised his claw, parting his maw in a fluid greeting gesture. The 4 young dragons remained vigilant, their eyes fixated on Chaos in silence. Apollina, observing Chaos standing 5 meters away, felt an intensifying urge to give him a good thrashing for reasons unknown. What do you want? Nothing much. Just a small matter to discuss with you. The 4 young dragons exchanged glances, their eyes returning to Chaos with skepticism. This fellow, he seemed utterly untrustworthy. What is it? Noki inquired. Agatha had mentioned that, in necessary circumstances, all young dragons were to heed Chaos, leaving them with no option but to comply, despite their unwillingness. Unfazed by the 4 dragons' suspicious gazes, Chaos stepped closer, gradually approaching the 4 creatures. His maw split open, revealing a friendly, youthful smile. As he drew near, the 4 pairs of vertical pupils expressed disdain. Their claws began to itch with the urge to strike. Had they not been outmatched, they would have swiftly dealt a blow to the audacious dragon head before them. Just say what you need. All right. Chaos smiled, glancing at the 3 young dragons, then leaned closer to the pot, his voice lowered. Do you wish to challenge Agatha? The 4 dragons fell silent for a moment, until the black hatchling, Lucica, finally spoke. Chaos, do you think we are fools like that white dragon beside you? The remaining 3 dragons said nothing, yet their pupils narrowed into fine lines. Facing the increasingly hostile gazes of the 4 young dragons, Chaos remained composed. His confidence was unwavering. Even if they all attacked together, they could not hope to defeat him. Not every dragon possessed the extraordinary attributes of Agatha. No. I believe you may have misunderstood me. What I mean is, Chaos maintained his gaze. Noticing the young dragon's expressions now held a hint of curiosity, a signal that they might be intrigued. I can assist you in acquiring the means to challenge Agatha. In a singular moment, the four young dragons with slit pupils abruptly contracted. They gazed intently at Chaos, yet none of them dared to speak first. Did they desire to challenge Agatha? Indeed, it was a dream they fervently cherished. Even now, the memory of their previous defeat lingered vividly in their minds. However, they were uncertain about the veracity of Chaos's words. They were well aware that Agatha had always been quite fond of Chaos. Why would this green dragon assist them in challenging her? It simply did not add up. Then what prompts you to aid us? Asked Ruoji, voicing the question that all three dragons were eager to have answered. Meeting the gaze of the four dragons, Chaos casually dipped a claw into the pot, retrieving a piece of fish which she leisurely placed in her mouth. After a couple of chews, she swallowed it down. The flavor was somewhat bland, lacking salt, rendering it rather unremarkable. The four dragons continued to observe her. Well, I find it rather dull here, so I thought I might seek some amusement. In short, if you dare, I shall assist you in temporarily transcending to the juvenile dragon stage. Chaos, possessing a powerful bloodline of time, was widely recognized among the dragon kin. Thus, it was likely true that she could indeed help them transition to this new stage. It was merely the reasoning behind Chaos's offer that raised eyebrows. The three dragons turned their gaze toward Ruoji, for she too was a green dragon. Confronted with the inquiries of her allies, Ruoji swiftly deliberated. As a green dragon, she understood that Chaos's rationale was indeed quite fitting. During moments of boredom, she too had secretly damaged several of the artworks carved by Apollina, framing Lucica and Rhea for the mischief, and thus far, Apollina remained oblivious. It was rather amusing to watch Apollina search for Lucica and Rhea to settle scores, providing a satisfying thrill to her bloodline instincts. Meeting the expectant gazes of her three allies, Ruoji's slit pupils narrowed slightly, and she gently inclined her head. With her affirmation, the three young dragons exchanged glances before redirecting their attention to Chaos. How will you assist us in transcending to the juvenile dragon stage? Upon hearing the agreement of the four young dragons, Chaos's mouth split into a wide grin, elated. Oh, how delightful. They had become her free test subjects. This is simple. Just wait a moment while I brew a pot of time elixir for you. By the way, I shall borrow this pot. Without waiting for a response, Chaos hoisted the pot, still half filled with broth, and departed. The four young dragons watched as Chaos carried their pot upright away. Lucica's gaze fell upon the long, swishing emerald tail of Chaos trailing behind her, appearing quite pleased. No, not just pleased. Rhea, shouldn't we have hesitated before agreeing to her? Apollina felt an unsettling notion creeping in. No, there is nothing wrong with our agreement, Rhea replied, her mouth slightly parting as she caught the gaze of her allies. I have a splendid idea. Gather around. With a rustle, the four round dragon heads skillfully converged from their respective positions. Arriving at the riverbank, they placed the pot down upon the ground. Gazing into the pot containing the remaining half of the broth, Chaos extended his two front claws, from which emerald threads unfurled. This venomous filament was the first spell of his innate journey, for strands descended into the broth, and under the influence of magic, the toxic liquid was continuously infused into the mixture. The initially greasy broth began to transform in hue, until it ultimately morphed into a deep shade of green. Almost there, he ceased the infusion of the venom. Observing the pot of completely altered broth before him, Chaos plunged his claws into the cauldron and began to stir. As he did so, the color of the concoction became uniformly rich. Thus, a pot of emerald-hued elixir gradually came to fruition. Indeed, this was his time elixir. With his stirring claws, he dipped into the cauldron and tasted it. Sour, spicy, bitter, and astringent, an intricate blend of flavors, tinged with a subtle meaty essence, wafted through his senses. Chapter 61. You do not understand me. This dragon is most honest. The toxin surged into his stomach pouch, enveloped by his magical essence, ready to erupt with but a single thought. Should they remain dormant, they would gradually be digested over time. For a hatchling dragon, these toxins were not lethal, however. An internal explosion would undoubtedly render the young dragon subdued on the ground for a full hour. The aroma was exquisite, a true bargain for those four individuals. Having completed the concoction of the time elixir, it was time to summon those four. With a firm landing of his four claws, he strode towards the resting hatchlings. The riverbank was modest in size, and soon, Chaos stood before the four young dragons. The elixir is ready. Follow me, he commanded, as Chaos turned to lead the way. The hatchlings exchanged glances, bewildered. Was Chaos truly that swift? The four hatchlings perceived the uncertainty in each other's eyes, and despite their hesitance, Their dragon bodies instinctively rose to follow him. Even without fire, a cauldron of dark green broth bubbled enthusiastically. After a brief moment of contemplation, the four round heads of the hatchlings lifted in unison, their gazes fixed on Chaos, who remained silent, yet their questioning stares transformed into palpable skepticism. "Why are you all staring at me? Drink up. This is the elixir," Chaos implored, widening his eyes in an attempt to appear sincere, though his dragon mouth involuntarily split in a grin. The four dragons exchanged glances, their instincts suggesting that the cauldron before them contained a brew of poison. "Are you suggesting I would poison you? Impossible. I shall drink it first," Chaos declared, stepping forward and burying his snout into the pot, his throat swelling rhythmically. The liquid level in the cauldron visibly diminished as he gulped down the elixir. Raising his now green-stained head, he cast a sincere gaze at the four dragons. "Do not be misled by the color. While there are indeed some toxins mixed in, we dragons possess a direct immunity to them. They cannot harm us." "But you appear unchanged," Rhea interjected, skepticism lacing her tone. The remaining three dragons remained silent, their eyes equally filled with doubt. After all, this elixir was merely preparatory. Surely the subsequent ritual would not be so simple. "What are you worried about?" "I have already consumed it," Chaos countered, his sincerity beginning to sway the hatchling's doubts. His consumption was evident from the diminishing, "Well, let us call it the elixir for now." Apollina stepped forward, baring her sharp dragon teeth at Chaos. "You had best not deceive me." With that warning, she lowered her snout and took a hearty gulp of the elixir. Chaos's earnest gaze shifted to the remaining three dragons. No, you do not comprehend. I am the most honest of dragons." Witnessing Apollina's act, the other three exchanged glances before stepping forward, lowering their snouts in unison. The four dragons drank together, and soon the cauldron of elixirs was entirely consumed. After imbibing the so-called secret potion from Chaos, the four dragons lifted their heads in unison to gaze at him. Chaos understood their intent and refrained from further words. Infusing his magic into his left eye, a sound reminiscent of ticking clock hands resonated, but this time the motion was extraordinarily swift. In their line of sight, ethereal afterimages appeared behind the four juvenile dragons, representing their past selves: infancy, adolescence, youth, and adulthood. Only the second afterimage radiated light. Upon attempting to sense it, it seemed that only the second one could indeed accelerate, albeit for a brief duration of merely 10 minutes. This was, after all, an experiment, a direct acceleration. The second ethereal shadow of each juvenile dragon merged seamlessly with their corporeal forms. Apollonia looked down in astonishment at her claws, visibly growing at an astonishing rate. No, it was not just her claws. Her entire dragon form was expanding. So, Chaos was truly not deceiving us this time. Rhea, Lucica, and Noji, the three other juvenile dragons, experienced similar rapid growth, and within mere seconds, all four of them reached a size of 5 meters, their growth ceasing thereafter. Observing the four juvenile dragons now at the juvenile stage, Chaos took a moment to assess his remaining magical energy, with 1/5 of it still intact. The consumption was substantial as always, yet manageable. "All right, you may proceed to challenge Agatha now." The four juvenile dragons exchanged glances before their gazes collectively fixed upon Chaos, their dragon mouths slowly parting. Rather than confronting Agatha, they yearned to unleash their frustration upon Chaos himself. While they might not be able to best Agatha, they felt confident that if they could deplete Chaos's magical energy, he would be left with no choice but to endure their whims. With their rotund dragon heads tilted, for pairs of malicious eyes simultaneously locked onto Chaos. Feeling the weight of their sinister gazes, Chaos began to experience a headache. This was, as anticipated, a decision he had foreseen. However, he preferred the prospect of them challenging Agatha over this rebellious choice. That would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. Yet now, they had chosen a different path. Observing them, Chaos prepared to extend yet another opportunity. "Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? This enhancement lasts only 10 minutes. Once that time elapses, have you contemplated your next steps? Regardless, we shall address the future later. For now, let me have my turn at you," Apollonia continued. "Do you know, ever since I first laid eyes on you, I have felt an overwhelming urge to strike you. And now that impulse can finally come to fruition." Feeling the immense power coursing through her form, Apollonia advanced, her juvenile physique already exhibiting robust muscle definition akin to that of Agatha's. Chaos glanced at the three juvenile dragons following Apollonia as they approached him. It seemed there was no need to offer them a chance. These four were resolute in their intentions. They appeared to have even prepared themselves for the inevitable repercussions of their actions. However, such matters need not await the aftermath. Fear not. We shall merely administer a beating, ensuring you remain unscathed. You need not. But before the words could be fully uttered, Apollinadragon collapsed onto the sandy riverbank. At that very moment, 3 more thuds echoed in succession. 4 young dragons lay sprawled side by side upon the ground. Despicable chaos! You have deceived us. How infuriating! You have poisoned us. Chaos cast a sidelong glance at the black dragon who voiced this accusation. Had he not already stated that the raw materials were toxic? The 4 hatchlings endeavored to rise. Yet the weight of their own bodies proved too burdensome. After several attempts, they ultimately succumbed to the ground, their eyes burning with anger as they glared at chaos before them. Chapter 62. Entwined, knotted, tangled, twirling, jumping. Chaos paid no heed to Apona's furious roars. His dragon head lowered, golden and emerald vertical pupils gazing down at the unfortunate Apona, who had just toppled beneath his claw. With a deliberate motion, Chaos lifted his claw and pressed it down upon the blue dragon's head. A tingling sensation coursed through his claw, lacking the refreshing chill of the soft, plump ice. Leaning closer, Chaos inquired, "What do you think I should do with you 4 traitorous wretches?" The blue vertical pupil narrowed in contemplation. Apona had not anticipated this predicament. Observing the arrogance in Chaos's gaze, she extended her neck, closing her eyes in resignation. Was she preparing to endure a beating? To strike this creature? Each of the 4 appeared rugged and resilient. A mere thrashing would likely be forgotten, perhaps even disregarded altogether. An even better idea blossomed in her mind. Chaos raised his claw, gathering magic upon it. The emerald glowing claw descended upon the round forehead of the dragon, beginning to sketch. As the claw moved, a vivid depiction of a green cashy fish had emerged. The anticipated pain never came. Apona opened her eyes to find the scales on her forehead being rubbed, clearly indicating that Chaos was inscribing something upon her. "What have you done?" Apona glared at him, her fury palpable. Chaos's dragon maw split into a grin. "Curious, are we? Just ask Lord Chaos." His tone dripped with mockery. Apona remained silent, and seeing the little dragon's lack of response, Chaos proceeded to the next. Following the same steps and manipulations, he etched a cashy fish head onto the remaining 3 dragon heads. The 4 round dragon heads lay feebly on the ground, each adorned with a cashy fish head at their center. For the 5-colored dragon, the proud scales now bore magical imprints of food symbols, which could not be easily erased. This was undoubtedly their most intolerable fate. Gazing at his handiwork, Chaos beamed with satisfaction. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His claw moved to the rear of the 4 creatures, eyes fixated on their elongated tails, his grin widening with delight. He reached out, ensnaring the 4 tails, entwining, knotting, tangling, twirling, jumping. At last, the masterpiece was complete. Observing the tail knots nestled within his claws, Chaos's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. He discarded the tail knots and moved his claw. What a splendid day! His abilities had yielded results, and he had indulged in some delightful mischief. With a jubilant leap, he bounded back to the pile of fish and shrimp, eagerly diving into his meal. After consuming 5 small fish and shrimp, his belly swelled to near fullness. Any further indulgence would lead to discomfort. Pausing in his feast, he lifted his gaze towards the cave entrance in the cliff. Whoosh, he unfurled his dragon wings and soared into the sky. The water level along the riverbank rose daily, and given his prolonged slumber, it was prudent to retreat into the cave for further rest. Flying back to the cave, I descended and surveyed the surroundings. Within the cave lay several hatchling dragons, and in the innermost corner, the large girl was quietly slumbering on the ground. The tranquil atmosphere was punctuated only by the sound of gentle breathing. Shifting my gaze from the large girl, I cast a glance at the small hut affixed to the cave wall. Peering through the window, I spotted a grand bed woven from vines, upon which Feeny lay soundly asleep, while Veeny's presence lingered upstairs, presumably in slumber as well. Everyone was asleep. But wait. What is that? Beneath the hut, a pile of white magic cores, each the size of a tennis ball, accumulated. There appeared to be more than 30 in total. Approaching the base of the treehouse, I extended my claw and retrieved one of the cores for a closer examination. Indeed, it was unmistakably a cash magic core. The large girl had mentioned that all magic cores obtained from the dragon group were mine to keep, so these cores were undoubtedly intended for me. My emerald vertical pupils widened slightly. Then I shall indulge, without hesitation. With a dragon's kiss, I scooped up the magic cores and began to consume them directly. After 6 mouthfuls, the 30 or so cores were completely devoured. Sated, I reclined, feeling a warm current spreading from my stomach, and under this comforting warmth, my internal magic began to noticeably increase. Fatigue washed over me. My heavy eyelids slowly closed, and my consciousness sank into the realm of thought. Disassembling a clock. I swiftly scanned all the components, but found nothing interpretable. I seated myself within this mental space. Perhaps I should peruse the legacy. It would be an opportune moment to review the crafting of magical items. The large girl had been correct. The visibility of my left eye too easily linked to matters of time. If I could create a magical item to conceal my left eye, this issue would be resolved. Thus, it indeed seemed necessary to investigate the techniques for crafting magical items. Click, click, click. Hark! At the sound of that familiar noise, I abruptly lifted my dragon head. In my line of sight, a pure golden hourglass began to turn. Click! The moment the hourglass completed its rotation, everything around me transformed. Flowing, the dark river surged with water. I discovered myself standing on a flat riverbank. Whoosh! The sound of wings flapping reached my ears. Looking up, I saw 3 hatchling dragons soaring over the dark river, 1 red, 1 black, and 1 green. 2 were unfamiliar, while 1, Helra, could be considered somewhat known to me. All 3 hatchlings were gliding toward the riverbank where I stood, evidently intending to land and rest. As the 3 hatchlings drew nearer to the shore, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. It was as if the hatchlings were ensnared by something, desperately struggling in midair. Observing their frantic movements, I discerned the situation. A transparent net spanned the entirety of the riverbank, and the 3 hatchlings, unaware, collided headlong into it. Swish! A spider. Its body covered in pale, thick armor and measuring over 5 meters in length, advanced swiftly along the transparent web toward its ensnared prey. The legacy of the true dragon instinctively provided feedback. Morpheus, a mid-level magical beast typically residing in the subterranean realm, known for its gregarious nature, often forming groups of a dozen or more. These creatures collaborate to weave an enormous, translucent web along paths frequented by prey, the web exhibiting exceptional resilience, stickiness, and moderate elemental resistance. When an unfortunate victim ensnares itself within the web, they swiftly converge upon it, raising their scythe-like forelimbs to deliver a swift and lethal strike. Notably, their forelimbs possess advanced piercing capabilities. A dozen Morpheus approached 3 hatchling dragons with alarming speed, their forelimbs raised like scythes. Hera, having endured several blows, roared in fury. With a powerful bite, she severed the head of one Morpheus that had pierced her abdomen, using her claws to slash through the silken threads that ensnared her, thus regaining her freedom. With a fierce grip, she crushed the heads of 2 more Morpheus, delivering a spectacularly explosive effect. In an instant, she had slain 3 of them. Unfurling her wings to resume her aerial stance, Hera yearned to rescue her 2 allies. However, in the fleeting moment she turned her gaze, she realized it was too late. Frigg and Scotty had both met their demise, their dragon heads crushed, leaving only their bodies ensnared in the web. Chapter 63. What is so impressive about planting a few saplings? With a roar, Hera, covered in wounds, flapped her dragon wings, scattering dragon blood as she turned and soared away. The dream began to blur rapidly. Upon awakening, Chaos propped himself up, surveying the scene. At the cave's entrance lay a multitude of hatchlings, and as he swiftly scanned the area, he mentally counted. 1, 2, 3, 14. Not a single one was missing. They were all present, even the plump one nestled close by. The entire dragon brood had gathered at the cave entrance, with even the stone pot for their meal dragged up. Thankfully, the events of the dream had not yet materialized into reality, which meant there was still time for him to effect change. His stomach was only moderately hungry, perhaps 4/10 full, as his slumber had lasted merely 2 days. Moving his dragon claws, he approached the cave entrance to peer down. The dark river below had completely submerged the riverbank, explaining why the dragon group remained obediently within the cave. Rustling sounds emanated from within the cave, and Chaos turned his dragon head to glance inside. His gaze met that of a large little girl, who had also awakened, just in time for a meal. She pointed a claw toward the stone pot beside the plump one. As if they shared an understanding, Agatha's dragon head nodded slightly, and she stepped over the array of hatchlings to reach the cave entrance. Not one for idle chatter, Chaos moved to the side of the plump one, lifted the stone pot, and carried it to the entrance. Setting it down, he used his sharp dragon claws to dig a small pit in the ground before placing the pot atop it. Upon seeing Chaos position the pot, Agatha opened her dragon maw, and crimson flames gathered beneath it. As the fire enveloped the base of the pot, her maw closed, and Agatha dove down from the cave. She was undoubtedly off to hunt. But the pot was still empty. Chaos glanced at the vacant stone pot. He was capable of adding water himself, as he currently wielded two elemental powers, water and life. Fixing his verdant vertical pupils, blue orbs of light coalesced in the air, and soon a sphere of water over a meter tall materialized. The water sphere descended steadily into the pot. Next, it was time to add the ingredients. The provisions cultivated by Vinia were located on the riverbank below, yet at this moment, they had long been submerged by the flowing waters, likely devoured by the gluttonous fish and shrimp lurking beneath. However, it was no great concern. If they were gone, they could simply be replanted. Approaching the vine-covered cottage clinging to the rock wall, he gently prodded the stone door. "Russell, who dares disturb my slumber?" came the voice of Finny. Chaos instantly recognized the owner of the voice. Moments later, the door creaked open, and Finny emerged, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Chaos. It's Chaos." The impatience on the little sprite's face transformed into an adorable smile in an instant. Observing the change in the little one, Chaos parted his dragon maw in greeting. "Good morning, Finny. Did you sleep well?" How blissful my slumber was. I even dreamed of forging a pact with Chaos." "That is splendid." Chaos, however, chose to disregard the latter part of the statement directed at Finny, requesting her assistance in summoning Vini. Upon hearing Chaos's intention to seek Vini, Finny's smile abruptly faltered. "Well, very well then," she conceded, visibly reluctant, as she turned to enter the small cabin. The vines on the balcony of the wooden cottage parted, and Vini gracefully emerged. "Lord Chaos, did you call for me?" she inquired, curtsying with the elegance that was her trademark. "Indeed," Chaos replied, gesturing towards the stone pot that was already boiling. "I require some ingredients, Vini." "At your service," Vini responded, casting a triumphant glance at the pouting Finny. With a flutter of her delicate wings, she flew to a small patch of ground at the cave's entrance. With a wave of her hand, a beautiful emerald glow cascaded down, and soon tender shoots broke through the soil, growing rapidly into lush plants and a small tree adorned with fruit. "Vini is truly remarkable," Chaos remarked, and with that, he stood tall, beginning the task of harvesting. "I need Sichuan pepper, avocado, and a generous amount of chili, for I relish its flavor." "Thank you for your praise, Lord Chaos," Vini replied, her gaze gleaming with pride as she glanced at the sulking wild girl beside her. "Ugh." Finny puffed her cheeks again, thinking, what is there to be proud of for merely planting a few saplings? Once the ingredients were gathered, they were promptly added to the boiling pot. Taking a seat, Chaos stirred the contents with his claw, and as he did, a delightful aroma began to waft through the air. The fragrance was simply intoxicating. A breeze swept through the cave, accompanied by the enticing scent. Chaos turned his head toward the cave entrance, where a robust girl, her muscular claws gripping two sizable Cherilras, approached. Each Cherilra bore a significant gash on its hard shell, revealing the golden crab meat within. Truly, this girl was impressive. She could haul such weight with ease. Agatha soared into the cave and released her grasp. With a thud, the two hefty creatures landed with a resounding noise. As Agatha approached Chaos, he couldn't help but marvel at her formidable stature. She exhaled, and two translucent magical cores, glistening with dragon saliva, dropped at Chaos's feet. As agreed, all magical cores acquired during the dragon hunt belong to you, Agatha stated before turning her attention to one of the Cherillas to begin her disassembly. Observing the two magical cores before him, Chaos could not feign indifference. They were still glistening with Agatha's saliva. His emerald vertical pupils focused, and a water sphere coalesced in the air, enveloping the cores. After a thorough cleansing, the water sphere floated to the cave entrance, where he summoned it again to wash the cores 2 more times. That should suffice. As the water sphere floated before him, Chaos extended his claw inside, retrieving one core and tossing it into his maw. He exclaimed with delight as he began to chew. The familiar taste, or rather, the lack thereof, prompted the second piece to be tossed directly into the dragon's kiss. With a flick of his claw, a summoned water orb floated into the cavern, promptly dispelling its magical essence. As the orb lost its magical support, it swiftly plummeted to the ground. A glance was cast towards the tall young girl, who was diligently disassembling the Halira. It appeared she would require a bit more time. His gaze then shifted to the 2 small fairies perched on a stone, each holding a small plate. Upon sensing Chaos's gaze, the 2 fairies, who had been glaring at each other, instantly transformed their expressions into smiles. Chaos, however, chose to disregard the brief tension between the two fairies. Although there remained a slight discord, he was confident that, with the passage of time, he could foster a bond of affection between them. By the way, Vini, have you completed the framework for the thorn magic? The smile on Vini's delicate face abruptly faltered. Chapter 64. Embrace learning and progress. Making the path of the dragon more convenient, the spell remained unfinished. Although she had meticulously committed it to memory, she had only completed one-third of the intricate magical framework. The entire structure was vividly etched in her mind, yet when it came time to construct it, she found the task far more daunting than anticipated. The slightest deviation in the magical patterns could lead to an instantaneous collapse of the entire framework, necessitating a complete restart. She had not been idle, spending the past 2 days diligently attempting to assemble the magical constructs, yet her proficiency had only advanced to a third of the desired completion. This was exceedingly challenging. Noticing the expression on the imp's face, Fanny's gaze sharpened, and a radiant smile blossomed on her countenance. There was no need to inquire. Chaos had undoubtedly failed to construct it. You wild child, how absurd. Vini retorted, as if triggered by an automatic response. However, the moment the words escaped her lips, regret washed over her. Why don't you demonstrate it, then? Indeed, the wild child had voiced her unspoken concern. I. Vini's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head in shame, feeling she had disappointed Lord Chaos. Would such a version of herself be scorned by him? No, that must not happen. Observing Vini's demeanor, Chaos instantly understood. It was evident she had yet to master the spell. Nevertheless, after 2 days, she still hadn't made progress. Had he found it effortless when he transformed the thorn magic? It hardly seemed difficult. Could it truly be that Vini's lack of aptitude was the issue? He cast a sidelong glance at Vini, who had buried her head in embarrassment. Reproach was out of the question. Fear not, Vini, we have ample time ahead of us. As Chaos spoke gently, Vini gradually lifted her head, casting a cautious glance at him. The softness reflected in his verdant vertical pupils melted away her trepidation. Lord Chaos was so kind. There's no need to be afraid. I will not scold you, for we are friends. Watching the glistening light in the little imp's eyes, Chaos raised his clawed hand behind him in a gesture of triumph. Hooray! The plan succeeded, and my rapport has deepened. At that moment, Fanny suddenly swooped in front of Chaos, interrupting the tender exchange between the dragon and the imp. Chaos! She spread her tiny arms wide, her gaze earnest as she looked at him. What is it, Fanny? I want to learn magic too. Upon declaring this, Fanny struck a proud pose, hands on her hips, casting a sidelong glance at Vini. And I'm certain I'll learn faster than that troublesome imp. You. Vini tightened her grip on her fan, opening her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Doubts began to creep into her mind, questioning whether she truly was as inept as she feared. Chaos, with a gleeful smile, revealed his delight, his dragon-esque grin widening. Study diligently, immerse yourself in learning, and in the future, it will be much easier to wield the dragon's power. Indeed, but Fini must not become overly arrogant. Magic is not so easily mastered. Cows observed Fini, who stood before him with her hands on her hips, radiating confidence. To be frank, he was not very optimistic about her potential, as she truly seemed rather foolish. Regardless, I am certain I will surpass the wicked fairy, Fini declared with unyielding confidence. I look forward to it. Vinier seemed to have caught on and began her counterattack. Then by all means, anticipate it. After casting a sidelong glance at Vinier, Fini turned her gaze back to Cows. Please teach me quickly. Very well, let us begin. As his slit pupils focused, blue orbs of light coalesced before the dragon's head, manifesting a water blade enveloped in magical runes suspended in the air. This is the water blade, an offensive spell characterized by cutting, sharpness, extended range, and high speed. He directed his attention towards Fini. Now, you may step forward, and feel free to ask me anything you do not understand. Okay. Nodding earnestly, Fini ascended to the spell circle, her small feet gently landing atop it. Lowering her gaze, she studied the magical runes beneath her feet with utmost seriousness. Cows was somewhat taken aback by this unexpected side of Fini. Could it be? At that moment, Fini suddenly lifted her face, her eyes inquiring as she looked at Cows. Lord Cows, what is this rune? Cows chuckled softly. Ah. The genius fairy does not even recognize a basic magical rune. How amusing. Before Cows could finish his thought, Vinier eagerly began to mock her. I have only just begun to learn. Once I have mastered everything, I will undoubtedly construct spells faster than you, foolish wicked fairy. With a snap, she opened her fan to partially conceal her smirking lips, her eyes narrowing as she regarded the wild girl before her. Initially, she had genuinely believed this wild girl was formidable, but now it seemed she had overestimated her. Well, I truly look forward to it. Humph, then do anticipate it well. With that, Feeny disregarded the detestable wicked fairy and focused her gaze back on Cows. Meeting her gaze, Cows provided the answer. This is the foundational stabilizing rune. Oh, and what of this one? Feeny bounced lightly, jumping to the next rune. Magical connection. And this? The foundational sharpness combined with the previous foundational high speed and stabilizing connection, along with the magical connection here, creates the cutting characteristic through the transformation of these 4 runes. As Cows explained, he pointed out the runes to Feeny, having discerned that she was rather lazy, neglecting even the identification of basic runes. Thus, he decided to provide a more comprehensive explanation. Feeny nodded rapidly, indicating her understanding of Cows. And what about this one? This is the high-speed magic pattern, which must be constructed using the speed enhancement and magic power augmentation patterns. Both of these patterns are present here. Extending a claw towards the patterns, Cows did not wait for Feeny's inquiry and continued to direct his attention to the next area. This is the range extension. Its characteristics are built upon. Cows proceeded to elucidate the entire framework of the water blade magic pattern to Feeny. This encompasses the entirety of the magical construction. Is there anything you do not comprehend? Well, I have memorized it all. Cows. You may simply allow me to review this framework once more. Very well, take a look. Fixing the spellcasting ring in the air, Cows turned his gaze towards the large girl approaching, who was dragging along a bounty of crab meat and shells. Chapter 65. Granting them an opportunity to serve at last. It was time to feast. Dragging a crab shell brimming with succulent crab meat to the stone pot, Agatha swiftly began to deposit the chunks of crab into the bubbling broth. As the liquid threatened to overflow, she paused, lifting her gaze to meet the eyes of Chaos, who sat across from her. Chaos, engrossed in the simmering ingredients, sensed Agatha's scrutiny and raised his eyes, locking onto hers. Why is this large girl staring at me? Look at the pot. The ingredients are cooking. Something feels amiss in the river, Agatha suddenly declared. Instantly, Chaos was reminded of a dream. What is it? He inquired, feigning curiosity. The ordinary fish and shrimp in the river have diminished, and the mid-level cashies have vanished, leaving only the bottom-dwelling Shilira. And what do you intend to do about it? Agatha shifted her gaze from Chaos's eyes to the meat simmering in the pot. Their dragon clan required sustenance. And with the sudden scarcity of food in the river, it was evident that there was trouble in the dark waters. They had already explored downstream, resolving the issue with the Bamankara, so the source of the problem must lie upstream. The reason she had turned her attention to Chaos was that she sensed he might have foreseen something. Now, with Chaos questioning her, Agatha raised her dragon head once more to meet Chaos's gaze. The underwater situation had grown peculiar. Hunting Shilira beneath the surface was becoming increasingly impractical. The Shilira exhibited fierce aggression, launching collective attacks upon any intruders. Therefore, I shall not depart. I will remain with the dragon clan to hunt. The best outcome would be for Hera to lead a few hatchlings upstream for reconnaissance. In this dark river, as long as they do not fly close to the water's surface, they should encounter no peril. If there are other hunters, her crimson vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Then I shall ascend and eliminate them. Truly, the large girl is quite formidable, Chaos thought, wholeheartedly agreeing with her sentiment. It is best to eradicate anyone who dares to steal food from the dragons. What are your thoughts, Chaos? In response to Agatha's probing gaze, Chaos revealed a toothy grin. My suggestion is to bypass preliminary steps. We, a flock of dragons, should relocate upstream along the riverbank. A group of Morpheus awaits us there. We will dispatch them and seize their lair. Morpheus, a mid-level magical beast typically dwelling in the underground world. These creatures are gregarious, often appearing in groups of a dozen or more. They skillfully weave enormous, translucent webs along paths where prey is likely to appear. The webs possess advanced resilience, high stickiness, and moderate elemental resistance. When an unfortunate creature becomes ensnared, the Morpheus swiftly scuttle towards it, raising their scythe-like forelimbs to deliver a swift death. Notably, their forelimbs possess advanced piercing characteristics. Upon absorbing the feedback from the true dragon, Agatha began to comprehend the situation. If it were a creature like Morpheus, they could indeed weave a vast transparent net upstream in the dark river, capturing all fish and shrimp as prey without exception. The web's advanced stickiness and resilience, along with its moderate elemental resistance, would ensure its efficacy even beneath the surface of the water. Even if a cache encountered it, it would meet its demise. Unable to escape. You dreamt of this, did you not? Meeting the gaze of the young girl, Chaos gently nodded his dragon head. I understand. Agatha's crimson vertical pupil sharpened. And after this meal, I shall awaken them to join in the slaughter of those Morpheus. Observing the ferocity in the girl's eyes, Chaos grew somewhat concerned. Fearing that she might damage the web, he had already conceived a more prudent approach to dealing with the Morpheus. If possible, he intended to capture 2 live Morpheus. By employing a contract of servitude, they could be afforded the opportunity to mend the web, assisting the dragonkin in hunting fish and shrimp. This way, the dragons would no longer need to hunt for sustenance. Reflecting on this, how benevolent I am, truly the most conscientious green dragon in history. No, Agatha. Curb your murderous intent. Agatha turned her gaze towards Chaos. If you have any thoughts, Chaos, feel free to express them. It is certain that we will eliminate those Morpheus. But Agatha, consider the matter from another perspective. If we can retain 2 Morpheus in servitude while preserving the web, then we shall no longer have to fret over hunting. With Chaos's reminder, Agatha swiftly comprehended that Chaos sought to enslave the Morpheus to procure food for the dragonkin, which indeed was an admirable choice. However, are you skilled in the magic of enslavement? I am not, but I believe I can make an attempt. Chaos confidently opened his dragon maw, asserting that learning the magic of enslavement was not particularly challenging. With a high aptitude for spellcasting, he could easily bypass the need for hesitation if he desired. He could swiftly master the magic through diligent study of the legacy. I understand. At that time, I shall incapacitate 2 Morpheus and strive to avoid damaging the web. Then it is settled. By the way, the meat is ready. Let us dine. Very well. Agatha nodded her dragon head. The 2 young dragons extended their claws towards the stone pot, beginning to fish out the meat, extracting a piece of tender crab leg meat. Chaos glanced at the 2 little fairies. Finny stood focused on the casting circle, while Vinia sat poised upon a stone. The dragon claw pinched off a small piece and placed it directly into Vinia's little plate. Inhaling the fragrant, tender meat within the plate, Vinia picked up a pair of wooden knife and fork. Thank you, Lord Chaos. Enjoy your meal. Responding in kind, Chaos returned his gaze to the tender meat in his claws, his emerald vertical pupils radiating delight. The dragon maw opened wide, and the meat was promptly stuffed inside. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The meat contained white bone fragments, creating a cacophony within the dragon maw as he chewed. Yet, the flavor was truly exquisite. A rotund, white dragon head bobbed before me, its eager gaze locked onto Chaos, whose emerald-slit pupils widened in response. The chubby creature stirred awake, its round head nodding as it fixated intently on the half of a crab leg remaining in Chaos's claw. Noticing the longing in the creature's eyes, Chaos promptly extended the morsel toward it. Without a moment's hesitation, the plump dragon opened its maw and took a decisive bite. As it savored the meat, its bright, white slit pupils gleamed with delight, while its stout, conical tail began to sweep excitedly across the ground. Now, sit still and extend your paws. I shall wash them for you, but I won't feed you again, Chaos instructed. Obediently, the chubby dragon sat upright, extending its pudgy paws toward Chaos. Observing the outstretched limbs, Chaos focused its slit pupils, and a transparent orb of water rapidly coalesced in the air. Chapter 66. It is time for this group of female dragons to comprehend the significance of Chaos. A water sphere enveloped a pair of plump, white paws, cleansing the dirt that clung to them, perhaps relishing the refreshing chill it provided. The bright, sparkling vertical pupils of the rotund creature expanded slightly in enjoyment. As the paws were thoroughly cleaned, the water sphere became murky. Upon exiting the cave, Chaos dispelled the magical energy sustaining the sphere, causing it to plummet instantly. Well then, help yourselves to whatever you desire, he instructed. With eager anticipation, the round-headed dragon approached the stone pot, its chubby little paws reaching in to retrieve ingredients. After consuming one of the Sherilas, the enticing aroma roused all the sleeping hatchlings within the cave. Sitting in a row, the round-headed dragon gazed longingly at the 3 dragons feasting, the glistening dragon saliva pooling in their mouths as they swallowed repeatedly. Many hatchlings cast envious glances at the rotund creature, which was continuously foraging in the pot. If Chaos and Agatha were to dine by merit, This foolish white one was entirely feasting by sheer luck. From the very beginning, this fortunate fool had become Chaos's companion. Agatha cast a glance at the hatchlings watching with eager eyes. The dwindling numbers of small fish and shrimp in the dark river had significantly reduced the hunting success of these hatchlings, making it commonplace for many to return to shore with empty claws. "You shall share the remaining Sherilas, and no fighting is permitted," she added, recalling the tasks ahead. The five-colored dragons were not known for their amiable temperaments. It was not uncommon for hatchlings to bicker and brawl over trivial matters, a trait inherent to the five-colored dragons, which she chose not to intervene in. However, when it came to tasks, restrictions were necessary. A shadow darted like a bolt of black lightning towards the Sherila, a petite black hatchling swiftly burrowing into the gaping wound atop the Sherila's head. Witnessing this, all the hatchlings quickly reacted, pouncing upon the Sherila without engaging in conflict, each one desperately striving to devour the meal. Hela did not join the feasting hatchlings. As the second red dragon, she harbored her own sense of pride. Casting a glance at the group of hatchlings gorging themselves, Hela made her way to the cave entrance and dove down towards the river below. With a splash, she plunged headfirst into the water without unfurling her wings, sending waves soaring high into the air. In under a few minutes, a red hatchling, covered in vibrant crimson scales and already hinting at muscular contours, emerged from the depths, cradling a Sherila that measured 5 meters in length. The dazzling wings, adorned with glistening crimson scales, unfurled upon the water's surface, sending streams cascading down. With a powerful flap, Hela ascended into the air, her quarry in tow. The massive carcass of the Sherila landed heavily on the ground at the cave entrance. Standing upon the hard shell of Zealira, Hera extended her claw into the creature's head, probing a few times before withdrawing it directly. With a flick of her dragon talon, a white magical core, still imbued with crab essence, landed precisely beside Chaos. Observing the magical core that had fallen before him, Chaos adeptly reached out with his claw to collect it. Feeling no embarrassment, he had ensured the safety of the dragon horde through his foresight, and in turn, the magical cores were willingly offered to him, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Hera, however, regarded the core with indifference. It merely enhanced magical power, which was already sufficient for her and most dragons of various hues. Only a dragon like Chaos, whose lineage heavily relied on spellcasting, would seek to amplify his magical prowess. "Freya, Scotty, come and join us for a meal." Hera called out to the two dragons that had paused their feeding. The black dragon Freya and the green dragon Scotty approached her obediently. Upon hearing their names, Chaos turned his gaze towards Hera, noticing the two hatchlings, one black and one green, feasting upon Zealira's corpse alongside her. Freya and Scotty, they must be the two dragons foretold to perish in his visions. He scrutinized them closely. They appeared rather ordinary, with round, plump heads and no remarkable features, and in an instant, Chaos felt his interest wane. Retracting his gaze, he found himself under the intense scrutiny of a large young girl across the table, stirring his curiosity. "What is it? What did your foresight reveal this time?" Evidently, the large girl sought to inquire about this matter, and Chaos readily responded. "The dream indicated that you instructed Hera to lead her two allies to scout ahead. Unfortunately, these three were rather careless and ended up ensnared in Morpheus's web. Hera, being a formidable entity, managed to retaliate against several of Morpheus's minions and tore through the web with their claws to escape. However, Freya and Scotty were not as fortunate. They were slain by Morpheus, leaving only Hera to flee." Agatha lightly nodded her dragon head. Indeed, should a mere hatchling stumble into Morpheus's web unprepared, it would likely spell doom for them. Raising her dragon form, Agatha's gaze fell upon a group of hatchlings that had finished devouring Zealira and now lounged idly on the ground. She had always sensed their discontent towards Chaos's collection of magical cores, and now presented an opportunity. It was time to instill in these female dragons the understanding of Chaos's significance. As Agatha's gaze swept over them, the hatchlings immediately lifted their heads, their eyes wide with anticipation directed at her. Their demeanor was strikingly obedient, exuding a charm that was almost palpable. Even Hera, who had been gnawing on Zealira, silenced herself, and her two allies followed suit, automatically adopting a similarly compliant posture upon witnessing Agatha rise. Observing the hatchling's docile state, Chaos's slit pupils narrowed in intrigue. It was indeed no mere illusion. Not only could he feel it, but these creatures too sensed the inexplicable authority radiating from the large girl. Unlike the oppressive majesty of the Dragon King, there exists a form of authority imbued with a peculiar sense of intimacy, which is rather strange. Observing that all the hatchlings were gazing at her, Agatha spoke directly. You must have noticed that the small fish and shrimp in the dark river have diminished. The reason lies upstream. There, a group of Morpheus has woven their nets, intercepting the sustenance that rightfully belongs to us. As for how I am aware of this, it is Chaos who has informed me. You are all aware of the temporal gifts that reside within Chaos's bloodline. Yet what you do not know is that Chaos has been awakening the powers of time since the moment of its emergence. It possesses the ability to foresee events that are yet to unfold, such as the abyssal Mankara and the current Morpheus. Chapter 67. Indeed, you round-headed ones should heed my words. In this foretelling, 2 hatchlings are destined to perish by Morpheus's blade. This is a prophecy foreseen by Chaos. The message is unequivocal. Round, plump dragon heads turned toward Chaos, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Chaos shall undoubtedly be the finest of adult mates. Hera paused her feeding, her crimson slit pupils aflame as they fixed upon Chaos. The awakening of the temporal bloodline from the moment of hatching raises a question. How exalted must Chaos's lineage be? If she were to mate with Chaos and bear offspring, how formidable would their progeny's bloodline be? It is no wonder that Agatha has lavished such care upon Chaos from the very beginning. Even if Agatha were to fabricate tales, Chaos is not the lone male dragon. Yet, by virtue of this temporal bloodline, Chaos remains the premier choice for mating. Being scrutinized by a throng of hatchlings is rather peculiar. And Chaos sensed an intensity in their gaze, perhaps a touch too fervent. It seemed that these round-headed creatures had become aware of their own strength. Upon this realization, Chaos instinctively puffed out his chest. Indeed, you round-headed ones ought to obey, and remember to dutifully present all magical cores to the dragon. Whether it was mere illusion or not, Chaos felt that as he straightened, the slit pupils of these round heads noticeably sharpened. It was likely excitement, after all, as they clung to the leg of such a powerful dragon. The power of time, without question, represents the pinnacle of arcane forces. With him present, the dragon kin could circumvent all latent dangers. Hence, their exhilaration is entirely understandable. He had come to a resolution. Rather than venture forth with the rotund one, it would be prudent to ally with Agatha. Both Agatha and Hera possessed the potential to serve as formidable shields in front of him, the fragile mage. Undoubtedly, these two would be the strongest entities before the dragon kin reach maturity. Remaining in a coalition would be a wise choice, at least in the early stages. Food would not be lacking, and with Agatha, the young giantess, he could directly attempt to hunt higher-tier magical beasts. This would significantly enhance growth efficiency. The flesh of advanced magical beasts is incomparable to that of ordinary wildlife. Agatha surveyed the gathered hatchlings. Let me reiterate one last time. All magical cores acquired through hunting henceforth belong to Chaos. Should I discover any of you hoarding them, I shall expel you from the dragon kin. Agatha continued, this is a transaction. Chaos shall provide protection for the dragon kin through his strength, and in return, we bestow upon him ownership of the magical cores as compensation. An equitable exchange. Those who dissent may step forward. The hatchlings remained seated, not a single one daring to move, their gazes fixated not on Agatha, but intensely upon Chaos. The 4 dragons exchanged glances, their long-standing camaraderie allowing them to recognize the undeniable fervor concealed within each other's eyes. A decision was made. They would not assail Chaos. Instead, they would seek an opportunity to bind him, and then. Yet, there were exceptions. The petite and delicate and did not gaze upon Chaos, while beside her. Roya's eyes were conflicted, flickering between glancing at Chaos and forcibly averting her gaze. A tumult of emotion stirred within Roya on one hand. There was the instinct of her bloodline, and on the other, recollections of Chaos's past transgressions against her surfaced vividly. After a moment of silence, as no hatchling stepped forward, Agatha continued to speak. Very well, since you do not object, all magic cores obtained from the Dragon Pack's hunts shall henceforth belong to Chaos. Should I discover any hidden cores, I shall not hesitate to expel the offender. The crimson slit of her eyes narrowed, emanating a heavy aura of authority. She would not show mercy. There were many female dragons, but only one Chaos. Retaining Chaos within the Dragon Pack was her foremost objective. If merely offering magic cores could secure Chaos's stay, it would indeed be a favorable exchange. After a brief respite of 10 minutes, once the time elapsed, we would ascend the dark river and confront the Morpheus. 10 minutes can feel both lengthy and brief. Soon, the 10 minutes passed, and the Dragon Pack lined up at the cave's entrance. The towering figure of Agatha soared out first, followed by the other hatchlings. Chaos flew alongside Agatha but gradually fell back, returning to his familiar position at the tail end of the dragon pack half an hour later. His dragon wings strained to flap, and as he observed the front of the pack, a wave of helplessness surged within him. Alas, this wretched frailty. Not only could he not become a warrior, but he also struggled to maintain even basic stamina. Suddenly, he felt a familiar coolness beneath him. It was the plump dragon lifting him once more. Although he felt a tinge of embarrassment at being carried, the sensation of ease washed over him. His emerald-slit pupils revealed a glimmer of enjoyment. The cool touch of the plump dragon's scales alleviated much of the fatigue he felt from flying. "Thank you, dear plump one," he murmured, grasping the soft flesh around the plump dragon's neck with his claws and wrapping his forepaws around it in gratitude. With a soft response, the plump dragon flapped its wings with renewed vigor, swiftly accelerating to join the back of the pack instead of lagging far behind. As he nestled on the plump dragon's back, Chaos directed his gaze forward. In his dreams, there was a riverbank where Morpheus wove its webs. But sensing the need for caution, his slit pupils focused, and a surge of magic coursed through his heavy eyelids. His vision shifted instantly, revealing vibrant blue and dark points of light in the air, along with a few other elements. Activating his elemental sight, he gauged the rate of magic consumption. The magic being expended was negligible, far outpaced by his natural recovery. With that, he decided to keep it activated. The light attribute beasts of Morpheus spun their webs under the veil of light attribute magic, rendering them transparent. As long as he maintained his elemental sight, he could see the webs. The plump dragon carried him for 10 minutes, and feeling his stamina restored enough, Chaos unfurled his wings and took to the skies once more. Thus, we soared intermittently for nearly a day. The destination of our prophetic dreams still lay ahead. Suddenly, Agatha, at the forefront, unfurled her dragon wings and came to a halt. We paused to recuperate, and Hela and I descended into the water to hunt. Agatha surveyed the fledgling dragons, instructing them to excavate a resting place within the stone wall. Having succinctly conveyed her orders, she plunged into the dark river. Despite a day of continuous flight, her stamina remained robust, yet the fledglings appeared weary, prompting her to issue a command for rest. With a splash, Hela followed suit into the dark river, sending droplets soaring high into the air. Chapter 68. The Sustenance of Dragon Blood. Observing the large girl and Hera diving into the water for a hunt, Chaos unfurled his dragon wings and approached the cliff face. His claws pierced the stone wall, and gradually, his wings folded in, allowing him to hang suspended. Once secured, Chaos let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he could rest. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. The hatchlings diligently began to excavate the cliff, with 12 hatchlings working in concert. Their digging progressed swiftly, and soon a small area was hollowed out of the rock face. Watching them carve out a little space, Chaos moved his claws, effortlessly sinking them into the stone, and gradually made his way into the hollowed area created by the round-headed young dragons. Once inside the cave, Chaos reclined, his rotund belly facing upward. After a full day of flight, he was utterly fatigued. His eyelids grew especially heavy, and he succumbed to the encroaching drowsiness, his consciousness slowly fading. Noticing Chaos's weary demeanor, Fine and Vinyl gracefully settled upon his belly in silence. They harbored no grievances regarding Chaos's peculiar state. They were already aware of his frailty. In the past, they might have felt some discontent, but not now. For the essence of time, they all desired it. This time, Chaos did not enter the realm of consciousness, but instead drifted directly into slumber, overwhelmed by fatigue. With a splash, Agatha emerged from the waters, dragging 2 dead Shilira behind her, and flew into the stone cave excavated by the Dragon Collective. After depositing her prey, she scanned the surroundings, where a group of hatchlings eagerly awaited her return. Her gaze fell upon the resting Chaos. With a deliberate movement of her claws, she approached him, and, after expelling 2 magic cores from her dragon kiss, she turned and dove back into the murky depths. A splash heralded Hera's arrival. She had captured 2 cash, and like Agatha, she expelled the magic cores before plunging back into the water. On her second descent, Agatha emerged alongside Hera once more, each having hunted 2 additional Shilira. After placing the magic cores down, Agatha surveyed the hatchlings. The 8 prey lay undisturbed on the ground, adhering to the rules. Stopping before one of the Shilira, Agatha reared up, her claws gripping the creature's hard shell, the muscles in her claws bulging with strength. With a crack, The proud shell of the Shillira began to fracture under her might, revealing the succulent crab roe and tender white meat within. As she pried open the Shillira, Agatha's gaze shifted toward the hatchlings. Do you desire Chaos's mating rights? In unison, the group of female dragons nodded. Loya hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded her head as well. One hatchling, a black young dragon, remained silent. Agatha recalled that this particular black hatchling seemed to have some conflict with Chaos. Her gaze slid past the black hatchling and landed on a white hatchling, who, under her scrutiny, glanced around, seemingly confirming whether the attention was directed at it. The white hatchling dragon appears to be incapable of comprehending the significance of bloodline continuity. Retracting her gaze from the chubby white creature, Agatha turned her attention to a group of hatchlings. Chaos, bearing a frail lineage, would experience a substantial delay in reaching maturity. If you wish to mate with Chaos sooner, we shall take turns providing him with dragon blood nourishment starting today. Who among you will be the first? As true dragons. All the hatchlings understood the importance of such nourishment. I shall, came a voice almost instantaneously as Agatha finished her statement, leaving little opportunity for the other hatchlings to respond. Without hesitation, Scotty, who was perched beside Hera, stepped forward. On one hand, she supported Hera's choice, and on the other, Scotty's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the slumbering Chaos on the ground. As a green dragon herself, she found Chaos's slender and elegant form particularly appealing. However, she harbored some concern regarding his apparent frailty. Very well, you may proceed, Agatha said, glancing at Scotty before her gaze swept over the remaining hatchlings. Arrange yourselves for the next turn. We shall offer nourishment every 15 days, and it is best if Chaos remains unaware. Now let us begin feeding. Under Agatha's command, the hatchlings commenced their meal. Scotty approached the half-eaten carcass of a Shirella, lifting her left claw to pierce her right, allowing crimson dragon blood to flow from the punctured scales, filling the air with a faint floral fragrance. Rustling sounds. Upon awakening, Chaos beheld 8 translucent magic cores laid before him, alongside the remnants of a Shirella carcass. You are awake, partake in your meal, and once finished, we shall continue our journey, came the voice of the large girl beside him. Casting a glance at her, Chaos nodded his dragon head slightly. Indeed, the magic cores would serve as a dessert after the meal, albeit lacking sweetness. He lowered his head to the half-eaten Shirella, biting into a piece of tender flesh. The moment he chewed, his vertical pupils brightened. The meat was sweet and fragrant, imbued with a hint of nectar. It was unclear what delectable fare the Shirella had consumed in life to yield such sweetness. Truly, it was a feast fit for a dragon. As he dined, he took stock of how long he had been asleep, only to realize that an entire day had slipped by unnoticed. With a sigh of resignation, he acknowledged that his stamina had indeed become rather lacking. In the future, it would be prudent to craft a magical item to facilitate flight. Contemplating this, he recognized the numerous legacies he wished to explore. The basics of magical item creation, unlocking achievements in elemental magic, forging magical artifacts, and enslavement contracts. His schedule was filling rapidly. He never expected that even in his reincarnation as a mighty dragon, he would still be bound to the pursuit of knowledge. Nonetheless, he found solace in the notion that his intellect had been enhanced upon becoming a dragon. These magical legacies seemed to come to him with ease. It was particularly unpleasant. Perhaps this was the essence of being a scholar. As thoughts meandered, the meal was completed. The last morsel of crab leg, shell and all, was tossed into the dragon's maw for consumption. Chaos lifted his dragon head and gazed at Agatha before him. I have finished eating. What shall we do next? Shall we continue on our journey? Indeed, we shall proceed, replied the towering maiden, her words as sparse as ever. With that, she stepped forward and leaped gracefully from the cave entrance. 2 small fairies flitted their delicate wings, settling atop Chaos's head in perfect obedience, remaining silent. The dragon flock stirred at Agatha's cue, one by one soaring away from the cave's mouth. Chaos did not rush to follow. Instead, he extended a claw to pick up the magical core lying on the ground and promptly placed it into his maw. Suddenly, a piercing gaze caught his attention. Following the source, he beheld the rotund creature, its eager eyes fixated upon him. Within the glistening, white vertical pupils of the plump being lay a yearning, clearly desiring a taste. Merely an ordinary magical core, Chaos generously picked one up and directed it towards the rotund creature. With a mouth agape, the plump being joyfully opened its dragon maw. Chaos promptly tossed the magical core into its waiting jaws. The sound of crunching filled the air. How was the flavor? The plump creature shook its head side to side, its bright, white vertical pupils unmistakably conveying the sentiment that it was not to its liking. Chapter 69, Annual Rings, You Foolish Creature. Gazing at the adorably clumsy round dragon before him, Chaos gently raised his claw to caress the rotund head of the chubby dragon. All right, let us proceed. With a gentle nudge, the chubby dragon rubbed its head against Chaos. Pushing aside the chubby dragon's playful antics, Chaos approached the edge of the cave, leaping off with his hind legs as his wings unfurled in the air. He and the chubby dragon emerged last from the cave, predictably landing at the rear of the dragon flock. The flight remained unchanged. Whenever fatigued, he would rely on the chubby dragon's back for rest, resuming their journey once refreshed. After flying for what felt like an eternity, a riverside area finally came into view. Upon spotting the sandy beach ahead, Chaos's vertical pupils narrowed, his heart racing with excitement. At last, they had arrived. The past 2.5 days had been anything but easy for him. With a powerful flap of his wings, he took off from the chubby dragon's back. Agatha halted mid-flight. Hearing Chaos's call from behind, the foremost dragon, Agatha, spread her expansive wings and came to a stop. Her gaze shifted to the approaching Chaos. The young dragons, seeing Agatha pause, also came to a standstill, their eyes fixated on Chaos as he neared. Having been scrutinized by those round-headed creatures before, Chaos was already accustomed to it. He flapped his wings, coming to a halt before Agatha. How grand! This towering dragoness is truly magnificent. As he stopped, Chaos realized just how substantial Agatha had become. Her wings fully extended, she appeared nearly 3 times his size. In her presence, he felt diminutive. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the sinewy muscles of her formidable claws. Such strength, such claws, they evoked envy within him. He yearned for such robust might. Agatha, puzzled, wondered why Chaos remained silent for so long, staring intently at her claws. After a moment of silence, she broke the ice. Chaos. Oh, it's nothing at all. Regaining focus, Chaos noticed Agatha's inquisitive gaze upon him. With one last glance at Agatha's beautiful, powerful claws, he raised his head, his eyes locking with hers. We have arrived. If you activate your elemental vision, you shall see the web ahead. Chaos's voice was not intentionally lowered. Yet all the young dragons heard his announcement. A flurry of young dragons began to channel their internal magic to their vertical pupils, directing their attention forward. In their sight, the path ahead was no longer void. A web woven from pure white threads hung throughout the dark river passage, both above and below the water. However, there was an exception. The chubby dragon beside Chaos, with its round head swiveling, clearly saw nothing. Observing the chubby dragon's demeanor, Chaos raised his claw and placed it gently upon its erratically moving head. Stay by my side and ensure my safety, White Chubby. Do not engage in battle. With a proud gesture, White Chubby raised its dragon head. This confrontation was sufficiently supported by the formidable Agatha and Hera. However, the mid-tier beast Morpheus, being only at the second ring level, would prove to be no more than lambs to the slaughter once they lost the advantage of surprise. Even an ordinary whelp could easily handle a one-on-one scenario, especially without the use of Year Wheel. Gently patting White Chubby's head, Chaos withdrew his claws and turned his gaze towards Agatha. Agatha, allow me to bestow upon you my new ability, Year Wheel, which will elevate you directly to the whelp stage, albeit with a time constraint of merely 10 minutes. Very well. Agatha's response was as succinct as ever. Yet her crimson-slitted eyes glimmered with anticipation as they met Chaos's gaze. With Agatha's affirmation, Chaos shifted his attention to Hera. Upon feeling Chaos's gaze upon her, Hera's dragon maw parted to reveal her sharp teeth. Come forth, Chaos. I am more than ready. The fervor for battle radiated from her crimson eyes. Chaos nodded, channeling his magic into his left eye, causing the previously tranquil golden clock to whirl rapidly. With a clatter, he directed his gaze towards the large girl and Hera, summoning 4 ethereal figures of varying sizes, appearing behind them from smallest to largest. As before, only the adult stage was visible, and the enhancement would only affect the second ethereal figure. With a surge of magic, the second ethereal figure merged with Agatha and Hera. The 2 red whelps visibly expanded in size. Agatha grew from 5 to 7 meters, resembling a youthful stage, exuding an overwhelming heat. The intense warmth prompted the whelps to instinctively retreat a bit from Agatha. Hera's form increased from 4 to over 5 meters, her claws now prominently defined with muscle contours. Observing the differences, Hera gazed at herself, then at Agatha. Her feelings became complex. She could distinctly sense her own elevation to the whelp stage. Yet Agatha had astonishingly reached 7 meters under the same enhancement. Such a disparity was beyond mere comparison. It seemed that catching up to Agatha would be an unrealistic aspiration. Shifting her gaze away to chaos, Hera felt a significant alleviation of her internal discontent. If she could not surpass Agatha, so be it. Once they matured, she would mate with Chaos and produce a lineage stronger than Agatha's. As Chaos admired the well-defined physique of the large girl, he felt a peculiar sensation in his throat, as if something was about to emerge. Truly, the large girl was remarkable. Her dragon form was exquisitely sculpted. Now then, those Morpheus are hiding behind the stalactites. You may proceed, but remember to avoid damaging the webs. Agatha and Hera, be sure to capture 2 live ones for me. Chaos provided specific instructions. Agatha gently nudged the dragon's head, fully aware of Chaos's intentions, as he had confided in her beforehand. Hera, without a moment of hesitation, nodded in agreement. Before reaching adulthood, her objective was to cultivate a strong bond with Chaos, and she had no intention of rejecting his request. Observing the agreement from both dragons, Chaos lifted his head to gaze at the dense cluster of stalactites above. All right, you may proceed. With a resounding roar, Hera spread her wings and soared upward. At the apex of this dark river passage, a multitude of stalactites hung overhead, resembling a forest of stones suspended upside down. Chapter 70. Morpheus. With a powerful flap of her dragon wings, Agatha surged ahead, her speed surpassing that of Hera, who had initially taken the lead. The remaining young dragons, with the exception of Chaos and the plump white dragon, followed suit, flapping their wings as they soared towards the stone forest at the cave's apex. Chaos landed directly on the back of the rotund white dragon. Ah, how delightful! His vertical pupils widened in pleasure. The warmth radiating from the young girl was akin to that of a bonfire. Having stood upon the flames for a moment, he now felt the intense heat enveloping him. Humph, humph. While Chaos reveled in comfort, the plump white dragon began to express her discontent. She, a white dragon, did not appreciate such high temperatures. Her round head turned back to face Chaos. Let me cool you down, she said. In the air, Finny raised her small hand, and a surge of water erupted from the dark river below, cascading over both Chaos and the plump white dragon. Thank you, Finny, Chaos responded. No problem, Finny replied. Shaking off the water from her head, the dragon scales of Chaos were instantly cooled. Noticing the plump white dragon still gazing at him, Chaos extended a claw to gently cradle her round head, gradually turning it to face forward. All right. Soon we shall feast on Morpheus' hot pot. Finally satisfied, the plump white dragon ceased her struggle. As Chaos released his claw, he lifted his gaze towards the stone forest above. Although he did not intend to join the fray, overseeing the battle was essential. Should any of the round-headed dragons find themselves in trouble, he could intervene with a time stop. With a deep breath, Agatha spread her wings and halted midair, her crimson head raised high, facing the densely clustered upside-down stones that resembled a stone forest. Each of these inverted stones measured over 10 meters in length, and their sheer number transformed the cave's ceiling into a convoluted terrain. To advance? Certainly not. Her jaws parted, revealing a crack through which crimson flames glowed like molten fire. The breath of the dragon was primed, and with a swift opening of her jaws, a torrent of crimson fire erupted forth. The flames fanned out in a sweeping arc as her head turned, engulfing the entire stone forest. Hera, arriving a step later, exhibited no hesitation as she opened her jaws, unleashing her own torrent of crimson breath. Soon after, the young dragons followed suit, each releasing their dragon breath fire, lightning, venom, and corrosion, intertwining in a dazzling display of colors that caused Chaos's vertical pupils to widen in awe. What a splendid spectacle! Under the onslaught of dragon breath, Morpheus, who had been concealed within the stone forest, could no longer remain hidden. A silvery figure darted through the stone formations, leaping with remarkable speed, resembling a flash of silver lightning. Following closely behind were several smaller Morpheus, their appearances similar yet distinctly smaller in size. As the ruler of the group, the silvery figure was the first to initiate the attack. It leaped forth like a bolt of lightning, its scythe-like forelimbs raised high, targeting the largest among them, Agatha. As Agatha beheld the approaching Morpheus, she instantly recognized its distinctiveness. It was likely the ruler of this Morpheus pack. Fortuitously, Chaos had mentioned the need to capture a few alive. Thus, this one would suffice. The Morpheus's razor-sharp talons cleaved through the crimson dragon breath, their edges crossing like a pair of scissors aimed at Agatha's draconic head. The gaping maw of the dragon closed, halting the torrent of crimson breath in an instant. As the muscular, scarlet dragon claw struck out, with a swift motion, the keen talons collided with Agatha's raised left claw, shattering her dragon scales and causing crimson blood to flow forth. Yet, that was the extent of its impact. The talons penetrated the flesh beneath the scales by no more than 3 centimeters before they could advance no further. Simultaneously, Agatha's right claw descended upon the Morpheus's head. With a sickening sound, the Morpheus's skull burst open like a watermelon. Agatha paused momentarily, her strength having slipped beyond her control. She had yet to fully acclimate to the surge of temporary power. The headless corpse of the Morpheus plummeted downward. A petite black hatchling dragon swiftly caught the Morpheus's decapitated body and tossed it onto a nearby web. The headless form adhered to the web's surface. Agatha turned her gaze toward Hera, admitting, "I am still adjusting to my current strength. You capture the living, and I shall take care of the killing." Hera, observing Agatha's crimson-slit pupils, chose to heed her instincts. Having come to an understanding with Hera, Agatha unfurled her wings and soared toward the fleeing Morpheus. In the instant their leader fell, the rest of the Morpheus pack had already begun to flee. Their speed was no match for Agatha's. With a resounding crash, stone columns were obliterated beneath Agatha's dragon form as she pursued a Morpheus and crushed its head with a single claw. Headless bodies fell like dumplings from the sky. The hatchlings, witnessing this spectacle, promptly abandoned their plans to join the fray, recognizing that Agatha could effortlessly handle the Morpheus on her own. Seeing Agatha's efficiency, Hera no longer hesitated. With a powerful flap of her wings, she swiftly caught up to 2 Morpheus, seizing one by the head and delivering a forceful collision. Both Morpheus succumbed to the overwhelming impact. Hera bore the cost of several deep gashes on her claw from the Morpheus's talons. Eliminating these Morpheus was a straightforward task, however. Capturing them alive would require more effort. Gripping the 2 unconscious Morpheus, Hera flew back to Chaos's side. "Are 2 enough?" Chaos asked, casting a complex glance at the petite dragoness wreaking havoc above. "It won't suffice if they aren't. The little one is gone on a rampage." Just as he glanced upward, the last Morpheus fell, its head exploded by the same dragoness's claw. "That will suffice. 2 is acceptable. White Chubby, you take 1. The plump dragon flapped its wings and soared before Hera, who received the unconscious Morpheus. "Hera, please make an incision using Morpheus's claw." Hera nodded her dragon head and grasped one of Morpheus's claws, deftly slicing through the webbing. In no time, a passage over 10 meters wide was carved out. As they flew through this web passage, Chaos descended upon the riverbank. Following the descent of the plump dragon, Hera released the 2 still unconscious Morpheus from her claws. Observing the fallen Morpheus, Chaos turned his gaze toward the fluttering wings of Venera hovering nearby. "Venera, would you kindly assist in binding them?" "At your service, Lord Chaos." She replied with a graceful curtsy, then waved her small hand. A verdant glow cascaded upon the riverbank as thick, ebony vines extended from the earth. Chapter 71. Is there not a single proper dragon? Bound by the inky tendrils, the 2 Morpheus were ensnared into a singular bundle, with only a half-toothed head protruding from the confines. "Well done, Lord Chaos. Your efforts are appreciated." Chaos cast a glance at the 2 Morpheus, now transformed into an odd bundle. Even if they were to awaken, it was unlikely they would be able to move. With a sense of relief, he redirected his gaze upwards to the great young dragon descending gracefully from the sky. In her juvenile form, the duration of her growth rings had only reached its midpoint. Her bloodied claws touched the ground as Agatha fixed her gaze upon Chaos. Above them lay the Morpheus nest, containing their food stores and unhatched spider eggs. Having spoken, Agatha lowered her dragon head, parting her maw. With a soft sound, a series of fist-sized orbs tumbled onto the riverbank, each emanating a faint, pure white glow. These were the magical cores of the Morpheus. They appeared to number over 20, varying in size. Chaos, observing the transparent slime coating the magical cores, lifted his dragon head. However, his gaze fortuitously collided with that of the young dragon. Perhaps he should not be so disdainful. These magical cores were indeed quite promising. After a cleansing, they could serve as sustenance. A gust of wind rustled through the air. Upon hearing the sound, Chaos swiftly took the opportunity to shift his dragon head. In this subterranean river, one would not expect to feel wind. The sound was generated by the flapping wings of the hatchlings. A series of young dragons flew forth from the webbed entrance, clutching various fish and shrimp, along with a meter-long white egg, seemingly the Morpheus egg. Chaos instantly recognized the nature of the egg. The young dragons continued their flights, transporting their bounty to the stone forest until a small mountain of food had been amassed upon the riverbank, a complete emptying of the Morpheus lair. Approaching one of the eggs, Chaos lowered his dragon head. Beneath the transparent shell, the faint outline of a plump Morpheus hatchling could be discerned. A sudden squelching sound broke the silence. Turning his head, Chaos witnessed a black ball of fluff eagerly gnawing on one of the eggs. With a single bite, the juices erupted forth, and the Morpheus inside lost half of its form. Is this delicacy truly edible? Just then, the plump white dragon beside him seized another egg and took a hearty bite. The transparent liquid splattered onto Chaos's dragon maw. It smelled divine. Without hesitation, his emerald-slit pupils narrowed as he grasped an egg with his claws and opened his maw to take a bite. The flavor was exquisite, the taste of a hatchling, a flavor known to dragons. On the riverbank, all the young dragons had abandoned their pursuit of fish and shrimp, shifting their focus entirely to the eggs. After consuming one, Chaos's thoughts drifted to the two little fairies. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his concerns were unfounded. Two little sprites had already settled atop an unfamiliar green and black dragon hatchling, their tiny hands cradling small bowls as they savored fruit juice. Clearly, they had ingratiated themselves. Had they already mingled with the elder dragons? Perhaps it was for the best. He shifted his gaze and clawed at a nearby insect egg. Ah, delightful. He continued indulging in his feast. After consuming approximately 10 insect eggs, he reclined on the riverbank, his round belly facing the sky, his emerald eyes reflecting satisfaction. His claw rested on his plump abdomen. He could eat no more. He felt quite full. A familiar chill emanated from the dragon's scales to his left, and the round, white dragon head nudged against his face. Chaos disdainfully pushed the chubby one away. This fellow was now covered in juice, and among all, it was this rotund creature that was the most unsightly in its eating habits. Stop nudging me. It's time to sleep, he huffed. The pushed away chubby one complied. Becoming docile, Chaos closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to drift into the realm of inheritance. Before him unfolded the familiar, seemingly endless sea of bookshelves. Enslavement magic. Click, click. The shelves rotated. No rank limitations for the user. Click, click. Suddenly, only 5 books remained. Will not betray. Click. The shelves turned, leaving just a single row. Rising to his full height, the dragon gazed at the final row of shelves, extending his claw to retrieve a tome that caught his eye. Soul enslavement. He opened the first page. This is the soul enslavement magic created by the Great Aluka, chosen by the Great Aluka. Rapidly finishing the book, Chaos began to contemplate. Traits: loyalty, unwavering allegiance, drawback. This loyalty requires time to develop gradually. This was unsuitable. Chaos promptly returned the book to the shelf and selected another. Beho's enslavement traits. The enslaved will increasingly crave your cruelty and whipping. The more frequent the punishment, the higher the loyalty. What a peculiar form of amusement. Could there not be a serious book for dragons? Next one. Canarea's enslavement chaos. Gazing at the title, he suddenly lost the desire to open it. The name seemed too similar to the previous one. But what if? A flicker of indecision crossed his emerald-slit pupils. After a brief hesitation, he extended his claw and opened the first page. Traits: feed the enslaver dragon blood, and the patience of the enslaved will increasingly. Snap! His claw forcefully closed the tome. Enough is enough. None of these practitioners of enslavement magic are genuine dragons. It's either fetishistic or masochistic. This one is even more absurd outright. He returned the book to the shelf. Having learned from experience, Chaos no longer directly pulled down a book to read, but rather scanned the titles on the covers. The 100 Forms of Enslavement of Isaac, the Fundamental Enslavement Spells of Sebas, the Enchantment of Enslavement by Christo. The most profound enslavement is to reach her heart. Skipping ahead. Skipping ahead, Chaos's gaze returned to the book he had just overlooked. The Dark Branch, Creation of Necromantic Puppets. This one seems promising. The title appears quite serious. He extended his claw to retrieve the book and opened the first page. After approximately 10 minutes, Chaos had completed the reading of this tome on necromantic inheritance. Characteristics: the ritual erases the primary consciousness of the puppet, leaving only its instincts. Drawbacks: none. As long as the ritual is successful, one can acquire 2 puppets that will obey unconditionally, even to the point of self-sacrifice. Loyalty: unwavering loyalty, 100% assurance against betrayal. A slight smile cracked the dragon's lips, and within the verdant slits of its gaze emerged a glimmer of satisfaction. This is far superior to those trivial enslavement spells. A straightforward, permanent solution, eliminating any concerns about betrayal. Such minor issues are no longer a worry. At last, he had discovered a legitimate tome of draconic knowledge. This is the one. Having selected the book on the creation of necromantic puppets, he did not hasten to depart, but instead settled down on the spot. The previous 10 minutes had merely skimmed the surface. Now he intended to examine the text thoroughly to ensure he comprehended every detail with absolute clarity. Chapter 72 indeed. How could any little sprite possibly resist my charm? Amidst the familiar murmurs of the dark river's flow, I awaken. As I open my eyes, I feel a slight chill on my tail. Supporting my dragon form with my claws, I glance back. The rotund figure behind me seems lost in a culinary dream. Drooling as my dragon kiss playfully nips at his tail, the precious dragon nectar flowing uncontrollably from him. Occasionally, I give a gentle nibble, merely a teasing bite. This fool. Extracting my tail, I lift my head and survey the riverbank. There remains an ample supply of food, and the hatchlings are sprawled about. My slumber has not been lengthy, merely half a day. I stride over to the two Morpheus before me. They have awakened, their lone movable head turning to glare at me with ferocity, revealing their jagged, broken teeth. It is good to see they are still alive. Having confirmed the state of the two Morpheus, I pivot my dragon form toward a heap of food accumulated on the riverbank. With a claw, I grasp a Morpheus carcass, slicing open its hardened chest to gather ritual materials. First, I require 10 hearts, followed by 6 heads. Alas, the heads of the Morpheus have been brutally crushed by the large lowly, presenting a challenge. My gaze drifts to a pile of fish and shrimp. Perhaps using fish heads as substitutes wouldn't be so terrible. The ritual merely specifies the need for heads, without dictating which heads must be used. With ease, I sever 6 fish heads. Thus, my collection of materials is complete. Satisfied with the assemblage before me, I begin the task of transporting them back to the two Morpheus, who remain obediently still. This is commendable. The ritual dictates that I must first encircle the target with hearts, followed by arranging the fish heads in an outer ring. After several minutes of diligent work, I have completed the foundational layout of the ritual materials. Gazing upon my creation, I feel a sense of contentment. It is time to proceed to the next step. Extending my claw, I gather magical energy at the tip, a faint dark luminescence coalescing upon my sharp claw. I channel the dark elemental magic, my claw descending upon a fish head, weaving ebony threads that glide toward the next fish head, forming an outer circle with the 6 fish heads, and then an inner circle with the hearts. The 2 dark rings are now etched. I raise my dragon claw, elegantly and nimbly tracing movements in the air, crafting the dark magical runes. With a gentle touch of my claw, I inscribe the runes into the casting circle. As each rune is drawn and deposited into the circle, the inner rings gradually fill with magic. 2 little sprites flutter out from the vine-covered abode, alighting upon the roof. With their tiny hands propping up their chins, they gaze adoringly at the figure inscribing the magical runes. No matter how many times I observe Lord Chaos casting spells, he appears ever so perfect. The arcane sigil, crafted in a single stroke, stood remarkably firm even on its inaugural assembly, devoid of any signs of collapse. In stark contrast to their initial cautious endeavors to maintain the integrity of the magical circle, Lord Chaos, even in his first attempt, exuded an air of composure and elegance. As the final pitch-black sigil was inscribed into the circle, a dark radiance ignited, with luminescent particles converging towards the center of the formation, coalescing into a shadowy orb suspended above the two Morpheus. Chaos gazed quizzically at the unfolding ritual. It had succeeded, yet, where were his little sprites? It was peculiar, indeed, that no new sprite responded to him this time. Was his allure as a sprite capturer faltering? A tinge of discontent brewed within him, as he had hoped to ensnare another dark elemental sprite, providing his companions, Feeny and her friends, with yet another playmate to stave off their loneliness. Oh well, if they did not come, then so be it. He lifted a claw and gently prodded the dark orb. The moment the sphere was punctured, a viscous black liquid began to flow forth, enveloping the two Morpheus and saturating all ritual components. Beneath this inky fluid, the heart and fish head gradually dissolved, their remnants coalescing towards the Morpheus. As the ebony liquid amassed, the two Morpheus swiftly transformed into towering black eggs, each exceeding 4 meters in height. Pop! The dark, blade-like appendage pierced the shell of one egg, and almost simultaneously, Chaos felt 2 new connections emerge within his mental link. These connections originated from the two large black eggs before him. Pop. The other egg also reacted, its shell breached by the sharp appendage. The fragmented shell disintegrated upon contact with the ground, dissolving into dark elemental motes. The two fully hatched Morpheus stood obediently before Chaos, observing the two puppets. Chaos instinctively glanced at their crowns. Upon each puppet's head rested a pitch-black dragon claw mark, a preordained sigil he had established. The darker the mark, the greater the instinctual abilities retained by the puppets, allowing them to preserve memories of their former existence to the fullest extent. The minimum transparency indicated a mere 50% retention of instinct, while a stroke of luck might yield a slightly darker hue, granting 70% retention. An exceptional fortune would result in an obsidian translucence, preserving 80% of their instincts. Strikingly, the dragon claw mark atop the heads of the two Morpheus was utterly black. The moment he beheld the mark, Chaos's dragon maw involuntarily split into a grin of delight. See, how could any sprite possibly resist his charm? Following the mental connection, he gauged the extent of the puppet's instinct retention, and as he anticipated, it was indeed a perfect 100%. The ritual's maximum retention threshold was ostensibly 80%, indicating that a dark elemental sprite had assisted him by the remaining 20%. Chaos scratched his chin with a claw. This dark elemental sprite was evidently a bit shy, as it did not even dare to reveal itself. Nevertheless, there is no cause for concern. In due time, he shall successfully entice this timid little sprite to his side. The satisfaction in the emerald vertical pupils expanded. His gaze shifted towards the two puppets before him. First, go and feast upon ordinary fish and shrimp, once satiated. Proceed to mend the web. Should the web ensnare any prey, drag it ashore. If hunger strikes again, return to the ordinary fish and shrimp. With Chaos's command issued, the two Morpheus began to move with their sharp, blade-like legs, immersing themselves in the bounty of fish and shrimp scattered about. After consuming two fish, the Morpheus ceased their feeding, their knife-like legs propelling them towards the riverbank, where they bent and gathered strength before leaping high into the air. Landing directly upon the transparent web, the Morpheus traversed the web to a section marred by damage, and with their silver and crimson abdomens aligned perfectly, they exuded new, pristine white silk to repair the web. Chapter 73. This foreboding dream appears to herald a food crisis. Observing the two Morpheus cows who have already taken their positions, I withdrew my gaze with satisfaction. My stomach felt a twinge of hunger. My eyes drifted toward the abundant prey piled along the riverbank. There was plenty of food. Yet I yearned not for it raw, but for a hot pot. Alas, I possessed no pot. My gaze shifted to the stone wall. Should I dig one myself? Rustling sounds echoed along the riverbank as a petite, rotund black hatchling dragon slowly unfurled its draconic form. Having just awakened, it had not yet had the opportunity to stretch its limbs when a vibrant green dragon had suddenly approached, upon which perched two exquisitely petite fairies. Cows regarded the freshly awakened black coal ball, revealing a toothy grin. Indeed, the labor of digging for a pot seemed to have arrived, and stretching movements paused. Her raised hindquarters and plump paws gradually settling down. With a serene gaze, she fixed her eyes on Cows, an instinct stirring within her heart. This insipid dragon surely had ulterior motives in seeking her out. Good morning, and are you hungry? Perhaps we could share a hot pot? Cows extended an invitation to the black coal ball before her. Hot pot? Recalling the flavor of hot pot, she conceded that she did indeed enjoy it. But could it be that this insipid creature merely wished to invite her to dine? After a moment's hesitation, and gently nodded her head. Then it is agreed. I shall prepare the ingredients, but it seems I am without a pot. What do you suggest? And, as anticipated, this insipid dragon would not simply invite her for a meal without a catch. However, digging a pot was a trivial task. I shall go and dig, she declared, turning to stride toward the stone wall. With a plan in place, Cows diverted her gaze from the retreating figure of the black coal ball and made her way to the riverbank. Vinio once again conjured a fresh batch of seasonings, meticulously gathering them before preparing the meat. For the meat, there was one Morpheus and two Cash. The Morpheus appeared lacking in flesh, while the Cash was abundantly meaty all over. As I was in the midst of cutting the meat into chunks, the hatchlings began to awaken one by one along the riverbank. Spotting the newly sprouted seasoning trees, a group of hatchlings instinctively crawled toward the stone wall, chanting, "Dig a pot, dig a pot." Noticing the round heads had all roused, Cows, seated on the riverbank while tending to the meat, cast a sidelong glance toward the stone wall. Before it, the black coal ball had already excavated a stone pot. I felt a flicker of surprise. This black coal ball was surprisingly efficient, likely having awakened some ability related to the sharpness of its claws. However, I could not be bothered to speculate further and continued preparing the meat chunks. For the hatchlings, this would undoubtedly be a grand feast of indulgence. Having feasted and sated my hunger, I lay on my back upon the riverbank, my round belly protruding contentedly as I caressed it with my claws. Slowly, I closed my eyes. My consciousness slipped into the mental realm, where I caught a glimpse of the pure golden sand leaking, confirming that it was not rotating. My awareness then transitioned once more into the inheritance space. This time, I delved into the crafting of magical items, prioritizing the disguise of the left eye above all else. The sooner it was resolved, the better. As for the magic itself, there was no need for haste. That could unfold in due time. With the presence of two Morpheus, the dragon flock settled in this area abundant with food. The water of the subterranean river rose day by day, soon completely submerging the riverbank. Agatha, accompanied by a group of hatchlings, excavated a cave atop the cliff as a temporary lair. Thus, the dragon herd established their home in this cavern, with sustenance provided entirely by the two Morpheus. Even while nourishing the entire flock, the two Morpheus managed to hunt enough food, utilizing their web, and even gathered a fair share of spoiled and decaying offerings. The sound of rotation echoed in his ears. Hearing this, Chaos turned his gaze away from the magical artifact's unveiled book resting on his claws and looked up at the endless rows of floating bookshelves before him. The shelves were arranged in serene order, resembling an infinite train. But these were not mere shelves. Wait, could it be? With a decisive snap, his claws closed the book. The surroundings transformed, revealing a massive hourglass made entirely of pure gold. The hourglass rotated, its base filled with fine golden sand turning upward. The clicking sound in his ears emanated from this very mechanism. Had it rotated again? Let me see what future this time unveils. A glimmer of anticipation sparked in his emerald-slitted eyes. Soon, Chaos found himself before the familiar subterranean river, his form poised atop the water's surface as if weightless. He had grown accustomed to this situation. In premonitory dreams, he was merely an observer, devoid of a physical presence. Raising his gaze, he observed the two Morpheus diligently working on the colossal translucent web, repeatedly diving underwater and resurfacing. Initially perplexed, Chaos began to comprehend their actions by the third iteration. This premonitory dream appeared to indicate a looming food crisis. His emerald-slitted eyes narrowed in concentration, silently calculating the passage of time. He realized that he and the round-headed ones had lingered in this region for nearly half a year, with each hatchling thriving and robust. Considering the duration, it was indeed time for the river to run low on supplies. Over the past 6 months, not only had cash been continuously harvested by the dragon flock for hot pot, but even the underwater caves of Shilira had accumulated an uncountable amount of hard shells. At this juncture, the two Morpheus seemed to have received some command. They ceased their underwater excursions and settled in the center of the web, adorned with numerous small fish and shrimp. The male Morpheus climbed onto the back of the female. Suddenly, a number of hatchlings emerged from the cave's entrance, 15 in total, including himself. The group, nearing the juvenile stage, soared upward along the dark river, with a large hatchling, already 6 meters long, leading the way. The two Morpheus remained behind. Chaos was not particularly surprised by this outcome. After all, the Morpheus had diligently served the dragon flock for over half a year. While they may not have contributed significant achievements, their efforts were nonetheless commendable. Moreover, the Morpheus were rather lean, lacking substantial meat. Even if slaughtered, they would not provide much sustenance, and the two intermediate magic cores were merely superfluous for him. If it were him, it is highly probable that he would issue a command for the two Morpheus to engage in self-regulated breeding. Conveniently, the pair consists of one male and one female, capable of fulfilling this directive. Chaos's gaze followed the dragon swarm as they ascended along the dark river, the water level steadily rising. Eventually, the dragons flew so close to the cave ceiling that only 5 meters separated them from the rushing waters below. Before long, they found themselves without any available space to fly. The dragon swarm came to a halt. There was no further path ahead. Agatha turned to Chaos. "Let us dive in," she suggested. "All right," Chaos replied. The young lady, as always, placed her unwavering trust in him, and without hesitation, she was the first to plunge into the water, followed by the hatchlings. Beneath the surface, the young lady led the way, her dragon tail undulating as she swam alongside him, twisting her body like a crocodile. The hatchlings trailed behind, with Hera bringing up the rear. Chapter 74. Feel it. This young dragoness seems to aspire to be his mother. The dragon group advanced in an orderly manner beneath the water. Occasionally, small fish and shrimp would appear. But both Agatha and Chaos paid them no heed as they continued to swim. However, there was an exception. A 3-meter-long black hatchling flicked its tail, unleashing a speed akin to lightning even underwater, swiftly dispatching several fish and shrimp beneath its claws. It clutched one for itself while tossing the rest to the dragon group. Chaos, seated on the sidelines, felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the little black ball harbored such prowess. Its swift dragon form and remarkable speed were the only two attributes that enabled it to achieve such velocity underwater. Given this speed, even the young dragoness would likely struggle to keep pace with it. The dragon group continued their underwater journey, with the black hatchling hunting down any prey encountered along the way, thereby sustaining the group's momentum. After approximately half an hour of swimming, a fork in the path suddenly appeared ahead. One route continued forward while the other ascended. Agatha directed her gaze toward Chaos, her inquiry unmistakable. After a moment of hesitation, Chaos pointed his claw upward. Without a moment's pause, Agatha surged ahead, swimming upward, followed closely by the dragon group. In less than half an hour, the narrow waterway, approximately 10 meters wide, came to an end, revealing a dark surface that appeared to conceal a cavern. The dragon group paused briefly beneath the surface before Agatha boldly broke through the water. Chaos's gaze shifted in tandem with Agatha. Above the surface lay a vast cavern. With a sudden gust of foul air, a massive dark green head, comparable in size to Agatha, lunged at her as she emerged from the water. The bite landed without any unexpected turn of events, striking Agatha directly. This creature was an enormous beast, its entire body adorned with emerald green scales. It possessed a formidable physique. For claws firmly planted on the ground, a long tail trailing behind, and 5 serpentine heads, with the central head crowned by a pair of upward-pointing purple horns. Zoliolus, a mid-tier magical beast, was a creature of the poison attribute, highly proficient in toxic magic akin to that of green dragons. Each of its heads could unleash a venomous breath, its teeth possessed an advanced sharpness, and it boasted a high regenerative capability. Additionally, it harbored a troublesome ability. Upon sensing a lethal threat, it would momentarily halt its movements, its scales hardening to a defense comparable to that of a special-tier creature. Each head could extend beyond the visible length. Should a juvenile dragon encounter this beast, it would be wise to flee as far as possible. For an adult dragon, however, congratulations, you have fortuitously encountered a delightful toy and potential meal. Stage: Elderly 6 rings weakness, weak fire, weak lightning. The head in the middle is the main head. Zolales' second long head clamped down on Agatha, while the main head's long neck, with its deep green pupils, stared silently at Agatha, seemingly mocking her feeble resistance and perhaps deriding the second head's inability to even snuff out a small magical beast in a single bite. The gazes of the remaining 3 long heads were unadulterated malice, their crimson pupils filled with malevolence. Agatha braced herself against the second head's gnashing, its sharp fangs piercing through her form and dragon claws. Her crimson vertical pupils converged as deep red flames entwined around her draconic body. The dragon's form surged visibly, expanding from 6 meters to 10. In a leap to the youthful phase, Agatha opened her dragon maw, unleashing a torrent of crimson dragon breath into the second head. Roar! The main head roared, swiftly severing the second head in one bite. The destructive dragon breath radiated from the severed neck. Pooh! The severed end writhed weakly, and in an instant, a new second head sprouted forth. At that moment, Agatha seized her precious respite, breaking free from the severed neck and plunging into the pool. Underwater, Agatha grasped the tail of Chaos and dove down with great haste. Splash! A verdant long-head dove into the water, while 2 hatchlings, caught off guard, were obliterated in an instant by the long-head's jaws. The scene abruptly ceased. The dream concluded. Waking from slumber, the familiar cave came into view, rising her draconic form. Chaos stepped towards the cave entrance. Sitting upright at the edge, her heavy hind claws dangled outside. The dragon maw opened. Roaring roar. Chaos felt a semblance of relief within. What a dismal balance of survival, to have a mere hatchling encounter an elderly Zolales. Furthermore, one of the hatchlings that met its demise was familiar. It was Green Days. Over the past 6 months, she had often shared hot pot with Green Days, drawing them closer. Rustle, hearing the sound of claws nearby. Chaos turned her head to see an enormous crimson dragon head. It was the little lady. She remained silent, merely observing him. In her crimson vertical pupils lay a calmness and serenity, a stark contrast to her fiery appearance. I had another dream. In her emerald vertical pupils lingered a lingering frustration, and Agatha instantly understood this dream was likely not a pleasant one. Otherwise, the typically disdainful Chaos would not be so perturbed as to roar in frustration. Russell, without inquiring. The little lady settled beside him, mirroring his posture with her hind claws draping over the cave entrance. Her massive crimson claws reached out, cradling Chaos's dragon head. Taken aback by the sudden grasp of the little lady's claw, Chaos was momentarily dazed, and in the next instant, an irresistible force pressed his head down onto the little lady's hind paw. No, little girl, what are you trying to do? Chaos began to struggle. Yet the little girl's grip was unnaturally powerful, rendering him completely immobile, her claw cradling his dragon head like an unyielding shackle. Agatha observed the struggling Chaos, her crimson slit pupils narrowing slightly. Was it not so? The brief plays of the ephemeral beings she had perused in the inheritance space had offered such solace to their kin. Why was it that this did not apply to Chaos? Sensing his resistance, she gradually loosened her grasp. Regaining his freedom, Chaos immediately lifted his dragon head to gaze at the little girl. He wanted to. Observing the confusion in her eyes, Chaos fell silent. Well, it seemed this little girl merely sought to console herself, harboring no ill intentions. Sigh. The dragon body folded down, resting its head upon the little girl's massive paw. It was hard and muscular, hardly a comfortable pillow. He turned over to face her. Their gazes met. The bewilderment in her crimson slit pupils had vanished, replaced by a warmth and concern. Chaos thought to himself, how strange, truly strange. It felt as if this little girl wished to assume the role of his mother. Chapter 75. Migration strange, exceedingly strange. This does not seem to be an illusion. Have I dreamed of something again? The young girl inquired. Chaos responded, continuing. Is it true that the hunting yield of the two Morpheus has been steadily declining? Raising her dragon head, Agatha directed her gaze toward the two Morpheus industriously entangled in the web, confirming Chaos's assertion. Indeed, the food supply was dwindling. Previously, after a slumber, the web would be laden with an abundance of fish and shrimp, but this time, only a scant few were present. Does your dream pertain to food? Agatha inquired. Yes, Chaos replied, nestled comfortably against the warm flesh of the young girl's hind paw. The remaining food in this dark river is scarce. We must relocate once more. Chaos raised a paw to rest beneath his chin, feeling somewhat more at ease. Although the young girl radiated warmth, her muscles remained excessively rigid. We certainly cannot venture downstream. Hence we must ascend the dark river. Withdrawing her gaze from the web, Agatha lowered her head to observe Chaos resting on her hind paw. Sensing that there must be more to this. If Chaos had merely dreamed of such things, he would not have displayed the earlier gloom. She remained silent, patiently awaiting Chaos to elaborate. In truth, we did ascend the river, where the water deepened progressively until our path was entirely obstructed. Continuing to dive forward, we soon encountered two diverging waterways, one leading upwards and the other continuing straight. We chose the ascending passage, which proved perilous. The outlet opened into a vast cavern, home to an ancient Zolales. Chaos slightly lifted his head to gaze at the young girl. You will be injured. Green Days and Sif, the blue dragon, would perish instantly at the jaws of Zolales. Having spent considerable time with this group of round-headed dragons, Chaos had memorized their names. His crimson slit pupils displayed little emotion. Are you saddened? Agatha asked, meeting his questioning gaze. Chaos abruptly turned his head away. How could that be? I merely feel that their sacrifice holds no significance. Indeed, that was the truth. He was a dragon of many colors, and with this group of round-headed dragons, it was merely a matter of cooperative survival. How could he possibly feel sorrow? He was a green dragon. The red dragon's maw parted slightly, offering no rebuttal. She understood that her success was sufficient. Chaos's heart had begun to value the dragon clan, even if he was reluctant to acknowledge it. The indifference in his crimson pupils momentarily dissipated. Observing Chaos resting on her leg, Agatha raised a paw. Feeling the large red paw atop his head, Chaos tilted his head, evading the imposing appendage no longer resting on the young girl's hind paw. What was this young girl attempting? A familial bond? Such a notion was absurd. They were all dragons of many colors. Regardless, he certainly did not care for those round-headed dragons. His sole aim was to navigate his juvenile stage more effectively. As for that group of round-headed dragons, they were merely tools for his survival. Yes, indeed. In an instant, Clarity washed over him as he cast aside distracting thoughts. Chaos turned its gaze towards the young girl seated beside him. "What are your thoughts?" he inquired. "Migration," she replied decisively. "Upwards?" he asked. "Indeed," Agatha gently nodded her head. If that truly was the lair of the Zolales, then land must lie above. In that moment, Chaos comprehended her implication. An aged Zolales would be roughly the size of a small hill, and one could only imagine the terrifying quantity of food it would require. Only a land abundant in prey could sustain such a creature. They could excavate a passage from the waterway back to the surface, as long as they avoided the Zolales. Ascending to land should pose no issue. Regardless of its might, it remained a terrestrial beast. It could not soar. With this realization, Chaos felt a spark of hope. Soon, they would return to land, and not just any land, but one teeming with prey. Perhaps circumstances were not as dire as they had seemed. A smile broke across his draconic visage as he turned his attention back to the young girl. "Very well, we shall migrate upwards. But we must steer clear of that Zolales." "Indeed," Agatha affirmed with a gentle nod. It was imperative to avoid the aged Zolales. Even she deemed it premature to confront such a formidable creature at this stage. "When shall we depart?" "Right now," she declared. With that, Agatha oriented her body, her foreclaws touching the ground as her gaze fell upon the cluster of hatchlings sprawled about. Her maw slowly opened, and she roared. Roar, though merely a juvenile. Agatha's roar resonated with the authority of a full-grown dragon. The slumbering hatchlings, startled by the sound of a mature dragon's roar, leapt into action, some launching themselves so forcefully that they collided with the cave's ceiling and tumbled back down. As they regained their footing, the small hatchlings, with their round heads, began to glance about, noting the absence of an adult dragon, save for Agatha, whose striking red and green scales stood out prominently. Addressing the hatchlings, Agatha's crimson-slit pupils focused intently, her form nearing 7 meters in length, exuding an imposing presence. "Gather the food from the web." The five-colored dragons were not known for their amiable temperaments, and being roused from slumber, they naturally chose compliance. The hatchlings flitted towards the web to retrieve the food. The provisions were scarce, totaling precisely 30 small fish and shrimp. Once they had collected all the food from the web, the hatchlings obediently formed a line, their rotund heads lifted to gaze at Agatha by the cave's entrance. Agatha approached the pile of fish and shrimp, deftly using her claws to toss 2 morsels directly in front of Chaos before turning her attention back to the hatchlings. "Feed. After you finish, we shall commence our migration." Upon hearing the word migration, all the hatchlings paused momentarily, but seeing that Agatha seemed unprepared to elaborate, they refrained from questioning further and dutifully joined the feeding line. Indu glanced at the cobweb, lost in thought. Ruaji also caught sight of the web and understood something, casually giving a knowing look to the restless Abona beside her. Receiving Ruaji's signal, Abona hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to comply. Both Ria and Lucica followed Ruaji's lead. Without her presence, it felt somewhat daunting for a lone dragon to provoke Agatha. In the absence of the young dragon's voice, they silently joined the feeding procession. Under the voracious appetite of the young dragons, a heap of fish and shrimp, shells and all, swiftly disappeared into their bellies. After the meal, the tall girl approached him. "Shall we depart now?" "Indeed." Cows replied with a gentle nod of his dragon head. The tall girl said nothing, turning instead to face the group of young dragons. "Let us go," she called out. And she was the first to soar out of the cave. Chapter 76. These round-headed creatures still possess some utility. A cohort of hatchling dragons is not devoid of intelligence. Leading this assembly of dragons are Cows and Agatha, and it appears they have conspired in advance. The choices are simply two: to follow or not to follow. Agatha's strength is formidable, and Cows has the foresight to perceive danger. This renders the decision rather straightforward. Cows turned his head to glance at the rotund figure of White Chubby who had approached him. However, White Chubby did not return his gaze, instead focusing on the web above, seemingly concerned that he might not comprehend. Slowly, his pudgy right paw rose, pointing towards the 2 Morpheus entangled in the web. With a swift motion, he pressed down on White Chubby's paw. "I have decided to spare these 2. Do not harbor thoughts of them any longer, White Chubby." The round, white dragon head gently nudged against Cows's neck, indicating her compliance. Ignoring the affectionate nudges of White Chubby, Cows directed his attention to the dragon flock that had already soared some distance away. "All right, White Chubby, let us join them." With a gentle push of White Chubby's head aside, Cows took a step forward and leaped from the cave entrance. Whoosh! The weighty dragon wings, adorned with lush green scales, unfurled with a powerful flap. Self-reproduction, self-feeding, self-nurturing. He issued the final command to the two Morpheus, and with a vigorous flap of his wings, he pursued the dragon assembly. Though their consciousness had been extinguished, the bodies of the two Morpheus remained alive, enabling them to fulfill the final reproductive command. As they flew, the navigable space above the dark river began to constrict. Eventually, there was no longer any area to fly, only expanses engulfed by water. The dragon wings spread wide, and the flock came to a halt. Agatha turned her gaze toward cows, who had followed closely behind, and the hatchlings mirrored her look. With a collective gaze fixated on cows, who was now staring at the completely submerged area ahead, Agatha spoke. "Let us descend into the water." "Very well." Agatha inclined her head toward Hela. "You shall bring up the rear." Hela nodded lightly. Splash. The large young dragon was the first to plunge into the water, followed closely by the hatchlings. "Finny, Vinny, come into my mouth." "Understood, Lord Cows." The two little fairies flapped their tiny wings and flew into Cows's open maw. Regardless of their size, both Finny and Vinny trusted that Cows would not harm them. With the two fairies nestled within, Cows also plunged into the depths. Hela was the last to enter the water. Submerged, the river water felt refreshingly cool, quite tolerable. Cows flicked his tail, and his body glided smoothly through the water, as if this were an instinctual trait coursing through his veins, allowing him to navigate with ease upon contact with the fluid. Whoosh! A large white fish darted past like a bolt of lightning. It moved swiftly, akin to a streak of lightning, but after covering some distance, it resumed a leisurely demeanor, evidently unimpressed by the presence of the hatchling dragons. "That large white fish appears quite delectable. I desire to consume it." The chubby white creature, with its soft features, gently prodded its companion, the green plump figure. While gazing at the large fish nearby, upon being poked, Chaos turned its dragon head towards the white creature, puzzled by its sudden action. Noticing Chaos's gaze, the white creature opened its dragon mouth and emitted a series of bubbles. With a flurry of flailing limbs, Chaos, exasperated, closed the open mouth of the white creature, preventing any more water from gushing forth. The creature's frantic movements gradually subsided, and its attention shifted to the large fish. Eagerly, it pointed with its pudgy paw towards the magnificent fish that was about 4 meters long, pure white in color, with a translucent tail that exuded an ethereal quality. As Chaos focused on the direction indicated by the white creature, it beheld the splendid fish, rumored to be a harbinger of good fortune upon sighting. Suddenly, with a swift flick of its tail, the fish vanished into the depths of the river. Realizing the delectable fish had disappeared, the white creature panicked, its mouth agape, momentarily forgetting it was submerged underwater. Once more, bubbles erupted. Chaos quietly reached out to close the creature's mouth, suspecting it longed to devour the elusive fish, a mere figment rather than a tangible entity. As for the notion of good fortune, Chaos was skeptical. Pulling back the white creature's flailing paws, it directed its own claws forward. The shimmering white eyes blinked, seemingly accepting the reality of the fish's absence, and the white creature settled down. To prevent further antics, Chaos decided to guide the white creature, gently grasping its left paw to continue their journey. They swam for nearly 2 hours, and Chaos began to feel fatigued. In a moment of respite, it curled its tail and rested upon the white creature's back, wrapping its paws around its plump neck. The added weight did not bother the white creature, which continued its forward movement with an unwavering determination. Rested sufficiently, Chaos eventually left the warm comfort of the white creature's back to swim independently. After some time, they encountered a fork in the waterway within the dreamscape. The dragon group came to a halt, and Agatha's gaze shifted towards Chaos. Locking eyes with the larger figure, Chaos flicked its tail and swam slightly into the upper waterway, pressing its paw against the channel. It felt a hard texture beneath, stone. After a couple of digs, Chaos sensed something was amiss and turned its head to find a group of round-headed creatures staring intently at it, seemingly lacking awareness of their surroundings. They stood there, gazing vacantly, as if waiting for assistance. With a flick of her paw and a swish of her dragon tail, Agatha approached Chaos. Lifting her enormous claw to seize a substantial rock from the waterway, her gaze fixed upon him. In response to the inquisitive look of the petite dragon, Chaos subtly nodded his dragon head. "What are you staring at?" "Continue digging," he urged. Seemingly understanding, the little dragon resumed her toil, observing her efforts. The other hatchlings also stepped forward to lend a hand. Chaos quietly retreated. Such labor was best left to these round-headed creatures. After all, he was a noble sorcerer. unfit for manual toil. As he stood at a distance, watching the group of roundheads diligently excavating, he felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed these round-headed beings could indeed serve a purpose. Chapter 77, Let Me Grow. Suddenly, the dragon's head shifted, locking eyes with a pair of obsidian vertical pupils. And swoosh, the emerald dragon's tail struck its backside, causing her petite form to lurch forward, steadying its massive body, and directed her gaze towards the fragmenting dragon. After a few moments of mutual acknowledgement, the dragon's tail swung and silently joined the excavation effort. Cows observed the black, coal-like figure in silence. This coal-like creature was anything but obedient. Unlike in the dream, where it obediently assisted the dragon pack in hunting, it now sought to evade labor and indulge in idleness. Unlike the plump and somewhat enlightened creature, which had promptly joined the digging team, this one showed a lack of initiative. A flock of hatchlings, the large lowly, and Hela evidently constituted the primary excavation force, while the remaining hatchlings primarily pushed stones outward. Thus, through the collective effort of the dragon pack, a new waterway was carved out in less than a few minutes. As it neared completion, Cows flicked its tail and glided into the newly excavated passage. The waterway measured barely 20 meters in length, and with a few swift tail strokes, Cows reached the front beside the large lowly. It extended a claw to grasp the large lowly's paw. The excavation halted in an instant, and Agatha turned her head to regard Cows, accompanied by Hela, who also paused to look at Cows. Cows raised a claw, signaling a vertical line to ensure comprehension. It drew a horizontal line beside it. Seemingly grasping Cows's intent, the large lowly first lifted her sizable paw to excavate a section of the rock layer upwards, then turned to Cows. Meeting the large lowly's gaze, Cows gently nodded its head. Receiving confirmation, the large lowly and Hela commenced their upward digging. As the large lowly was now excavating upwards, a dry space quickly emerged. Splash, leaping from the water's surface, Cows landed on all fours on the newly carved diagonal path, opening its jaws as two diminutive fairies fluttered out, their tiny wings flapping. After releasing the two fairies, Cows lifted its head to gaze at the large lowly, who was now calculating swiftly. In the dream, the waterway leading to Zolali's den was approximately a half-hour journey. Not particularly long. If the large lowly and Hela were to dig simultaneously, they could reach the surface in less than a day. Let us continue excavating, proceeding upwards and sideways. Good. The large lowly responded with a sound and turned to resume her upward digging. Thus, the large lowly and Hela led the excavation efforts at the forefront, while the hatchlings accumulated stones behind them, ensuring they were merely piled backward without the need for extensive pushing. This task did not endure for long. As the angle of the passage steepened, the large lowly and Hela merely needed to toss the excavated stones towards the center, allowing them to tumble down automatically. The hatchlings formed two lines, directly following behind the two dragons. After nearly 2 hours of diligent work, Russell, what rolled down was no longer rock, but soil. Observing the cascading earth, Cows raised its head to regard the large lowly and Hela, the main forces of this endeavor. It was nearly time. Agatha and Hela commenced the excavation. There was no immediate response, yet the two dragons, initially inclined, promptly began to dig forward. After traversing approximately 5 or 6 meters, the hatchlings resumed their labor, this time transforming their efforts into pushing soil. Thus, they continued to dig for nearly 2 hours, while Chaos silently calculated in his mind. This distance should suffice to evade the lair of the Zolalis. Very well, let us continue to excavate at an incline. At Chaos's command, Agatha and Hela swiftly altered their digging direction, resuming their upward incline. Despite having excavated for 4 continuous hours, the two red hatchlings appeared utterly tireless, their foreclaws still vigorously clawing through the earth. Compared to the rocky layers, this soft soil posed little challenge to them. Chaos glanced at the group of vertically pupiled, round-headed hatchlings, who were beginning to show signs of fatigue. Such creatures were indeed remarkable, exhibiting extraordinary resilience. Fortunately, the subsequent journey would continue upward, granting the hatchlings a moment of respite as they merely needed to follow Agatha and Hela. The excavated soil would naturally roll down the slope. After nearly 3 additional hours of relentless digging, a glimmer of light suddenly emerged ahead. This bright ray filled Chaos with renewed vigor. Without hesitation, Agatha and Hela clawed to expand the opening. A massive, dark green serpentine head appeared above the exit without warning, its gaping maw revealing a multitude of sharp teeth. A radiant green glow gathering within. Zolalis, how could this creature be here? The vertical pupils narrowed, Clearly, this was not the time for contemplation. As a torrent of magical energy surged into his left eye, the sound of ticking echoed in his ears, and time seemed to stand still. He cast his gaze towards the young girl and Hela. The hands of the clock in his left eye began to whirl frantically. The silhouettes of the girl and Hela emerged, each larger than the last. The year ring activated, causing the girl's form to swell rapidly, her dragon body soaring from 6 to over 8 meters, while Hela too grew to 6 meters. A verdant glow coalesced into a magical circle before the dragon's head. Thorns erupted wildly, lifting Agatha and Hela towards Zolali's looming head, gathering energy for their breath attack. Time had slowed for over 10 seconds, marking the longest duration yet. A faint sting emanated from his left eye, a reminder that he was nearing his limits. No, it is not over yet. Grow for me. The thorns surged forth, elevating Agatha and Hela until they stood before Zolali's elongated head. With a decisive sound, the golden glow of his vertical pupil dimmed, and time resumed its normal flow. In a swift turn, he found himself before Zolali's head, feeling the power surging within him. Agatha's crimson vertical pupil focused intently as crimson flames enveloped her dragon form, causing her size to instantly swell to 12 meters. Without a moment's hesitation, Dragon Kiss lunged forward and seized Zolali's by the neck. Take chaos away. Hera, who had initially intended to assist, turned without hesitation and dove towards the ground where chaos had just emerged from the burrow, with Agatha's bite locking onto Zolali's neck. The intended target was instantly thrown off course, and a noxious breath flared wildly in the air. As chaos emerged from the burrow, a wave of dark green breath swept towards him. In that instant, darkness enveloped his vision, and his left eye throbbed with pain, rendering him unable to manipulate time. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly recalled that large white fish. Where was the promised good fortune? What a load of nonsense. Was this truly what they called good luck? Chapter 78. The underworld toxic breath loomed ominously, a foul stench assaulting the senses. What to do? Escape? There was no time. Magic? Too late. With a sudden thud, a towering crimson figure descended before chaos, its immense scarlet wings unfurling to envelop not only chaos, but also her own dragon head. A wave of dark green breath swept over them, instantly shrouding their forms in a noxious cloud. Protected by Hera, Chaos felt the warmth emanating from the crimson dragon scales. Momentarily bewildered, was this a chromatic dragon? Why was it shielding her? The stench was overwhelming. Now was not the time to ponder such questions. Zolialoris's breath swept across the land, leaving a deep, blackened scar as it corroded the earth. With a crash, a body tainted by the breath collapsed onto the ground, the toxins eating away at the scales on her back and wings, a vile green ichor oozing forth. Observing Hera's dire state, Chaos focused her slitted eyes, conjuring a blue magical ring before Hera's dragon head. Water surged forth from the ring, washing over Hera's form, mixing the green ichor with dragon blood and sending it pooling onto the ground, which quickly turned charred and blackened. Having cleansed the surface toxins from Hera, Chaos looked towards a group of hatchlings that had emerged from the burrow. Come help, she called out, and the hatchlings responded swiftly, darting towards her. Take Hera away from the ground, Chaos commanded. Frigga and Skadi approached, each grasping one of Hera's talons, their wings unfurling as they began to ascend. Yet their pace was sluggish, Hera's size proving a significant weight. At that moment, a shadowy figure darted beneath Hera, bracing against her abdomen, which considerably increased her ascent speed. Other hatchlings, witnessing this, followed suit, positioning themselves beneath Hera to lend their support. The dragon ensemble soared higher. Upon reaching an altitude of 500 meters, Chaos paused. The elder dragon had yet to ascend. She cast her gaze downward. Roars echoed from the ground below. A massive crimson figure was climbing upwards. It was the elder dragon. Seeing her escape brought a sigh of relief to Chaos. However, how had Zolialoris discovered their presence? In the lore, such beasts were not only indifferent to elemental earth, but seemed entirely disconnected from it. Below, Zolialoris raised 5 heads, all but the central one roaring fiercely. Chaos sensed something amiss. What was that? Nearby, a group of beasts resembling enormous wild boars stood stationary, their skin resembling rock in its hardness, and adorned with numerous rocky spines along their backs. Kama, a mid-tier, gregarious beast that thrives in the subterranean realm, exhibits a particular fondness for the moss found in basements. In the absence of moss, they can subsist on rocks, demonstrating a remarkable resilience. As long as there are stones, they can endure. These creatures, while seemingly insignificant, possess surprisingly delectable flesh and are adept in the arcane arts of earth magic, ranging from the rudimentary to the advanced. This group of swine. The emerald vertical pupils of cows narrowed slightly as he began to comprehend why he had been detected. Beasts like Zoliolus, having lived for centuries, were far from ordinary. Even a pig could attain a certain level of sentience after such a duration. It was only natural for it to subjugate weaker creatures to assist in its hunts. Someday, he would ensure the complete annihilation of this swine. Filled with animosity, his gaze swept one last time over the still-raging Zoliolus below. Retracting his focus, Cows turned his attention to the large young dragon that had flown closer. The state of the young dragon appeared rather dire. Its scales were tattered, dragon blood oozing from the damaged areas and drying upon the surface. One of its claws was severed, and a significant portion of its left wing had been bitten away. A clear indication of a vicious attack. Halting in midair, Agatha regarded Cows before her. Under her unwavering gaze, Cows felt hesitant to meet her eyes, his own gaze diverting slightly. After all, he bore some responsibility for the current predicament, as both Agatha and Hela had followed his commands during their excavation. A warmth enveloped him from above. Looking up, he found Agatha's left claw resting gently upon his head. The faint metallic scent of blood and a sticky sensation emanated from her draconic form. "I am unscathed. Let us depart from this place." There was no reproach in her tone. It remained calm and forgiving. Hearing her voice, Cows lowered his head, reluctant to meet Agatha's gaze. Deep down, he understood that her eyes harbored no blame or resentment towards him. With a gentle sweep, Agatha soared past him, yet Cows's vertical pupils sharpened once more. The crimson tail of a dragon swayed in the air, but it was now reduced to a mere fragment. The tender pink flesh at the severed end starkly visible and somewhat jarring. Cows. His head turned away, his emerald pupils instantly veiled by fury. "I shall surely slay you." Casting one last glance at the fallen Zoliolus, he unfurled his wings and pursued the dragon horde ahead. As he ascended into the sky, Cows quickly discerned that this was no land, but rather an underground world. The ground was not blanketed in grass, but was instead adorned with moss-like flora, devoid of trees. It only featured mushrooms towering to heights of 5 or 6 meters, resembling small houses. Above, the brightness was not that of the sky. It emanated from the white crystals embedded in the subterranean rock layers, casting a radiance that rendered the underground realm indistinguishable from daylight. This vast underground world stretched endlessly before him. Were it not for the sight of the white crystals suspended above, Cows might have doubted he was in an underground domain. The dragon horde soared forward for approximately half an hour. Cows turned his head to glance back, noting that Zoliolus had not pursued them, nor was there any sign of the commas in the vicinity. The gaze was directed towards the gracefully shifting flight pattern of the large young dragon ahead. It was time to find a suitable place to land. The ground? Cows lowered his dragon head, beginning to survey the uneven terrain below, dotted with numerous small peaks, each seemingly ideal for landing. Yet, appearances can be deceiving. With a powerful flap of his wings, he surged ahead of the dragon flock. A group of hatchlings swiftly halted, their eyes fixed on Cows, who had intercepted them in their path. "We shall ascend to the crystalline heights above for a respite," he declared. The hatchlings turned their gazes to Agatha, their trust in Cows somewhat shaken after recent events. Under the scrutiny of the hatchlings, Agatha remained silent, choosing instead to lift her wings and ascend toward the cluster of white crystals above. Cows did not cast another glance at the hatchlings and followed suit, with the plump figure trailing closely behind. Freya and Scotty exchanged a knowing glance. Hera had spoken of Cows's reliability, with a resolute flap of their wings. They too opted to ascend alongside Cows. Chapter 79. Warm and cozy above, the white crystal cluster jutted out unevenly, indicating that settling here would require considerable tidying up. White crystal, a common mineral that absorbs magical energy from the air and transforms it into light, holds little value and is typically utilized for lighting. Chaos tilted his head towards the large, young girl beside him. "Wait a moment. Agatha gently stirred her dragon head. Her current state was far from ideal. Her injuries, coupled with the after-effects of her recent transformation, had plunged her consciousness into a hazy stupor. Chaos noticed this as well and turned to the chubby companion beside him. "Come help me dig." "Humph. Phineas, Vina, you two go down first." The two little fairies obediently flew away from Chaos's dragon head. Together with the chubby companion, Chaos soared towards the radiant white crystal cluster, raising his claws to begin the excavation. The white crystal layer proved to be significantly harder than rock. After only a short while, Chaos felt a twinge of pain in his claws. Meanwhile, his chubby companion was digging away energetically. At that moment, the sound of dragon wings flapping reached his ears. A glance revealed the arrival of black coal. The little black ball flew up and, without uttering a word, joined the excavation team with a determined flurry of claws. More winds followed as round-headed creatures began to join in the digging efforts. Observing these round heads, Chaos silently rejoined the task. With the collective effort of this motley crew, a space ample enough to accommodate both Agatha and Hela was unearthed in about 10 minutes. Seeing that the space was sufficient, Chaos halted his digging and turned his gaze towards the large girl and the still slumbering Hela, who was being supported by Freya and Scotty. "You may enter first." Whoosh. Agatha flapped her dragon wings and flew into the cavern, while the sleeping Hela was gently dragged inside, resting on the ground with the assistance of Freya and Scotty. The large girl nestled herself inside the cave. Chaos's eyes swept over Agatha. Her injuries were evidently not as severe as Hela's. The missing right claw and dragon tail could regrow with nourishment. "How are you feeling? If possible, I would like to treat Hela first." "All right." Agatha gazed at Chaos with weariness evident in her eyes. Despite her injuries, she felt it was all worthwhile, for she sensed a profound change in Chaos. He was undeniably different than before. Previously, Chaos emanated a sense of detachment, as if he were not a part of their dragon kin. Now, that feeling of isolation was dissipating. This was a positive development. Yet, why did the large girl gaze at him with such an expression? Compelled by an inexplicable force, Chaos lifted his large paw and rested it upon Agatha's crimson dragon head. Warm and cozy. Her bright red vertical pupils quickly focused. Their eyes met. Chaos thought. If memory served, the intense focus of her pupils typically indicated seriousness or anger. This large girl. "Rest well. I will tend to Hela's wounds first." Before the great lowly could unleash her powers, Chaos swiftly turned around and approached Hera with purposeful strides. Memories of the warmth emanating from his claws lingered in his mind. To his surprise, the sensation of touching the great lowly's head was quite soothing. As he halted before Hera, the dragon's maw that had slightly parted began to close gently. Hera appeared gravely unwell. Her back and dragon wings bore no semblance of integrity. The toxins had infiltrated her draconic form, and the damaged scales on her back could not regenerate due to the venom coursing through her veins, dark green blood seeping continuously from her wounds. Were it not for the still crimson dragon head resting on the ground, one might mistake Hera for a green dragon in her current state. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within him. To be candid, he still could not fathom why Hera would go to such lengths to protect him. However, now was not the time for contemplation. "Feeny," he called. Feeny flitted her small wings and landed before Chaos, her tiny face etched with seriousness. "Could you do me a favor, Feeny?" With a determined nod, Feeny responded affirmatively. "Yes. Use water to wash the venom from Hera's back. Don't stop. Keep it flowing until it's all washed away." Chaos entrusted the task to Feeny with confidence. She patted her small chest and soared towards Hera. With her tiny hands outstretched, a blue magical circle unfurled before her, expanding rapidly into a large ring over a meter wide. Water poured forth from the circle, cascading gently like a pair of large hands, soothing the venom that oozed from Hera's back. Healing water. This was the magic that Chaos had taught her. In 6 months, she had learned 5 spells from him: Water Blade, Healing Water, Water Sphere, Water Wall, and Water Gun, currently matching the number of spells she had learned from the Wicked Fairy. Yet, she firmly believed that one day she would surpass the Wicked Fairy. As she commenced treating Hera's wounds, Chaos turned his dragon head to regard Veeny. Veeny's eyes sparkled with anticipation, waiting for her master's command. She was eager to assist Chaos in any way she could, not just Feeny. "Veeny," he beckoned. "I am here, my lord Chaos," she replied, with her small wings fluttering. Veeny flew directly before him, her large, bright green eyes shimmering as if to convey, "Please, my lord, command me." Perhaps he should treat these little fairies with more kindness in the future, he pondered silently. "Veeny, accompany me down. I need a detoxifying herb." Veeny had the ability to accelerate the growth of any ordinary plant, but her powers were not without limitations. She required soil to perform her magic, and the white crystal contained none. Thus, he needed to descend. "Of course, my lord Chaos." A pure smile graced Veeny's small face as she flitted to perch atop Chaos's dragon head, wrapping her tiny paws around his emerald horns. With a powerful leap, Chaos soared towards the entrance of the cave and descended. As he neared the ground, he unfurled his wings and landed gracefully. All right, Vini, it's your turn. At your service, my Lord Chaos. As the delicate wings fluttered, Vini Ree, with her hair transformed into a sleek back doe, descended to the ground. With a graceful wave of her petite hand, emerald light cascaded down. Tender green shoots emerged from the earth, sprouting with remarkable rapidity. In mere moments, they burgeoned into lush plants, each reaching a height of 1 meter, reminiscent of aloe vera. Observing this detoxifying herb, which mirrored the legacy of old, Cows extended his claw, plucking a leaf and promptly placing it into Dragon Kiss. The taste was bitter and sharp, yet accompanied by a refreshing coolness. Undoubtedly, it was indeed the antidote. He glanced at his little fairy, whose face was alight with eager anticipation. Thank you, Vini Ree. A joyful smile blossomed on the fairy's face. Hee, this is merely my duty. Chapter 80, Bitter and Astringent. The little sprite's smile radiated innocence and beauty. This little one is quite gullible. I mused inwardly, shifting my gaze back to the detoxification herbs and extending my claws to begin the harvest. There were only a handful of the herbs, and it took but a moment to gather them all. Cradling a bundle of detoxification herbs, I turned to Venial. Let us return, Venial. Yes, Lord Chaos, she replied, her face alight with joy, her smile unwavering. With a flutter of her tiny wings, she settled once more upon my dragon head. Sensing that Venial was securely perched, I grasped the bundle of herbs and unfurled my dragon wings, soaring upwards towards the crystalline cluster. Upon entering the cavern of white crystals, as soon as my claws touched the ground, I was met by a multitude of round-headed creatures gazing up at me with silent reverence. The cave had expanded to a spaciousness sufficient for the rest of the round heads, all of whom were now resting. Humph! I pushed aside a plump white head and approached Hera. Thanks to Finny's diligent care, the wounds on Hera's back appeared to have lost some of their greenness. The dragon blood seeping from the wounds now showed a hint of red. It was time for treatment. Grasping a handful of detoxification herbs, I shoved them into my dragon maw. Bitter, astringent, and numbing, a trifecta of flavors mingled with a refreshing coolness within my mouth. The green, plump creature was surprisingly munching on grass. Its bright, crystalline vertical pupils narrowed slightly as it regarded the herbs I had brought back. Its chubby paws reached out to grasp a stem, bringing it close to my dragon head. Sniffing it, I found it lacking in appeal. My gaze shifted back to the green creature, still chewing, as it lowered its head to inspect the herb in its paws. A flicker of hesitation crossed its bright, crystalline pupils, and its maw opened. Just as it chewed a piece, it halted abruptly. Bitter, astringent. It plopped down on the ground, sticking out its tongue. Pa, pa, pa. Not tasty at all. The plump creature frantically pawed at its own green tongue, which had been expelled. I cast a sidelong glance at the foolish creature, now seated and raking its tiny tongue with its paws. I stepped forward to where Hera lay sleeping on the ground. It was time. With both claws extended, I opened my maw and expelled the chewed detoxification herbs mixed with green juice onto her wounds. If there were any remnants, I would continue to chew. By the end, my dragon maw was filled only with the lingering numbness of astringency, devoid of any other taste. I applied the final bit of detoxification herb to Hera's last wound. At last, the task was complete. Now, we could await the effects of the antidote. I lay down, closing my eyelids. My consciousness sank into the familiar realm of awareness, where the pure golden hourglass and the golden pocket watch awaited. I noted that the sand had entirely run out of the hourglass, without a reversal. Exiting the realm of awareness, I reopened my eyes, pushing myself up with my claws, and glanced at the large girl nearby. The large girl was sprawled upon the crystal, her damaged dragon wings draped across the ground, unable to fold, and the severed half of her dragon tail hung quietly down. It was time to hunt. The young dragon, having lost its tail and claws, yearned for their regrowth, which necessitated an ample supply of prey. Its gaze fell upon a group of hatchlings. Who among you shall join me in the hunt? With a playful huff, the rotund dragon waddled forward, directly approaching Chaos, its claws raised, exuding a fierce yet endearing demeanor. Very well, let us embark together. Chaos extended a claw to gently pat the head of the plump dragon before shifting her attention back to the hatchlings. From the shadows emerged a black hatchling named On Mai, followed hesitantly by a green hatchling who ultimately decided to join her. Chaos's intent to hunt was clear to all. Food was essential to expedite the recovery of Agatha and Hera. Soon, 11 hatchlings stepped forward in unison, observing the round-headed youngsters. A hint of warmth softened the previously indifferent glint in Chaos's slit pupils. Regardless of their thoughts, their willingness to contribute at this moment was most welcome. No need for so many. I only require those I call by name to accompany me on this hunt. And Sif, Agni, Rhea, and Freya. You 5 shall join me. The selected 5, 3 blue and 2 black, may not have been the strongest, but they were undoubtedly among the swiftest flyers. Isn't that a bit few? Inquired a green dragon named Scotty, casting an inquisitive glance at Chaos. No, their presence suffices. I chose them for their speed, Chaos replied, silencing further objections. Indeed, those chosen were the fastest among the hatchlings. Noticing the quietude, Chaos continued, ensure you guard this den well. My companions and I shall suffice for the hunt. After imparting her instructions to the round-headed hatchlings, Chaos strode toward the cave entrance, with the rotund dragon following closely behind, accompanied by the 5 selected hatchlings. They soared out of the cave, and Chaos led the 6 hatchlings forward. Currently, they traversed a desolate mountain region where soil was scarce and stones littered the ground, with scarcely a trace of greenery. Finding prey in such an area proved challenging. Thus, they pressed onward. After flying for approximately 10 minutes, the landscape began to reveal hints of green. Lush vegetation cloaked the earth, and a long river meandered through this verdant expanse, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Numerous wild beasts could be seen here, albeit ordinary ones, far from the target of Chaos's hunt, which was to locate a group of magical beasts, preferably of mid-tier status. With wings spread wide, Chaos halted midair. Observing her stop, the 6 hatchlings followed suit, their bright, slit pupils collectively fixed upon her. Now, there is prey below. Yet I have no desire to hunt these ordinary beasts. Agatha and Hera require meat imbued with magic. Thus we shall separate in search of a low-level or mid-level magical beast horde. If you encounter a beast horde, refrain from engaging. Simply return and inform me, while I venture along this riverbank in pursuit. Very well, and replied, and with a powerful beat of his wings, Chaos altered his course and proceeded in a chosen direction. The remaining 4 young dragons remained silent, each nodding their heads in acknowledgement of Chaos before departing in various directions. Plump White was also preparing to take flight, but as she began to flap her wings, Chaos seized her by the tail. With a turn of her head, Plump White cast a puzzled glance at the green dragon that held her tail. What was Green Plump attempting to do? Were we not seeking prey? In response to the bewildered gaze of Plump White, Chaos spoke calmly, Plump White, you shall accompany me. As if jesting? How could one allow such a fool to venture out alone? Whether he could even find his way back after flying away was a matter for debate. Chapter 81 Indeed. The plump green creature was quite fond of this stone, and it seemed to brighten up. Though she did not fully comprehend, she heeded the words of the green one. With a gentle hum, the round, white dragon head nodded twice. All right, follow me, called Chaos. With a whoosh of its wings, Chaos soared through the air with the rotund white companion, gliding along the river. The breeze above the riverbank carried the refreshing scent unique to the flowing waters. As they flew, Chaos constantly surveyed the banks on either side. Water is the source of life, and numerous creatures came to drink from the river's edge: wild boars, wildebeests, wolves, a myriad of species, yet all mere ordinary beasts, not his intended prey. Many animals, startled by the 2 figures soaring above, fled in a panic. Chaos paid no mind to the commotion below, his gaze diligently scanning the riverbanks. After flying downstream for about 10 minutes, he concluded that all he saw were commonplace beasts. His gaze shifted to the river itself, which appeared to be several hundred meters wide, a grand waterway. Perhaps I should investigate beneath the surface, the thought emerged in his mind. Chaos tilted his dragon head, directing his gaze towards the rotund white companion that had followed him closely. Let us descend, he instructed. With a hum of acknowledgement, the white creature responded. Chaos folded his wings, and his dragon body plummeted swiftly to the soft, wet mud of the riverbank. A herd of wildebeests, drinking peacefully, instinctively felt a surge of terror and scattered in a frenzied escape. With a thud, the chubby white dragon claw easily brought down one of the wildebeests. The creature let out a mournful cry beneath the immense strength of the dragon's grip, yet none among the herd dared to acknowledge its lament. The entire group fled in a chaotic stampede. With a swift snap of its jaws, the dragon's maw severed the neck of the wildebeest, silencing its cries. Sitting upon the sandy bank, Chaos observed the fleeing herd, his attention shifting back to the river. After an entire flight without encountering a single magical beast, he hoped for a surprise beneath the surface. Emerald light coalesced in the air, forming a spellcasting ring. The ring radiated brilliance, and from the ground sprouted 3 verdant plants, quickly growing into sensing vines that extended along the riverbank and plunged into the depths below. Amidst the sound of rustling, the white companion dragged the lifeless wildebeest to Chaos's side. Its blood-stained maw opened wide, clamping onto the hind leg of the wildebeest. After gnawing a few times, it tore off one of its hind legs and presented it to Chaos. The white creature approached the green one. Sensing a change, it seemed less cheerful than before. Yet she knew that the remedy for this discontent was simple. Some food would surely suffice. With a hum, the rotund dragon head, still clutching the wildebeest's hind leg, nudged closer to Chaos. Observing the leg in its mouth and the bright, eager vertical pupils gazing up, Chaos felt a moment of amusement. Was I comforted by the plump white creature? Seeing the green one unresponsive, the round and rotund dragon head inched closer. After a moment of hesitation, Chaos extended a claw to accept the meat offered by the plump white creature. Thank you, plump one. Humph. The plump one responded with a couple of sounds, though they were unintelligible to him, as it buried its head in the meat of the wildebeest, beginning its meal. Chaos withdrew his gaze from the plump one and glanced at the hind leg meat in his claw before taking a bite. As he ate, he simultaneously controlled the tendrils of perception that spread underwater. Although large fish abounded in the depths, there were no signs of magical beasts. This place is rather peculiar. Chaos fell into contemplation. While wild beasts were plentiful, there appeared to be no traces of magical beasts whatsoever. It was indeed a strange environment. Finishing the last morsel of meat, Chaos raised his head to survey the long river path. The tendrils of perception had reached the bottom, revealing no magical beasts below. Severing the magical energy supply to the perception tendrils, he moved his dragon claws, firmly believing that in an area so teeming with wild beasts, he would surely find at least one magical beast. Noticing that the green one had begun to move forward, the plump white creature ceased its feeding. Its gaze oscillated between the green one and the remaining wildebeest head. After a brief moment of hesitation, it ploddingly followed the figure ahead. Rustle, the plump one suddenly bounded ahead, leaping high and pouncing on something before swiftly bringing it towards its dragon maw. Crack! Crack! Observing the crab claws still protruding from the dragon maw, Chaos paid no further heed to the plump one, redirecting his gaze to the river. This location should suffice. Emerald light coalesced as he summoned 3 more tendrils of perception to delve underwater. Fish, all large, yet still no sign of a magical beast. Quite perplexing. Crack, crack. The sound of chewing emanated from beside him. It seemed the plump one had caught another unfortunate crab. Humph, humph. The plump one's voice suddenly called out to him. Chaos turned his dragon head, shifting his gaze from the river towards the plump one. In his line of sight, the plump creature scurried towards him with its chubby little claws, clutching an object in its dragon maw, a stone radiating a soft blue glow. The emerald vertical pupils of Chaos momentarily aligned into a singular line. A magic crystal? Where did this plump one procure it? Chaos instantly recognized the stone. Thump, thump. His dragon heart began to pound fervently in that instant. A magic crystal, a mineral capable of absorbing and storing magical energy, serves as a versatile material, widely utilized in the creation of magical items and the construction of spell arrays. Typically, discovering one signifies the presence of a vast magic crystal vein nearby. However, the odds of such a find are akin to a destitute individual winning $1 million in a lottery. If a magic crystal vein could truly be uncovered, the thoughts swirling in his mind could begin to materialize into reality. How could this not excite him? If successful, what would become of that Zolalis? Humph. The rotund and plump creature approached Chaos, halting before him and rearing up its dragon form. With its dual claws, it presented a stone to the verdant figure before it. It recalled that the green creature had an affinity for these flavorless stones, although this one was not perfectly round. It was certain it would bring joy to the green being. Without accepting the magical crystal or offered by the rotund creature, Chaos lifted his claws and cradled the round, chubby dragon head in front of him. Quickly, tell me where you unearthed this magical crystal. The voice resonated with palpable excitement. The glistening white vertical pupils blinked twice. And indeed, the green creature seemed delighted by the stone, radiating happiness. With a playful snort, the chubby white dragon claw pointed towards a specific direction. Chaos promptly followed the gesture, and a sandpit came into view, appearing freshly excavated. with the soil still moist. Releasing his hold on the dragon's head, Chaos dashed excitedly towards the sandpit. Chapter 82. Plump White, you are truly remarkable. With 4 nimble paws, the creature dashed forward. The scent of magical energy wafted through the air. As it approached, Chaos felt the surging aura of magic emanating from the sandy pit. Could it be? Racing to the edge of the pit, it leaned over to take a closer look. Within the 5 to 6 meter deep excavation, azure glimmers danced, revealing several magical crystal ores embedded in the earth, barely protruding. Magical crystals, indeed. The emerald vertical pupils of Chaos expanded to their limits, transforming into square pupils. This was absolutely splendid. With a swift motion, it grasped the plump white dragon's head nearby, its long tongue lapping a taste from the rotund visage. Salty and rich. It was unmistakably the taste of blood. The plump one had seemingly just fed and had yet to wash its head. However, this was of little concern. Plump White, you are truly remarkable. With a delighted hum, the plump one swayed its tail, clearly pleased by the compliments from the green one, who had just licked it. It desired to reciprocate. Raising its round head, the plump one extended its long tongue. Observing the approach of the plump one's tongue, Chaos instinctively raised a paw to block the inquisitive head. Not receiving a lick from the green one, the plump one looked curiously at it. Why was the green one refusing to allow it to lick? Humph. Ahem. All right, Plump White, I have a task for you. A strategic pivot in the conversation. Humph. The bright, sparkling vertical pupils focused intently as the plump one lifted its head. Witnessing the earnest expression on Plump White's face, Chaos felt a warm sensation in its heart. Extending a paw, it gently rested it on the plump one's round head. When we return, we shall feast on hot pot. Humph. Humph. The mention of hot pot clearly lifted the spirits of Plump White. Retracting its paw, Chaos closed its eyes. Its consciousness drifted before the golden sand hourglass. Gazing intently at the towering hourglass for 5 seconds, it confirmed that there were no signs of rotation. With a flicker of thought, Chaos withdrew from the realm of consciousness. Upon opening its eyes, it found Plump White staring eagerly at it. Wait for me to return. Humph. Plump White responded joyfully. With a flourish of its wings, Chaos took to the skies. Ascending into the air, it opened its maw and let out a roar. Ack! The sound was youthful and crisp, yet remarkably penetrating, echoing into the distance. While flying back, Chaos occasionally unleashed another roar. Ack! Ack! A voice answered its call. Halting in midair, Chaos turned towards the source of the response. Before long, a blue figure emerged in the distance. The azure whelpling soared through the skies with remarkable speed, akin to a streak of blue lightning cleaving the heavens. It was evident that she had harnessed her abilities to enhance her flight. The whelpling, known as Agni, came to a halt before Chaos, her spear-like tail signaling her identity. What troubles you? Agni inquired, her gaze fixed upon Chaos as she sought answers. Upon hearing the roar of Chaos, she had hastened to his side, employing her powers. I have made some discoveries alongside the plump one. How about you? Chaos responded. Agni hesitated, a furrow of concern crossing her brow. Oddly enough, despite her meticulous search, she had encountered only wild beasts and not a single magical creature in this region. Chaos, observing her demeanor, deduced the outcome. Not a single magical beast encountered? Apologies. Agni replied, choosing to express regret. It is not your fault. The plump one and I have yet to find any magical creatures as well. For now, please assist me in summoning the others. Very well. With Agni's assistance, the remaining 4 whelplings were swiftly called back. Without exception, they too had failed to locate any magical beasts. Chaos felt no surprise at this outcome. It was not their inadequacy, but rather something peculiar about this underground realm. Yet, the specifics of its oddity eluded him. Returning with the 5 whelplings to the riverbank where the plump one was stationed, they landed before a sand pit. Chaos's gaze fell upon the whelplings. This is a discovery made by the plump one. It is a magical crystal vein, which I require. Thus, I propose we abandon the hunt for magical beasts for now. Let us fill this place with stones, and afterwards, we shall hunt a herd of ordinary beasts. Hela and Agatha need sustenance promptly. The 5 whelplings extended their stout necks, peering into the sand pit that concealed the magical crystal vein. Upon recognizing the partially exposed crystal, they were convinced of its authenticity. Indeed, Chaos and the white dragon were fortunate. I have no objections, one whelpling stated. Neither do I, said another. We shall follow your lead. All 5 whelplings voiced their agreement, with not a single dissenting opinion. Very well, let us commence. With the assistance of the 5 whelplings and the plump one, The sand pit was soon filled. As a marker, Chaos instructed them to erect a stone pillar atop the filled pit. Once the task was completed, it was time to hunt. Ordinary magical beasts were not difficult to locate. A short flight led them to a herd of wildebeests drinking at the riverbank. "Those will suffice," Chaos announced as he prepared to dive. However, an awkward turn of events unfolded. Despite being the first to initiate the dive, the 5 whelplings swiftly outpaced him. The rotund white dragon soared past him, wings spread wide. Chaos halted his descent. After all, these were merely ordinary beasts. It seemed more prudent to leave the hunt to the round-headed whelplings, sparing himself the need to join in the pursuit. 6 fledgling dragons swooped down, causing a herd of wildebeests to panic and flee in disarray. The speed of ordinary beasts could hardly compete with that of the mighty dragons. 5 fledglings glided in unison over the throng of wildebeests, their sharp claws leaving trails of crimson in their wake. Dozens of wildebeests fell to the ground, their lifeblood spilling from gaping wounds, staining the earth beneath them. The mournful cries of their kin's demise sent the remaining wildebeests into further terror. Yet, this did little to alter their fate. The fledglings launched another assault on a few more wildebeests. From an initial count of over 50, only half managed to escape. Upon landing, Chaos surveyed the scene. 25 wildebeests had been claimed in this hunt. This bounty was ample enough for the dragon brood to feast, perhaps even excessively so. The 5 fledglings seemed to understand the principle of sustainability, refraining from preying upon the calves. The rotund one, too, appeared to share this sentiment, though Chaos suspected it was merely a matter of preferring the more substantial adult meat. Chapter 83. How endearing. The bashful little fairy, a small mountain of 25 adult antelope corpses lay piled together. The quantity was rather excessive. Chaos turned his gaze toward the 5 hatchling dragons. Consuming 5 should suffice. Any more would prove cumbersome to transport. The 5 hatchlings each dragged 1 antelope forward and commenced their feast. Chaos cast a glance at the plump white creature sprawled on the ground. Having just devoured an antelope, it seemed disinclined to eat again. His attention shifted to a group of round-headed creatures who clearly had no intention of sharing. Surveying the surroundings, he decided on the one named Black Coal, and glanced sideways at the insignificant dragon that had approached him but said nothing, shifting slightly to create space for the little creature. Regardless, it would have squeezed in regardless, so it was better to yield than to be forced aside. Black Coal truly understood the situation. With that in mind, Chaos took the liberty of opening his jaws wide to bite down. Once the 5 antelopes were consumed, they began their return journey. Each of the 5 round heads, along with the plump white creature, lifted an antelope with their claws, while Chaos clutched one in his maw, and thus they set off toward the white crystal cave. Upon returning to the cave and depositing their prey, Chaos noticed that the elder girl and Hera had already awakened and were gazing at him. He approached them, placing 1 antelope before each. The elder girl and Hera exchanged glances with Chaos but remained silent, lowering their heads to begin their meal in quietude. After consuming 2 antelopes, the elder girl fell into slumber once more, followed by Hera. Observing the 2 drift back into sleep, Chaos felt a sense of relief. Now that Hera had awakened, and given that she could eat, there appeared to be no significant issues. A good period of recuperation should suffice for their recovery. It was time for him to attend to more pressing matters. With his claws poised, Chaos approached the vine-covered hut hanging on the white crystal wall. A group of satiated hatchlings silently observed the figure that appeared to be stealthy as he padded forward. Reaching the small vine hut, he leaned his head close to it. Peering through the window, on the first floor, Fine lay on the vine bed, soundly asleep. On the second floor, Vinier also slumbered on her vine bed. What a splendid opportunity. Chaos's jaws parted slightly. It was time to introduce a third companion for them. He crouched at the cave entrance, a gentle breeze brushing against his snout, refreshing his thoughts. As he relaxed, his vertical pupils began to focus. A pure white magical circle coalesced before his verdant head. Raising his claw, he traced transparent magical runes at the tips of his claws, each one falling perfectly into the magical circle. And, who lay on the ground, observed the figure at the cave entrance constructing a spell model. Though he was a mere nuisance, she had to concede that Chaos possessed remarkable talent in spellcasting. Each magical rune was a meticulous outline, executed without a hint of hesitation, and the magical circle displayed no signs of instability, not even the slightest ripple. Gazing at the silhouette at the doorway, Scatty extended her tongue to lick her dragon kiss, her emerald vertical pupils narrowing into slits as she entered a state of hunting. Within the cave, several hatchling dragons had also succumbed to a similar hunting focus. In this moment of concentration, Chaos was oblivious to the unfolding scene. As magical runes were inscribed into the spellcasting circle, it quickly became fully adorned. The circle emanated a soft, white luminescence. In his consciousness, a 10-cubic space materialized, representing the utmost limit achievable at the first tier. However, should he succeed in ensnaring a spatial fairy this time, that limitation would be lifted. He had effectively constructed the model for spatial expansion. Suddenly, the originally confined 10-cubic space began to gradually expand. Fixating on the spellcasting circle, Chaos's dragon kiss slightly parted. He had hooked a spatial fairy. The space continued to enlarge, halting only after reaching 20 cubic units. Sensing that the expansion had ceased, Chaos gently placed his dragon claw at the center of the spellcasting circle, channeling his magic. "Greetings, I am Chaos." As the magic coalesced, a single character materialized within the circle. Elegant, what a lovely name. The magical energy within the circle began to fluctuate, but soon stabilized, coalescing into two characters. "Thank you." Observing the two characters on the spellcasting circle, Chaos's dragon kiss split into a grin. These fairies were indeed easily manipulated. He hadn't even exerted himself yet, and already, his counterpart was flustered. As Chaos resumed his conversation with the spellcasting circle, and understood that this contemptible dragon was likely deceiving the unsuspecting fairy once more. Deceiving fairies, how despicable. "Elegant, your name evokes the image of a gentle and beautiful fairy." "Thank you. Shall we be friends?" "Do not be misled by my green dragon form. I adore fairies, and I assure you, I shall not harm you." Seizing the opportunity, Chaos intensified his approach. The magical energy on the spellcasting circle once again became chaotic, yet soon coalesced into a single character. Yes, Elegant wishes to be friends with Chaos. Remarkably, this spatial fairy did not mention a contract. She seemed to possess a shy disposition, and Chaos felt a surge of brightness before him. Shyness was advantageous. A bashful fairy would be easier to manage, as long as he maintained the right balance. It was unlikely that Elegant would broach the topic of a contract, due to her timid nature. "How splendid. Shall we meet? I wish to see what Elegant looks like." Chaos gazed earnestly at the spellcasting circle, channeling magic that subtly enveloped the emerald hue, his crystalline gaze brimming with sincerity. I will come out shortly." Perfectly executed. After a brief wait, the spellcasting circle radiated a soft, translucent white glow. Wait, he nearly forgot. Shift, shift, shift. The dragon body adjusted its angle, completely obscuring the vine-covered cottage from view, ensuring Elegant could not see it. A small head emerged from the spellcasting circle, gazing at Chaos. She possesses a cascade of silken silver hair, her features exquisitely refined, akin to a delicately crafted figurine. Upon seeing Yaya cautiously peeking out with just her little head, Chaos revealed a dragon-like grin, displaying the signature smile of its kind. "Hee hee, Yaya, you are truly adorable." "Thank you." Chaos appeared formidable. Yet Yaya found herself unable to articulate the word strong, as Chaos did not embody strength in appearance. However, the elements that surrounded Chaos sang praises of its prowess incessantly. "You are indeed powerful. The elements hold great affection for you." Chaos extended a claw towards Yaya, its plump paw adorned with emerald dragon scales halting before her. Gazing at the massive claw that loomed before her, Yaya hesitated. Honestly, little fairies typically do not engage with the chromatic dragons, and as a green dragon, Chaos was no exception. Yet, the extraordinary affinity Chaos possessed for the elements was undeniable. Upon her first glance at the elements that encircled it in reverence, Yaya found herself encountering an unprecedented scenario. Chapter 84. The little fairy, the diminutive figure within the magical circle, slowly ascended, soon standing fully upon the casting ring. As she delicately placed her tiny foot upon his formidable claw, Chaos felt a surge of joy. Another little fairy had been ensnared. From this moment forth, we shall be friends, Yaya. Indeed, Yaya is a friend of Chaos. Yaya gazed earnestly at Chaos before her. As a fairy, she sensed that Chaos bore her no ill will. However, she was somewhat astonished by the diverse colors of the hatchlings surrounding her, all of whom, like Chaos, harbored no malice. This was not reminiscent of the chromatic dragons. The hatchlings regarded her as if her presence were a familiar occurrence. Suddenly, Yaya rose onto her tiptoes, her curious gaze surveying the round heads within the cave. No, it would not do to linger here any longer. If this continued, Phineas and Winnie might become exposed. I must divert Yaya's attention. Ah, Yaya, I have a splendid idea. Would you care to join me? Upon hearing this, Yaya withdrew her inquisitive gaze and turned her attention back to Chaos, standing on his claw. Is it related to space? As a space fairy, her interest piqued only if it involved deepening her understanding of the spatial realm. Of course, Chaos grinned at Yaya, displaying his sharp teeth. Do you know the spell for spatial expansion? Very well. Yaya, please stand upon the extension rune and give it a try. Yaya glanced at Chaos, unsure of his intentions, but trusting in the elemental energies that enveloped him. She leapt from his claw and landed once more on the flattened casting ring. She approached the far left extension rune, tilting her little face upward to look at Chaos. Connect your magical energy to the extension rune, Yaya. Nodding, Yaya lowered her head to the rune beneath her feet, her transparent wings shimmering with a soft white glow as she directed her magical power into the casting ring. Just as she was about to inquire about the next step, she sensed that the 20 cubic meters of space she had expanded to its limit had begun to grow once more. Yaya's eyes widened in astonishment. This is utterly incredible. By the way, Chaos, you must know how to do this. She quickly lifted her gaze to Chaos, sensing the profound curiosity in her eyes. Chaos smiled broadly. Done. This little fairy has been successfully ensnared. Can you tell me how you accomplished this? Yaya asked, eager to learn. Indeed. Chaos nodded, his little head bobbing. I shall teach you. My spell for spatial expansion differs somewhat from the ordinary variety. Observing Yaya's earnest and focused demeanor, Chaos felt a surge of enthusiasm to explain further. Though the original arrangement of the magical runes was stable, it possessed limitations, allowing expansion only up to 10 cubic units, marking the threshold of a single circle. Thus, I reconfigured the existing magical runes, employing my own insights to construct this spatial expansion spell. How impressive! You gazed adoringly at the magnificent Chaos, truly a dragon surrounded by elements. The mastery over the magical runes. It was truly extraordinary. Sensing this admiration, Chaos felt the dragon's kiss nearly break free with overwhelming emotion. In truth, this spatial magic I devised is more suited for elemental sprites like Ya than for ordinary spellcasters, who would likely struggle to wield such a complex incantation. By the way, Ya, my magic has even more to offer, you know? Is there more? Is there? You looked at Chaos with eager eyes, her previous calm demeanor entirely replaced by the innocent vivacity unique to her kind. Indeed. Just a moment, Ya. Chaos raised a dragon claw to the spell circle, which began to glow with a translucent, white radiance. The brilliance swiftly enveloped Chaos, and in the next instant, his form vanished completely. In an expanse of void, Chaos stood upon the intangible air, gazing at Ya. Standing atop the spell circle, Ya's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her gaze fixed on the figure of Chaos that materialized within the space. It took her a while to regain her composure. Chaos, how did you accomplish that? Similarly, I modified the spatial expansion incantation, and with your assistance, I too could traverse this realm. How marvelous! I shall teach you. Thank you, Chaos. Looking at him, a joyful smile spread across Ya's face. If she could master this spell, her understanding of space would undoubtedly deepen. Ya, first remember the spell circle, and then I shall explain it to you. All right. You bent down, attentively recording the spell circle beneath her feet. Without disturbing her, Chaos patiently sat quietly, observing the little figure moving back and forth around the spell circle. To engage with Ya, who exuded both steadiness and a strong thirst for knowledge, he knew he must adopt a different approach than that used with Finny and Vinyl. This time, he resolved to fill this little creature with knowledge. What is this magical rune, Chaos? I do not recognize it. Having recorded the entire spell circle, Ya lifted her small head to inquire of Chaos. He cast a glance at the runes beneath her feet. This is the Infinite Rune, a relatively advanced magical rune. Relatively advanced. Ya stared blankly at Chaos, astonished that a low-tier spatial expansion spell could incorporate such high-level runes. How could this possibly be achieved? While recording, Ya had already noted that the stability of this spell circle was remarkably solid, akin to an immovable mountain. Not only was it integrated, but it was also exceedingly stable, even more so than the original spell model. How then had Chaos managed to achieve such remarkable stability? Filled with curiosity, she yearned to learn. The radiant gaze of anticipation was fixed upon Chaos. How did you manage to embed such advanced magical runes here? In response to this admiring look, Chaos lifted his draconic head with a hint of pride and gestured towards the runes preceding the advanced infinite magical rune. It's quite simple. First, I establish a solid foundation by maneuvering my paw to land on the rune situated to the left of the advanced infinite magical rune. Then, I employ a branch. This technique allows the diversion of the immense load generated by the advanced infinite magical rune, while simultaneously reinforcing the stability of the spellcasting circle with the branch's magical energy. His paw then pointed to the next rune. Next comes the advanced equilibrium rune. Another advanced rune. This advanced equilibrium rune serves to stabilize the diverted magical energy load while further fortifying the structure. Lastly, there is the solidifying rune. This particular rune not only strengthens the spatial integrity, but also provides a support point for the advanced equilibrium rune. Chapter 85. I believe we should start as friends. Suddenly, you felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and she cradled her head in her hands, urgently calling for Chaos to halt his explanation. She was perplexed, utterly confounded. Wasn't this merely a basic spatial expansion spell circle? Shouldn't it solely consist of fundamental magic runes? Yet, why did Chaos's version contain so many advanced runes, one after another? It was no wonder that after a quick glance, she discovered more than 10 runes she did not recognize. She had already mastered all the basic runes. Chaos paused, his gaze fixed on Ya, who was perched on the spell circle, her hands clutching her head in bewilderment. She appeared somewhat dazed, a state that struck Chaos as eerily familiar, reminiscent of his own experiences in mathematics class. But that couldn't be right. He had explained everything in a manner that was exceedingly clear and straightforward, akin to feeding her bite by bite. How could she suddenly find it incomprehensible? It was certainly not due to his explanations being too difficult. There must be another reason. Could it be that this little sprite had some other issue? What's wrong, Ya? Wait a moment, Chaos. I'm having a bit of trouble understanding. Truly not understanding? Where are you lost? Allow me to clarify once more. Looking up at Chaos, Ya's eyes were filled with a pitiful plea. There are too many advanced runes. I haven't learned them yet. Chaos quickly comprehended the situation. It seemed her foundational knowledge was lacking. Thankfully, this was not due to his teaching being inadequate. He was quite confident in his instructional abilities, having amassed ample experience with fine and vineyard. Wait, wasn't this fortuitous? This provided a valid reason for Ya to remain by his side indefinitely. Observing her, Chaos broke into a dragon-like grin, elated, truly elated. Little Sprite 1. Progress in collection has advanced once more. Is that so? It appears we must temporarily pause. By the way, Ya, how far along are you with your mastery of runes? Be basic spatial magic runes. Upon uttering those words, Ya felt her cheeks begin to burn with embarrassment. How mortifying for a sprite. Previously, she had felt significantly stronger than other elemental sprites, having independently mastered the basic spatial runes. But now, in comparison with Chaos, she felt her earlier pride. Rather foolish. Have you completed the basic spatial runes? Yes. Chaos beamed, revealing a friendly dragon-like smile toward Ya. She was already quite formidable, thus, he would take it upon himself to instruct her from this point onward, if she would allow it. Ya stared blankly at Chaos, her heart having braced for the inevitable mockery from him. After all, that was characteristic of the five-colored dragon. Yet, it did not come. In that moment, Chaos's grin appeared far less intimidating, even somewhat endearing. Is this what friendship is? Yaya gently nodded her small head, a smile gracing her delicate face. Done. This wave of goodwill has at least started at 20 points. Pleased with herself, Cows returned Yaya's smile with one of joy. So, let us settle on that. Cows. Yaya's voice suddenly softened. Cows. This familiar sensation. Can we form a pact? As expected, he anticipated this. Yaya, with unwavering focus, gazed into Cows's eyes with her large, shimmering silver-gray orbs, filled with earnestness and purity. Since her inception, she had been a solitary sprite, gradually acclimating to this solitary existence over time, finding solace in her life as a fairy. Yet now, she yearned for more. She wished to forge a bond with Cows. The little fairy possessed an innate ability to sense those with whom she could form a pact. Upon their first encounter, Yaya had felt an inkling, albeit faint. And now that sensation had transformed into fervor, a realization of its significance. Yaya, I believe this is premature. The sparkle in her silver-gray eyes dimmed perceptibly. Cows clumsily swayed his claws. Wait. Yaya, don't be disheartened. I am not rejecting you. The light in her eyes rekindled. Yes, Yaya, please don't cry. I am not refusing you. I merely feel that this is too soon. You see, this is our first meeting. And you wish to form a pact already. It seems rather hasty. Not hasty at all. Not in the slightest. Cows. We fairies possess the ability to discern those suited for a pact. Now, Yaya stood, her small hand resting upon her heart. My elemental heart has already revealed the answer to me. Cows, you are the one I wish to bond with. Her gaze was earnest and pure. No. It is still too early. Yaya does not know me well enough to declare me as your chosen partner. Yet, my elemental heart has spoken. A trace of stubbornness emerged in Yaya's eyes as she looked at Cows. No, feelings can sometimes be misleading. You see, I am but a 5-color dragon. And a green one at that. The very color known for its cunning and deceit. Cows's words held truth, yet she trusted her elemental heart, her resolve unwavering. I believe my elemental heart will not deceive me. Cows. This feeling is rather persistent. It is not on par with Feeny and Veeny. With Feeny and Veeny, he could brush them off easily, but Yaya was different. The surge of magic stimulated his slit pupils, a glimmer of brilliance covering his emerald irises, softening his previously indifferent gaze. I cannot allow this, Yaya. A girl should not so readily entrust herself to a male. Yaya, I believe we should begin as friends. This way, we can learn about one another, and when you feel you have truly come to understand me, then you may extend your invitation, all right? The dragon's head leaned closer, and Chaos gazed at you with a sincere look. Under Chaos's scrutiny, you experienced an unfamiliar sensation blossoming within her heart. Chaos, how gentle. The elemental heart radiated warmth, providing an exquisite comfort she had never known before. Well, very well then. Her voice clearly conveyed a reluctant acquiescence. Yet she ultimately agreed. Chaos silently exhaled a sigh of relief, finally achieving his goal. My acting skills seemed to be improving with each passing moment. Yet, it was rather peculiar. Chaos observed you before him. Despite having made little effort to enhance their affinity, her feelings had inexplicably surged to an astonishing height, as if they had reached their zenith in an instant. This sudden shift compelled you to charge toward him with unwavering determination. Chapter 86. Indeed, it is so. Veeny Ree is magnificent. Fortunately, he possesses superior prowess. Otherwise, the conclusion would have been uncertain. Yeah, do you recall the words I spoke before entering? You looked at Chaos with a puzzled expression, momentarily setting aside her disappointment from the rejection to ponder seriously. Ah, yes. Chaos, you mentioned having a brilliant idea. Yes. Chaos's voice rose, and his enthusiasm surged. This was, in fact, his true intention for bringing you into this small space. You was not startled by Chaos's sudden elevation in volume. Rather, her ears felt slightly pained by the abruptness, prompting her to raise her small hand to rub her pointed, elongated ears. Indeed, the little sprite's ears were akin to those of an elf, sharp and tapered. Noticing Ya's gesture, Chaos quickly offered an apology, for the gentle dragon's demeanor must remain unbroken. My apologies, yeah, I was merely too exhilarated. Ya shook her small head, signaling to Chaos that she was unperturbed. No worries, it's nothing to concern yourself with, Chaos. All right, let me share my brilliant idea. Yeah, do you know the distinction between the sequence and ourselves? The power of the sequence lies within the domain of laws, a force far more potent than ordinary elements, with varying effects derived from the unique characteristics of each law. Precisely, yeah, the power of the sequence is indeed the domain of laws, and the domain of laws, when stripped to its essence, is the creation of an ultimate elemental realm within a defined spatial area. The dragon's head lifted slightly, and within his emerald-slit pupils gleamed a confidence bordering on arrogance. And I intend to forge a domain of laws that belongs to me within this space. Upon hearing this, you felt as if Chaos had lost his mind. The laws are a force wielded solely by those of the sequence tier. This is common knowledge and a binding constraint. And how young is Chaos to utter such words? A mere first-tier hatchling. A first-tier hatchling daring to claim mastery over the laws. Were it not for Chaos's proclamation, she would not have even glanced at such a fool. No, she must counsel Chaos, raising her gaze to the unwavering confidence radiating from his verdant pupils. Perhaps I should place my trust in him. A voice quietly surfaced in her mind. So, Chaos, how do you intend to proceed? Are you willing to assist me? Without hesitation, you nodded emphatically. Yet, immediately after, regret washed over her. Chaos's undertaking was fraught with peril. Attempting to master the laws beneath the tier of the sequence was tantamount to courting death. Seeing you nod in agreement, Chaos beamed with delight, his dragon smile widening. It seemed that inadvertently elevating their rapport had its advantages. enhancing her willingness to comply. Thank you. Yeah. My plan is to first expand sufficient space, then utilize magic crystal stones to construct a colossal magical array, condensing elements to create a domain that is uniquely mine. Chaos. Have you determined the design of the magical array you wish to construct? Of course. I have already conceived it in my mind. Chaos had devised a plan to construct a realm of fire elements. Even should it result in failure, he would not be disheartened. A fierce glint flickered in his verdant eyes. If failure ensued, it could simply serve as a colossal elemental bomb time would freeze. And he would then summon the Zolales for a warm bath. As for the magic crystal mine, I am aware of a vein. Ye opened her mouth to speak, but found no justification. Chaos seemed to have everything prepared. Yet she felt a pang of regret. The endeavor was perilously risky. Should any mishap occur, there was a substantial chance that Chaos might meet his demise. Chaos regarded Ye, who exhibited evident hesitation. Was she truly concerned for him? Although perhaps unnecessary. It was a pleasing sentiment. Do not fret, Ye. I assure you, I shall proceed with utmost safety. He leaned his dragon head closer, his gaze earnest as it fixed upon her. Trust me, would you? Inhaling the faint, fragrant aroma that wafted from Chaos's nostrils, Ye recognized it as the scent of the forest. Well, very well, she acquiesced, unable to refuse him. It was beyond her capacity to do so. The dragon's grin widened, sealing their agreement. Then it is settled, Ye. She replied, her tone laced with reluctance. Chaos, attuned to her hesitance, thought to himself that this little sprite was overthinking. After all, he was a prophetic dragon. How could he allow himself to be caught unawares? With everything in readiness, the next step was to excavate the magic crystal mine. He turned his gaze to Ye. All right, Ye, let us proceed. With a mere thought, he channeled magic into the spell ring. A pure white luminescence enveloped Chaos's dragon form, and in the next instant, he vanished. In a blink, Chaos found himself back in the cavern. Who are you? A sharp voice, familiar yet piercing, questioned him as he descended upon the white crystal cave. With a flutter of her tiny wings, Finny landed on the spatial spell ring before Ye, her small face puffed up in indignation, glaring at Ye like an irate pufferfish. Ye, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this furious little sprite, was momentarily bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Speak, you wicked sprite. I am not a wicked sprite. Feeling unjustly accused, Ye began to feel her own temper flare. You are a wicked sprite. No, I am not. As the two sprites appeared poised to clash, Chaos's slit pupils widened in amusement. This promised to be entertaining. He quietly lowered his breath, preparing to observe. Just then, he sensed a familiar gaze from his right. Hastily, Chaos stepped forward. Please, do not quarrel. You are making me quite sad. Sad. A group of watching hatchlings exchanged glances, skepticism evident in their eyes. Had it not been for the unexpected presence of a Vinny on the balcony of the Vine House's second floor, Chaos would have undoubtedly remained to enjoy the performance. They knew him all too well. He was the prime choice for a mate, a mere dragon. The enchantment stirred the slitted pupils, and a glistening tear cascaded from the corners of Chaos's eyes as he sorrowfully gazed at the two little fairies. What are you both up to? A figure clad in emerald descended onto the magical circle, the fierce gaze of Vinier fixed upon the two fairies. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. How could these two allow Lord Chaos to feel such sorrow? Upon witnessing Vinier's arrival, Chaos's sadness deepened. With a gentle squeeze, another droplet of dragon tears slipped down his cheek. Yes, just like that, Vinier is formidable. Quickly subdue these two little rascals and fast forward to a step of harmony and love. I have faith in you, Chaos silently implored. Observing Chaos in tears, Finey and Ye instantly adopted a more obedient demeanor. Ye's inheritance had informed her that green dragons were the most cunning, yet in this moment, she felt that the inheritance might not hold absolute truth. Chaos was undoubtedly exceptional. Chapter 87. The dual shovel type, and it doesn't even require fuel. You two must cease your quarrel. Vinny's sharp reprimand silenced the two little sprites, though they were not afraid of her. They simply did not wish to witness Chaos's sorrow. The two sprites gazed longingly at Chaos, who understood that it was time for him to perform once more. The dragon's head leaned closer. Excellent. You have finally stopped bickering. You are all my friends, and seeing you argue makes my dragon heart ache. Arcane energy flickered in his vertical pupils, a shimmering layer instantly enveloping his emerald irises. Do not cry, Chaos. We will no longer quarrel, Feeny exclaimed, fluttering before him and waving her tiny hands in a fluster. For reasons unknown, The sight of Chaos's tears made her elemental heart tremble with discomfort. She would do anything as long as Chaos stopped crying. Indeed, I shall not argue with her, Ye promised. I will keep a close watch on both of them. So please do not be sad, Chaos, Vinny added. As long as you do not argue, I will not be upset, Chaos replied. Lying on the ground with his rotund black dragon head subtly shifting away, unable to bear the sight any longer. The three little sprites were utterly foolish. Sad. Chaos was not truly sad. Just look at that green dragon tail swishing back and forth. Every dragon knew that at this moment, Chaos was quite content. Within the cave, many young dragons averted their gazes, though there were exceptions. Roki and Scotty found that the emerald figure in the cave was becoming increasingly pleasing to their eyes. Such an adorable Chaos seemed like a natural companion for them. Yes, we will not quarrel, the three little sprites vowed in unison. Hee hee, that's wonderful. I am no longer upset. By the way, I have something to attend to. May I assist? Feeny raised her tiny hand, seizing the opportunity to enhance her rapport with Chaos. As long as she contributed, Chaos would surely choose her. Vinny remained silent, her gaze also directed towards Chaos. What was Chaos about to do? Chaos looked at the three little sprites before him. I am going to mine, he stated, turning his gaze towards Feeny. You cannot assist me, but if you learn more magic, you will be able to protect me from any villains I encounter. Feeny, who had initially felt a bit disheartened, instantly perked up. Then I shall go practice magic runes. Once I master them, I will help Chaos deal with the bad guys. With that, Feeny clenched her tiny fist and swung it fiercely through the air. Currently, both Feeny and Vinny had halted their studies of new magic, focusing instead on advancing towards intermediate foundational runes. Chaos gazed tenderly at Feeny, amused by her fanciful words, yet he was not the type to disappoint the little ones. Then I shall rely on you to protect me. Yes, she nodded earnestly. I will go practice now. After finishing, the little fairy flapped her wings and flew towards the vine-covered house. Excellent. One has been dispatched, and Chaos's gaze turned to Veeny Ree. The vine house I understand, Lord Chaos. I shall immediately construct a third layer. A smile graced Veeny Ree's face. Indeed, Lord Chaos is gentle. Entirely different from ordinary green dragons. Chaos was momentarily taken aback, then his dragon mouth split in a grin. Veeny Ree is becoming increasingly attuned to his thoughts. How splendid. It seems that in the future, Veeny Ree should continue to maintain the atmosphere. Thank you. You are too kind, Lord Chaos. It is my duty. If there are no further commands from you, I shall begin the renovations on the cottage. Very well, Veeny Ree, you may go. The little fairy fluttered her wings and ascended toward the cottage, while Chaos redirected his gaze to Ya, who remained standing within the magical circle. The spell of spatial expansion was continuously in effect, and with Ya's magical assistance, the expanded space was steadily growing, albeit slowly, approximately 1 cubic meter every 5 minutes. It was a gradual process, but its endurance was commendable, and the magical energy consumed was minimal. With his current magical capacity, he could sustain this spell for an entire day. Apologies, Ya. No need to apologize, Ya shook her head, not attributing the situation to Chaos. It was merely that little fairy's peculiar behavior that was unrelated to him. You need not explain on my behalf. In truth, Finny is not like this. She is simply a bit lively and overly concerned about me. She means no harm. If possible, I hope you can get along well with her. Ya hesitated, gazing at Chaos. I will do my best. With that settled, stability was achieved. The triangular structure disrupted equilibrium yet remained steadfast. Thank you, Ya. By the way, I need to step out. Could you accompany me, Ya? As a reward, may I teach you intermediate magic runes later? All right, I will go with Chaos. Ya happily agreed. Thrilled at the prospect of accompanying Chaos while learning new spatial runes, both were sources of joy for her. With the little fairy managed, Chaos turned his dragon form to observe the hatchling sprawled on the cave floor. Those large claws and robust bodies made him increasingly feel that these hatchlings resembled excavators lying on the ground, the kind with dual shovels. And they didn't even require fuel. Mining demanded hatchlings with great endurance and strength. Chaos's gaze wandered, instinctively lingering on the sleeping large girl and Hela. Those mighty claws and muscles. What a pity it would be not to put them to work in mining. If Hela and the large girl were uninjured, either of them could easily surpass several hatchlings in capability. Alas, they were injured. A hint of regret flickered in his emerald eyes. Reluctantly shifting his gaze away from the two excavators, he continued to explore the cave. Since it was mining, larger sizes were undoubtedly preferable. Aware of the dragon's gaze, and retreated quietly into the far corner. Given the dragon's scrutiny, he was certain it was not contemplating anything favorable. Casting a swift glance over the assembly of round-headed hatchlings, Chaos had already chosen the dragon candidates in his mind. Everyone, gather around, for I have an announcement. Upon hearing Chaos's voice, the hatchlings, previously sprawled on the ground, lifted their plump heads and directed their gaze toward him at the cave's entrance. Noticing that all the hatchlings were now attentive, he continued. During a recent hunting expedition with my companion, the Rotund One, we stumbled upon a magical crystal mine by the riverbank. I now require your assistance to excavate the crystals from that location. Chaos understood that dealing with these round-headed creatures necessitated a more pragmatic approach than the naive methods employed with lesser sprites. You may perceive this as trivial, yet those magical crystals hold great significance for me, and equally for you. The most effective strategy is to bind the interests of these hatchlings with incentives. Thus, they will labor more diligently in the endeavor. Chapter 88. Mining. All shall be engaged in the pursuit. It may even be unnecessary for him to oversee the process. I can utilize those magical crystal ores to create an independent and secure space, ensuring we will never again encounter a situation akin to that of Zoliolus. Yammer looked up at Cows, pondering the notion of expanding space. Was Cows not already engaged in such endeavors? Was this a falsehood? Cows had deceived these hatchlings. Yet she did not harbor disdain. Surely, Cows had his reasons for speaking thus. Upon hearing Cows mention Zoliolus, all the hatchlings' vertical pupils narrowed with concern. That was the first time they had faced a lethal threat in their draconic lives. Had it not been for Agatha and Cows, this group of hatchlings would now be uncertain of how many remained. With the formidable strength of that elder Zoliolus, a mere breath could have obliterated them all. Cows, I am willing to assist you. Scatty was the first to rise, unfurling her draconic form. Russell, her assent seemed to act as a switch, prompting the other hatchlings to follow suit. As true dragons, they were not foolish, and Cow's words had stirred their hearts. One by one, the hatchlings stood tall. Humph. The round and plump hatchling moved closer to Cow's with unabashed eagerness. Her rotund head nudged against Cow's neck. Witnessing this scene, Scatty and Noki felt a tinge of envy toward this naive creature. She was able to approach Cows so freely, while they, too, longed for such closeness but found themselves with no opportunity. Currently, Cow's relationship with them was limited to mere collaboration. Cows gently pushed away the plump hatchling's inquisitive head, grasping her chin with his claws, the soft texture familiar as ever. Oh, the plump hatchling was surprisingly lowering her head. To his astonishment, she was nearly 4 meters long now, making her the largest hatchling beneath Hera. Could it be that consuming more and pondering less truly aided in draconic growth? Mining, let us all partake in the endeavor. The thought suddenly sparked in his mind, and with a gentle smile, Cows looked at the plump hatchling. Would you like to join me by the river as well? Humph. The round hatchling nodded enthusiastically. She wished to remain close to the green plump one, drawn to the delightful scent that lingered upon her. One cannot sleep soundly alone in a cave. Very well, you shall accompany me shortly. Be patient for a moment while I summon a few more dragons before we set off. Humph. Her bright, crystalline white vertical pupils shone with purity. Observing those eyes, Cows felt a sense of ease. The plump hatchling was straightforward and did not require manipulation. As he turned his gaze towards the group of hatchlings, Cows spoke. Just as in our previous hunt, we do not require many dragons for mining. I shall call upon a select few. At his words, many hatchlings nodded their heads slightly in agreement. Indeed, it was essential to have some dragons remaining in the cave. Agatha and Hera were still in slumber due to their grievous injuries. Now, I shall begin. Apollona, Roya, Sif, Honora. He named 4, summoned by Chaos, for young dragons. Each measuring over 3 meters in length, approached him with a robust stature, indicating their superior physical development among their kin. Chaos's gaze lingered on these fledglings, his satisfaction growing with each passing moment. They were all naturally gifted excavators of the holy body. Now that the excavators were in place, all that remained was a lookout, for they were within the territory of Zoliolus, and an unexpected ambush could prove troublesome. A lookout was essential. His eyes scanned the group of fledgling dragons. Wait, where was the little black one? Hadn't he just been lying in front? How had it vanished without his notice? A thorough search revealed no sign of the black coal ball. It had been stationed by the cave entrance, so it couldn't have slipped out. Thus, he ventured deeper into the cave. As Chaos circled behind the group of fledglings, he discovered the black coal ball stealthily concealed behind them, its rear end facing him as it lay on the ground. Was it attempting to hide from him? Very well, it was decided today. The little black one would be the target. Just as it had settled down to rest and sensed an unusual stillness, why had it suddenly grown so quiet? Even Chaos, the disdainful dragon, had fallen silent. Russell, a blue fledgling, turned its gaze toward her, seemingly curious about her presence. Its crystalline vertical pupils reflected a figure that made her heart race. A verdant dragon silhouette loomed ominously behind her. With a swift motion, she turned her head. Her dark vertical pupils met the emerald ones, their eyes locking in mutual acknowledgement. Ines' gaze gradually fell upon the elevated right hind paw of the towering Chaos. How had the black coal ball shifted positions? Having been discovered, Chaos raised his hind paw, poised to deliver a playful kick to the black coal ball's rear. Just as his paw descended halfway, a sudden ambush ensued. "I'll kick." The descending paw launched forward, aimed squarely at the black coal ball's diminutive backside. With a powerful thrust, the well-prepared dark claw propelled itself, while it nimbly rolled away, evading Chaos's surprise attack. The mist verdant claw struck nothing but air, causing Chaos to lose his balance. With a resounding thud, he winced as he rubbed his sore tail. "Chaos, are you all right?" Yu inquired with concern. As for why Chaos aimed to kick the black fledgling, it was clear that the little one had been too lazy, choosing to hide while the others were eager to assist Chaos. Had he inadvertently showcased his bad dragon qualities in front of Yu? That was careless of him. With all four paws firmly planted on the ground once more, he directed his gaze toward Yu, who expressed nothing but concern in her eyes. Oh. She hadn't seemed to mind his earlier intention to kick the black coal ball. It appeared that increasing goodwill could indeed facilitate greater freedom in actions. Might he be able to be a bit more audacious in the future? He contemplated this as a potential endeavor. "It's nothing. Yeah, you needn't worry." After offering her comfort, he turned his head, his expression becoming devoid of emotion as he regarded the elusive black coal ball that had avoided his playful strike. The black coal ball reacts with astonishing swiftness, making it perfectly suited for a leisurely outing. "Come along with me. We require one who can soar high above." Ah. As ever, it remains submissive to the whims of fate. This black coal ball seems devoid of emotion, a reality it has long since acclimatized to. Casting a glance at the coal ball to signal its compliance, Longzhao advanced, making their way to the cave's entrance. "Let us depart." With a powerful push from its hind claws, Chaos was the first to burst forth from the cave. The plump, white dragon swiftly followed, with the remaining 5 hatchlings trailing closely behind. The wind tousled the scales upon the dragon's head, prompting Chaos to silently raise a claw to shield the spellcasting circle. As the gust that had disheveled her mane dissipated, Yu lifted her gaze towards the verdant dragon head looming above. Indeed, Chaos is a gentle dragon, not a malevolent one. Feeling the weight of the gaze from beneath the dragon's head, Chaos felt an overwhelming urge to break into a dragon's kiss. The pride swelling within was utterly irresistible. No, it cannot happen. The image of a Seisai must remain untarnished. This moment, barring any unforeseen circumstances, promises to cultivate yet another wave of profound affection. Chapter 89. As long as the goal is achieved, anything is possible. With a graceful flick, the slender emerald tail of the dragon swayed rhythmically in the air. The rotund white dragon raised its head to glance at the vibrant tail of the green dragon, then shifted its gaze away. The tail continued to sway, accompanied by the silent observation of 5 young dragons trailing behind, as they beheld the plump white tail dancing in unison. The 2 dragons in the lead appeared to be in exceptionally high spirits. Their journey unfolded without any remarkable incidents, and they safely arrived at the riverbank. As they soared through the air, the stone pillars standing on the riverbank came into view. They had arrived. Folding their wings, the dragon's body began a swift descent. In the final moments before touching the ground, the wings unfolded once more. With a gentle thud, the dragon's claws made contact with the earth. Glancing at the 6 young dragons descending alongside him, Cows noted with satisfaction that there were precisely 6, neither one more nor one less. Stepping forward, Cows approached the towering stone pillar, about 4 to 5 meters high, and swept his tail to the side. With a crash, the stone structure collapsed, scattering rubble across the ground. The previously concealed sandpit was revealed, though some stones still obstructed its entrance. The 4 young dragons instinctively sniffed the faint blue glow emanating from the exposed dragon head, which sported 2 prominent nostrils. This scent was unmistakably infused with magical energy. Chaos had spoken the truth. He and the rather foolish white dragon had indeed discovered a vein of magical crystals. What a stroke of luck! Using his claws, he cleared away the stones at the mouth of the sand pit, fully unveiling the hollow beneath. Gazing at the magical crystals embedded within the earth, Chaos felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The longing within him overflowed. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to construct his own elemental domain from this newfound resource. Even if it were merely a single ring, his dragon heart was filled with confidence that he would succeed. The fervor in his emerald eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a serene determination. Turning his body, he directed his gaze towards the 6 young dragons. You have all witnessed it. This is the magical crystal mine discovered by the white dragon. He gestured towards the crystals nestled within the sand pit. Now, I entrust this task to you. The 4 young dragons nodded their round heads in acknowledgement. The entire dragon clan was aware of Chaos's frail condition, and thus, they harbored no objections to his apparent reluctance to labor. They began to dig into the sand pit with enthusiasm. The white dragon, curious about Chaos's intentions, was beckoned to join the excavation. Pointing towards the sand pit, Chaos reminded, in terms of size, the white dragon is certainly the main force. It's essential that you contribute. With a huff, the white dragon let out a roar and dashed into the sand pit. Inside the pit, the 5 young dragons worked swiftly, their claws moving with remarkable speed. Excellent, Chaos mused, satisfied with their progress. At this rate, we should unearth several hundred blocks of magical crystals by day's end. Redirecting his attention, he noticed the black dragon sitting a distance away. What is it doing so far from the action? Does it fear I might impose upon it? At a distance of about 10 meters, the black dragon appeared quite charming as it sat on the ground, its glossy black scales glistening smoothly in the light. Its plump hind claws looking particularly robust. If only her gaze towards the dragon were not so vigilant. It made her appear rather malevolent. Stepping closer to him, he raised his right claw, gesturing towards the surrounding peaks. Which one do you fancy? What? TSK, this black coal truly lacks understanding. Chaos interjected. If you like a particular mountain, go perch upon it. Should you sense any threats, just let out a roar. Oh, and replied, immediately lifting her dragon form. Unwilling to linger with this insipid dragon, her instincts urged her to distance herself from him. Otherwise, she might find herself ensnared in his deceitful games. This cunning creature was undoubtedly the most devious and pure-blooded green dragon. With her claws supporting her frame and wings unfurled, the black hatchling soared into the sky. Her vigilance was still excessively strong. She sat by the riverbank, watching the black coal ascend. Chaos withdrew his gaze, his heavy eyelids slowly closing. His consciousness once again arrived before the hourglass, now devoid of golden sand, eyes fixed upon it. 5 seconds passed, yet the hourglass remained unmoved. Exiting his conscious space, as he opened his eyes, a blue crystal the size of a bathtub arced through the air, landing on the sand and emitting a faint azure glow. Has it truly been unearthed? No wonder, being a dragon, the excavation speed is remarkable. With his emerald vertical pupils widening, Chaos rose and briskly approached the blue crystal. He hooked it with his claw, moving to a nearby spot to avoid a mishap. What a magnificent blue crystal, how beautiful. Chaos cast a glance at the speaking Ya, who, perhaps tired from standing, had now taken to reclining on the spellcasting ring, resting her chin in her small hands, her slender legs swinging leisurely. Her lovely silver-gray eyes fixated on the freshly unearthed crystal. He sensed a stirring within him. An opportunity had arisen, a perfect chance to enhance his fondness for him. Did she like this? Yes, I adore it. The shimmering, glistening magic crystal is so beautiful, Chaos. Is that so? Then wait a moment, Ya. You nodded. Watching as Chaos extended his sharp claw to chip away at the magic crystal, he began to carve a small piece from it. As the carving took shape, his eyes gradually brightened. So beautiful. Chaos, you are amazing. With his green dragon claw meticulously sculpting the small piece of magic crystal, Chaos, being a wizard, found this intricate task to be almost instinctual. Surprisingly, it was easier than he had anticipated. By simply calculating the force of each claw strike in his mind, he ensured there would be no errors. As the carving progressed, the originally tiny piece of crystal transformed into a lifelike butterfly hairpin. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed you completely transfixed by the butterfly hairpin. Excellent. This was another significant achievement. Yeah, just a little longer, we are almost there. The delicate visage of the young girl, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, was graced by a smile that exuded the innocence uniquely possessed by a little sprite. This enchanting expression was one that Chaos had frequently observed on the faces of Fine and Vignal. However, a faint pang of sorrow pierced through him. His conscience, that long-departed vestige, was stirring once more. His emerald vertical pupils narrowed slightly, and the fleeting discomfort vanished in an instant. Crush it. Conscience is utterly unnecessary. After all, I am a green dragon. As long as my objectives are fulfilled, anything is permissible. I require ya. For only ye can aid him in realizing the visions within his heart, and it is solely through the presence of ya that the created space can be preserved. This space, once forged, demands ya's magic for stabilization. As an elemental sprite, ya inherently embodies the principles of spatial magic. Even if she is unaware of how to wield this power, its existence remains undeniable. Therefore, ya is crucial. Incredibly crucial. Chapter 90. They only eat and never defecate. Only by establishing his elemental domain could he truly possess a modicum of power that belonged solely to him. This would become his foothold in this unfamiliar realm, where he currently knew nothing. One may possess a conscience, yet at times, it is permissible to set it aside. Look ya. A gentle smile radiated from the little fairy. Chaos raised his right claw, and a soft blue luminescence began to coalesce within it. The dragon's claw, aglow with cerulean light, glided gracefully through the air, exuding elegance and agility. The claw deftly traced intricate magical runes, which, upon completion, descended into a delicate butterfly hairpin. Ya, who had been resting on the spellcasting ring, sat up, her large eyes eagerly fixated on Chaos's dancing claw. Chaos was truly remarkable, though she could not comprehend the significance of these magical runes. She understood the complexity involved in their formation. The way Chaos effortlessly conjured these symbols seemed deceptively simple. Had it been her, she would have likely failed spectacularly. As the final rune settled into the butterfly hairpin, the blue accessory, which had been quietly nestled in the dragon's claw, began to flutter its wings as if awakened to life, slowly taking flight. It circled around Ya, who watched in awe. Oh! Her eyes widened in astonishment as she stared transfixed at the gracefully dancing blue butterfly. How beautiful! Ya raised her tiny hand, and the fluttering blue hairpin gently landed upon it. Do you like it? Yes, I love it. Her smile had not faltered since the moment she received it. The heart of elements felt warm. Chaos understood that he had achieved his purpose. This moment would undoubtedly become one of the most cherished memories of Ya's life. And that was sufficient. This hairpin possessed the ability to cleanse and smoothen hair. Henceforth, whenever Ya infused it with magic, its powers would be activated. Chaos is truly incredible. Indeed, the dragon's head lifted in pride, relishing Ya's compliment. He was not one to display humility. Over the past 6 months, he had meticulously studied the magical constructs within his inheritance to create his own elemental domain. Given the right materials, he felt confident in attempting to craft any magical item, even the most intricate magical dolls. However, Chaos had little interest in dolls. His priority was to first establish his elemental domain. Observing Ya's satisfied expression, Chaos's consciousness descended into the realm of inheritance, where he sifted through the vast shelves to select a mid-level foundational tome of spatial magic runes. Upon reopening his eyes, he found Ya still playing with the butterfly hairpin she had just received. It was evident to him that she genuinely adored his gift. Raising his claw, he gathered his magic, and a silver-gray spell book, several times larger than Chaos's claw, materialized in the air. The book, light as a feather, settled into his grasp, for it was merely a projection. Ya, Chaos called her name. Ya tilted her head up to look at Chaos. A large, silver-gray tome, the title of which read Comprehensive Guide to Intermediate Spatial Magic Runes, was presented before her by a dragon's claw. Upon glimpsing the cover, a joyful expression illuminated Ya's face. Until now, she had only encountered low-level spatial magic runes in her quest for knowledge, and at last, she was poised to delve into the study of intermediate runes. Lifting her face to gaze at Chaos, her silver-gray pupils brimmed with gratitude. Thank you, Chaos. In response, Chaos gently tapped Ya with his dragon head, then released his grip, allowing the book to remain suspended in the air due to its projection. Very well, Ya. Infuse your magical energy into the book to turn its pages. Examine it carefully, and jot down any queries. Once you accumulate 10, you may ask me all at once. Understood. With a cheerful demeanor, Ya adorned her silver-gray locks with a hairpin and fixed her earnest gaze upon the tome. As she channeled her magical energy, the first page unfurled. Observing Ya's immersion in her studies, Chaos diverted his gaze. He glanced at the heap of magical crystals amassed on the riverbank. noting with satisfaction that they had excavated several sizable crystals during this brief interval, each approximately the size of a bathtub. If they continued at this pace, it would not be long before he could embark on initial experiments. A fervent glow ignited in his emerald vertical pupils. However, Chaos soon regained his composure, suppressing the restlessness within his dragon heart. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his claw and drew a circle upon the surface of the magical crystal. He intended to craft a lens to conceal the clock within his left eye. Meanwhile, a wild boar, adorned with sturdy earth spikes, clopped through the pitch-black cavern. The beast, known as Kama, came to a halt, bending its forelegs to kneel on the ground. From the darkness ahead, a long, emerald-green head, several times larger than Kama, emerged. Exuding an aura of terror, Kama instinctively lowered its head in submission. A pair of purple vertical pupils observed the kneeling creature with an air of menace and authority. How fares the task? The master's sharp yet hushed voice echoed in Kama's mind, sending a chill through its entire being, as it always did. Master, the Kamusa clan has heeded your command and taken flight. Given their aerial prowess, they will likely locate the intruding beast shortly. I understand. You may depart. Kama did not rise immediately. Instead, it remained prostrate for a moment before gradually pushing itself up with its forelegs. Raising its head, it confirmed that the master was indeed absent. Within the vast cavern, Zolilios gazed at the stone wall before him, lifting his elongated tail to etch another mark upon its surface. Another year had passed. The wall was now filled with identical scratches, and this was the final one. In another century, he would return. A flicker of fear surfaced in his purple vertical pupils. In previous years, he would not have feared at all. This year, however, is unlike any other. A cohort of hatchling dragons has invaded this subterranean realm. All 5 colors are represented in their entirety. Regardless of the reasons behind their emergence, there exists but one path: to locate and eliminate these hatchlings. Should it choose to ignore the intrusion of these juvenile dragons, it would surely fail to procure the necessary sustenance for the year. These colossal beasts, known for their insatiable appetites during their juvenile stages, consume voraciously, resembling bottomless pits that demand constant feeding. The fauna of this underground world would be decimated by their hunger within a year, as they devour without any regard for waste. Should it be unable to gather sufficient meat, it would meet its demise. The terror evident in its violet vertical pupils quickly morphed into a fierce resolve. It had no desire to perish. Thus, the only recourse was to find that group of hatchlings and dispatch them. Chapter 91. Squeeze them out. All of them as the final magic rune fell into the pale blue fragment. A sense of completion washed over. Chaos raised the pale blue shard in his left claw, lifting his dragon head and slowly positioning the lens over his left eye. The lens settled into place, and a fleeting chill coursed through him. The pink eyelid fluttered, closing and reopening. It was time to assess the outcome. With a deliberate step, he approached the riverbank. The waters flowed with pristine clarity, reflecting the surroundings like a flawless mirror. There, a round green dragon head mirrored his own, slightly rounded but not excessively so, with 2 symmetrical green horns adorning it. Charming rather than sharp. Chaos blinked, and the reflection mirrored his action. His vertical green pupils sparkled with a lively yet indifferent glint. Excellent. This device proved successful. Now, the little girl should no longer be able to read my thoughts through my eyes. How delightful. Returning to the magic crystal mine, he settled down once more, his claw extracting 1 or 2 more pieces from the crystalline formation. As a dragon who valued balance, having gifted one to Yali, he would not neglect Feeny and Veeny either. What should he create? Chaos contemplated the stones in his claw. For Feeny, perhaps a bow would suffice. As for Veeny, he recalled her cherished little folding fan. Inspiration struck. Crafting a small fan for her would indeed be splendid. Veeny held that fan in high regard. It must harbor its own little tail. However, this simply wouldn't do. How could he allow another image to reside in the heart of his little fairy? Squeeze them out. All of them. It only needed to be filled by me. The dragon claw gripped a small piece of the magic crystal and began to carve. With a powerful descent, the claw pierced deeply into the rock layers. Hey, sound echoed from the cliffside. Upon hearing it, and turned in the direction of the noise. On the cliff, a mountain goat chewed on tender grass, its gaze meeting the newcomer that had settled on the rocks. In less than a minute, a headless mountain goat lay atop the rocky peak, and soon followed suit. The dragon claw sliced open the goat's belly, extracting the heart to savor. Although devoid of magical essence, the flavor of the meat was quite palatable. The claw discarded the unappetizing entrails and lowered its head to bite into the ribs. Crunch. Bone and meat crunched together as it chewed. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, the dragon claw swept the unwanted entrails off the mountain peak. Feeling a bit drowsy, the dragon lay down, using its foreclaws as a cushion for its head, providing a softer resting place. Chaos, that insipid dragon, had brought her to this place for some fresh air. Since entering this underground world, apart from that Zolioles and the group of Karma, they had not encountered any other magical beasts. This struck her as peculiar. Such a vast underground world should surely harbor the traces of other magical creatures. Thus, she believed the insipid dragon's judgment was indeed accurate. Yet, lying here was dreadfully boring. She felt somewhat sleepy, but slumber was not an option. It simply won't do. I must find something to occupy myself. Lowering my gaze to the stone platform beneath, my claws began to deftly trace patterns upon the ground. Swiftly, I etched the visage of a rounded-headed dragon, complete with a massive hammer inscribed upon its head. With a gentle adjustment, I shifted to a nearby spot, continuing my artistry beside the initial drawing. The young dragon, struck by the hammer, bore a head full of lumps, weeping pitifully while clutching its injured head with both claws. As I sketched, my rotund little tail began to sway unconsciously in delight. Gazing upon my creation, a sense of satisfaction spread through my being. My plump hind claws shuffled my form closer to the first illustration. I continued to carve, desiring to add a black hatchling wielding the mighty hammer, for only then would this masterpiece be deemed truly complete, a genuine work of art. Suddenly, my claws halted. The dragon's head jerked up, locking eyes with a large orb. Kamsa, a mid-tier magical beast, its appearance resembles that of an oversized eyeball, quite unsightly, with an equally hideous set of teeth and large claws of a sharp nature. Their sole virtue lies in their silent flight, rendering them suitable as scouts. However, they possess another intriguing ability, hypnosis, which many chromatic dragons find appealing to keep a few around. As for their utility, it's simply repulsive. A strange force radiated from Kamsa's eye. My consciousness began to blur. This Kamsa intended to hypnotize me. Rage surged within my dragon heart. Kamsa flapped its diminutive wings, inching closer to the black hatchling, its hypnosis growing stronger with proximity. So drowsy, my awareness. Images of the hatchling spitting water orbs flooded my mind, and anger surged forth, sharpening my focus. At that moment, Kamsa drew near. My obsidian claws lifted. My claw pierced Kamsa's large eye, denying it any chance of resistance. I raised another claw, also plunging it into Kamsa's eye. With the advantage of my sharp claws and formidable strength, Kamsa was gruesomely cleaved in two. Attention drew intensely upon me. Lifting my head, I found dozens of Kamsa encircling my vicinity. Roar! A youthful roar echoed throughout the peaks. Crack! The half-finished small folding fan was instantly shattered by my sharp claws. However, Chaos had no time to dwell on that. Instead, I raised my gaze toward the mountain. Realizing the situation, my emerald slit pupils rapidly focused. On the summit, a black coal-like figure was besieged by a throng of Kamsa. Its condition appeared dire, with many wounds inflicted by their claws. Rustle. Similarly, 5 hatchlings, having heard the roar, emerged from their sandy burrows, observing the scene atop the peak. 4 of the hatchlings spread their wings, ready to assist. But wait. At that moment, Chaos called for a halt. The 4 young dragons, round and plump, collectively gazed at Chaos, their confusion evident as they questioned why he sought to impede their progress. You fill the sandpit first. I shall ascend to assist the black coal ball. It is crucial that you complete your task before returning here. The sound of shifting sand echoed softly. While the 4 fledglings hesitated, the chubby white one had already set her resolve into action. Complying with Chaos's directive, she began to fill the pit with stones using her pudgy claws. Well done, my dear chubby one. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Chaos silently praised her. His priority was to support Anna, yet he was determined to keep this magical crystal mine concealed from any other beasts. The Zolales had the capacity to enslave entire packs of monsters. It was perplexing that, despite having roamed this area multiple times with a group of fledglings and encountering no beasts, suddenly a mid-tier horde had emerged. Something felt decidedly amiss. Chapter 92. Dead. No hope. Cremate him. His dragon heart increasingly leaned towards the notion that this group of Kamsa was dispatched by that Zolioles. Caution was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. This magical crystal vein was of paramount importance to him. Losing it would undoubtedly drive him to madness. With a swift motion, he reabsorbed the freshly accumulated magical crystals into his space. His gaze shifted to Ya. Yeah, I am about to engage in battle. Please remain in the space for a while. It is safe there. Ya nodded gently. With a flick of his claw, he sent Ya into the newly established space. His emerald-scaled wings unfurling dramatically as he soared into the sky. His verdant vertical pupils narrowed slightly as blue motes of light coalesced in the air before his draconic visage. Gathering magical energy, these motes formed 2 azure spell rings. Composite, the 2 azure rings gradually overlapped, merging into one. His eyelids felt exceptionally heavy. So weary, so fatigued. I longed to sleep. Yet, the wounds upon his dragon body incessantly pulsed with a fiery, stinging sensation, a discomfort that kept him alert, preventing him from succumbing to slumber. Witnessing their prey remain unhypnotized, the Kamsa began to grow increasingly irate. This magical beast continuously slaughtered their kin whenever they attempted to induce sleep. As a larger Kamsa emitted a silent roar, the entire Kamsa horde shifted their offensive strategy. None ventured forth to attempt hypnosis on it. Their assault turned ferocious. Sharp claws raking mercilessly across his dragon form. Black Coal, come to me. A familiar call resonated, without hesitation, and flapped his wings and turned his body to soar toward the source of the voice. Just as he adjusted his course, he spotted cows approaching. This insipid dragon now appeared less detestable, and flew alongside cows. Link of thunder, cows summoned his magic, and a bolt of blue lightning, as thick as an arm, surged forth from the spell ring. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, as the blue lightning connected all the Kamsa in the sky. Following the thunderclap, the Kamsa, now charred, plummeted towards the ground. One spell, and the battlefield was cleared. Cows observed the Kamsa falling with a calm demeanor. The second-tier magic was undeniably powerful, but only against these Kamsa. Should this magic befall that Zolioles, it would likely have no effect whatsoever, and this was the extent of his current capabilities. So drowsy, so weary. Descent seemed imminent, and glanced at the vacant back of the insipid dragon beside him. Summoning the last of his strength, he flapped his wings, his dragon form steadily descending onto Kow's back. All elements. Wait, it feels heavy on my back. The sudden weight on Kow's back disrupted his thoughts. A pair of bloodied, pudgy claws clung tightly around his neck, overlapping to form a secure grip, a safety ring. The obsidian sphere, what are you doing? Let me fly on my own. Get off. Chaos nudged his back, but the obsidian sphere clung tightly, akin to a stubborn adhesive. After a couple of nudges, the rotund dragon head of the sphere suddenly drooped from his left shoulder. Chaos turned his gaze towards the sphere. Its heavy eyelids were firmly shut, clearly having succumbed to slumber, and a terrifying claw mark marred its smooth forehead. This creature truly had its share of misfortune yet. I cannot bear the weight of it. Chaos's dragon body began to sway unsteadily. He could not carry the weight of the obsidian sphere. Although it appeared small, his dragon form felt exceedingly heavy, heavier than 2 wildebeests combined. The wobbling body began to descend. Just then, a white dragon body appeared beneath Chaos, catching him flawlessly. Being cradled by the plump white dragon, he relished the cool sensation of its scales, feeling an immense sigh of relief wash over him. Fortunately, the white dragon had arrived. Otherwise, he would have plummeted alongside the obsidian sphere. If he had truly fallen, he would have had to serve as a cushion for the sphere. What a loss that would be. The plump, white dragon began to descend towards the ground. We must collect the remains. The previous lightning chain had eliminated 16 Kamsas, which meant a wealth of magic cores that should not go to waste. As for meat, there was hardly any to speak of. A single Kamsa had little more than its large eyeball to offer. The total flesh might not even amount to a single leg of a wildebeest. With a huff, the green-hued dragon responded, and the plump, white dragon continued its descent. The 4 accompanying hatchlings followed closely behind. With a gentle thud, the rotund white claws landed steadily on the ground. The moment the plump dragon touched down, Chaos dismounted, his 4 claws touching the earth. Yet, the obsidian sphere remained firmly attached. Attempting to pry the sphere from around his neck with his claws proved futile. It was far too tight. This obsidian sphere was indeed terrified of death. Unable to budge it, Chaos turned his gaze towards the plump white dragon, which was watching him expectantly. The white dragon lifted the obsidian sphere from its back. With a grunt, the plump dragon approached Chaos, wrapping its claws around the sphere's waist. With a lift, the obsidian sphere was hoisted above its head. Chaos, similarly ensnared by the sphere's claws, was also lifted. Resembling a puppet on a string, a faint sting radiated from his neck, The sphere's claws were sharp and may have pierced his scales. Realizing this, Chaos frantically began to pat the plump dragon's belly. No, no. You foolish plump dragon. Put it down quickly. Huh. What does it mean to lift and then lower? The green dragon seemed puzzled. It obediently lowered the obsidian sphere it had just raised. The four hatchlings, witnessing the white dragon's actions, were left speechless. As their claws returned to the ground, Chaos felt a lingering sting on his neck. That wretched obsidian sphere had surely punctured his scales. The plump creature sighed. Realizing it was futile to blame a fool, its gaze shifted towards the four hatchling dragons that had just descended. They stepped forward, attempting to lift the black coal-like orb that hung from Chaos's neck, but they did not raise it high. Seizing the opportunity, Chaos reversed, freeing itself from the grasp of the claws entwined around its neck. Once liberated, Chaos instinctively touched its neck with a claw, feeling the faint warmth and the remnants of damage. Indeed, its scales were shattered. With a fierce glare, it directed its attention towards the immobile black orb on the ground. The wretched orb's claws had dared to. The black orb lay still, breathing evenly through its nostrils, its body marred with claw marks that revealed flesh and blood beneath each gash. It seemed the black orb had encountered its fair share of misfortune. Resigned, Chaos decided to cease dwelling on the matter. Is it all right? It inquired, casting a glance at the green, dazed Rora who had posed the question. It's dead. Beyond saving. Let us incinerate it, came the curt reply. Though it chose not to dwell on grievances, it was impossible to suppress its ire. Chapter 93 The Sensation. Absolutely piercing. Cremation. Upon hearing the term cremation, Luoya felt an immediate surge of anxiety, and Mingming was still breathing. Yet this wicked dragon had the audacity to contemplate cremating him. No, she could not allow it. With a powerful thrust of her hind legs, Luoya surged in front of it, lowering her dragon form and baring her fangs at Chaos. She was determined to protect him. He was her ally. No way would she permit him to incinerate him, who was still alive. Chaos. Not only was Chaos taken aback, but so were the other three hatchlings. It was clear that Chaos had merely spoken in anger, so why did Luoya take his words to heart? As a green dragon, was she truly this naive? Observing the dim-witted green dragon displaying her fangs before him, Chaos couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, one could not expect anything less from a simple-minded green creature. In light of this, since the little fairy was no longer a concern, he saw no reason to maintain his facade. Hee. A dark and particularly ominous chuckle escaped from Chaos's throat. His vertical pupils dilated, and as his dragon maw split open, he revealed his malevolent side. Silly green one, do you honestly believe you can thwart me? Luoya slightly raised her dragon head, her vertical pupils widening ever so slightly. The sinister laughter emanating from Chaos was both wicked and oddly endearing. Yet, she could not permit Chaos to harm him. He was undeniably alive. Once again lowering her head, she fixed her gaze firmly on Chaos. No, I absolutely will not allow you to harm and stubborn indeed. Chaos glanced at the nearby chubby white dragon. Pin her down, he commanded. Without a moment's hesitation, upon hearing Chaos's words, the chubby dragon lunged toward Luoya's back. Perhaps taken aback by the chubby dragon's immediate compliance, Luoya felt a sudden weight on her back. No, she must protect her ally. She could not be controlled. With a swift motion, she flipped her dragon form and pushed against the thick scales of the white hatchling's chest. This single push sent the chubby dragon tumbling away. However, the chubby dragon quickly repositioned and pounced back onto Luoya's belly, prompting her to use her claws once more to shove the chubby dragon away. Yet, just as quickly, the chubby dragon would leap back. Chaos observed quietly, thoroughly entertained. The scuffle between the chubby dragon and the green one resembled more of a contest of strength than an actual fight, with neither displaying their claws, merely pushing and lunging at one another. Luoya's emerald tail swayed back and forth in rhythm, swaying and swaying. Well, as a white dragon, despite its larger size, the chubby dragon still lacked somewhat in strength. Although he wished to continue watching, he knew he couldn't. The appearance of those campses was certainly no coincidence. It was an instinct derived from the heart of a dragon. Chaos tilted his head to the three hatchlings watching from the sidelines. You should join in. The three hatchlings exchanged glances before stepping forward. They were not foolish. They had long since realized that Chaos was simply indulging in his own wicked amusement. With the addition of three hatchling dragons, the previously competitive green dumpling was instantly subdued by the rotund white chubby. White chubby pressed down on green dumpling's belly, while two hatchlings clutched its powerful hind limbs, and another held down its forelimbs. In an instant, green dumpling was left with only its head capable of movement. Helplessly pinned to the ground, It raised its head defiantly to gaze at Chaos. Chaos scratched his chin, locking eyes with Green Dumpling, who bore a stubborn yet slightly aggrieved expression. Ah, there it was, the essence of the moment. The villain, accompanied by 4 malicious minions, was bullying the innocent. The sensation was utterly relatable. With this thought, Chaos felt a surge of excitement at the sight of Green Dumpling's predicament, igniting a desire to tease it further. His gaze roamed over the round, plump head of Green Dumpling. What mischief could he conjure now? Perhaps a request for Green Dumpling to serve him as a servant for a few days, though that seemed rather dull. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept overhead, prompting Green Dumpling to lift its head and look towards the sky. A dozen Kamses were circling above. Chaos felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, the appearance of these Kamses was no mere coincidence. Regardless of the circumstances, it was best to eliminate them first. Time froze, as magical energies surged. 2 azure spell rings converged in front of Chaos's head. Composite, the 2 rings overlapped, instantly elevating the power of the previously singular lightning chain to a dual ring level. The lightning chain surged forth from the spell rings. Upon seeing the Kamses, Abona, Sif, and Honora, the blue-black ones, simultaneously raised their heads. Just as they were about to release Roa, they were startled by a thunderous roar that erupted in the sky. Boom! The thunder cracked, and the azure lightning chain connected 12 Kamses in the sky. The Kamses brightened like light bulbs for an instant before emitting a faint warmth and beginning their descent to the ground. Thud! 1 Kamsa fell particularly close, shattering into fragments of skin, amidst which a dark red magic core stood out prominently. Chaos immediately spotted the core. White Chubby, you 3 go collect the Kamsa magic cores. Without hesitation, White Chubby rose, abandoning Roa to rush toward the nearest cluster of skin fragments. The 3 hatchlings followed suit, ignoring Green Dumpling. Chaos raised his claw and placed it upon the head of the black coal dragon. As magic coalesced, a verdant spell ring formed beneath his claw. You don't. As the healing radiance, imbued with vibrant life essence, cascaded down, the wounds on N's body began to visibly mend at an astonishing pace. Roa refrained from uttering any further words. A layer of healing magic enveloped the black coal dragon. Chaos turned his head to glance at the still lagging Green Dumpling. You 2. Go collect the magic cores. I found myself instinctively resisting. Why should she heed this individual? Upon meeting the piercing gaze of Chaos, with its intensely concentrated emerald slits, words failed her. The dragon's intuition warned her against defying Chaos at this moment. Considering that this fellow had healed in, she sought a rationale to convince herself. With a flap of her wings, Rhea took to the low skies. The rotund creature approached a heap of skin fragments, squatting down. Its chubby forepaws plunged into the remnants, rummaging until it unearthed a dark crimson magic core. The dragon's head leaned closer to the bloody paws. Sniff, sniff, what a delightful aroma. Perhaps a taste would be in order. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in its bright white slit pupils. Excitement equated to action. Ah! The dragon's maw opened wide, clamping down on its own paw. In the next instant, the sparkling white slit pupils narrowed into a mere line. Yuck, yuck, yuck! How foul! How repugnant! Chaos observed this scene with a sense of resignation. This plump creature truly dared to take a bite out of anything. Well, he thought, perhaps it would be best to summon a water sphere for a cleansing. Chapter 94. Could it be that this chubby white creature is a genius, the future beacon of the white dragon lineage? The anguish is unbearable. How detestable. The glimmering vertical pupils focused intensely, and it felt as if something was about to emerge from the throat. Driven by instinct, the chubby creature opened its dragon maw. Whoosh! Pure white frost erupted from the dragon maw, and the breath of frost instantly enveloped a pile of skin fragments, freezing them into a rigid layer. Chaos exclaimed, "What? No way." Watching the frost emanating from the dragon maw, he was baffled. Was the chubby creature capable of dragon breath? Wasn't it supposed to be a mere hatchling, with the breath of a young dragon? The more he observed, the more he sensed something amiss. Could it be that this chubby creature is indeed a prodigy, the future hope of the white dragon breed? A cool sensation expelled from its throat, and suddenly, the bitterness on its tongue dissipated. It seemed to possess dragon breath. It could now breathe like a dragon. Ah, and Green Fatty. The dragon head turned towards Green Fatty. Yet, she evidently ignored the fact that it was still exhaling. As the chubby creature prepared to turn, a sense of foreboding rose within Chaos. Instinctively, its dragon body reacted, taking a step forward to grasp one of Black Coal's dragon wings and pulling it away. The motion was fluid and graceful. The fleshy, dark dragon wing transformed into a natural umbrella. Whoosh! An icy gust rushed forward. The chilling breath swept over black coal, while the dark dragon wing that Chaos had pulled away quickly became coated in frost. The chubby creature seemed to have realized something. However, it did not know how to stop. In a moment of urgency, its plump paws hurriedly attempted to block the dragon maw. But two paws were clearly insufficient to cover such a large maw, and much of the dragon breath still escaped. In a panic, the chubby creature swiftly turned around. Cold, so cold. Chirp, chirp. What was that sound? It seemed to be coming from beneath. Chaos lowered his dragon head to look. The rounded, dark dragon maw on the ground trembled incessantly, and Black Coal's eyes had somehow opened, its dark vertical pupils silently gazing at him. Releasing the hold on Black Coal's dragon wing, Chaos lifted his paw. Ah, you are awake. The rounded, dark dragon head glanced at the frost on its wing, and in the next moment, its dark vertical pupils glared at Chaos. With a roll of its eyes, the lifted dark dragon head flopped back down to the ground as if it had given up. Observing Black Coal return to its position as if to sleep, Chaos felt this creature was truly lazy, still wanting to sleep. He would leave the task of moving it to his ally, Green Dullard. Recalling Green Dullard's peculiar gaze earlier, he scratched his chin with his dragon paw. It seemed as though Green Dullard had something to convey. Perhaps gratitude for the life healing he had bestowed upon Black Coal? Yes, it was likely gratitude. Most probably. Ah, and what of the chubby creature? As Chaos lifted his head abruptly, his gaze fell upon the rotund figure not far ahead. The plump creature, having expelled all its draconic breath, lay sprawled on the ground, its long tongue dangling outside its dragon maw, resembling a charred lizard carcass. With a soft grunt, the plump one, noticing Chaos's attention, let out a weak howl, its voice lacking vigor. Though its tongue was no longer bitter, a sharp sting lingered in its throat, causing discomfort. Chaos narrowed his slit-like pupils, disregarding intelligence for a moment. The fact that this fledgling dragon could emit draconic breath at such an early stage indicated that it had surpassed 999 of all white dragons. Thus, the plump one was indeed the beacon of hope for the white dragon lineage. A gust of wind stirred around them, and Chaos raised his dragon head to see 3 fledgling dragons returning. Apollona, Roya, Sif, and Honora alighted on the ground, their dragon maws lowered. A cacophony ensued as a cluster of fist-sized dark red magic cores tumbled to the earth, colliding with resounding thuds. Each small pile of cores glistened with crystalline dragon saliva, and Chaos felt a twinge of internal conflict upon witnessing them. Was it truly necessary to carry them in their mouths? What purpose did their chubby paws serve? Despite his reservations, the magic cores were undoubtedly valuable. They contained potent magical energy. Raising a claw, the spatial expansion spell circle manifested from his dragon paw, expanding in an instant, radiating a brilliant white glow. In the next moment, the 3 small piles of magic cores vanished into thin air. With the cores secured, Chaos turned his gaze towards the 4 eager fledglings watching him intently. He looked at Green Dumpling. You take care of your allies. We shall return. Oh, Green Dumpling replied, then turned to approach the frost-laden form of it. As he drew near, something felt amiss, and his wings were covered in a layer of frost. Despite the temperature not being particularly cold, as Green Dumpling stared, captivated by Anne's frosted dragon wings, Chaos quietly moved towards the still-prone, plump one. It was all this creature's doing, and he felt a twinge of guilt. Honestly, it seemed to be a daily affair of mischief. Stopping before the plump one, he inquired, "How are you, plump one? Can you rise again?" With a sudden burst of energy, the previously lethargic creature sprang to its feet, supporting its dragon body. Chaos regarded the robustly bouncing plump one with surprise. Oh, this recovery is rather impressive. It has already bounced back in such a short time. Could it be that the plump one truly embodies the future of the white dragon lineage? Chaos, why does N's wing have frost on it? Came Green Dumpling's innocent voice from behind. Chaos's pupils narrowed. With a swift motion, he pressed down on the plump dragon's rotund head, preventing it from looking up. No more looking. You are the culprit here. Only the plump one responded with its crystalline, innocent gaze. After casting a glare at the plump creature, Chaos promptly leaped onto its back. I am uncertain. Perhaps the temperature is about to drop. We must hasten to return to our lair. And you should keep up as well. With a casual dismissal, I addressed the green one. Chaos quickly lowered his voice intentionally and urged the plump one. Hurry up, you chubby creature. Humph. The cheerful plump one emitted a joyful cry, lifting her dragon form. Though she was unaware of the unfolding events, she relished the closeness with the green one, allowing her to inhale the delightful fragrance that emanated from him. This brought her great joy. As I observed the white hatchling soaring with chaos, I cast a puzzled glance around. Has the temperature truly dropped? It feels as though there has been little change. The blue hatchling, Sif, unfurled her wings and caught sight of the dazed one, Roya. Chaos certainly did not err in naming her. She is indeed quite the green simpleton. Come along, she urged. After a moment's hesitation, she called out to the distracted green one. Once she had done so, she beat her wings and ascended, pursuing the white hatchling that had already gained some altitude ahead. Chapter 95, Chaos, how swift this is. With a soft exclamation, Roya ceased her daze as she beheld Sif's retreating silhouette. Her claws encircled her waist, and with a powerful beat of her dragon wings, she ascended into the air. The petite form of it did not weigh her down significantly, thus not impeding her flight speed. Ahead, Chaos and the others were not flying particularly fast, allowing Roya to swiftly catch up to them. Perched atop the plump, white dragon, she let the wind tousle her hair as Chaos closed his eyes, savoring the breeze laden with a faint scent of moss. Indeed, this experience of not having to fly was exhilarating. His gaze drifted down to the rotund dragon beneath him. One couldn't help but wonder, did this count as becoming a dragon knight? An image formed in his mind, the chubby dragon soaring below him while he held a knight's lance aloft from its back. A peculiar thought indeed. Shaking off the odd notion, his gaze settled on the familiar transparent cavern ahead. They had arrived, they were back, with a steady landing. The chubby white dragon's claws touched down within the crystalline cave. Once the dragon came to a halt, Chaos leapt gracefully from its back. Inside the cave, most of the hatchling dragons lay languidly on the ground, with the large girl and Hellas still lost in slumber. The group of Camusa was likely dispatched by Zolioloris. If they could command mid-tier magical beasts, it stood to reason they could also control higher-tier ones. This cave was evidently no longer safe. A change of location was imperative. There was no need to search far. The newly opened space he had just discovered would suffice. It was already large enough to accommodate an area the size of half a football field, easily housing the entire dragon horde. Admittedly, the environment within was not ideal, but that could be remedied over time. With no soil present, they would gradually add it. Lacking space, they could conjure it through magical arrays. After all, their dragon kind did not depend on respiration for survival. Should there be no vegetation, Venier could facilitate growth. He was confident she would relish such a task. This place had become perilous. As Chaos spoke, the previously listless hatchlings raised their heads, their round eyes fixed upon him. Accustomed to their gaze, he continued. We encountered two groups of Camusa outside. These magical beasts are not particularly formidable and are typically employed for reconnaissance. It appears that the Camusa were indeed searching for something. Under normal circumstances, as weak mid-tier magical beasts, they would have fled after the slaughter of one group, yet this lot did not retreat. They sent forth a second wave. Hence, I am convinced that these Camusa are indeed scouts. As for who sent them, the answer is abundantly clear. It must be Zolioloris, who seems intent on eliminating our brood of hatchlings. As a mid-tier magical beast, Zolioloris would undoubtedly recognize this group of hatchlings. Yet, it still desires their demise. There lies a secret with it, one that appears to be intertwined with the peculiarities of this vast underground world. I believe we should vacate this location, Chaos concluded. You decide where we shall go. I shall follow your lead, Scotty responded. Chaos possesses the gift of foresight, leading her to believe that following her guidance is the wisest choice. Yueji cast a furtive glare at Scotty, vexed that this brazen dragoness was swifter than herself. Indeed, I too heed Chaos's words. Both green hatchlings expressed their agreement. Chaos's gaze swept across the remaining hatchlings, who, upon being met with her penetrating stare, nodded silently in acknowledgement. In terms of strength, Chaos surpassed them, and yielding to a more powerful kin was not a source of shame. Furthermore, over the past 6 months, neither Chaos nor Agatha had ever oppressed them. Rather, both had guided them forward. Without Agatha and Chaos, they might well have been trapped in a cave by the rising waters of the abyssal river. They had grown accustomed to the safety and stability provided by their leaders. Upon witnessing the consensus among all the hatchlings, Chaos gently inclined her head. Very well, I have formulated a plan regarding our destination. We shall venture to the space I have cultivated, which is ample enough to accommodate our entire dragonkin. The hatchling's expressions shifted to skepticism at the thought of traversing to a newly developed space by Chaos. How could it be that within such a brief span, Chaos had created sufficient space for the entire dragon clan? Her rapid progress was astonishing. Sensing the unmasked doubt in the round-headed hatchling's gazes, Chaos raised her head in irritation. How dare this group question her? Do not regard me so. Before we enter, we must first hunt a sufficient number of prey. I will transport Hela, Agatha, and the injured and inside first, while you shall accompany me to hunt. The plan was already meticulously calculated in Chaos's mind to secure ample prey for the space, then relocate directly underground. Disregarding the audacity of these round-headed hatchlings, Chaos turned her attention to the petite girl. The little one had opened her eyes at some point and was now quietly observing him. I will send you into the space I have developed, where you can rest peacefully, Chaos declared. Very well. The Crimson Dragon's head nodded, and the little girl remained as reticent as ever. Chaos met her gaze. Feeling the familiar sensation return, her calm and infinitely nurturing eyes made him wonder if she wished to be his mother. Never mind, that question was far too peculiar. Suppressing the intense curiosity within, he raised a claw, and the white magical ring expanded from small to large in his grasp. The ring illuminated, anchoring his focus on the little girl and the still sleeping Hela, as well as on, who had just set down her green, dazed head. In an instant, the three hatchlings vanished from the cave. Within his perception, the three hatchlings had arrived in the cultivated space. All right, next. Just as he prepared to sever the magical energy and close the ring, a small head adorned with silver-gray hair suddenly peeked out from the ring. Chaos, are you uninjured? Yo inquired with concern in her gaze. No worries, Yaya. I am quite formidable. Even if I cannot prevail, I can always retreat into the spatial realm. That's good to hear. Hee. I truly believe in Chaos. Indeed, placing your trust in me is the right choice. Observing Yaya, who only showed a small portion of her head, Chaos decided to gauge her level of affection. By the way, Yaya, I have sent 3 dragons into the spatial realm. They're all injured. Could I trouble you to take care of them? Yaya was momentarily stunned. Take care of the multicolored dragons? Her instincts urged her to decline, but upon meeting Chaos's verdant slit-like gaze, she realized that refusing was no longer an option. Well, I suppose I can give it a try. Thank you, Yaya. Rest assured, they are all good dragons. Chaos leaned closer to Yaya, lowering his voice. I will find you 2 assistants. You need not fear. Chapter 96. Very well. Then he shall not be courteous. Inhaling the faint scent of the forest exhaled from the kiss of Chaos Dragon, Ya's delicate face began to flush. She found this aroma delightful. To prevent Chaos from noticing her reaction, she withdrew her little head back into the space. How did she retreat so swiftly? Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought. Chaos raised his gaze towards the 3-tiered vine cottage hanging on the stone wall. Fine and Vinny stood atop the vine dwelling, watching him intently. Fine waved at him with a cheerful smile. With a few strides, he approached the vine cottage. Fine, Vinny, did you hear what I just said? Yes. Fine nodded her small head. In contrast, Vinny appeared more contemplative, casting a worried glance at Chaos. Will Lord Chaos be in danger? Not at all, Vinny. Even if I cannot defeat it, I will retreat into the space, he reassured her. Trust me, I believe in Chaos. Fine exclaimed. I also believe in Lord Chaos. Vinny hesitated but eventually echoed her sentiments. Vinny remained apprehensive, for after all, it was a 6-ringed Zolioloris, significantly surpassing Lord Chaos by 5 rings. She did not wish to see him harmed. Chaos sensed the concern reflected in Vinny's gaze, which he found quite natural. Thus far, Vinny had exhibited the highest fondness for him among the little fairies. Her admiration reached a level where she seemed to accept whatever he said as truth. Yet, he remained puzzled about how this affection had developed. He felt he had done little more than teach Vinny how to construct spell models. Yet her fondness for him soared like a rocket. Well, believing in me is sufficient. Now, I shall send you and Fine into the space. The 2 little fairies gazed at Chaos with unabashed affection. With a mental anchor, he focused on Vinny, Fine, and their vine cottage. The white magical ring in his claw glimmered with a radiant light, causing the vine cottage, along with Vinny and Fine, to vanish from the white crystal stone wall. After sending Vinny and Fine into the space, Chaos turned his head towards the group of eager little dragons, their round heads gazing intently at him. Let us go. We need to hunt and gather enough food. This was not a suggestion. Chaos spoke in the authoritative tone of a leader addressing a group of hatchlings. With a rustling sound, as Chaos fixed his gaze upon them, the little dragons began to move toward him, redirecting his attention. Chaos turned his body and approached the cave entrance. Peering down, he observed the terrain below, which appeared diminutive, yet he could discern everything on the ground clearly. Ordinary wild beasts were indeed abundant below. Wild boars, antelopes, and bison were the most prevalent. All herbivorous, not a single carnivore was in sight. This could not possibly be mere coincidence. The image of the Zoliolorus flickered in his mind. Only that creature could orchestrate such a situation. Was it intent on transforming this place into its own private sanctuary? Impressive intellect indeed, quite remarkable. Thus, he shall not hold back. With a powerful beat of his wings, Chaos descended towards the ground. The line of hatchlings, already positioned at the cave's entrance, followed him in a synchronized dive. Since it was a hunt, their destination was the riverbank, the area known for its abundant prey. Soaring above the flowing water, the dragon's wings spread wide, and his head bowed low. Below, a herd of over 100 bison was quenching their thirst at the river's edge. The young and pregnant were spared, the rest would be slaughtered. Issuing the command to the dragonkin, Chaos was the first to plunge downwards. It was time to test their prowess in close combat. One by one, the hatchlings surged past Chaos, their sights set on the herd of bison below. Upon nearing the ground, the seemingly stout and plump blue dragon, Abona, struck a bison on the top of its head with a powerful claw, sending it tumbling to the earth, its forehoof stiffening in death. The herd, sensing the attack, lowered their heads, their sharp horns aimed directly at Abona. Two robust bison, propelled by their momentum, charged and struck Abona's body with their horns. Even a foe of equal size might have been sent flying from such a blow, yet Abona remained steadfast. Raising her chubby claw, she struck both bison on their heads, and they too succumbed, joining their fallen comrade. Observing this, the bison that had been preparing to charge Abona abruptly turned and fled. Fear had spread. They faced an adversary they could not confront. However, more hatchlings began to descend. Witnessing the chaotic scene of the bison herd below, Chaos silently reduced his speed. Perhaps it was better to scavenge the remains. Landing gracefully, a pure white magical ring unfolded before his head, expanding from small to large. His mental strength began to anchor onto the fallen bison that lay unwilling to rise, clearly having met their demise. As he anchored his claws, he moved forward. There were limitations to the collection. He could not exceed a distance of 5 meters, beyond which he could no longer anchor. Kama knelt before his master. "My lord, I have located the flying beasts." "Where are they?" "In the region of the River of Life." Upon hearing his servant's report, Zolales felt a chill. Indeed, that insatiable brood of hatchlings had fixed their sights on the most bountiful area. Nevertheless, it was not too late. He had found them. "Send Heka to eliminate the hatchlings. Leave not a single one behind." "Yes, my lord. Off I go." Zolales watched quietly as his servant departed. Heka was a group of high-tier bloodline flying beasts, with adult individuals reaching the 3rd ring and elders capable of entering the 4th. Slaying a herd of Heka would not pose a challenge for him, but subduing them would be another matter. He had spent half a year in the underworld to tame them. Heka soared through the skies, relentlessly pursuing on the ground. After enduring this for half a year, the group of Heka could no longer withstand the pressure and had no choice but to concede. Given the strength of the Heka clan, they should be capable of vanquishing the young dragons, for they were merely fledglings. Suddenly, Zoliolus recalled the red fledgling dragon that had recently matured into a form resembling that of a juvenile. This particular red fledgling might possess some uniqueness, yet she had already sustained severe injuries. While fully grown dragons might disregard the effects of her toxins, she, being merely a fledgling, would undoubtedly require time to recuperate. Lock on, lock on, lock on. Chaos silently engaged in the grim task of collecting remains. The efficiency of the fledgling dragons was astonishingly high, rendering his participation in the hunt unnecessary. All he needed to do was follow behind and secure the food within his spatial confines. He silently calculated that, at this rate, they would likely gather enough sustenance to fill half of the space within an hour, sufficient to sustain the dragon clan for an entire week. This would be ample. His plan was to hide within the space for a week, during which he would thoroughly comprehend the intricacies of the teleportation magic, establish coordinates for the mine, and then make his escape, all the while marking teleportation coordinates along the way. Chapter 97. Why does my back feel slightly warm as I scurry about? Does that Zoliolus truly wish to find us before the elemental realm is completed? Ridiculous. Just thinking about it brings me delight. The emerald vertical pupils widen with joy. No, I must take a moment to bask in my pride. The verdant young dragon stands tall upon the riverbank, its claws akimbo, while its tiny tail sways back and forth. With such capabilities, I could occasionally teleport back and bring a few excavators to mine a bit. Although the early stages of spatial magic lack significant offensive prowess, they are undoubtedly exceptional in terms of support. Chaos, hurry and gather the prey. My daydream is interrupted as I turn to the dragon that disrupted my thoughts. It is green dullard. No, it is more than just green dullard. The hunt has concluded, and the dragon horde has obediently focused their targets on the adult bison as I instructed. A cluster of round-headed dragons gathers around the pile of prey, their eyes eagerly fixed upon me. I must admit, observing these round-headed creatures is becoming increasingly pleasing. They possess a certain charm when they are obedient. Yet to expect the chromatic dragons to remain docile and compliant. This is their nature, and I have no intention of altering it. With a graceful motion, I stride towards the heap of carcasses that resembles a small mountain. Among the assorted prey lie several young bison. They bear no severe wounds, only evident fractures, clearly trampled to death by the startled adult bison. May heaven spare the younglings from the fate of being dragons, amen. Silently offering a prayer for these unfortunate hatchlings. I straighten my dragon form and use my claws to tear off a hind leg from one of the young bison, placing it into my maw. Delightful. As I savor the taste, I begin to anchor my focus on these prey. The arcane ring unfurls before my dragon head, glowing with a soft white luminescence. In the next moment, the mound of prey is entirely absorbed into the spatial realm. Witnessing chaos actually collect all the prey, the young dragons are now convinced. Chaos has truly created a space large enough to accommodate them. This signifies that they now possess a sufficiently safe haven. The space is independent of the planes, an area that can only be breached by formidable beings of a higher order. A higher order being? Nonsense. Such powerful entities would never bother a mere group of hatchlings. Realizing this, many of the young dragons gaze at Chaos with newfound fervor. Chaos, chewing. Why does my back feel slightly warm? As I slowly gnaw on the leg bone, I glance back at the round-headed ones. The round-headed ones. Chubby. Is it merely an illusion? My gaze falls upon Chubby, who has a droplet of crystalline dragon saliva at the corner of its mouth. I raise my claw, grasping the small bison bone I had in my maw and pulling it free. The thigh meat has been thoroughly devoured, leaving only a thin layer of flesh clinging to the bone. Would you like some, Chubby? I offer the bone before Chubby. Humph. The sparkling white vertical pupils brightened instantly, showing no disdain as the white dragon's maw opened wide to take a bite. In the moment that the chubby white creature stretched its neck forward, Chaos swiftly withdrew the cow bone. With a swish, the chubby creature lost its balance and tumbled to the ground. Lying there, its glimmering white pupils shifted upward to gaze at the green chubby one. Humph. How could I give it to you? I have already tasted it. In response to the white creature's puzzled look, Chaos chuckled softly, tapping the chubby creature's head with the cow leg bone. All right, get up. Let us continue the hunt. Once we catch something, you will have something to eat. Humph. The green chubby one was mischievous, refusing to share food and even striking her head. Pushing itself up with its pudgy paws, the chubby creature rose from the ground, turning its head away, refusing to look at the green one. Still sulking, Chaos reinserted the leg bone into the dragon's maw, continuing to sharpen its teeth. He could easily crush the cow bone if he wished, but he preferred merely to play and grind his teeth. Shifting its gaze away from the chubby creature, Chaos surveyed the group of round heads before speaking. All right, let us depart. With wings unfurled, Chaos soared into the sky first. The sound of rushing wind soon followed, and from the chilling breeze, it was evident that it was the chubby creature, for the air was icy. With his head lowered, Chaos began to scout for prey. Having already secured beef, he hoped to hunt a herd of wild boars next. Variety in meat would prevent monotony. Suddenly, an enraged hatchling's roar erupted from behind. Instantly alerted, Chaos turned sharply. Upon assessing the situation, his emerald vertical pupils focused quickly. A 5-meter-long beast, a griffin-like monster, ambushed the last of the hatchlings, Frigga, its sharp claws piercing her sleek black wings. In pain, Frigga let out the enraged roar that had echoed moments before. Heka, a high-level social beast, inherently skilled in controlling the flow of wind, enabling silent flight. Its hunts are often completed unnoticed, with prey only realizing its presence when its claws have already torn into their flesh. Adult Heka measure around 5 meters in length, while older ones can reach over 6 meters. Not just one, but 20 Heka appeared, all having reached 5 meters in size, a group of mature Heka. The ambush was abrupt. However, thanks to Frigga's warning, the hatchlings reacted swiftly, evading the descending claws of the Heka. In their line of sight, sharp talons lunged towards them. Chaos prepared to halt time. Humph. With a furious roar, the chubby creature launched itself forward, colliding forcefully with the Heka's claws aimed at Chaos. The Heka was knocked back several meters by the sheer force of the chubby creature's impact before regaining its balance. Well done, Chubby One. Humph. The round and plump figure immediately responded, a hint of joy evident in their voice. Thus, this figure steadfastly guarded me. Humph. Chaos swiftly issued commands, casting his gaze upon the dragon horde. After all, they were all 5-colored dragons, having evaded Heka's most proficient lethal ambush. The dragon group quickly regained stability and began to engage in a fierce exchange with Heka. Only Freya appeared to be in a precarious state. She had been entirely ensnared by Heka, who, with a lowered lion's head, opened his mouth wide, revealing a maw full of fangs, poised to deliver the final blow to Freya's dragon head. Magic surged into the left eye. With a soft click, everything began to slow down. Magical energy rapidly coalesced. Casting dual spells, 2 rings, imbued with a faint chill of white, expanded before the dragon's head. Through a complex casting, the 2 rings overlapped. A 5-meter-long ice spear materialized in front of the spell rings, hurtling towards Heka, who had pierced Freya's wings with his claws. The sharp tip of the ice spear halted mere centimeters from Heka's lion head. Chapter 98. The conscience, long since turned cold, suddenly felt a warmth, a delightful sensation. Clap. The final tick of the hour hand echoed. Time resumed its relentless flow. Pshhh. A sharp ice spear pierced through the lion's head, and in an instant, the he-cat succumbed to death, its massive form plummeting downwards, taking Freya, who was firmly grasping its wings, with it. Scat-hack. Catch Freya. Whoosh. Scat-hack. Who was perched on the back of a he-cat, unleashing a torrent of venomous dragon breath into its wound, heard Chaos's call. The dragon's maw closed. And without a moment's hesitation, Scat-hack relinquished the he-cat she was about to incapacitate with her toxic breath. With her wings unfurled, she dove towards the descending he-cat. Upon reaching it, her dragon claws seized the talons embedded in Freya's wings and yanked. Pshhh. Roar. The pain elicited a youthful roar from Freya. Scat-hack paid no heed. She grasped the second talon lodged in Freya's wing and pulled again. Roar. With this cry, Freya regained her freedom, yet she could no longer ascend. Without uttering a word, Scat-hack wrapped her arms around Freya's waist and soared towards Chaos. There was space for Chaos to transport Freya into the void. Pshhh. A 5-meter-long ice spear swiftly pierced through another he-cat's body, delivering a devastating blow. The pierced creature, after a few erratic flails, plummeted towards the ground below. A certain death awaited it. The ice spear rapidly reformed before the arcane circle. Whoosh. The sound of slicing air heralded the descent of a he-cat, its sharp talons aimed at Chaos. At the same time, 5 more he-cats followed suit in their dive. They had clearly recognized that this green WYRM posed the greatest threat. Among the aerial beasts, only this verdant dragon could deliver a lethal strike. Thunk. The rotund figure once again intervened, colliding with the diving he-cat. However, it could only deflect one. 5 he-cats were still hurtling towards Chaos. Gazing up at the approaching he-cats, Chaos's dragon wings trembled, and his body arched back with incredible speed. In his line of sight, 2 he-cats intertwined perfectly. The dragon's maw split wickedly. This was the angle. Pshhh. The ice spear, completed and swift as lightning, shot forth, impaling the 2 he-cats midair. Roar. The entwined creatures emitted a pained lament as they fell together towards the ground. The remaining 3 he-cats sought to pounce upon Chaos, but 3 fledglings intercepted them. The dragon flock began to converge purposefully towards Chaos. Their claws could rend the feathers and flesh of the he-cats, yet it was merely a futile endeavor. They could not harm this group, but Chaos could, as long as Chaos was present. Roar. A roar erupted like thunder, shaking the skies. At the moment Chaos raised his head, his vertical pupils converged into a fine line. In the sky, unexpectedly, a Heka of over 10 meters in size emerged, its dark golden beastly eyes fixed intently on Chaos. The ancient Heka coldly regarded the flying magical beast that had slain 3 of her descendants. Initially, she intended to train her progeny, believing that these first-tier fledglings could not possibly harm them. However, the outcome proved to be quite the contrary. A mere group of first-tier fledglings managed to hold their ground against her mature descendants. Moreover, among these fledglings, there were those capable of killing her offspring. She began to comprehend why Zolioles had commanded her to eliminate this group. Their bloodline was far too elevated. If left unchecked, These fledglings would undoubtedly one day turn her and her kin into their prey. Ancient. 5th tier. I am astonished. Furthermore, he was locked on. Entering the space. No, I cannot reveal the space in front of these magical beasts. If they were to discover it, Zololis would surely learn of it as well. The sound of flowing water echoed below. Chaos felt a spark of inspiration. These Hika bore feathers. If they were to descend into the water, it would be a gift. Diving beneath the surface, Chaos roared and plunged downward, wings folded tightly, relying solely on his weight to accelerate into the river. All the fledgling dragons promptly obeyed Chaos's command and began their descent, including Scotty, who carried Frigga. Whoosh! The sharp pressure against his back felt like it could tear his dragon form apart. It was a gamble worth taking. If he won this round, Zololis would be left in utter disgrace. Splash! The icy water instantly enveloped him as he submerged. The terrifying wind pressure behind him dissipated. Exhilarated, he flicked his tail, swimming straight into the depths without hesitation. After swimming forward in the deep waters for a while, he sensed it was time. Focusing his thoughts, the pure white spell ring expanded before his dragon head, ready to be anchored. 1, 2, 3, 12. Including himself, he had precisely 12, not one more. Not one less. The spell ring glowed with a white radiance, and in an instant, the group of fledgling dragons that had submerged vanished from sight. Only the pure white spell ring remained, slowly fading in the water. Whoosh! The immense wings spread wide, creating a powerful gust that parted the water's surface. Hika halted above the river, her dark golden beastly eyes quietly observing the water. Since the fledglings had already descended underwater, they were no longer her concern. It was more fitting to leave them to the batteria. With a roar, the ancient Hika commanded a group of adult Hika to fly toward the bodies of their kin on the ground. They were to retrieve these bodies for burial. Simultaneously, these 3 corpses served as the ancient Hika's response to Zololis. As Chaos descended into the empty void, the sensation of emptiness beneath his claws was somewhat unsettling. It is all due to that sudden appearance of the group of Hecate. Otherwise, he could have filled this space with soil and stone, transforming it into a suitable abode. Alas, it seems we must take our time. Are you all right, Chaos? My lord Chaos, you are unscathed, are you not? Chaos. 3 little fairies flitted over, circling around Chaos to examine him. Feeling the genuine concern emanating from these 3 fairies, Chaos found that his long-dormant conscience was suddenly warmed, and it felt delightful. All right, I am unharmed, see? Not a single scratch, is there? Chaos unfurled his dragon wings, allowing the 3 fairies to conduct their inspection. After they circled him, they indeed found no wounds on Chaos, and their anxious hearts gradually began to relax. How wonderful that Chaos is uninjured, giggled one. Phineas leaped onto Chaos's dragon head and began to roll about playfully. This time, Vinny did not scold Phineas for her wildness. For her, the well-being of Lord Chaos was the greatest blessing. Chapter 99, Disagreement. And out you go. The bashful Yaya found herself unable to act in such a manner. Thus she could only gaze enviously at Fanny. However, at that moment, Chaos turned his attention directly towards Yaya. Yaya, I need your assistance. Chaos, what do you need? A joyful smile graced her petite face. For her, being able to assist Chaos was the utmost delight. Vinny also looked expectantly at Chaos, harboring a hope that he might require her help as well. Yet, that was not the case. Not only her, but the wild girl also noticed the blue crystal butterfly hairpin adorning Yaya's silvery strands, imbued with Chaos's magical essence. Disregarding the eager gazes from above and Vinny, Chaos focused solely on Yaya, as at present, only her aid was necessary. The 2 little fairies were still too feeble. They needed to grow before they could offer him any assistance. With a focused gaze, his inner magic surged forth, emanating a pure, translucent radiance that unfurled before the dragon's head, expanding from small to large. Yaya, please continue to help me expand the space. Okay. With a flutter of her tiny wings, Yaya alighted upon the circle of pure white magic, her small feet resembling white jade, as she tilted her face upwards towards Chaos. Is this the place, Chaos? The magical pattern beneath her feet was indeed the expansion rune. Yes, Chaos nodded at the dragon's head. Feeling immensely grateful for Yaya's understanding of his intentions, she was indeed a valuable asset. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Vinny, whose expression appeared somewhat despondent. By the way, Vinny and Fanny, how is your mastery of the basic intermediate magic runes coming along? Once I finish my meal, I shall test your skills. Yaya, no need to rush. You've only just begun learning. I will grant you some time. Yaya nodded her small head. Suddenly, Fanny, who had been perched on Chaos's dragon head, froze as if struck by a spell of paralysis. Oh no, oh no. I have been preoccupied with hot pot gatherings with the great dragons lately. Vini clenched her small hands, determined to perform admirably this time, as if by mutual agreement. The two little fairies flapped their wings in unison and flew towards the vine cottage. Review. Chaos paid no heed to the two fairies' last-minute preparations. His gaze fixed on Yaya. Sitting within the magic circle, Yaya continued to observe the two small figures darting towards the vine cottage. Do not worry about them. In truth, they are quite eager for your arrival, though they may not show it overly. Did you see that cottage of vines? From the third floor onward, it will be Yaya's little home. As he gazed at the 3-story vine cottage, Chaos envisioned its future expansion to 9 stories, each level housing a little fairy. If fortune favored him, it might even reach 10 stories. However, fairies of the time element were rare, and their presence depended on fate. Home? Yaya tilted her head towards the vine cottage, her gem-like silver-gray pupils narrowing slightly as the heart of elements began to warm once more. If Chaos is here. Having a home here seems quite delightful. She nodded earnestly at Chaos. Yes, this will henceforth be Yaya's home. Mission accomplished. Chaos beamed, a joyful grin spreading across his dragon visage. By the way, do you wish to read? Yeah? Yes, I do. Very well, please wait a moment. Meeting his gaze, Chaos lifted his paw and, with a flicker of blue light, conjured a book into the air. The title boldly proclaimed, Compendium of Intermediate Spatial Magic Runes. All right, take your time, yeah. I must attend to my meal. I find myself rather hungry. The sounds of feasting had already echoed through the spatial realm for quite some time. In this encounter, nearly all the fledgling dragons had sustained injuries, particularly the black fledgling dragon, Freya, who had fared the worst. Chaos cast a glance at Freya, who was engrossed in devouring a large water buffalo. Her dragon wings were torn, yet, remarkably, the flesh had already begun to regenerate. The wounds were filled with fresh, albeit bloody, tissue, with scales yet to emerge. After finishing her meal and resting, it was highly likely that Freya would once again take to the skies on her wings. All right, you responded to Chaos. By the way, keep it up, yeah. I will periodically check on your progress in learning the runes. Just as I do with Finny and Vinny. I will do my best, Chaos, you replied. I have faith in you, yeah? With no further exchange. Chaos turned his dragon head and moved his claws. His stomach was growling with hunger. Approaching the plump white dragon, he snagged an adult water buffalo from a pile of food and began to feast. Just as he was devouring half of the buffalo, a round white dragon head nudged closer. Ah, this chubby fellow, why must he choose to eat my portion? Chaos was not fond of the slobbering habit of the white dragon. He raised his paw, ready to swat the encroaching head. However, in the next moment, his paw could not rise. A deep claw mark was conspicuously etched into the round head that had approached, a remnant of their earlier battle with Hecate, where the white dragon had repeatedly shielded him from Hecate's attacks. The initial choice to have the white dragon as a shield had proven wise. Very well, you may have it, Chaos conceded, relinquishing the remaining half of the buffalo to the white dragon. He lifted his paw and turned away. Now sufficiently satiated, he felt content. If he overindulged, he would become lethargic. What had once been a small mountain of meat was now reduced to half, enough for another meal. It seemed he would need to endure a period of hunger in the coming days. Chaos resolved to remain hidden for a week. A week meant just that. A few days of hunger would not spell doom for a dragon. Of course, he was not prepared to starve. He needed ample food during this week. Unlike the group of dragons lounging about, he had work to do. He required sustenance to focus on mastering the art of spatial teleportation. He anticipated some objections from the round-headed dragons, but he felt confident he could persuade them. If you disagree, I shall simply cast you out. Thus, the matter would be resolved quite easily. The verdant tail of cows began to sway from side to side. He passed by a group of hatchlings, their round bellies full and sprawled on the ground, and approached a mound of azure crystal ore. Raising a claw, he pried off a fragment from the blue crystal. It was time to continue crafting gifts. As a warm dragon, he certainly could not show favoritism, since you had received a small token. It was only fitting that Finny and Vini also be bestowed with gifts. Finny's bow had already been fashioned, resting within his dragon's kiss. And now only Vini's folding fan remained. He straightened his dragon form and settled down with a thud. Lowering his head, he gazed at the shard of blue crystal in his claw, reflecting on the lessons learned from previous mishaps. Well, this time I shall not create a singular piece. Instead, I will dismantle the fan into separate segments. This way, should it fail, the repairs will be far less troublesome. Chapter 100. A culinary craft with a resolute heart. Long Zhao commenced the intricate carving. This endeavor consumed over an hour of unwavering focus. 7 exquisite, slender fan blades hovered gracefully in the air as emerald magic runes descended, etching themselves into the delicate surfaces. In an instant, verdant strands of magical energy extended from each blade, intertwining with soft blue luminescence as they threaded through pre-prepared tiny apertures, binding the 7 fan blades together. Thus, a finely crafted blue folding fan adorned with a carving of blue peonies was born. The fan, propelled by magical forces, gently closed and descended into the awaiting grasp of cows. At last, it was complete, and now it was time to seek out Feeny and Veeny. This would undoubtedly enhance his rapport with them. The potential for affection was boundless, as long as he could elevate his standing sufficiently. Nurturing 9 elemental sprites would be no mere fantasy. Every mage's ultimate aspiration was to form a pact with an elemental spirit. But he envisioned cultivating 9 without any such contracts. The mere thought was exhilarating, enough to invoke envy among countless spellcasters. Long Zhao leaned closer, his dragon visage alight with delight. A sparkling blue ribbon, imbued with dragon saliva, settled into his claw. It seemed he had drooled a bit too much. A cleansing was in order. Gathering magical energy, a transparent orb of water materialized before him. With the fan and ribbon in his grasp, Long Zhao submerged them into the orb, swirling them gently before withdrawing. As he opened his claw, revealing the now pristine gifts, cows beamed with satisfaction. The cleansing was complete. Severing the magical connection, the suspended water orb began to descend. Yet, it did not fall within the confines of space, but rather slipped through it, randomly dispersing. Where this orb would land was a mystery to cows, and frankly, he cared little. It was time to seek them out. With his robust hind claws supporting his dragon form, he stood upright, gazing towards the vine-covered cottage ahead. Through the expansive windows of the 2-story dwelling, he could see Feeny and Veeny engrossed in a book, leafing through its pages with urgency. Oh, so they were cramming at the last moment, were they? Cows announced his presence. Feeny, Veeny, it is time for your assessment. Feeny, seated on the grand bed woven from vines, looked up at the emerald dragon head at the doorway, her mind momentarily blank. Oh dear, had she known, she would have refrained from indulging in hot pot with those grand dragons every day. Cows had set the evaluation at 100 intermediate magic runes per month, yet she had only mastered 20. Alas, those grand dragons constantly beckoned her to play, to hunt in the waters, to soar through the skies with them. Cows cast a glance at Feeny, who appeared utterly flustered. It was clear she had been slacking off. In contrast, Veeny, situated on the 2nd floor, exuded a calm demeanor. She set down her projection book with poise, rose from the small round table, smoothed the unwrinkled hem of her emerald dress, and regarded Cows with a composed smile. I am prepared, Lord Cows. Very well, you may both come forth. Very well, Lord Chaos. With a flutter of her delicate wings, Feeny ascended into the air. However, perhaps due to her lack of focus, she collided with the ceiling. Ouch! She exclaimed in pain, covering the spot she had hit with her small hand. Glancing at Chaos, who awaited at the doorway, Feeny resumed her winged flight. With Chaos's gentle nature, she believed that even if she were to falter, he would not punish her. Yet, she was determined not to fail, especially in comparison to the wicked fairies. But this time, it truly felt insurmountable. Darn it. I must not let myself get distracted by frolicking with the great dragons next month. As she observed the 2 little fairies emerging, Chaos extended his dragon claws, opening them wide. The 2 fairies, their feet as translucent as jade, gently landed in his outstretched claws. Are you ready? Chaos inquired one final time. Yes, let us begin. Lord Chaos, Veeny replied, her voice brimming with confidence. I am ready. Feeny's voice faltered noticeably when it was her turn. Feeling the weight of Chaos's gaze upon her, she instinctively shrank her neck, a touch of anxiety creeping in. Chaos's assessments were always conducted randomly, selecting 50 from 100 magical patterns. I hope fortune favors me this time, Feeny silently prayed. Glancing at Feeny, who was clearly losing her composure, Chaos remained silent. Then let us commence. His gaze fixed on Feeny, starting with the less proficient, for his dragon heart was eager to witness Feeny's potential blunders. Feeny, your assessment progress is at the intermediate water-type magical patterns, page 5. The 32nd magical pattern is form. The first one is something I do not know. Finny felt as though her mind had exploded in that instant, leaving her in a state of blankness. With the 5th page's pattern chosen at random, Chaos turned his attention to Vinny, who was gazing intently at him. Vinny, your assessment progress is at the Intermediate Life Magical Patterns, page 7. The 20th magical pattern is branching. Upon hearing Lord Chaos's prompt, Vinny raised her small hand without hesitation. Her magical energy coalesced, the tip of her finger glowing with a vibrant green light as she began to sketch in the air. Observing Vinny's fluid motions, Chaos understood that she had clearly mastered the branching magical pattern. Then, the emerald vertical pupils shifted to the left. Like Vinny, Finny also raised her hand to draw the magical pattern. Yet, each attempt ended before it truly began. It was evident that Finny had not practiced form even once, for her failures were so thorough. As the count of her failures mounted, her cherubic face began to flush, and her sapphire-like, crystal-clear blue eyes grew teary. She was anxious, and her distress was palpable. How endearing. Chaos felt that at that moment, his dragon heart could scarcely contain itself. The assessment lasted for 2 minutes, a fleeting moment that passed swiftly. Time's up. The outcome was abundantly clear. Before Finny lay nothing but emptiness, while a vibrant green magical emblem floated serenely before Vinny. Moreover, Vinny had accomplished this feat in a single attempt. Chaos shifted his dragon head to gaze at Finny. Meeting his penetrating stare, Finny's lips pursed in disappointment. She had once again faltered. Indeed, her expression, teetering on the brink of tears, evoked a sense of glee in the dragon heart. However, such sentiments must remain concealed. The dragon's kiss must be restrained, held tightly, lest the dragon's essence be compromised. All right, Finny, do not be disheartened. This is for you. Strive diligently next month.